Chapter 1. Rebirth. The Uchiha clan has no future in Konoha, and this will remain true. Are you content to live in such a meager existence? Or would you rather follow me and make a final stand? We could easily leave Konoha and seek a place where the Uchiha clan reigns supreme. In a moment of realization, Chilla seemed to hear a familiar voice echoing softly in his ears. Curiosity piqued. He gradually lifted his gaze toward the figure standing on the high platform, eloquently addressing the crowd. The individual was tall, with jet black hair cascading nearly to his waist. But wait. A sharp intake of breath followed as Kyle's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this Madara Uchiha? A convention? At that moment, his mind felt blank, and he was utterly disoriented, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. Thus, he resolved to cautiously survey his surroundings. However, just as he intended to take action, a firm hand pressed down on his head. Simultaneously, a clear yet somewhat youthful voice exclaimed, "Don't move. Be careful not to get discovered." "Chilla, are you out of your mind? We snuck in here to eavesdrop on the clan meeting, and this is a serious taboo. Do you really want to expose ourselves? If we get caught, will you take the punishment for me?" As the words were spoken, a small hand firmly held Kyle's head, while another hand covered his mouth tightly. In that instant, his prior rebellious spirit, which was eager to explore, was quelled. Not due to the warning from the youthful voice beside him, but because his attention was entirely captivated by the figure on the high platform. Standing there was an individual whose appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Madara Uchiha from the anime. To make matters worse, the person seemed to sense the commotion, casting a glance toward their hiding spot. That single gaze sent a chill down Kyle's spine, leaving him feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He clearly saw a chilling crimson light flicker within the other's eyes. Those were the mesmerizing yet deeply unsettling Sharingan. Oh my, how could this be? At that moment, he was struck with horror. Yet, he also comprehended that he had inexplicably traversed into another world. That cold, indifferent gaze was unmistakable. Recalling the various scenes depicted in the anime he had once watched, Chilla was drenched in cold sweat. It must be understood that in this world of Naruto, rife with bloodshed and violence, there exists no notion of fairness, justice, or moral code. Here, only the strong can survive, while the weak become mere prey for others to exploit. Even those innocent souls who never seek to harm others often find themselves ensnared in the fate of being slain. At this moment, Kyle's mind raced with a torrent of questions, each one crashing like waves in his consciousness. He was filled with confusion, pondering why a mere slumber had miraculously transported him to this unfamiliar realm. Was traversing worlds truly free of cost? How could he possibly end up in a romantic tale? Chilla, that tender voice echoed once more in his ears, akin to a crystalline stream flowing through his heart. The persistent calls, accompanied by gentle nudges, successfully roused him from his dazed reverie back to the tangible world. "Chilla, are you all right? Did I perhaps push too hard?" As he gazed at the child's face, fraught with concern, his mind only grew more muddled, as if ensnared by a tangle of chaos. I'm fine," Chilla replied, well aware of the adage that the more one speaks, the more one errs. Until he fully grasped his current predicament, he deemed it prudent to remain silent, lest he inadvertently invite further complications through ill-chosen words. Yet, he had gleaned his name from the child's utterance. "Chilla." He stared intently at the young one, inwardly contemplating how to navigate this sudden upheaval. Life is akin to an unpredictable fog, brimming with endless uncertainties and ambiguities. One can never quite ascertain what maddening or extraordinary events the next moment may bring. At that moment, Chilla was abruptly struck by a sensation akin to a sharp spike piercing through his skull, a searing pain that radiated throughout his head, threatening to rend his consciousness asunder. The agony he experienced in that fleeting instant surpassed all conceivable tortures, as if time itself had frozen, leaving him enveloped solely in unbearable torment. However, this ephemeral sensation was indelibly etched into his memory, a pain he wished never to encounter again. Yet, astonishingly, as the intense suffering began to wane, Chilla acquired the memories of this body. It was now the second year since the establishment of Konoha, and during the first half of this year, the 5 great nations had all signed a momentous non-aggression treaty. This realization, combined with the words he had just heard, implied that this was indeed the fateful year when the legendary figure Madara Uchiha departed from his clan, resolutely embarking on his journey. Simultaneously, it marked the inception of the Uchiha clan's countdown to extinction, though the sands in the hourglass still flowed abundantly. Yet, inevitably, there would come a day when they would run dry. Perhaps, from the moment the Uchiha relinquished Madara and turned towards Konoha, the fate of the Uchiha clan had quietly begun to shift. At that moment, standing beside him was a slightly older child named Uchiha Kagami, who could be considered his cousin. While their blood relation was somewhat distant, it was undeniable that both shared the Uchiha lineage, their veins coursing with a similar essence. From his memories, it is evident that he shares a closer bloodline with the figure currently speaking on the stage, Madara. It is essential to note that if one were to trace back 3 generations, they indeed share a common ancestor. However, despite their shared lineage, the awakening of Madara's bloodline is profoundly complete, with the Sharingan manifesting as if it were an everyday occurrence. In fact, both Madara and Izuna have even awakened their respective Manjiki Sharingan. In stark contrast, the circumstances surrounding his own lineage are too delicate to discuss further. To add to the somber reality, in his generation, he stands alone, as all his direct relatives have departed from this world. Can you truly feel nothing at all? Beneath the facade of peace that envelopes us now lies an absence of genuine tranquility. Standing high upon the podium, Madara's gaze gradually swept over the gathered clan members. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, a disappointment directed towards those who had consistently followed him. Once upon a time, every word he spoke was met with unwavering acceptance and action from his kin. Yet now, this fleeting peace has clouded their once keen perceptions, leading them to diverge from their original ideals. If that is the case, then why should he continue to seek their understanding? They may no longer be the collective capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him in pursuit of their shared dreams. Having spoken thus far, I need not elaborate further. Those willing to leave Konoha with me, now is the time to rise. Madara's voice resonated deeply, echoing in the air and striking the very souls of all present. As his words faded, the crowd collectively bowed their heads, as if ensnared by a binding jutsu, none daring to lift their gaze to meet his sharp and intricate eyes. Yet, not a single person stood to express their willingness to depart with him. They were ultimately reluctant to forsake the tangible peace before them. At that moment, Madara remained silent, an indescribable sense of disillusionment surging within him. He had once believed that his words might stir something within these clansmen, that perhaps one among them would comprehend his intentions and choose to follow him. In this moment, he found himself involuntarily amused, not at the perceived ignorance of his kin, but at his own self-mockery. Very well, then let us part ways. Madara's tone conveyed a hint of resignation and fatigue. At that instant, a clear and youthful voice suddenly rang out from one side of the platform, like the brightest star in a night sky, capturing the attention of all present. I will go with you. Chapter 2, Chaos. The spotlight of attention fell squarely upon Chila, who now felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, to the point where he wished for nothing more than to disappear. He had acted impulsively as he looked upon Madara, who had lowered his proud demeanor, earnestly persuading his clansmen with heartfelt words. That it was remarkable to note that in all the portrayals of Madara throughout the anime, there had never been an instance where someone could elicit such patience from him. The Uchiha clan instills fear in others for 2 fundamental reasons. Firstly, it is the formidable combat prowess inherent to the Uchiha lineage. Secondly, without a doubt, it is the presence of Madara himself. However, once the Uchiha clan lost Madara, a leader capable of contending with the first Hokage, the entire clan resembled a blade stripped of its sheath. Though this blade retained its razor-sharp edge, capable of effortlessly severing all obstacles, relentless conflict and the passage of time would inevitably dull it. If this state of affairs persisted, it would ultimately shatter, losing its former brilliance. Chila? Madara murmured softly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He certainly remembered Chila after all. Following the untimely demise of his younger brother Izuna, Chila represented one of the few remaining blood relatives he had. Despite the disappointing awakening of the Sharingan within Kyle's lineage, Madara, known for his unwavering sternness and ruthless demeanor, granted them a modicum of leniency. Had it not been for this, it is likely that before Chila even came into existence, his bloodline would have been ruthlessly extinguished, leaving no trace behind. Just moments ago, Madara had sensed the presence of Chila and Jing. Yet, to him, they were merely 2 naive children seeking to join the fray. Although he often appeared stern and unsmiling, it did not imply a lack of affection for his clan and kin. Thus, when he noticed Chila and Jing eavesdropping on their conversation, he paid it little mind, intending merely to caution them after the clan meeting, provided they kept his words to themselves. After all, the remarks he had made would reach certain ears long before the morrow. Thus, the presence of 2 children hearing them was of little concern to him. In stark contrast to Madara's calm demeanor, the Uchiha clan members gathered at the meeting appeared to have found an outlet to unleash their pent-up emotions. They surged toward Chilla, bombarding him with a torrent of questions, as if eager to unload all their grievances and uncertainties upon him. This is the highest clan assembly. It is not a venue for you two mere children. We're the guards. How could they allow you in? Get out. At such a young age, how dare you intrude upon our clan meeting? Listening to the cacophony of discord among the clan members, Chilla furrowed his brow slightly, feeling less anxious and more resigned as he scratched his head. He could comprehend their sentiments. When one feels they have wronged another, they often exhibit two distinctly different reactions. Firstly, there exists an endless desire to please, an earnest attempt to atone for past mistakes and gain the forgiveness of another, as if all apologies must be conveyed through such gestures. Conversely, there is an infinite rage, as if the guilt buried deep within transforms into a blazing inferno, using anger to mask the feelings of remorse. The clansmen are acutely aware that their failure to support Ban, the current clan leader, moments ago amounts to a subtle act of betrayal. The guilt and unease that reside in their hearts make them feel profoundly sorry for Ban. However, mere attempts to appease hold no substantial significance for Ban, such an imposing and proud figure, as he would hardly covet flattery. Yet, to exhibit anger towards him is a risk they are unwilling to take. In this tense and delicate atmosphere, the sudden emergence of Chilla appears to provide them with a much-needed outlet to express their pent-up emotions. Silence. Ban's voice resonates slowly, not loud, and could even be described as diminutive. Curiously, with the utterance of this seemingly mundane phrase, the raucous gathering, which had previously resembled a bustling marketplace, fell into an immediate silence. After witnessing this abrupt change, Chilla, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, his mirth sounding particularly jarring in the stillness of the room. The laughter elicited fiery glares from the clansmen. Of course, they harbored no intention of harming Chilla. They had not descended into madness to that extent. What they desired was simply to strip Chilla of his trousers and deliver a sound spanking, to impress upon him the terrifying nature of Uchiha Elder's wrath. All right, depart now. Remember, you have heard nothing of what transpired here today, Ban stated solemnly, gazing at the struggling Chilla while addressing Kagami, who stood nearby with a look of confusion in his heart. Ban did not take Kyle's earlier spontaneous remarks seriously to him. Chilla was merely a mischievous child, perhaps even oblivious to the implications of his words. Leader, I wish to accompany you, Chilla declared earnestly and resolutely, his small face brimming with anticipation and sincerity. Having already stepped forward, he boldly aligned himself with Ban. Judging from Ban's previous demeanor, it was evident that he had not yet fully evolved into the cold, unfeeling ultimate form that would come to define him. Thus, Chilla was able to make a swift and accurate assessment. As long as he firmly stood by Ban's side, even if for some reason Ban chose not to take him along, his life would remain unthreatened. He would merely endure some minor ostracism from others. However, should he successfully align himself with Madara, he would undoubtedly reap exceedingly generous rewards from him, such as the most fundamental scrolls of ninjutsu, or perhaps even the insights Madara once gleaned from his arduous training. These treasures are coveted by countless shinobi, yet remain elusive. After all, even Obito, that once humble individual, has been transformed into a prodigy under Madara's tutelage. While it is true that a significant part of his prowess stems from the benefits of his own Sharingan, it cannot be denied that Madara has indeed nurtured Obito exceptionally well. Moreover, establishing a favorable rapport with Madara could present the opportunity to encounter the somewhat naive first Hokage in the future. When that moment arrives, a few well-chosen words could easily sway the situation. Chapter 3. Incitement. Follow me? What is your reasoning? Madara's gaze was fixed intently upon Kira, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. At this moment, he harbored a yearning desire for Chilla to articulate thoughts that resonated profoundly with his own inner sentiments. The lack of comprehension from his friends and the absence of support from his kin left him longing for understanding from others. Indeed, everyone seemed to have overlooked a crucial matter. Chilla slowly lifted his gaze, and his clear, resolute eyes were directed towards the clansmen seated below the high platform. His voice, though soft, possessed an enchanting resonance that reverberated through the air. The Uchiha clan's ascent to prominence, standing alongside the Senju in the founding of Konoha, was not solely attributed to the formidable strength inherent within our lineage. The crux of our significance lay in the fact that our leader was Uchiha Madara. At this juncture, Chilla paused momentarily, a flicker of sentiment illuminating his eyes. The loss of our leader felt akin to the obliteration of the very soul of our clan. Without his guidance, The delicate and tenuous equilibrium between us and the Senju would be irrevocably shattered. At that point, the Uchiha clan would inevitably descend into the ranks of ordinary families like the Sarutobi and the Shimura, stripped of our former glory. While Konoha would succumb to the dominance of the Senju clan, leading to a cataclysmic shift in the fates of we, the Uchiha. Yet, even so, it remains an undeniable truth that we are the most formidable existence aside from the Senju. The leader and the Hokage function as the heaviest weights on a scale, maintaining a subtle balance that sustains the entire situation. In contrast, we, the clan members, and even the Hokage's younger brother, Senju Tobarama, resemble the smaller weights encircling these two major anchors. As Chila's youthful words emerged, the glimmers in the eyes of the clan members sparkled like shooting stars in the night sky, fleeting yet imbued with profound significance. Within that light seemed to intertwine confusion, contemplation, or perhaps a sense of uncertainty about the future. Madara gazed silently at Chila, who spoke with such fervor, as emotions surged within him like an overwhelming tide. On one hand, he felt a sense of solace in being acknowledged by others. After all, every individual yearns to uncover their own value in this world, to be remembered and respected by others. However, on the other hand, the deep-seated yearning within him remained only partially fulfilled. What he seeks is not merely the recognition and respect of others, but a profound understanding. It is the kind of comprehension that penetrates beyond the surface, reaching the very soul, which he yearns for the most. Regrettably, the young Chila may not yet grasp this notion. He merely articulates these words that evoke both emotion and helplessness in band, guided solely by his intuition. Nevertheless, the fact that Chila, at merely 3 years of age, can express such profound insights leaves Ben in awe. He seemed to perceive an inexhaustible potential hidden within the child, perhaps on some future day. This child could indeed become a pivotal figure capable of transforming the entire ninja world. Observing the clansmen who gradually ceased to harbor resentment towards him, Chila felt a quiet sense of relief within. Thus, adhering to the steadfast principle that having spoken these words, he might as well continue, he slowly reiterated. You may recall the thought of preserving the clan leader to maintain our current situation, as his somewhat youthful yet sincere voice resonated through the air. He slightly tilted his head, surveying the assembly of clansmen present. True to his expectations, as soon as his words fell, he distinctly noticed some clansmen subtly nodding in agreement. It must be said, the eyes of the Uchiha are remarkably useful. Even without activating their power, his vision surpassed that of his previous life. Before delving into this matter, I have a few thoughts I earnestly wish to discuss with you, the adults. Why did we, prior to establishing this village known as Konoha, incessantly engage in warfare? From what I have gathered and understood, we, the Uchiha clan, are certainly not a group that revels in senseless slaughter. On the contrary, we have always been the ones who truly understand love. After all, I am an orphan, nourished by the food you provided, and sheltered by the care you bestowed upon me, which has allowed me the fortune of surviving until now. Therefore, I am the most qualified to articulate this conclusion. As his words resonated, the clansmen seemed struck by a bolt of lightning, their minds racing with countless thoughts. The true impetus for waging war lies in self-interest, more precisely. It is a means to ensure the survival of the Uchiha clan and to secure a better future for their descendants. Konoha is established within the Land of Fire, which, as vividly illustrated on any map of the ninja world, occupies the most fertile terrain. Konoha itself is strategically positioned in a locale endowed with unparalleled advantages from its inception. Considering these pivotal factors, is it not reasonable to expect that other nations, along with the myriad ninja villages that have emerged in our wake, would harbor some resentment towards Konoha? Would they willingly remain passive while we luxuriate in the most bountiful land of the ninja realm, reflecting on their own territories, which are either barren wastelands of stone or rugged, desolate expanses, or even tempestuous regions fraught with thunderous storms? Can they not feel a twinge of envy towards our prosperous lands? Yet, it is perplexing why they would consent to the non-aggression pact proposed by Konoha. Upon deeper reflection, it becomes evident that their acquiescence stems from our possession of both a clan leader and a Hokage. They are acutely aware that such formidable figures stand behind Konoha, wielding power sufficient to instill fear, thus compelling them to reluctantly endorse the treaty. Upon hearing this, Madara's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He was astonished that Azuna could so accurately grasp the thoughts he had long harbored in silence. To speak candidly, when our clan leader and the Hokage pass from this world, war will inevitably resurface, expanding beyond mere clan skirmishes to a true conflict between nations. I believe it is precisely because our leader foresaw this unavoidable trend and outcome that he resolutely advocated for initiating a war while he and the Hokage were still alive. This war is not one that ordinary individuals can comprehend or envision. It is a pivotal battle that has the potential to irrevocably alter the landscape of the ninja world, ushering in an era of lasting peace. It heralds the unification of the ninja realm under a singular, powerful nation. Only by achieving such an objective can the ninja world truly enter a period of tranquility. Thus, this is the fundamental reason behind our leader's decisive departure from Konoha. And it is also why the entire Uchiha clan must unwaveringly follow in his footsteps. With fervent enthusiasm, Chilo found himself momentarily lost in excitement, hastily retracting his hand that was about to be raised. Goodness, how exhilarating. Chapter 4. Explanation. As Chi Li's words gradually subsided, a sudden and intense radiance erupted from Ban's eyes, akin to flames fiercely consuming everything in their vicinity. To Ban, each word articulated by the child was a razor-sharp blade piercing deep into the most concealed and tender recesses of his heart. The sentiments and meanings conveyed resonated with an uncanny precision, aligning perfectly with his innermost thoughts. Yet, concurrently, an unrelenting question surged within Ban's mind. How could this young child possess such profound understanding and articulate such profound insights? It baffled him. Was it possible that a mysterious figure lurked behind this child, quietly imparting wisdom? After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Ban directed a straightforward inquiry at Chilo. In recent times, who have you encountered? Upon the utterance of these words, the assembly grasped his implication instantly. This was suspicion. Chi Li's previous statements likely did not stem from his own independent contemplation. After all, given his tender age, it was nearly inconceivable for him to express such deeply meaningful and substantial thoughts solely based on his own experiences and intellect. Moreover, even Chi Lu was acutely aware that failing to provide Ban with a satisfactory answer at this moment would lead to a cascade of unforeseen troubles. However, he was prepared for this inquiry. On one hand, children in the ninja world often displayed surprising maturity. On the other hand, he could not overlook a recent incident. The child whose body he inhabited had been embroiled in a kidnapping event. The motives behind this abduction were rather straightforward. Some nefarious individuals had targeted the child, recognizing him as Ban's only remaining blood relative, attempting to coerce Ban into submission through this hostage situation. Fortunately, the child returned safely in the end. Of course, Ban did not capitulate to the demands of the kidnappers, nor did he acquiesce to any unreasonable requests. When he personally arrived at the scene of the crime, he unleashed his formidable prowess, effortlessly defeating the kidnappers and successfully rescuing the child who had been trapped for days. The subsequent events unfolded naturally, leading Chi Lu to return to the Hidden Leaf Village. However, since that incident, the original consciousness had grown increasingly silent, affording Chi Lu a greater latitude for expression. He could easily articulate that after being abducted, he endured the harsh realities of the ninja world, experiencing the fickleness of human emotions. Those faces that once appeared warm and welcoming transformed into grotesque visages in the face of greed and peril, while bonds he believed to be unbreakable revealed their fragility at crucial moments. Although reflecting on this experience through the memories of his former self seemed to reveal merely a struggle against hunger and cold, devoid of any extraordinary revelations, it did little to hinder Chila's ability to concoct a series of advantageous narratives based on his own interpretations. After all, would anyone truly go to the lengths of consulting the clan in the mountains to scrutinize Chila's memories? If such actions were indeed taken, it was likely that Madara would unleash devastation, swiftly reducing the three clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly to merely the Deer and Butterfly clans. Or perhaps, he would erase the existence of the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans entirely from history. Lord Clan Leader, I have had no contact with anyone recently. The words I just spoke were not imparted to me by anyone. You are well aware that I was unfortunate enough to be kidnapped by those villains, and it was you who rescued me. During my captivity, I was exposed to the myriad dark sides of the ninja world, a harrowing experience that left an indelible psychological impact on me. Since my narrow escape, I have been relentlessly pondering the reasons behind the world's descent into such misery and injustice, as well as the actions I must undertake to truly alter this suffering-laden ninja realm. Chila gazed unwaveringly into Madara's eyes, revealing no trace of fear, and sincerely elucidated his rationale. Madara silently observed this young boy, whose intellect far surpassed that of his peers, and whose youthful visage bore an unusual calmness that stirred something within him. After a moment of silence, Madara gradually nodded, indicating his understanding of the situation. Although Chila's account seemed somewhat contrived, Madara was not inclined to delve deeper into the matter at this moment, nor to pursue the truth any further. What he seeks now is merely for Chila to provide a somewhat acceptable reason, after which this matter could be considered resolved. After all, it is inconceivable that he would place his complete trust in Chila simply because they exchanged a few words. Regarding this child, he must conduct a thorough investigation personally. Only then can he dispel the lingering doubts deep within his heart. The clan meeting concludes here. Everyone may disperse. After a brief pause, Ben ultimately decided to terminate today's assembly, following Chila's earlier interruption. Even he found it necessary to reconsider and reflect upon the intricate relationship he held with the Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, Ben stood quietly on the elevated platform at the front, his gaze sweeping slowly over each clan member present, watching them depart one by one. It was not until all the clan members had vacated the venue that he shifted his attention back to Chila and Jing. "You are Jing, are you not?" Van's deep, resonant voice echoed slowly. Upon hearing this, Jing, already tense, trembled slightly. A flicker of panic crossed his bright eyes, and he promptly responded with utmost respect. "Yes. Esteemed clan leader, my name is Jing." At that moment, Jing's heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. He clenched his fists tightly, his palms clammy with sweat. However, Ben merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement and calmly instructed, "You may return home." Those few simple words were like a heavenly melody to Jing at that moment. The tension that had gripped him began to dissolve. As if a colossal weight had finally lifted from his heart, Jing exhaled deeply, yet before departing, he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Chila, who stood nearby. Their eyes met briefly, and he quickly lowered his gaze, unwilling to linger any longer. Subsequently, Jing bowed deeply to Ben, expressing his respect for the clan leader. After performing these gestures, he turned and hurriedly left the space that had felt so oppressive. Chapter 5. Talent. Once everyone had departed, only Ben and the 3-year-old Chila remained in the vast, empty arena. Ben slowly moved his feet and sat cross-legged, ensuring he maintained eye contact with the child before him. "Little one, I hope you will listen carefully to what I am about to say and prepare yourself mentally. Starting tomorrow, your name will resonate throughout the entirety of the Hidden Leaf. However, I believe that the words you previously spoke will only circulate among the so-called elite." With a slight furrow of his brow, Madara's tone revealed a trace of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Chila couldn't help but feel a jolt of anxiety. It was precisely because Chila believed they were in the nascent stages of the establishment of Konoha village, coupled with Madara's continued presence within the Uchiha clan, that he had previously concluded that even if that white-haired individual intended to infiltrate or subvert the Uchiha clan with spies, such ambitions would likely be unattainable. It was based on this reasoning that he mustered the courage to speak out passionately. However, had Chila foreseen that his words would reach the ears of that white-haired figure, he would undoubtedly have chosen to retract his statements and remain inconspicuous, let alone bravely voice his opinions. The disposition of that individual was likely no more merciful than that of the fearsome Uchiha Madara before him. Perhaps slightly more merciful, but certainly not by much. If he deemed your existence problematic, he would undoubtedly seek your demise, especially given that you bore the Uchiha name. Right, Izuna? Moreover, what was most exasperating and disheartening was that the intellect of that white-haired individual surpassed all expectations. Not only did he excel in developing various ninjutsu, but he was also a master of cunning schemes. "Ah, did you not just advise them to keep these matters confidential? Why then am I being prompted to brace myself?" Chila inquired with a heart full of confusion, his face reflecting his bewilderment. He truly racked his brain, unable to discern any rationale behind the situation. "Humph," Madara scoffed, a hint of derision crossing his features. The fleeting peace was but a mirage, ensnaring too many individuals in its allure, thus obscuring their once clear vision. Your previous remarks may resonate with a small fraction of people, yet the vast majority, after a momentary surge of excitement, would revert to their usual ways, continuing with their affairs as before. In just 2 short years, the Uchiha clan had undergone a transformation, with internal complexities so intricate that even I, as the clan leader, find them difficult to comprehend. With a deep sigh, Madara expressed a profound weariness and resignation. At that moment, Chila, who had intended to press further with his inquiries, suddenly noticed Madara rising slowly from the ground. "Come, follow me. There are matters I must confirm." Before his words had fully settled, Madara disregarded Chila, turning away and proceeding with a measured pace. As Madara's pace was not particularly swift, Chila effortlessly trailed closely behind him. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a shimmering lake under the moonlight, where they came to a halt. At last, Madara broke the silence once more. Chila, tell me. What do you believe is the most crucial aspect of becoming a formidable individual? Upon hearing these words, Chila was almost compelled to utter the phrase hard work. However, just as the words were poised to escape his lips, he felt as if an invisible force restrained him, compelling him to swallow them back. The gifted Chila lowered his head slightly, whispering those two words softly, his voice so faint that it seemed only he could hear it. For a ninja, talent is undoubtedly paramount. Perhaps through relentless effort, one can deliver a kick that dazzles and captivates the onlookers. Yet, can such an achievement truly be attained solely through hard work? The answer is certainly in the negative. It is likely that that brilliant kick is not merely a product of daily rigorous training, but also requires an innate talent as its foundation. Indeed, for a ninja, it ultimately boils down to talent. What we do is merely to excavate and maximize the latent potential within ourselves. Standing nearby, Ben slightly lowered his head, directing his gaze back at Chila, and spoke gently. He then paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to better articulate his forthcoming words. Your dreams are immensely grand. To truly realize them, you must undoubtedly rely on a formidable strength. Therefore, have you begun to refine your chakra? Upon hearing this, Chila was initially taken aback, but soon nodded in affirmation, responding, yes. According to the memories of his former self, he indeed had begun to refine his chakra. After receiving this confirmation, Ben ceased his further discourse, swiftly performing a series of hand seals with fluidity akin to flowing water. Simultaneously, he clearly enunciated the name associated with each hand seal. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu In. His hand seals were not executed swiftly, allowing Chila to observe with remarkable ease. Just as Yin's movements reached their conclusion, Ben inhaled sharply and exhaled. In that fleeting moment, the technique of fire release, Great Fireball technique, was unleashed. Ben's long black hair, cascading like a waterfall down to his waist, was suddenly propelled upward by a powerful gust of wind, swirling wildly in the air. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. A colossal fireball materialized above the surface of the lake, expelled by Ben. The roaring flames illuminated the entire lake in a brilliant crimson hue. As waves of heat surged forth, igniting the very air around them and causing it to warp and distort. Meanwhile, Chila, who stood beside Ben, bore witness to the entire unfolding of this extraordinary event, now acutely aware of the intense heat radiating from the immense fireball. He originally believed that witnessing such a breathtaking scene would fill him with exhilaration, yet the reality was starkly contrary. At this moment, his heart was enveloped in profound trepidation. After all, the sensation of witnessing such a fireball on screen pales in comparison to the visceral experience of being present in the moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the accomplished Madara slowly turned around, redirecting his gaze towards Chila, his intentions unmistakably clear. Ahem, esteemed elder, might it be possible that I simply lack the fire release chakra? Besides, I am still quite young. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until I mature a bit more before attempting this? Chila cautiously inquired. However, the response came in the form of a sudden glimmer of red within Madara's eyes. Haha, in truth, I too am quite curious to discover the extent of my own talent. Chila chuckled awkwardly, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. He then began to mimic the hand seals that Madara had just performed, his fingers moving with dexterity yet at a deliberate pace. As he executed the seals snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger, he could distinctly sense something within him flowing, precisely at the moment he completed the final seal. He took a sharp breath, then closed his eyes and exhaled forcefully. Chapter 6, Senju Hashirama. When he opened his eyes once more, Chila felt a searing pain radiating from around his mouth, and a slight dizziness enveloped his mind, accompanied by intermittent pangs of discomfort. He shifted his body and slowly sat up from the bed, his gaze wandering in a bewildered yet vigilant manner, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. The room was spacious and bright, yet the furnishings and decor starkly contrasted with the abode he remembered. Just as confusion began to envelop him, a delicate figure quietly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon seeing Chila seated at the edge of the bed, a look of reverence instantly adorned her face. She promptly bent down and, in a tone laced with utmost respect, gently inquired, "Young Master Chila, may I ask how you are feeling at this moment? Is there any discomfort?" Hearing himself referred to as young master, Chila felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Instinctively, he scratched the back of his head, his expression one of perplexity as he questioned, "Young master? What on earth is going on? Where exactly is this? And who are you?" In response to Chila's rapid-fire inquiries, the girl remained composed, maintaining her humble demeanor. She softly explained, "Young Master Chila, you are in the residence of the clan leader. By the leader's decree, you are to reside here from now on. My name is Yang, and I have been assigned by the clan leader to take care of your daily needs." Chila's gaze fixated on the girl before him, who appeared to be around 10 years old. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her voice as gentle as the wind rustling through willows. What drew his attention even more was her long, light yellow hair. Without needing further elaboration, it was evident from her appearance that even if she hailed from the Uchiha clan, her lineage had likely been diluted over many generations. It is well known that the Uchiha clan is characterized by their handsome men and beautiful women, all possessing lustrous black hair. In this regard, Yang was clearly an exception. Then why am I here? Chila asked, his face etched with skepticism. He was not supposed to be by the lakeside, testing his talents alongside Ban, was he? Upon hearing Chila's inquiry, Yang hastily responded, "I sincerely apologize, young Master Chila. I was summoned here this morning by the Patriarch's command, and I am indeed somewhat uninformed about your circumstances. However, the Patriarch is currently entertaining guests in the front hall and has specifically instructed that if you awaken, you should seek him out there." At this, Chila's interest was piqued. The only guest worthy of Ban's personal attention could only be that rather foolish individual, couldn't it? With this thought, Chila felt a rush of excitement and could no longer restrain his impulses, leaping from the bed in a single bound. However, as his feet touched the ground, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, and he noticed that his legs felt somewhat weak. This sensation brought to mind memories of his first taste of meat. Observing Chila's unsteady demeanor, Yang's expression shifted to one of concern. "Perhaps you should rest here a while longer? You appear somewhat frail," she suggested gently. Yet, Chila waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's fine, just lead the way." With that, he urged Yang to hasten her pace. Seeing his resolute attitude, Yang said no more, merely nodding in agreement. "Very well, please follow me." As they proceeded, the two navigated several turns and traversed a courtyard. With each step drawing them closer to their destination, Chila soon heard a hearty and somewhat naive laughter echoing from nearby. Merely hearing that laughter confirmed his suspicions were indeed correct. Upon Chila's sudden arrival, Ban maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the world around him. However, a keen observer might detect the faintest hint of amusement in the subtle lift of his brow, indicating that his spirits were quite high at present. At that moment, directly across from Ban, Hashirama casually lifted a corner of his robe with one hand while tightly gripping a pair of dice in the other. Upon noticing Chila's figure, he exclaimed, "Huh?" His face was a canvas of bewilderment, eyes wide in disbelief as he regarded Chila. Was there truly a child in Ban's household? Suddenly, as if struck by an astonishing realization, Hashirama's expression shifted dramatically, his face a portrait of shock as he gazed at Ban. He opened his mouth wide and stammered, "Ban, how could you?" The specifics of the scene concocted in his mind were likely beyond the comprehension of bystanders. Upon hearing this nonsensical remark from Hashirama, Ban was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and could not help but retort with irritation, "You fool." Although Ban could not precisely discern the thoughts swirling in Hashirama's mind at that moment, it was not difficult to surmise from his exaggerated expressions and words that he was indulging in some fanciful, irrelevant musings. "Lord Hokage, I am Uchiha Kiyoshi, the nephew of the clan leader, I suppose?" Kiyoshi scratched his head, a hint of uncertainty gracing his countenance. To be honest, he himself was unclear about the exact familial hierarchy between him and Ban. At this remark, Hashirama, who had been toying with a die in his hand, lifted his gaze, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he scrutinized Kiyoshi for a considerable time before shifting his attention to Ban. After a brief pause, Hashirama rested his chin on one hand, brow slightly furrowed, and fell into profound contemplation. Just when one might expect him to unveil some significant conclusion, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he gravely remarked, "By mere appearance, you are far more adorable than Ban was at your age." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice filled with a tinge of irritation reverberated throughout the room. "Senju Hashirama." Ban's exclamation startled Hashirama, who had been deep in thought, causing him to jolt upright, only to erupt into a hearty, boisterous laugh moments later. Witnessing this dramatic scene, even Kiyoshi found himself at a loss for words. To think that such a person could become the legendary god of ninjas was truly hard to fathom. Chapter 7. How about I take you as my disciple? How does it feel? Ben slightly turned his head, choosing to disregard the unrestrained laughter of Hashirama beside him, and instead directed his gaze toward Kiyoshi, calmly inquiring. "It feels as though my body has been emptied," Kiyoshi responded without hesitation. Upon hearing Kiyoshi's words, Ban displayed no surprise. Seemingly having anticipated this situation, it is merely a matter of chakra depletion, nothing grave. With a little rest, you shall recover swiftly. After hearing this, Kiyoshi felt a slight sense of reassurance, but was soon unable to contain his eagerness and pressed on with a question. "Did I succeed last night?" His gaze was filled with anticipation and urgency, a fervent desire to receive an affirmative answer from Ban. After a brief moment of silence, Ban's eyes fixated on the anxiously expressive face of Chila, and his mind involuntarily recalled the events of the previous night. Chila, with somewhat clumsy hands, performed the hand seals. Upon completing the final seal, he inhaled sharply, and in the next instant, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, seemingly illuminating the entire night sky. Although this spectacle lasted only a fleeting moment, Ben was acutely aware that it was merely a reflection of Chila's youth and limited chakra. Nevertheless, despite his profound satisfaction with Chila's innate talent, Ben maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance, betraying not a hint of emotional fluctuation. He slowly extended his right hand, grasping the teacup resting on the table, and delicately sipped the tea within. Only at this moment did he nod slowly, signifying his acknowledgement of Chila's performance the previous night. This recognition brought a sigh of relief from Chila. For him, he had never imagined he could unleash a fireball on his first attempt, akin to Itachi. He merely aspired to produce a spark like Sasuke on his initial try. Now, witnessing Madara's nod, he felt a weight lift from his heart. If Madara deemed him successful, then he was indeed successful. A person of Madara's disposition would not grant leniency merely due to one's youth. "Come on, Madara, that's a bit excessive. The child is still so young, and you're exhausting his chakra," Hashirama interjected, stifling his laughter while defending Chila. When we were young, we were thrust into battle at the age of 3. Exhausting chakra is but a trivial matter," Madara remarked disdainfully, as if such circumstances were utterly insignificant to him. Upon hearing this, Hashirama furrowed his brow slightly, recalling his own childhood experiences. After a brief pause, he continued. "Yet it is precisely because of such trials that we forged the Konoha we have today." At that moment, Chila stood quietly, absorbing the dialogue between the two. Reflecting on Hashirama's deeds and his unwavering attitude towards others, Chila thought that had he been a native of the ninja world, he would have unhesitatingly cast his vote for Hashirama in the choice between him and Madara for the position of the first Hokage. However, just as the atmosphere between Madara and Hashirama grew increasingly tense, the previously somber Hashirama suddenly revealed his more whimsical side. A hearty smile spread across his face as he enthusiastically addressed Chila. "Hey, little one, how about I teach you something fun? Come here." Before Chila could respond, Hashirama had already pulled him close, casually tossing the dice in his hand, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Witnessing this scene, Madara could only helplessly rub his forehead. He then waved gently to the attendant Yalan beside him, instructing, "Please prepare dinner. After sleeping all day, he will soon feel hungry." "Understood, Elder," Yalan replied respectfully, bowing to the 3 present before gracefully retreating. At this juncture, Hashirama exclaimed excitedly, "Let us simply compare our scores." He eagerly offered the dice to Chila. Yet, just as the dice were about to land in Chila's palm, Hashirama abruptly withdrew his hand, declaring, "Considering your unfamiliarity with the game, I shall roll first. Madara, would you like to join us?" At this moment, Hashirama's face was alight with excitement as he called out to Madara with fervor. Regrettably, Madara remained utterly unresponsive to Hashirama's enthusiastic invitation, not even casting a glance in his direction. Yet, undeterred by this lack of reaction, Hashirama boldly tossed the dice from his hand. 5. The dice lay quietly on the square table, the number displayed upon them unmistakably clear. Hashirama, who had been watching with bated breath, suddenly erupted with a shout, as if ignited by an inner flame. His voice rang out like thunder, startling the nearby Kiyoshi, who trembled at the sound. In a whirlwind of excitement, Hashirama swiftly seized the dice from the table and unhesitatingly placed them into Kiyoshi's hand. Simultaneously, he wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he earnestly instructed, "Little one, you must grip the dice tightly, just as I did, and then throw them with all your might." As he spoke, he animatedly gestured before Kiyoshi, ensuring that the young one grasped the essence of the task at hand. Faced with Hashirama's fervent and impatient enthusiasm, Kiyoshi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him yet nodded in compliance, casually tossing the dice onto the table. In that instant, Hashirama, who had been seated steadily, sprang to his feet as if propelled by springs beneath him, his gaze fixed intently on the rolling dice, scarcely daring to blink. The next moment, when the dice finally came to rest, revealing a 4, Hashirama could no longer contain his elation, throwing his head back in laughter that resonated throughout the room. Ha ha ha. A 4. Just a smidge smaller than my score. All right, little one, let us go for another round. Thus, time ticked away, and as the game progressed, Hashirama's smile became increasingly exaggerated and distorted, nearly bordering on the grotesque. In stark contrast, Kiyoshi's expression grew progressively darker, more troubled with each turn. Even the usually composed Madara, observing the peculiar state of the two, found himself puzzled by Hashirama's extraordinary fortune that day. Unable to quell his curiosity, he decided to join in and play a couple of rounds himself. Unsurprisingly, upon his entry into the game, he effortlessly rolled scores greater than Hashirama's. After 2 rounds of trial, Madara was convinced that Hashirama was, indeed, not cheating. This realization confirmed Kiyoshi's authenticity. At this moment, Kiyoshi was on the brink of madness, having lost 7 or 8 times out of 10 in the span of merely half an hour. His luck in gambling could actually be this abysmal. One must understand that Hashirama's gambling fortune is notoriously dreadful. While it may not rival the terrifying prowess of his granddaughter Tsunade, it is certainly not far behind. Haha. Since the onset of the game, Hashirama's hearty and boisterous laughter has been incessant, persisting until he noticed the increasingly despondent expression on Chila's once fair and rosy face, which had turned gloomier with each successive defeat. Only then did he slightly temper his actions of rolling the dice. Oh dear, young one, you must practice more diligently. In my day, I endured countless trials in actual combat to attain the extraordinary gambling skills I possess today, so do not be too envious. Hashirama chuckled while patting Chila's shoulder, his face adorned with a smug yet slightly teasing expression that truly incited a sense of irritation. Chila's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the seemingly arrogant and infuriating Hashirama, a nameless anger slowly rising within him. In that moment, he genuinely wished to raise his hand and deliver a resounding slap to Hashirama's face. Thus, you shall bow 3 times before me, and I shall take you as my disciple. How does that sound? It is unclear whether Hashirama spoke this shocking phrase intentionally or by sheer accident. Hashirama, you have overstepped your bounds. It was Madara who first regained his composure, his tone as cold and serious as the depths of a frigid pool. Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head, apologetically saying, my apologies, my mistake. Chapter 8. What a clever trick, gazing at the apologetic expression on Senja Hashirama's face, which even appeared somewhat flustered, Chila couldn't help but fall into contemplation, momentarily unable to discern whether this fellow was genuinely foolish or merely feigning such a demeanor to perplex others. If he were indeed disguising himself, it was a ruse executed with impeccable finesse. His expressions and demeanor seemed to convey every subtle nuance with such vividness that one could almost be led to believe in their authenticity. However, to assume he was truly that Navi would be rather absurd. After all, given his status and the wealth of experience he possesses, how could he possibly be unaware of the monumental uproar that would ensue should his careless words be disseminated? Do not be misled into believing that the Leaf Village has seamlessly established a community where all clans coexist like one big family. In reality, the current Hokage holds a position more akin to a leader of a martial arts alliance, although appearing to command various factions. The extent of their authority over the clans is quite limited. Each clan operates like an independent sect, even after choosing to join the Leaf as a collective family. They maintain a high degree of autonomy, governing themselves and refusing to yield. This situation persists even in later developments, though it becomes somewhat more harmonious. Therefore, under these circumstances, it is inconceivable that anyone from the Uchiha clan would seek to apprentice under the Senju, especially while Madara remains with his family, making it utterly impossible for clan members to train under the Senju, even with someone as formidable as Hashirama. At that moment, Yiling, who had been preparing dinner, gracefully entered the room. With a smile, she addressed the 3 individuals inside, saying, esteemed clan leader, dinner is fully prepared and ready to be served. May I know your wishes? Madara nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence, and replied, very well, you may take your leave for now and rest. Upon hearing this, Yiling obediently nodded and turned to exit. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Chilu internally lamented the situation. With a quick glance, he seized upon his hunger as a distraction, promptly shifting the focus of the conversation. With a beaming smile, he addressed Madara, saying, clan leader, shouldn't we head to dinner? My stomach is growling quite audibly. Indeed, The profound friendship formed between Hashirama and Madara was not the result of any intricate reasons. Apart from their comparable strength, the most significant factor was Hashirama's unparalleled audacity. Faced with various awkward situations and unfavorable circumstances, he maintained an unflappable demeanor, seemingly indifferent to others' opinions, showcasing an extraordinary ability to embrace shamelessness. It was precisely this unique trait that enabled him to consistently diffuse tension in his interactions with Madara, ultimately fostering their camaraderie. In the current scenario, Hashirama reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to ease the atmosphere. Without hesitation, he rose and strode purposefully toward the dining area. As he walked, his hands busily tucked his cherished dice into his bosom, as if fearing they might vanish into thin air. Observing Hashirama's antics, Madara merely shook his head slightly, choosing not to utter another word. His cold, austere visage betrayed not a flicker of emotion, seemingly accustomed to such behavior from Hashirama. Subsequently, Madara raised his head, directing a serious gaze towards Kiyoshi, and spoke in a measured tone. Regarding this matter, it ends here. Do you comprehend my meaning? Faced with Madara's directive, Kiyoshi naturally dared not voice any dissent. Deep within, however, he harbored a few ulterior motives. On one hand, he yearned to acquire some precious ninjutsu scrolls from Hashirama. On the other, he wished to engage in a meaningful conversation with Hashirama's silver-haired sibling. Thus, Kiyoshi promptly nodded in agreement. Understood, clan leader. I comprehend. At that moment, Hashirama, who had departed earlier, suddenly raised his voice, calling out, Madara, why aren't you two coming over for a meal? Hurry up. His resonant voice echoed through the air, lingering for a considerable time. Upon hearing Hashirama's summons, Madara set down his teacup and remarked, let us go, it's time to eat. With that, he took the lead, striding towards the dining hall. As they made their way, Kiyoshi's insatiable curiosity surged like wild grass. Finally unable to contain himself, he inquired of Madara ahead, clan leader, is the Hokage here today because of what I said yesterday? Without turning his head, Madara succinctly replied, no, he merely sought a place to relax. As for your comments from yesterday, he is likely unaware. However, at this juncture, Madara abruptly ceased speaking, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. Though Madara left his sentence hanging, Kiyoshi understood the underlying implication. It was clear that while Hashirama himself remained oblivious to Kiyoshi's previous remarks, his silver-haired brother was already informed. Indeed, Hashirama's visit to Madara was simply to ensure that the silver-haired sibling wouldn't drag him back to attend to Konoha's affairs. At that moment, Madara appeared to recollect something significant, slightly slowing his pace. Turning his head, he softly advised, moreover, you ought to show more respect towards both me and Hashirama in the future. Do not always refer to us as clan leader or Hokage. Such titles render our Uchiha clan lacking in decorum. Remember this. By the way, how about I call you Kiyoshi instead? After all, if we were to consider our blood relations, Kiyoshi animatedly gestured, clearly attempting to amuse the stoic figure of Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. However, before he could fully express his jest, he abruptly noticed Madara ahead had come to an unexpected halt, standing silently and motionlessly. He slowly turned around, his icy gaze piercing like two swords directed at Chila, instantly dousing the former's exuberance as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. At that moment, a hearty laughter erupted abruptly. Ha ha ha, I find this title quite fitting, Madara. It sounds particularly imposing and majestic. Accompanying this laughter, Hashirama's senju seemed to materialize from nowhere. Before Chila could respond, Hashirama swiftly dashed forward, lifting Chila as if he were a mere chick, and then grinned mischievously at Madara. Suspended in midair by Hashirama's grasp, Chila flailed his legs in a frenzy, urgently exclaiming, Lord Hokage, could you please set me down first? As he struggled, he stole glances at Madara's countenance, noting that the latter's expression grew increasingly dark and forbidding, filling him with a sense of despair. Meanwhile, Hashirama seemed oblivious to Chi Li's pleas, continuing to jest and tease. Madara, you are far too rigid and serious. I actually find the title Lord Madara quite charming, far more melodious than your previous moniker Jura. He punctuated his words with a playful wink, exuding an exasperatingly cheerful demeanor. Observing Madara's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, Chi Lu felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Resigning himself to his fate, he longed to slap himself for his own impudent remarks. What was the point of his foolish banter? Chapter 9 Training maintained this posture for an hour. Dare to move? Madara Uchiha stated expressionlessly, his cold eyes fixed intently upon Chi Lu. At that moment, Sheila strained to hold a wooden sword nearly as tall as himself, positioned in a downward strike, given Madara's penchant for vengeance. It was no wonder he had not been selected as the first Hokage. He was intent on settling personal scores. Sheila muttered under his breath. Deep down, he understood that Madara's rigorous methods were designed to train him, to make him stronger. Yet, confronted with such an arduous regimen, he couldn't help but feel the urge to voice his grievances. It was akin to the parents who incessantly implore us to study diligently. We recognize their good intentions, but resist their guidance. After all, what is learning compared to the joy of play? However, with Madara's acute insight and perception, it was impossible for him not to notice Chi Li's quiet muttering, although he could not discern the exact words. His interactions with Chi Lu over the past 2 days had led him to conclude that the boy was unlikely to utter anything complimentary. Another half hour, Madara announced coldly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Chi Lu panicked, eager to defend himself, but before he could articulate a word, Madara had produced a slender whip seemingly from thin air. With a swift motion of his arm, the whip lashed towards Chi Lu like a striking serpent. The sharp crack of the whip startled Chi Lu, causing him to grimace in pain as he was caught off guard. The sudden jolt of agony drew a sharp intake of breath from him, yet he dared not move a muscle. Even his mouth fell silent. As time ticked away, Chi Lu stood there, sword raised, his arms beginning to tremble uncontrollably while his hands shook incessantly. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. At long last, an interminable hour and a half had elapsed. Just as Chi Lu was delightfully convinced that he could take a brief respite, Ban, seated behind him and savoring his fragrant tea, suddenly spoke again. In my youth, when I was of your age, my father demanded that I stand motionless for an entire hour each day, followed by 100 sword swings. Yet, after witnessing the cold corpses of our kin being carried back from the outside, I resolved to add an extra 100 swings to my routine. Oh, it seems you have reached your limit. You may rest now. Upon hearing Ban's words, the weary Chila's eyes suddenly gleamed with a stubborn defiance. He was acutely aware that Ban was attempting to provoke him, yet he gritted his teeth and retorted fiercely. What is a mere sword swing, Ban? You used to swing 200 times a day, didn't you? Humph. Today I shall swing 300. One day, I will surpass you, and then I shall challenge you to a duel. With that, Chila took a deep breath, enduring the ache in his body, and resolutely picked up the wooden sword, swinging it with all his might. In response, Ben quietly sipped his tea from his vantage point, offering no words. His gaze calm and profound as he observed Chila begin his practice. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, Chila swung it with vigor, although his form was far from perfect. Nevertheless, Ban refrained from offering any corrections. The initial days of sword practice were a test of willpower. As long as one could persist through the struggle, it marked the first step toward success. The precision of the sword swings could be refined in formal training later on. As time passed, Chila's consciousness began to blur. Despite this, a fierce determination burned within him, refusing to concede defeat. Concurrently, he was acutely aware that in this perilous world of shinobi, survival required an unwavering commitment to arduous training. Only through such dedication could he hope to find a sliver of hope amidst the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Thus, Chila continued to swing the sword relentlessly. Beads of sweat fell like rain, quickly soaking his garments, even clouding his vision. Yet, at that moment, something extraordinary transpired. He seemed to enter a mystical state. Despite the overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body, he distinctly felt that each time his stamina approached its limit, a cool energy inexplicably surged within him. This mysterious force galloped wildly through his veins, bringing forth a sensation that was both peculiar and exhilarating. He was uncertain whether it was chakra, yet it was fortunate that this flowing energy had sustained him in wielding his blade until now. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. At this moment, standing behind him with unwavering focus on his strenuous efforts, Madara's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look of incredulity. Until this point, Chi Lu had yet to collapse, which genuinely astonished Madara. Initially, Madara had anticipated that given Chi Li's tender age, merely managing to swing the blade 200 times would be a remarkable feat. This benchmark of 200 swings had been established through generations of experimentation within the Uchiha clan. And for someone as young as Chi Lu to achieve such a number was already at the limits of physical endurance. However, Madara could hardly fathom that this small figure before him exhibited an unimaginable resilience and tenacity, persisting until now, despite the surprise swelling within him. When Madara observed Chi Li's blade movements, grotesquely distorted by sheer exhaustion, He refrained from intervening to halt Chi Li's relentless endeavor. 299, 300 Madara. One last swing. 301. At last, with a hoarse cry of fury, Chi Lu expended the last vestige of his strength to complete his final swing. Immediately thereafter, a dull thud echoed as Chi Lu collapsed to the ground, as if his spine had been wrenched away. And he fell into a state of unconsciousness once more. Gazing at the unconscious Chi Lu on the ground, Madara's expression grew increasingly complex. After a brief silence, he slowly commanded, "Go find some medicinal bath preparations." Yao Ling, who had been gazing down at her toes in silence since the beginning, responded without hesitation upon hearing the order. "Yes, esteemed clan leader." Her tone was respectful and submissive as she turned to leave. However, at that moment, Madara suddenly spoke again. "From now on, he shall be your sole master." At this, Yao Ling, who had just taken a few steps away, halted abruptly, her body trembling slightly. A flicker of astonishment crossed her face, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected command. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she promptly turned back and replied solemnly, "Yao Ling understands. Please rest assured, esteemed clan leader." After Yao Ling departed, Madara approached Chi Li's side. There lay Chi Lu on the ground, drenched in sweat, his wet garments clinging to his form. Madara bent down and effortlessly lifted Chi Lu. Subsequently, without any superfluous motions, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind an empty arena that bore witness to the events that had just transpired. Chapter 10. Mito once again awakening slowly. Chi Lu found himself in an environment that remained unfamiliar. He instinctively raised his left hand to rub his still aching and swollen right wrist, then slowly sat up. Gazing at the completely unfamiliar arrangement and decor of the room, Chi Lu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. This was evidently not Madara's home. Just as Chi Lu was pondering the identity of this place, a gentle voice unexpectedly reached his ears from behind. "Little one, you're awake?" Startled, Chi Lu turned around abruptly to find a strikingly beautiful woman standing there, smiling. Clad in a modest yet elegant kimono, her presence was remarkable. But what captivated the eye the most was her dazzling crimson hair. Just a single glance allowed Chi Lu to deduce the identity of this woman in Konoha. There could be no other with such a unique hair color than the renowned wife of Senju Hashirama. "Is there something amiss with my appearance?" Noticing Chi Lu's unabashed gaze, the woman couldn't help but lightly cover her lips, letting out a soft laugh. Chi Lu, suddenly regaining his composure, realized his prior indiscretion. He hastily rose from the bed, bowed respectfully to the woman, and said earnestly, "Hello. Oh, you don't recognize me?" She chuckled, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. Although she appeared youthful, every movement and the elegant aura that surrounded her unmistakably signified her status as a noblewoman. Chi Lu quietly observed Mizu, especially when his gaze fell upon the distinct purple diamond symbol still clearly visible on her forehead, and he understood. Clearly, Mizu had begun utilizing the sealing technique to maintain her appearance. Just as Chi Lu contemplated speaking further, a loud, carefree voice boomed from outside. "Mizu, has that little one woken up yet?" Accompanying this voice, a head suddenly popped in through the adjacent window. The moment the owner of this head caught sight of the awakened Chi Lu, his eyes noticeably brightened. "Lord Hokage," Chi Lu greeted the suddenly appearing Hashirama. Even at that moment, he felt as if he were in a dream, utterly unable to believe that after losing consciousness, he had been brought into the Senju household. No need to be so formal. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, stepped back a few paces, then lunged towards the windows, poised to enter the room with an air of effortless grace. However, just as his movement was about to reach completion, felt a chilling sensation, akin to a gust of ominous wind sweeping across his back, causing him to shudder involuntarily and instinctively turn his head to look. To his astonishment, he was met with a sight that left him dumbfounded. S' expression was now ominously dark, colder than the frost of midwinter, instilling a sense of dread. The warmth that had just enveloped him was nowhere to be found. In fact, it was not only who felt this shift, even who was in the midst of climbing through the window, sensed the palpable tension in the atmosphere. He was initially taken aback, his body momentarily pausing before he suddenly retracted his leg, as if startled by some unseen force. In the face of this situation, Chi Lu, who was well versed in the art of charming women, quickly devised a plan. Without hesitation, he turned to Mito, wearing an obsequious smile, and inquired, "Lord Hokage, might I ask what relation this beautiful sister has to you?" At first glance, this statement might seem somewhat disrespectful towards Mito, yet miraculously, perhaps due to a woman's innate sensitivity to flattery, she not only refrained from anger but also had the intimidating aura that surrounded her dissipate. "Oh, he. Mito giggled, delicately covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes curving with delight as she regarded Chi-Lu. Softly, she replied, "You little rascal, you chat with Hashirama. I shall prepare some delightful treats for you." With that, Mito gracefully turned and made her way towards the door. As they watched her retreating figure, both Chi-Lu and Hashirama outside the window exhaled a long breath, as if they had been holding their breath all along. "Lord Hokage, you owe me a significant favor this time," Chi-Lu exclaimed eagerly, turning to Hashirama, who was about to climb back through the window. Got it, Hashirama replied. Although he curiously asked, "But really, you don't know who she is?" As he agilely leaped into the room, his intrigue was evident, just from her demeanor towards you. Not to mention that striking crimson hair, it shouldn't be too difficult to deduce that she is Lady Mito, Chi-Lu retorted, rolling his eyes as if addressing a fool. Unfazed by Chi-Lu's condescending gaze, Hashirama shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled. "So that's the case. How about we engage in a captivating game of dice? After all, Mito will need some time to prepare the food." At that moment, he revealed several dice he had somehow gathered in his hand. Chi-Lu cast a faint glance at the dice, acknowledging Hashirama's undeniable gambling tendencies. However, he was not inclined to be distracted so early in the morning. "Rather than playing dice, I am more concerned with understanding why I inexplicably found myself in your home." "Oh, is that all?" Hashirama observed Chi-Lu's current lack of enthusiasm and shrugged, slightly bored, as he stowed the dice back into his pocket. "You were brought here by Madara after you fainted last night. I presume you are aware that very few of your Uchiha clan possess medical ninjutsu." Realization dawned upon Chi-Lu, prompting him to inquire, "So, it was you who treated me last night?" Hashirama waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, "Not quite. It was actually Mito who attended to you. I am quite busy, you see, for as the Hokage, I am inundated with tasks each day." However, before Hashirama could finish his words, his body suddenly trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot as if he had never existed. Chi-Lu was momentarily taken aback, still perplexed by Hashirama's actions when a figure with white hair abruptly appeared at the window. This white-haired individual cast a cold, emotionless glance at Chi-Lu, his lips curling into a barely concealed sneer of disdain as he scoffed. "Umph. The inherently wicked Uchiha brat." Faced with such circumstances, Chi-Lu was not one to hold back his tongue, retorting, "Tch, that detestable white-haired fool." Chapter 11. The malevolent white-haired one, perhaps having overheard Chi-Lu's unique characterization of him, Tobarama, who was on the verge of departing, once again directed his gaze towards Chi-Lu. In that instant, he could discern a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. It is noteworthy that Tobarama is one of the most knowledgeable figures regarding the Uchiha clan within the entire shinobi world. To exaggerate slightly, his understanding of the Uchiha surpasses even that of the Uchiha themselves. Throughout his experiences, he has encountered a myriad of Uchiha individuals. Some Uchiha incessantly boast about their clan's glory, as if it encapsulates the entirety of their existence. Others are quick-tempered and prone to violence, unsheathing their blades at the slightest provocation. Yet, there are some who exhibit a dispassionate indifference towards all things worldly. Only a rare few Uchiha are genuinely pleasant in their dealings with others. However, encountering someone like Chi-Lu, whose words are sharp and somewhat brazen, is a first for Tobarama. It is also worth mentioning that just the night before last, he had received reports regarding this young rascal's remarks, which stirred something within him. Nevertheless, given Tobarama's disposition, he would never easily admit to being moved by the words of a mere child. These various factors combined have cultivated an intense curiosity in Tobarama towards the Uchiha boy named Chi-Lu. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling to concede?" As Tobarama turned to fixate his gaze upon him, Chi-Lu exhibited no fear. Instead, he provocatively spoke once more. After all, this white-haired individual could not possibly inflict any real harm upon him merely because of a few choice words. Even if in the future this white-haired figure were to conspire against him or create obstacles, Chi-Lu remained entirely unconcerned. It is evident that possessing the surname Uchiha alone signifies that he will inevitably fall victim to the schemes of this white-haired individual. Especially considering his close relationship with Uchiha Madara, encountering such underhanded tactics is almost unavoidable. Therefore, seizing this moment while he is still youthful, and given that this white-haired figure has yet to introduce himself, he can freely mock this man for a while longer. Otherwise, once this individual formally introduces himself and their disparity in status becomes glaringly apparent, he may find it difficult to engage with him so audaciously. "Humph, the impolite Uchiha." Tobarama's expression darkened as he retorted without reservation. At this moment, he had already abandoned the search for his elder brother, who meandered about, neglecting his duties. Upon hearing this, Sheila couldn't help but curl his lip, responding with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, you certainly are well versed in etiquette, truly a paragon of propriety." After saying this, he regarded the solemn figure before him with a peculiar gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Unfazed by Sheila's overly provocative remarks and strange scrutiny, Tobarama merely crossed his arms over his chest, fixing his serious gaze on Sheila, as if warning him not to overstep his bounds. "I am Senju," however. His words were abruptly cut short, for at that moment, his self-introduction was harshly interrupted by Sheila. "Just look at you with your white hair and red eyes. You hardly appear to be a good person." Hearing this, the other frowned, hastily resuming. "I hope you do not come to regret this. I am Senju, yet again." His self-introduction was interrupted as Sheila mercilessly interjected. "Speaking of red eyes, they are quite reminiscent of our Uchiha clan. However, even among the Uchiha, one must awaken the Sharingan for their eyes to turn red." Thus, after being interrupted twice in succession, Tobarama quickly realized that this loquacious little rascal was undoubtedly aware of his identity, yet feigned ignorance. Given the circumstances, he chose to forego further rambling, narrowing his eyes slightly, his gaze sharpening, and then spoke with remarkable rapidity. "Tobarama. Senju Tobarama. I can't believe it." Listening to Tobarama instantly reveal his name disrupted Sheila's train of thought entirely. Indeed, whether alive or dead, they are all cunning, Sheila muttered in mild exasperation. However, in the next instant, the previously carefree Sheila transformed into an embodiment of innocence, his expression shifting dramatically. With large, sparkling eyes and an air of harmlessness, he softly uttered, "Ah, so you are the illustrious younger brother of the Hokage, Lord Tobarama. My apologies. May I inquire what you are currently occupied with? Do you require assistance from this mischievous little Uchiha?" As he gazed upon the figure of Sheila, whose expression shifted faster than the turning of pages, even the typically composed Tobarama found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was astonishing that such an inconceivable child could emerge from the Uchiha clan. Tobarama began to question whether this child truly bore the bloodline of the Uchiha, for how could one cultivate such unabashed audacity amidst the oppressive atmosphere of their family? Just as Tobarama sank into a profound contemplation, Sheila was already preparing to make his escape. Thus, he hastily exclaimed, "Lord Tobarama, since you currently have no tasks for me, I shall take my leave. That lovely red-haired elder sister just called for me, claiming there is an urgent matter awaiting my attention. I must hurry along." With that, Sheila attempted to slip away unnoticed. Alas, his intentions had been effortlessly discerned by the intrigued Tobarama. In a swift motion, Tobarama leaped through the window, his arm gracefully sweeping as he effortlessly captured the fleeing Sheila, much like an eagle snatching a chick. "Red-haired sister? Humph. I heard every word you exchanged with my brother. Even now, you dare to refer to her as the red-haired sister? Come, let us find a secluded place to converse properly." After some time, Mito entered the room carrying a steaming bowl of fragrant porridge, only to be met with an empty space. Surprised, she muttered to herself, "Where is everyone? Could it be that they were truly taken away by Hashirama? I had hoped to engage in further delightful conversation with that charming and eloquent little rascal." At that moment, a maid swiftly approached from behind Mito, respectfully taking the tray containing the bowl from her hands and replying softly, "Lady Mito, Lord Tobarama was here not long ago." "Oh? Tobarama?" Upon hearing this, Mito's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as if pondering something. Yet, she soon shook her head gently, dismissing her thoughts with a sigh. "Very well. Let them be. After all, with Madara's rigorous training methods, that little fellow will undoubtedly be visiting us frequently." Evidently, at this moment, Mito harbored not a trace of concern for the child, Sheila, who had been taken away by Tobarama. She was acutely aware of Tobarama's long-standing prejudice against the Uchiha clan. However, even so, it was entirely inconceivable that he would resort to violence against a mere 3- or 4-year-old child. It was highly probable that Tobarama had taken the child due to those very words. Upon reflection, it was indeed plausible that a child so young could articulate such profound statements. With this thought in mind, Mito gently shook her head as if to dispel these distracting thoughts before departing the room. Chapter 12. Home upon the unfinished Hokage rock, Tobarama made an abrupt appearance, holding Sheila in his grasp. With an expression devoid of emotion, he casually flung Sheila onto the hard ground. Following this, he adopted a demeanor of sublime detachment, crossing his arms over his chest and gazing down upon the child who was now rising from the earth, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, you wicked white-haired monster. Spit, spit, spit." Chila mumbled as he hurriedly expelled the dirt and dust that he had inadvertently ingested upon his fall. Yet, in response to Chila's grievances, Tobarama remained unperturbed, not even lifting an eyelid. Instead, in a tone that was both indifferent and authoritative, he inquired, "You must be the little rascal named Chila, correct?" Having clumsily regained his footing, Chila vigorously brushed off the dirt and grass that clung to him, then raised his gaze towards Tobarama. The moment he heard his name called accurately, there was no hint of surprise on his face. If this man were unaware of his name, that would indeed be surprising. One could only speculate how many spies he had embedded within the current Konoha. In response to Tobarama's inquiry, Chila abandoned his earlier tone of sarcasm and replied earnestly, "Indeed. I am Uchiha Chila." He had no intention of providing this white-haired individual with any leverage over him regarding such trivial matters. Thus, sincerity was his sole recourse. Tobarama regarded the earnest expression on Chila's youthful face, and even with his typically calm and astute discernment, he could not help but concede that the child possessed a remarkably beguiling countenance. This sincerity was performed with such finesse. Those who were not discerning could easily be deceived by this young rascal. Yet, it was precisely this quality that ignited an even deeper curiosity within him. This Uchiha child was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, standing atop the incomplete Hokage rock, Tobarama gazed down upon the multitude of individuals diligently laboring to construct Konoha, and slowly began to inquire, "So, in your opinion, what do you think of Konoha today?" Upon hearing the words, Chila hurriedly followed Feijin's gaze. From their elevated position, he beheld the nascent outlines of Konoha. Although many structures remained under construction, the overall layout of the village was becoming distinctly apparent, reminiscent of the scenes depicted in the original narrative of future generations. Moreover, he could clearly discern that the finest areas within Konoha were firmly occupied by the Senju and Uchiha clans, their territories adjacent and in close proximity to one another. Confounded by Feijin's sudden inquiry, Chila pondered briefly before cautiously responding, "It appears to be quite nice. After all, I have yet to explore beyond Konoha. If the opportunity arises, I shall take the time to see more." Upon hearing Chila's response, Feijin did not immediately reply, but instead withdrew his gaze from the distance and returned it to Chila. Then, in a gentle yet profound tone, he inquired, "So, do you truly cherish Konoha?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chila exclaimed, "Of course I do. This is my home." It is essential to note that, in comparison to other nations and ninja villages, Konoha undoubtedly stands as a paragon of superiority. Even the ordinary citizens residing within Konoha lead relatively good lives, enjoying at least the fundamental dignity of being human. Therefore, from a certain perspective, Chila felt a profound gratitude for being reborn in this place. Had he been unluckily reincarnated in the perilous and tumultuous environment of the Mist Village, it would have been akin to the heavens collapsing, facing an inevitable demise right from the outset. Merely envisioning such a scenario sent a shiver down Chila's spine. "Home?" Feijin murmured softly, his tone imbued with a hint of doubt and confusion. Suddenly, as if awakening from a reverie, he fixed his gaze intently on Chila and pressed further. "Since you claim Konoha is your home, why would you follow your clan leader away?" As soon as the words left his lips, Chila, who had been admiring the scenery, abruptly turned around, his eyes locking onto Feijin with an expression that seemed to regard him as an ignorant fool, staring in silence for an extended moment. As seconds ticked by, even Feijin felt somewhat unsettled by this piercing silence. Ultimately, Chila broke the stillness, yet his words emerged with a nonchalance lightly veiled. "If your father decided to move you to another location, would you not heed his wishes? Would you forsake your father simply because of an attachment to a house? To me, Konoha is that house, and the clan leader is akin to my father. When a father chooses to depart, this once familiar place ceases to hold the significance of home. Thus, wherever the patriarch may go, I shall follow without hesitation." At this juncture, Chila noticed that Feijin appeared eager to interject, yet he had no intention of granting him that opportunity. After a brief pause, he continued to speak. "Moreover, compared to the clan leader, certain outsiders are indeed more difficult to trust. Furthermore, that outsider possesses a family of their own. I cannot fathom the existence of such selfless individuals in this world, who would assist others while entirely disregarding their own interests. Wouldn't you agree, vice leader of the Senju clan?" Upon hearing these words, Tobarama seemed momentarily frozen, his gaze fixed intently on Chila, as if he were momentarily lost in thought. He could never have imagined that the child standing beside him would be able to articulate such sharp and coherent rebuttals. At that moment, the words spoken by Chila reverberated repeatedly in his mind, each phrase striking his heart like a heavy hammer. What astonished Feijin even more was that, Despite his deep-seated reluctance to admit it, he found himself at a loss for words to counter the child's argument. For deep within Fei Jian's heart lay thoughts akin to those of Chila. Indeed, everyone belongs to their own distinct clan. And the intricate web of interests among these clans makes it exceedingly difficult for people to truly cast aside all prejudices and regard one another as family. This harsh reality loomed like an invisible chasm, impeding any genuine connection between individuals. Chapter 13. Do you wish to become Hokage? It was only at this moment that Fei Jian abruptly snapped back to reality, astonished that he had allowed the reasoning of a mere child, no more than 3 or 4 years old, to lead him astray. If others were to learn of this, they would surely find it laughable. Then, in your opinion, should the position of the first Hokage rightfully be held by your clan leader? After all, compared to my elder brother, who is relatively mild in handling external affairs, your clan leader appears to be far more resolute and decisive. As Fei Jian uttered these words, he instinctively took a small step back, folding his hands behind his back. However, upon hearing this, Chila instinctively shook his head. To be honest, he had no intention of delving into such a sensitive and complex topic with Fei Jian under the current circumstances. Unfortunately, although Chila chose to remain silent, it did not deter Fei Jian from pressing further. Noticing his silence, Fei Jian continued, "Do share your thoughts, after all. You have the formidable support of your clan leader behind you. I merely wish to hear the true sentiments of the Uchiha clan regarding this matter. Understand that the inner thoughts of the Uchiha are often quite difficult for us outsiders to comprehend." Upon hearing this, Chila couldn't help but feel perplexed, wanting to retort. Do you consider yourself among these outsiders? After all, who is unaware of how deeply Senju Fei Jian understands the Uchiha clan? He probably knows our secrets better than we do. Yet, with Fei Jian having taken the conversation to such lengths, Chila found it challenging to maintain his silence. Of course, he could have easily brushed it off with childlike remarks, but he still harbored a certain regard for Fei Jian. For instance, Flying Thunder God. He is utterly ravenous. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually opened his mouth and softly stated, "In my opinion, Lord Hashirama appears to be more suitable for the position of the second Hokage." However, he refrained from discussing who would be appropriate for the role of the first Hokage. He paused again, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing to elaborate. It is crucial to clarify that the current Hokage was elected by the collective vote of all villagers, regardless of the motivations each individual harbors while participating in this election. The ultimate outcome was that Lord Hashirama received overwhelming support. From my perspective, even if countless such elections were held again, the conclusion would likely remain unchanged. At this point, Chila could not help but gently shake his head, a hint of a bittersweet smile gracing his youthful face. To take it a step further, even if our clan leader were to ascend to the Hokage position through some extraordinary means, it would not necessarily imply that circumstances would improve. On the contrary, it might even give rise to a series of unforeseen troubles and challenges. He then shifted his tone, unconsciously imbued with admiration. However, it is undeniable that the policies and initiatives implemented by Lord Hashirama since his tenure have indeed ushered in a long-awaited dawn of peace to the entire ninja world. This is a change that each of us can genuinely perceive. Were it not for this, at my age, I would likely have been compelled to face the brutal and bloody battlefield, with my fate hanging in the balance. Finally, Chila sighed deeply, reflecting profoundly, thus, who can truly know the outcomes of events that have yet to unfold? Chila gazed intently at the bustling crowd within Konohagakure, where people hurriedly passed by. Some exchanged smiles and greetings, while others, with serious expressions, engaged in discussions. Each individual was occupied with their affairs, and the village was suffused with a vibrant yet orderly atmosphere. Unable to contain himself, Chila spread his arms wide, resembling a bird yearning to soar through the skies, relishing the gentle caress of the cool breeze against his face. The wind felt akin to a pair of tender hands, softly caressing his cheeks and body, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of comfort. Beside him, Tobarama nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Chila's earlier remarks. Indeed, the outcomes of events that have yet to transpire remain unknown to all. After speaking, Tobarama slowly withdrew his arms from behind his back and crossed them over his chest, standing resolutely with a profound gaze, as if deep in thought. After a brief pause, Tobarama suddenly posed a question. The arrangement we collectively agreed upon was for my elder brother to serve as the first Hokage, while your clan leader would assume the role of the second Hokage. What are your thoughts on this arrangement? Upon hearing this, Chila was momentarily taken aback and regarded Tobarama with a look of incredulity. He exclaimed, "Respected Lord Tobarama, Surely you jest. Our clan leader is none other than Uchiha Madara. How could a person as proud and ambitious as he accept a subordinate position after experiencing a setback in his pursuit of a certain role? Could there truly be such individuals in this world? Well, even if such a person exists, that individual would certainly not be the esteemed patriarch. He nearly forgot the impending darkness of the future ninja world. This time, Tobarama exhibited no hint of embarrassment. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor as he fixed his gaze upon Kiyoshi, unhesitatingly posing the most pressing question that had lingered in his heart. So, do you have any desire to become Hokage in the future? Upon hearing this inquiry, Kiyoshi was momentarily taken aback. Then a slight, disdainful smile graced his lips as he gently shook his head and replied, Hokage? Rising earlier than the rooster and retiring later than the dog each day. Who in their right mind would willingly endure such exhausting toil? If someone is inclined to take on that burden, let them do so. As for me, I have no such aspirations, he concluded with a scoff, his expression rife with indifference. Tobarama furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, prompting him to follow up with, if that is the case, what do you genuinely yearn for? Without a moment's hesitation, Kiyoshi declared, it's quite simple, really. I merely wish to earn enough money to acquire a modest yet cozy home, and to find a good woman who truly loves me to become my wife. However, upon hearing this, Tobarama let out a cold snort, his visage as frigid as ice as he retorted, you lack ambition. Faced with Tobarama's unrelenting critique, Kiyoshi widened his eyes in rebuttal, exclaiming, Humph, what do you know? It is evident that you have never experienced the exquisite flavor of love. Once you have savored the sweetness and warmth of affection, perhaps you will think differently. And do you believe my dreams can be easily realized in the ninja world? A mere child of 3 or 4 discussing love. Tobarama cast a sidelong glance at Kiyoshi, clearly revealing his disdain. Chapter 14. Konoha, do you believe that one day all clans will truly eliminate their divisions and become one united family, devoid of clan distinctions? Tobarama's brow furrowed as he took a step forward, slowly lowering his head to survey the throngs of people and the well-structured buildings within Konoha. A glimmer of uncertainty and confusion flickered in his eyes, as if he himself had no confidence in the answer to this question. He spoke in a near whisper, almost as if posing the question to Kiyoshi beside him. Yet it was more a self-reflection, a dialogue within his own heart. For such an ideal yet distant vision, even he dared not easily believe in its potential for realization. However, as these words reached Kiyoshi's ears, he chose to remain silent this time. He neither expressed his own insights nor echoed Tobian's words with agreement or dissent. Instead, he feigned ignorance, turning his head aside as if oblivious to what Tobian had just uttered, offering no response whatsoever. At that moment, Tobian let out a sigh and spoke. You should know the way home, shouldn't you? Before the words had even settled, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a gentle breeze that caressed Chila's face. Of course, upon hearing those words, Chila felt an immediate tightening in his chest, instantly recognizing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He instinctively reached out, attempting to grasp the figure beside him, but regrettably, his movements were a fraction too slow. Despite his utmost efforts to prevent the figure from departing, he could only watch helplessly as his hand swiped through the air, futilely grasping at nothingness. How infuriating it was to have been outmaneuvered. That wretched white-haired individual, Chila muttered, indignantly slapping his palm together, producing a sharp sound. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings, searching for an escape route from the Hokage rock. As time ticked away, he lost track of how long had passed, and his stomach, having not consumed breakfast, began to grumble ominously. Finally, he muttered a stream of complaints under his breath and slowly descended the Hokage rock step by step. When his feet touched the ground once more, he couldn't help but glance back at the almost completed colossal visage of the first Hokage. However, Chila merely shrugged nonchalantly before resolutely turning away and striding away from the site. He walked along the still under-construction streets of Konoha. On either side of the road, some houses had begun to take shape, while others remained mere heaps of rubble and mountains of building materials. Occasionally, passers-by hurried past him, each face reflecting expressions of either busyness or ease. This perspective was starkly different from the view he had moments ago while standing atop Hokage Rock, gazing down at the entire village. Now, immersed in the streets, the palpable sense of reality left Chila feeling both intrigued and somewhat bewildered. However, his aimless wandering along this street was not driven by a desire to experience the local customs and culture of Konoha. Rather, it stemmed from a simple yet frustrating predicament. He was lost and could not find a way to the Uchiha clan's compound. Wait a minute. If I recall correctly, From the vantage point of Hokage Rock, I should be able to return to my family home by following this road, Uchiha mused. Standing in place with a perplexed expression as he gazed at the seemingly indistinguishable wooden houses beside him. Unable to resist, he scratched his head, inwardly muttering to himself. Faced with the intricate, labyrinthine streets before him, Uchiha felt a profound sense of helplessness. Ultimately, after exhausting various methods without success, he resolved to place his hopes in the hands of a passerby. Thus, he began to search with his eyes, contemplating the possibility of finding a kind older sister to inquire about the way home. However, events did not unfold as Uchiha had hoped. Perhaps it was due to the scorching midday sun, but the streets had become increasingly devoid of even ordinary pedestrians, let alone gentle and amiable older sisters. Occasionally, he caught sight of a figure or two, but whenever he approached them with eager anticipation to strike up a conversation, they would glance at him hurriedly before quickening their pace and departing. Just as he felt he was running out of options, he suddenly noticed two children around 10 years old, behaving suspiciously near a wall not far from him. One child was tiptoeing, straining to peek over the wall, while the other appeared restless, pacing back and forth and occasionally whispering something to the one attempting to sneak a look inside. Embracing the principle that peers are usually more approachable, Uchiha dashed towards the two. Didn't you say you would take me to eat dango? But what is this? You've brought me to see Aunt Chi-Tien instead. I'm leaving. Oh, don't be hasty. We're almost at the crucial moment. Just hold on a little longer, okay? As long as you keep an eye out for anyone approaching. I'll give you all my pocket money for the week once we're done. Surely that's a fair deal? The child, initially filled with indecision and inner turmoil, suddenly brightened at the mention of pocket money. Nevertheless, he feigned restraint and hesitated for a moment, ultimately conceding, albeit reluctantly, to remain and keep watch. Motivated by the prospect of earning some cash. At that juncture, the lookout spotted Chi Lu rushing towards them, waving fervently. Instantly, an alarm bell rang in his mind, flooding him with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. In that moment, words eluded him, and he could only whirl around, frantically tapping his companion, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready to flee at any moment. Alas, Chi Lu, having sprinted breathlessly, finally arrived before the two. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, the visibly tinged child began to wave his hands in a flurry, rapidly explaining, I know nothing, saw nothing. And this was not my idea. It was all Rejan who brought me here. My mother is waiting for me to have dinner. I must leave now. Without waiting for a response, he turned to depart. Chapter 15, The Duo, Part 1. Listening to the child's rapid-fire sequence of words, Uchiha found himself momentarily stunned, unable to fully grasp what had just been said. When he finally regained his composure, he noticed the child had already turned away, preparing to leave. Alarmed by this development, Uchiha called out, Wait, please don't rush off. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing the child's sleeve. The sudden grasp startled the child, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Uchiha took a deep breath, striving to appear more endearing, and sincerely explained, I truly only wish to inquire about directions. To be candid, I have never ventured beyond the confines of my family's territory, and I inadvertently lost my way during this outing. Completely at a loss as to which path to take. Upon hearing Chilu's explanation, the child's expression shifted to one of realization as he gently patted his chest, exclaiming with a tinge of relief, Oh, so that's the case. I thought you had come specifically to apprehend us. In that event, which family do you belong to? I can assist you with directions. He then turned to rouse his companion, still perched on the wall. Toanze. Look. Hey, don't just stare. There's someone coming. Someone's coming. Oh, don't pull me. Wait, what do you mean someone's coming? Why didn't you shout sooner, Toanze? You're not getting any pocket money now. Uchiha stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the two individuals who were now entangled in a comical struggle. He felt a relentless buzzing in his mind, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Good heavens! To his utter astonishment, he unexpectedly encountered the future third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the future Tsuchikage, Danzo Shimura. In this very place, Uchiha pondered silently, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be merely around 10 years of age. Uchiha could not help but shake his head, inwardly lamenting the precociousness of the children in the ninja world. Were they truly developing interests in such matters at such a tender age? At that moment, Uchiha steadied himself and raised an eyebrow. A friendly smile graced his lips as he spoke in a clear voice, Greetings, I am Uchiha Uchiha. It is a pleasure to meet you. He offered a slight bow as he introduced himself. Upon hearing Uchiha's self-introduction, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, who had been engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanged glances. Suddenly aware of their surroundings, they promptly released each other's hands and began to straighten their disheveled garments. In a short while, they stood upright again, their expressions now serious and solemn. They then spoke in unison. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, it is an honor to meet you. Please treat us well. From their words, it was evident that, at this moment, they harbored no intense animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Clearly, they had not yet fallen victim to the machinations of that white-haired individual. However, upon learning Chi Li's surname, their expressions revealed a complex, indescribable emotion, perhaps one could call it reverence. It must be said that the Uchiha name, during the formative years of Konoha or even before its establishment, commanded an awe-inspiring reputation and immense power that was simply staggering. The current Uchiha clan operated with a remarkably domineering approach, unhesitatingly dispatching individuals to confront adversaries. A morning summons would lead to a visit at a family's doorstep by noon, and by evening, the clan leader would be expected to offer a toast. Such an overbearing manner naturally incited considerable discontent among various clans, prompting many to seek refuge with the Senju clan, known for its comparatively moderate stance, yet capable of standing against the Uchiha. Hiruzen and Danzo, former allies of the Senju clan, naturally possessed a certain understanding of their erstwhile rival clan. Please treat me well. Please treat me well. Chi Lu continued, his words only half spoken. Suddenly, a piercing, shrill female scream erupted from next door without warning. At the same time, a battered broom hurtled through the air like an arrow, swiftly aimed in their direction. In response to this unforeseen turn of events, Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, each extended a hand, swiftly securing Chi Lu on either side. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, they took off running, dragging Chi Lu along with them. At that moment, Chi Lu, who had found himself in a state of bewilderment countless times throughout the day, stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the two individuals who were fervently propelling him forward. As he gradually regained his composure, he hastily turned his gaze backward. There stood a voluptuous woman, fiercely confronting him, clad only in a bath towel and wielding a broom like a weapon, vociferously hurling insults. Despite the distance between them, for reasons unknown, Sheila could still faintly hear her seemingly questioning someone's mother. The two individuals firmly grasped Sheila and sprinted until they burst into a communal training ground, where they finally halted and gently set him down. Subsequently, they appeared as if they had just survived a harrowing escape, anxiously wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads and exhaling heavily. Aunt Chi-Tian's temper remained as fiery as ever, shaking her head with a mischievous grin while muttering to herself, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but was abruptly silenced by the swift hand of Tuanzo, who covered her mouth. Tuanzo, wide-eyed, signaled urgently to Chila, indicating for Raizen to refrain from speaking carelessly. Upon noticing this, Sarutobi Raizen quickly grasped Tuanzo's intent and promptly sealed his lips, a sheepish smile flickering across his face as his hands fidgeted nervously. Meanwhile, Chila raised his hand nonchalantly to wipe his nose, then, with keen interest, observed the two still intertwined and jestingly remarked, "You two seem to share quite a bond." At these words, Tuanzo, who had been tightly wounded, finally reacted, swiftly releasing his grip on Raizen's mouth. He then abruptly tossed his head back, adopting a haughty demeanor, and retorted loudly, "Who said we have a good relationship? Don't speak nonsense." In light of their interaction, Chila merely smiled slightly, refraining from further teasing. After all, at that moment, his foremost concern was not to delve into the nature of their relationship, but rather to return to the Uchiha clan as territory to satiate his growling stomach. Chapter 16. The Duo Part 2. Might I kindly inquire if you could direct me to the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan's estate? Having been out for quite some time, it was only natural for Chila to express his desire to return home. With a gentle smile and a sincere tone, he inquired once more. Upon hearing his words, Raizen momentarily appeared taken aback, before breaking into a slightly awkward yet endearingly foolish grin, stating, what a coincidence. If you simply turn around, you will discover." As he spoke, he gestured towards the direction behind Chila. Filled with curiosity, Chila obediently turned around and gazed in the direction pointed out by Raizen. To his astonishment, he saw a family emblem shaped remarkably like a ping-pong paddle painted on the wall behind him. It was evident that the Uchiha clan was indeed situated here. If he followed the wall, he would surely find the entrance to their domain. Realizing this, Chila promptly turned back to Raizen and TZ, saying, "Since I have found the way back, would you two care to accompany me to the Uchiha clan for a visit? I promise to extend you both a warm welcome." However, before he could finish, he was astonished to see TZ and Raizen shaking their heads vehemently, As if enchanted, their speed akin to two frantically bobbing rattles. Faced with their resolute refusal, Chila scratched his head, pondering for a moment before responding. Very well. If that is the case, I shall not insist. However, as a token of my gratitude for guiding me home, how about I treat you both to a meal tomorrow at noon? What do you think? At this juncture, Chila hesitated, a hint of embarrassment washing over his face. After all, being new to Konoha, he was rather unfamiliar with its culinary offerings. No need. TZ replied almost without hesitation, his tone resolute. All right. Tomorrow at noon, we will be here waiting for you. Raisin, in stark contrast to TZ, responded with delight, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Thus, two distinctly different voices echoed simultaneously. After they had spoken, they exchanged a glance, an invisible current seemingly surging between their locked eyes. Observing the reactions of the two, Chila chose not to linger further, decisively stating, then it's settled. I shall see you both here tomorrow at noon. I'm off now. See you then. With that, he dashed away along the wall's edge. As they watched Chila's retreating figure, TZ could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. Whispering to Raisin, have you lost your mind? That fellow is from the Uchiha clan. Has your father never warned you not to provoke them lightly? However, Raisin appeared unfazed by TZ's inquiries and admonishments. He simply shrugged nonchalantly and replied, but I did not provoke them. I merely wished to befriend him. Is that not permissible? Besides, we are all part of the same village now. Let us not forget. Having spoken, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped away in a direction entirely opposite to that of Karara. Observing Hiruzen's apparent indifference, Danzo felt a surge of anxiety and hastened his pace to closely follow him. Eagerly, he cautioned, are you truly unaware? Midway through his sentence, he vigilantly scanned their surroundings, ensuring no one was within earshot, before lowering his voice to continue. Do you not realize who their clan leader is? During the election for Hokage, our clans did not cast our votes for him. Are you not concerned that he might seek retribution against us? Hiruzen, upon hearing this, merely shook his head dismissively, responding, even if retribution is to come, it will arrive regardless of whether we provoke them. Therefore, it is far better to stand tall and confront it bravely than to live in constant fear and trepidation. With that, the two gradually distanced themselves. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing the silent presence of Senju Tobarama. It became clear that he had been trailing behind Karara, and the reason pedestrians on the road dared not halt was solely due to the gestures he was making behind her. He originally intended for Chila to circle around Konoha a few more times before he revealed himself to escort Chila back to his clan. After all, it was evident that Chila had become the focal point of Uchiha Madara's attention, and Senju Tobarama was exceedingly reluctant to witness any misfortune befalling Chila at this moment. Who could predict what actions Uchiha Madara might take otherwise? Yet, to his astonishment, an unforeseen event transpired. Chila unexpectedly encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Moreover, these two were already on his assessment list. If all went smoothly, he would take them as his disciples. Not only that, but an unexpected interaction emerged among the three, which greatly surpassed his expectations. Nevertheless, deep within his heart, he was genuinely pleased to witness the connection forming among these three individuals. For if Chila could forge a deeper bond with the two, it would undoubtedly be a most fortuitous development. Alas, the age gap among the three was indeed considerable, spanning a full 7 years. Confronted with such a generational divide, establishing a close relationship would likely prove challenging, unless he gently shook his head, his gaze once more directed towards Chila, who was still desperately searching for the door along the wall's edge. Chila was utterly engrossed, completely unaware that he was straying further from the correct path. Witnessing this scene, Tobarama couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. He slowly turned his head, shifting his gaze to the opposite side of the wall. To his astonishment, the entrance to the Uchiha clan was prominently positioned right there. Why then, would this child not turn around for just a glance? Could it be that this stubbornness is a shared trait among the Uchiha? Once they have set their sights on a direction, they pursue it relentlessly, never looking back. Reflecting on this, he couldn't suppress a bitter smile, inwardly lamenting, it seems Chila is indeed a child of the Uchiha, for his tenacity is strikingly familiar. Finally, Tobarama glanced up at the sky, a slight smirk playing on his lips. If all went as expected, by the time Chila had circled the Uchiha grounds and discovered the entrance, it would likely be just in time for dinner. Chapter 17. Casual Conversations. Chila, having devoured his first meal of the day with the ferocity of a wolf, let out a long sigh of relief. He had returned to life. He wiped the remnants from the corners of his mouth with his hand and exclaimed, "Ya ya." I never imagined that our Uchiha clan's territory would be so vast. I took a turn, and it surprisingly consumed an entire afternoon. At that moment, Yaya, who was kneeling by the table assisting Chila with the dishes, paused slightly at his words. A flicker of astonishment crossed her face, but it quickly transformed back into her gentle smile as she softly replied, "Is that so? I truly wasn't aware. However, do you wish to eat a bit more?" With that, she gestured towards the abundant dishes on the table, her eyes brimming with concern. No, Chila hastily waved his hand, indicating that he was already satiated. Almost immediately, he seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation, continuing to ramble. The territory is ludicrously large, but why can't there be a few more side entrances? Even just one more small door would suffice. Upon hearing Chila declare he was finished eating, Yayo deftly began to clear the tableware. She then lifted her head, a hint of curiosity manifesting in her gaze as she inquired, "Have you encountered something particularly unusual? What has prompted such thoughts about the layout of the clan's territory?" Caught off guard by Yayo's question, Chila found himself momentarily speechless. Internally, he lamented his predicament. Surely he couldn't confess that he had been wandering around the territory because he was lost? That would be far too embarrassing. Thus, he scratched the back of his head, offering a dry chuckle as he stammered, Actually, it's nothing significant. I merely mentioned it offhand, desiring to divert the conversation from its current trajectory." Chila suddenly grew curious and asked, "By the way, where has Grandpa Madara gone?" Yayoi gently shook her head in response, saying, "This morning, the clan leader went out. He must have important matters to attend to. Moreover, before leaving, he specifically instructed me to ensure that your training does not wane. It must continue as usual." All right. I understand," Chila replied, and upon hearing that Grandpa Madara was not home, he immediately collapsed onto the ground like a lifeless fish, showing no restraint. Following that, he looked at Yayoi, who was busy tidying up, and curiously asked, "By the way, Yayoi, have you lived in the clan territory since you were little?" As he spoke, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. It must be said that after such a hearty meal, one is prone to feeling sleepy. Disregarding the training matter that Yayo had just mentioned, Chila had not paid it any mind. After all, with Madara absent, who had the inclination to engage in training, wasn't it much more delightful to lie down comfortably? Whether he would later face reprimand from Madara was a concern for another time. "I arrived at the clan when I was very young," Yayo replied softly, a smile gracing her lips, yet she did not directly address Chila's earlier question. She then efficiently gathered the dishes from the table, turning towards the kitchen as she spoke, "Please take a moment to rest. I will wash these dishes, and then you will begin your training." While Yiling did not directly address his inquiries, Chi Lu appeared utterly unconcerned. After all, his question had been posed merely in passing, rendering Yiling's response irrelevant to him. At that moment, Chi Lu reclined comfortably on the tatami mat, savoring this fleeting moment of leisure. However, suddenly, as if struck by the weight of a crucial realization, Chi Lu abruptly straightened his posture. A slight frown creased his brow as he murmured to himself, "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten such an important matter?" He suddenly remembered that he needed to invite Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen to lunch the following day. However, the most pressing issue at hand was that he had no money. Having been raised by his family since childhood, how could he possibly have any spare funds? If he had even a little money, he would have exchanged it for food long ago. Thus, he hurriedly called out to the kitchen, "Yaya, do you have any extra money that you could lend me? I need to treat my guests to a meal tomorrow. Once Lord Madara returns, I will repay you with the money I received from him. What do you say?" After speaking, he eagerly awaited Yayoi's response. At that moment, Yaya, having meticulously washed the dishes, emerged from the kitchen, gently wiping the remaining droplets of water from her hands with a clean towel. She slightly lifted her gaze, feigning contemplation, and then looked towards Kiyoshi. With her lips parting slightly, she replied, "All items required by the clan leader are typically procured collectively by the family. Since I have come to the clan leader's residence to take care of you, I simply collect what is needed from the clan at the designated time each day. So I do not have any money at hand. However, for you, it would be possible to request some financial assistance from the elders of the clan. I believe they would be quite willing to oblige." Upon hearing this, Kiyoshi couldn't help but murmur softly to himself, "Should I ask the elders for money?" Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. He recalled that just a few days prior, he had caused quite a stir at the family gathering. At this moment, if he were to recklessly demand money, would it not be akin to willingly walking into the jaws of a tiger? Contemplating this, Chila could not help but furrow his brow, a shadow of concern crossing his features. Just as Chila was lost in thought, a somewhat somber voice broke the silence. Why have you yet to commence today's training? Are you not planning to sleep tonight? The instant these words reached Chila's ears, it felt as though an invisible force had pierced through his mental defenses, leaving him no time to react or think. Almost instinctively, his previously languid form, reclining on the tatami, sprang upright, and he quickly stood tall. Immediately, as if drawn by an irresistible magnetism, he strode purposefully towards the courtyard. As he walked, Chila did not forget to call out loudly, yelling, "Hurry and bring me my sword. I am about to begin today's training. I can no longer afford to be lazy. I must strive." Chapter 18. The choice of chakra attributes. Ben sat serenely on a stone bench, gently cradling a steaming cup of tea in his right hand. His gaze calmly fixed on Chila, who was fervently wielding his sword a short distance away. Chila gripped the hilt tightly, each swing appearing to exhaust his entire being, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and soaking his garments. After Chila laboriously completed his 200th strike, Ben finally nodded slightly and spoke. "That will suffice. From now on, 200 swings daily will be enough. You may rest for a moment before practicing the hand seals. And remember, training before meals." Upon hearing Ban's words, Chila exhaled deeply, and then, like a deflated balloon, he plopped heavily onto the ground. This time, he did not pretend to be strong. He truly wished to avoid fainting again. He disregarded his appearance, swiftly lifting his hand to wipe away beads of sweat from his forehead, gasping for breath. At that moment, a figure, as swift as a gentle breeze, approached Qilu. It was Yiling, who held out a towel to him. Qilu first cast a grateful glance at Yiling, then accepted the towel to wipe the sweat from his face and neck. Once Qilu had dried off, Yiling produced a piece of paper from her bosom. "This is chakra sensing paper. It can be used to detect your chakra properties. Just infuse your chakra into it," Ben explained. Curious, Qilu took the seemingly ordinary paper and examined it closely. However, no matter how he turned it over, he found nothing particularly remarkable about it. Therefore, Qilu no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and slowly infused his chakra into the seemingly mundane test paper. In the next instant, the paper he held in his hand suddenly split down the center without warning. The crack began as a fine line but swiftly expanded, as if torn apart by an invisible force. Soon, the entire paper began to crumple visibly, its once smooth surface becoming uneven and distorted, as though subjected to intense pressure. Finally, the paper caught fire. Witnessing this spectacle, Ben gently set down the teacup he had been holding and explained, "It is evident that you possess 3 distinct chakra attributes: lightning, fire, and wind." At this point, he paused slightly, seeming somewhat taken aback by the outcome. It is known that within their Uchiha clan, if a member successfully cultivates chakra, it is highly likely that their primary attribute will be fire, followed by a probability of lightning. Instances of wind attribute are indeed rare. Furthermore, it is important to note that in addition to the innate chakra attributes you possess, through diligent training, you can also comprehend and master other chakra properties. However, one must acknowledge that acquired abilities are not as inherently compatible as those that are innate. Ben paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Qilu, who remained in a daze, fixated on the burning paper, and continued, "These are matters to consider for the future. Currently, the most crucial and significant task for you is to determine a primary path for your cultivation. My suggestion is to either choose fire as your main focus or lightning. What say you?" Coming back to his senses, Qilu quickly shifted his gaze from the ashes of the nearly consumed paper to Ban and cautiously inquired, "Is it possible for me to simultaneously focus on both fire and lightning attributes?" "Yes, but doing so would require you to invest double, or even several times more, time in your training." Ben nodded slightly in agreement, yet simultaneously offered a reminder. Upon hearing this, Qilu merely inclined his head without uttering a word. In truth, what occupied his mind at that moment was the realization that with an adept master of fire release like Ban present, the pursuit of this technique was indeed essential. However, he found it equally difficult to relinquish his affinity for the Thousand Birds technique and its related ninjutsu. Thus, he resolved to cultivate both simultaneously. "Very well. Let us commence the practice of hand seals," Ban stated, adding, "It is important to understand that hand sealing differs fundamentally from standing in place or wielding a blade. It must adhere strictly to established norms." With that, he retrieved a slender whip from the side and gently placed it upon the table before them. Witnessing this, Chila's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze first fixated on the whip lying on the table before shifting to Ban, who was leisurely savoring his tea. After a considerable pause, he hesitantly inquired, "Could you provide me with a standard example?" To be candid, my understanding of the hand-sealing gestures is rather limited. In response to Chila's request, Ben appeared to have anticipated it. A slight smirk graced his lips as he turned to the ever-quiet Yearn, exclaiming, "Yearn? Huh? Yearn, you can perform hand seals? That means you are a ninja?" Chila exclaimed, his voice brimming with incredulity. He widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at the figure of Yearn before him. A ninja? Serving as a maid? He found this notion bewildering. The stark contrast was difficult for him to fathom. He had always perceived Yearn as merely an ordinary girl. In that moment, as Yearn faced Chila's astonishment, she merely smiled faintly, inclined her body slightly, and then stood quietly by his side, demonstrating the hand seals. Chila took a deep breath, steadied himself, and began to mimic Yearn's hand gestures. However, for a novice, merely imitating was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in the fact that, before long, his hands would cramp and his movements would become imprecise. At that moment, a whip, like a black serpent, would strike, followed by a searing pain radiating from his back as he received another lash. Despite the sudden punishment causing him to grimace, Chila understood that such trials were an essential part of the learning journey. Fortunately, he possessed a commendable memory. After enduring Ben's rigorous discipline, it did not take long for him to clearly memorize all the standard hand seals. What remained was the necessity for persistent daily practice to hone his skills further. At this juncture, Ben, who had been observing from the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Chila grasp the standard seals. He then slowly set down his teacup, rose to his feet, and stated calmly, "Very well, let us conclude for today. Take him for a medicinal bath." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to leave, leaving only Chila and Yearn behind. "Wait, Ben. Don't go just yet. No hitting. No hitting. I made a mistake." In his haste, Chila blurted out, calling after Ben. Yet, his plea was met with the merciless crack of 2 lashes against his unfortunate backside. Chila winced in pain, clutching his rear tightly, hopping about while grimacing, clearly suffering. However, Ben merely turned back with an impassive expression, silently observing Chila, curious to see what he would do next. In light of this, Chila set aside the burning discomfort in his backside, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face, bowing and saying, "Hee hee. Could you spare a little money, great clan leader? Just a tiny bit will suffice." As he spoke, he extended his thumb and forefinger, illustrating an exceedingly small gap to indicate his modest request. Chapter 19. Do not overestimate your cleverness. What do you need money for? Ben asked with genuine curiosity, observing Chila with interest. Despite being the leader of his clan, possessing immeasurable wealth, he had never been particularly concerned with money. In fact, long ago, he had integrated his personal finances with the clan's resources. Whenever he desired money, he merely had to voice his needs, and it would promptly be delivered to him. Upon hearing Ben's inquiry, Chila responded without hesitation. "This afternoon, I fortuitously encountered 2 individuals who were of immense assistance to me, and I intend to treat them to a meal as a gesture of gratitude." Upon hearing this, Ben instinctively furrowed his brow slightly and then casually remarked, "I see. Then tomorrow morning, Yearn, you shall seek out Uchiha Yearn. He will naturally provide you with the funds." Yearn, standing nearby, promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, esteemed clan leader. I shall remember." Subsequently, Ben gently instructed Yearn, "There is one more matter. Starting tomorrow, I will be away for a while. During my absence, you will be responsible for overseeing Chila's training. Upon my return, report to me on his progress." Apologetically, Yearn appeared troubled, her words faltering as if she wished to decline. However, before she could finish, Ben interrupted, I forgot. There is no need for you to do that. I shall find someone else to monitor him." Throughout this exchange, Ben did not inquire about the identity of those whom Chila intended to invite the following day. Consequently, Chila felt an overwhelming sense of futility, akin to striking a soft pillow with all his might. Even more perplexing was the cryptic conversation between Ben and Yearn, which left Chila utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, the prospect of securing the funds was still a positive outcome. At that moment, a thought flashed through Chila's mind. The current Konoha village had only recently been established, and many aspects were likely still in a nascent state. For instance, had all the shops along the streets even opened yet? Seizing the opportunity after Ben and Yearn ceased their dialogue, Chila quickly inquired, "Esteemed clan leader, is there any plan for our clan to invest within Konoha village?" Investment? Upon hearing this term, Ben slightly furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of confusion as he softly repeated it. He then gathered his thoughts and began to explain. To my knowledge, our Uchiha clan has not yet engaged in such endeavors. However, as one of the founding families of Konoha village, the entire street in front of our clan's entrance belongs to us. Oh, I see. A spark of excitement lit up Chila's eyes as he eagerly interjected, in that case. Have you considered initiating some investment activities within Konoha village? Perhaps acquiring additional streets? After all, the funds within our clan are idly sitting without much purpose. Moreover, based on my observations over this period, the property prices in Konoha village are bound to rise consistently, promising substantial returns in the future. As Chila spoke, he resembled a discoverer unveiling a treasure, his words flowing rapidly and his expression brimming with excitement, as if the promising future unfolded before him. In contrast, Ban regarded Chi-Lu with an impassive demeanor, responding in a calm tone. When we, alongside the Senja clan, founded Konoha, we established a regulation that no family could possess property exceeding one street. Thus, your proposal is unfeasible. Pausing momentarily, Ban's gaze turned deep and piercing as he continued, moreover, do not forget that we, the Uchiha, are a vast clan. Even if you and I may lack expertise in certain matters, the sheer number of our clansmen ensures that there will always be someone capable of handling the respective affairs. Therefore, do not presume to be cleverer than you are. With that, Ban turned to depart, leaving Chila standing in contemplation, watching his retreating figure. Particularly striking was the admonition against self-importance, which jolted him to awareness. Ever since his unexpected arrival in this world of shinobi, he had felt as though he were immersed in a first-person perspective game of Naruto, where every individual he encountered resembled NPCs, and he fancied himself the singular protagonist of this realm. Yet, Ban's recent words resonated in his mind like a thunderclap, abruptly awakening him from his illusion, instilling the realization that this was not merely a game, but a new and irreversible journey of life. At that moment, standing nearby, Yiling gazed intently at the entranced Chi-Lu, a trace of deep concern reflected in her beautiful eyes. Unable to contain her anxiety any longer, she gently inquired, "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Hearing Yiling's caring question, Chi-Lu gradually regained his composure, a faint smile gracing his face as he shook his head to indicate he was fine. He then replied in a soft yet resolute voice, "Rest assured, I am well. I simply came to some realizations." Although a hint of worry lingered in Yiling's heart, she felt a measure of relief upon seeing Chi-Li's expression return to normal. Tentatively, she suggested, "In that case, how about I take you for a medicinal bath now?" Without hesitation, Chi-Lu nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, that sounds good." However, after a brief pause, he focused his gaze on Yiling and continued, "Yiling, from now on, please remember to wake me up early. I intend to practice hand seals each morning." "Certainly, you can count on me," she replied. With a tender expression, Yiling responded gently. However, just as her words fell from her lips, an astonishing realization struck her, rendering her momentarily frozen in place. Then, with a gasp, she exclaimed, "Ah, your eyes." It was only at that moment that Yiling noticed Chi-Li's eyes, which had undergone a transformation unbeknownst to her. The once ordinary gaze had now morphed into the mesmerizing single-tomo Sharingan. The profound and crimson hue seemed to encompass boundless power and secrets, captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Chi-Lu appeared unfazed by Yiling's astonishment. He slowly raised his hand and gently brushed over his eyes. Subsequently, he lowered his head slightly and murmured to himself, "So they have awakened." His voice, though soft, carried an ineffable complexity of emotions, surprise, uncertainty, and a hint of barely perceptible concern. Chapter 20, Sealing and the Sharingan. In the early morning, a gentle breeze brushed through the room, rendering it somewhat chilly. A delicate hand softly patted Chila's shoulder, gradually pulling him from the realm of dreams. Drowsily, Chila opened his eyes, and before him appeared a familiar and gentle visage, Yiling. He slowly turned over and sat up on the bed, his body still languid and weak. Perched on the edge, he rubbed his drowsy eyes, endeavoring to fully awaken himself. Reflecting upon the previous night, it held profound significance for Chila, as it marked the first instance since his arrival in this ninja realm that he was able to fall asleep autonomously, rather than succumbing to unconsciousness due to various circumstances as he had in the preceding days. Furthermore, perhaps owing to the nature of his youthful physique, Chila could now think with the acuity of an adult, albeit occasionally displaying childlike behaviors, leaving him somewhat perplexed by his own temperament. "Is Yaoling and Madara still here?" he inquired, stifling a yawn as he leisurely rose, stretching his limbs and casually reaching for the garments beside him while posing the question to Yaoling. Yaoling promptly bent down, deftly assisting Chila into his clothing, and in a hushed, gentle tone responded, the clan leader departed before dawn had fully broken. "Oh, I see." Sheila replied thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, due to Sheila's presence and intervention, appeared to be charting a path divergent from the original narrative. Unlike in the original storyline where Madara was eager to depart, he now seemed less hurried to leave. Yet his frequent absences from Konoha sparked Sheila's curiosity, leading him to ponder what this formidable figure of the ninja world could possibly be preoccupied with. "Do you intend to practice forming seals next?" Yaling inquired tenderly, as she helped Sheila don the final piece of clothing and handed him a towel dampened with warm water. "Yes, indeed, I shall practice forming seals first," Sheila affirmed with a slight nod, taking the towel and casually wiping his face before striding toward the courtyard. As he approached the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, he came to a halt. He then slowly exhaled, adjusting his posture, and firmly planted his feet apart. Following this, his hands began to move methodically, practicing the hand seals with precision and rhythm according to a specific sequence. Unlike other techniques, hand seals do not offer any shortcuts. Only through relentless and repetitive practice can one ensure that, in critical moments, the gestures are executed swiftly and accurately without conscious thought, thereby enabling the performance of the required ninjutsu. Of course, if one could summon various powerful techniques at will with a mere clap of the hands like Hashirama Senju, that would be a different story. However, throughout the extensive millennia of ninja evolution, to this day, only Hashirama has been able to effortlessly perform jutsu without hand seals. Even someone as formidable as Uchiha Obito in the current era must adhere to the conventional process of hand seals to successfully execute ninjutsu, albeit with the possibility of omitting a couple of seals at most. Furthermore, concerning the refinement of chakra, Obito has not elaborated much on this topic, and even Chi-Lu has not sought his guidance on related matters. After all, they belong to the Uchiha clan. Even if the chakra possessed by their clan members may not rival the vast reserves of the Senju, it is certainly sufficient for regular usage. Moreover, especially after the Sharingan is activated and evolves, the amount of chakra within them will continue to grow abundantly. Therefore, for Chi-Lu, concerns regarding chakra are the least of his worries. He simply needs to let things unfold naturally. In the early morning, as the cool remnants of the night faded away with the gradual ascent of the sun, and golden rays began to blanket the earth, Chi-Lu immersed himself wholly in the practice of hand seals during this monotonous time. With each movement of his fingers and the transformation of the seals, time flowed swiftly like a river. Unbeknownst to him, an hour and a half slipped away in the blink of an eye. Just then, a live figure emerged from the room. It was Yuling, who approached him with a delicately balanced tray in her hands, adorned with an array of food. She came before Chi-Lu and softly spoke. The clan leader specifically instructed this morning that the practice of hand seals should not extend for too long. Otherwise, excessive strain on the fingers could easily distort the originally standard seals. So why not a breakfast first? Upon hearing those words, Sheila gently flicked his slightly sore hand. He then slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before reopening them. The once pitch-black depths of his pupils transformed instantaneously into a vivid crimson, revealing the mesmerizing single-tomo Sharingan. Last night, when he first awakened this extraordinary ocular ability, he had not had the opportunity to fully savor the unique visual experience it offered. Yet today, as he gazed at the world anew through these eyes, an unprecedented sensation surged within him. He was initially astonished to discover that everything within his sight appeared to be moving at a languid pace, simultaneously becoming strikingly vivid and clear. Whether it was the subtle movements of grass blades swaying in the gentle breeze, the delicate grace of birds leaping upon distant branches, or even the intricate dance of dust particles swirling in the air, all were captured within his gaze with impeccable precision. He could even discern the dew upon the leaves of the grass, slowly dissipating under the gentle embrace of the rising sun. He maintained the Sharingan for but a brief moment before reverting to his ordinary gaze. At this juncture, he finally grasped why Danzo, in the original narrative, harbored a profound animosity towards the Uchiha clan, yet simultaneously held a peculiar admiration for their coveted Sharingan. The extraordinary experience of activating the Sharingan, wherein the entire world instantaneously transformed into an exquisite clarity, with every detail vividly manifesting before his eyes, was indeed intoxicating, leaving one entranced and unable to extricate oneself from its allure. He reminisced about the moment he utilized the Sharingan, as if an invisible veil had been lifted from his surroundings, revealing the contours and intricate details of everything, rendering them utterly transparent. This sensation of omnipotence caused his heart to race. However, with the closing of the Sharingan, that unique visual advantage dissipated. and the world was once again shrouded in a hazy obscurity. Perhaps it was this exquisite temptation brought forth by the Sharingan that incited Danzo's profound hatred for the Uchiha clan while simultaneously igniting an insatiable desire to possess it for himself. Chapter 21. A record Yaya. I shall be treating guests outside later, so there is no need for you to prepare lunch for me, Sheila said, chewing on his breakfast, glancing over at Yayoi, who stood quietly beside him. However, to Chi Li's surprise, Yayoi gently shook her head in response to his words and softly replied, May I accompany you on your outing? Accompany me? Out? Chi Lu was momentarily taken aback, his hand pausing mid-motion as he was about to pick up his food. He lifted his head, gazing curiously at the wild Ling in front of him, seemingly attempting to discern some clue from her exquisite visage. However, as if suddenly reminded of something, Chi Lu did not verbally refuse Ling's request. Instead, he smiled and nodded gently, saying, I can take you out. In fact, I have been pondering where one might find hospitable places in the current Konoha. Upon hearing Chi Li's affirmative words, Ling's expression remained unchanged as she slightly bowed in respect. Observing this, Chi Lu quickly waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for such formality. He then leaned in closer, lowering his voice in a conspiratorial manner. In truth, you need not be so polite and reserved with me. Moreover, I must confide in you that when the day comes when I hold the reins, I will certainly find a way to bring you over from the clan leader. At that time, you shall regain your freedom. After uttering these words, Chi Lu playfully winked at Ling. Ling was a woman whose independence was immediately apparent. She had not succumbed to any mental constraints or indoctrination. Thus, Chi Lu thought it a pity that someone so self-reliant and skilled in ninjutsu should merely serve as a maid. Upon hearing his words, Ling was momentarily taken aback. Yet she quickly regained her composure, responding only with an exquisitely gentle smile. However, Chi Lu sensed that Ling did not seem particularly excited, leading him to believe she might not fully trust his assurances. Consequently, he hurriedly reiterated his sentiments. Rest assured, as long as my meticulously crafted plan unfolds successfully, it will not take more than 2 months, perhaps 3, for you to completely break free from your constraints and reclaim your liberty. Furthermore, by then, you will have the opportunity to become an exceptional ninja in Konoha. Despite Chi Lu's honest declaration, to his surprise, Ling still exhibited little joy. Her face retained that soft, gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, making it difficult to fathom her true feelings. She softly replied, I understand. Please rest after your meal. I shall head to Elder Yen now. Thank you for that. Chi Lu scratched his head, somewhat dazed, and nodded. Subsequently, his gaze fixated on Ling's departing figure as she left the courtyard. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about her was peculiar. He furrowed his brow, striving to unravel the source of this strange sensation. He pondered deeply for a moment, yet his mind remained shrouded in confusion, offering no clear direction. In resignation, he gently shook his head, temporarily casting aside the perplexity that plagued him. Subsequently, Sheila turned and picked up the now empty plate, slowly making his way towards the kitchen. Although he did not exhibit overt resistance to Yearn's meticulous care, he felt quite capable of washing a dish himself. Soon enough, Sheila had scrubbed the plate clean and neatly placed it in the cupboard. After completing these tasks, he strolled out of the kitchen, returning to the courtyard. The sun was perfectly positioned, casting its warm glow upon every corner of the garden, enlivening the vibrant blossoms and lush greenery. Sheila casually approached the steps by the corridor and settled down with ease. He gazed listlessly at the exquisite scenery before him, a gentle wave of tranquility and leisure washing over his heart. Time ticked by, each passing second rendering the waiting period exceedingly prolonged and tedious. It was at this moment that his once placid thoughts were suddenly stirred by a ripple, as memories of a series of events from the original work surged forth. Almost instinctively, Sheila sprang to his feet and strode purposefully towards the interior of the house. He rummaged through his belongings and, before long, unearthed a sheet of paper and a pen from the drawer. Eagerly, he seated himself at the table, unfurled the paper, lifted the pen, and with the tip delicately grazing the surface, began to write with a soft rustle. He did not chronicle those significant events, but instead focused on inscribing a series of personal names and geographical locations. In his mind, as long as he meticulously listed these names and places, he would be able to weave together all that would transpire in the ninja world in the future. While he was engrossed in his writing, Yaeyong silently returned. She caught sight of Sheila, fully absorbed in his task, and chose to approach quietly. However, she was quite astonished to find that although she could barely recognize one of the characters he had written, the majority remained utterly foreign and incomprehensible to her. Nonetheless, she refrained from inquiring, perhaps simply indifferent to the matter. Thus, she stood quietly beside Sheila, silently accompanying him. Time passed imperceptibly, and it was unclear how long had elapsed. At last, Sheila slightly shook his somewhat stiff head and cautiously raised the densely scribbled paper towards the sunlight to examine it. At that precise moment, Yearn, who had been patiently waiting nearby, seized the opportunity to gently remind him, though I am unaware of what you are currently writing. If you intend to treat someone to a meal, it would be prudent to set off soon, as time is of the essence. Upon hearing this, Sheila slowly lifted his head, his gaze meeting that of the woman before him, and he softly replied, "Please place this paper in my bedroom. I shall take a quick shower, and then we can go out to dine." With that, he rose from his seat. Just as he stood, Sheila suddenly looked up at Yearn and asked, "Does Lord Madara know that I have awakened my eyes?" Faced with Sheila's unexpected question, Yearn maintained her gentle, spring-like smile and replied in a soft tone, "If you have not informed the clan leader, then he is unaware." Upon hearing this response, Sheila could not help but feel puzzled. Logically, as a maid assigned to him by Madara, Yearn should have promptly reported such a significant matter. Yet, it seemed she had chosen not to disclose his awakening. Could it be that Yearn was not sent by Madara to oversee him? Chapter 22. Uchiha Kyochila strolled leisurely along the streets of the clan S territory, his gaze curiously surveying the surrounding environment. The Uchiha clan had begun to establish various commercial shops, a clear indication that, despite appearing to side with Konoha and choosing not to follow Madara's departure from it, the clan members still harbored a resistance towards being regarded as equals with other families and commoners. It seemed to them that only the Senju family, their age-old adversary, was worthy of being considered a formidable opponent, deserving of the respect and recognition they longed for. Such a situation is indeed worrisome. If one merely confines oneself within closed doors, living a life of comfort and ease, would it not be tantamount to waiting passively for others to come and impose their will? Such a parochial mindset is destined to inflict considerable detriment upon the entire Uchiha clan. Just as Chi Li's thoughts began to drift into the ether, a somewhat familiar yet youthful voice suddenly pierced through the air, calling out, Chi Lu, where have you been these past few days?" Upon hearing the call, Chi Lu instinctively turned toward the direction of the voice, only to discover that the speaker was Jing, who had accompanied him to eavesdrop at the clan meeting a few days prior. Jing, having hurriedly approached Chi Lu, lowered his head slightly, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he spoke. "I noticed you haven't returned home these past couple of days. Has something happened? Also, did the clan leader punish you for that incident? I truly apologize for leaving you there alone." After uttering these words, he could not help but steal a glance at Chi Li's reaction. Sheila gazed at Jing, whose face was awash with remorse and who dared not raise his gaze. He mused silently. Indeed, it is no wonder that someone of such gentle disposition could catch the attention of that white-haired oddity, Tobarama, with such a tender nature. If this were to spread, it would be hard for anyone to believe he hails from the proud and aloof Uchiha clan. In response to Jing's apology, Sheila waved his hand dismissively and, with a natural ease, extended his arm to embrace Jing, who was a few years his senior, cheerfully adding, "Don't worry about it. It's just a trivial matter. I've been staying at the clan leader's residence these past few days. By the way, I have plans to grab lunch with some friends today. How about joining me?" As he spoke, a warm smile illuminated Chi Li's face, and despite his inquiry, his demeanor left no room for Jing to decline the invitation. Upon hearing Chi Li's invitation, Jing instinctively glanced at the shoulder that Sheila held so tightly. Understanding that this was Chi Li's way of conveying that he need not be concerned, he lifted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he inquired, "A friend? Are you a member of the Uchiha clan?" He could hardly remember that besides himself, Sheila had also made the acquaintance of other clansmen. With a smile, Sheila shook his head and replied, "No, the friends I've invited this time are from the Saratobi and Shimura families. You'll see when we arrive, come on." As he spoke, he casually draped an arm around Kagami and headed toward the designated meeting place. Foreign clans? Upon hearing this term, Kagami's eyes widened in astonishment. It had only been a few days since they last met. How could Sheila possibly have befriended outsiders? Wait a moment. It was as if a realization struck him. He abruptly halted, his body stiffening in place. Slowly, he turned to face Sheila with a bewildered and questioning gaze, asking, "Hold on. Didn't you just say you're living at the chief's house now?" In response to Kagami's incredulous expression, Sheila merely shrugged nonchalantly, his face betraying no sign of concern, as if this were not a matter of great significance. Then, without missing a beat, he reached out and threw his arm around Kagami's shoulders again. continuing to walk forward with a grin, saying, "Oh, don't be so surprised. Besides, even if you had tea come to find me today, I intended to look for you after my gathering." Hearing this, Kagami's unease deepened. He stopped once more, shaking off Chila's arm from his shoulder, and nervously inquired, "What do you want with me?" Chila cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor, and solemnly proclaimed, "Ahem. I am now here on behalf of the chief to convey an order. Uchiha Kagami, effective today, you must go to the chief's house for training." After delivering this statement, a slight smirk crept onto Chila's lips. As for whether Madara had actually uttered these words, did it really matter? He had already brought Kagami back. Could Madara possibly expel him now? Training alone would be exceedingly dull, but having a companion would transform the experience entirely, especially if that companion were Kagami. Simply the thought of it was thrilling. Upon hearing this, Kagami stood frozen as if struck by lightning. It was not that he harbored any dislike for the chief. On the contrary, an overwhelming excitement surged within him. To train at the chief's house meant he would receive direct guidance from the chief himself. Such an opportunity was rare, and for someone like Kagami, who yearned to grow stronger and bring glory to his clan, it was nothing short of a dream come true. Is it true? Chila, can I really go to the chief's house for training? Kagami's eyes widened, his face flushed with excitement, and his voice trembled slightly with anticipation. Chila, observing Kagami's ecstatic reaction, couldn't help but feel a touch of embarrassment on his youthful face. He anticipated that Jing would be quite excited. Yet he never expected Jing to be so fervent that he nearly resembled a red-skinned duck. Thus, Chila kindly reminded him, "The training of our esteemed leader is exceedingly rigorous. You must be prepared." However, at that moment, Jing was utterly oblivious to such advice. He straightened his posture without hesitation and proclaimed with utmost seriousness, "I am always ready. For the supreme glory of the Uchiha clan, I fear neither hardship nor fatigue." As he spoke, Jing instinctively extended his hand, meticulously adjusting his attire, as if to demonstrate his profound respect for the family to Chila. Every day, one must stand immobile for a full hour and a half, followed by swinging a long blade 200 times. Not to mention, the practice of forming hand seals is also indispensable. As Chila recounted these training tasks while counting them off on his fingers, Jing's expression remained unchanged. He responded with the same fervor. "Even if it requires standing an additional half hour or swinging the blade 50 more times, I am absolutely capable of enduring." Upon hearing this, Chila's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jing, whose resolute demeanor suggested he might aspire to become Hokage. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. "Is this correct?" Just then, the previously silent Yiling suddenly spoke. "Young Master Chila, do you see over there? Are those not the two individuals?" She gestured toward a certain direction. Following her indication, Chila focused his gaze and indeed saw two figures standing at a distance, their movements appearing somewhat peculiar and awkward. However, at that moment, as Yiling's words resonated, Jing did not divert his gaze like Chila. Instead, he turned his head to fix his eyes upon Yiling. A glimmer of doubt flickered in his eyes. He was acutely aware that he had never encountered this woman within the clan's territory. Furthermore, her manner of addressing Chila was rather unusual. At that moment, as if sensing Jing's gaze, Yiling smiled gently at him like a spring breeze and softly stated, "I am Yiling, the maidservant of young Master Chila." Yet, it was not merely a maidservant. She ought to be regarded as my elder sister. Chila, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected eagerly. Chapter 23, A Relationship That Provokes Contemplation. Risen. I have always believed that we should refrain from excessive interaction with him. You must understand that the Uchiha clan has historically exhibited hostility and aversion towards outsiders. Towanzo's gaze lingered hesitantly on an inconspicuous stone at his feet as he spoke, his voice betraying a palpable lack of confidence. In stark contrast to Towanzo's evident anxiety, Sarutobi Risen appeared remarkably calm and composed. He leisurely placed an unknown herb into his mouth, chewing it nonchalantly, then shrugged and responded with an air of indifference. "If that is the case, then why do you choose to accompany him?" At the utterance of this remark, Towanzo, who had managed to maintain a semblance of composure, suddenly seemed ignited. His face flushing crimson as he took a step forward with determination. He swiftly raised his right hand, forming a fist, and, fueled by a surge of anger, he struck the sturdy tree against which Sarutobi Risen was leaning. The sound of a dull thud resonated as the robust trunk quivered slightly, and several leaves cascaded down gently. He widened his eyes and glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, exclaiming in a hushed yet furious tone, "To utter such words is utterly disheartening. Do you not realize that my presence here is solely out of concern for you?" The initially distracted Sarutobi was startled into a tremor, clearly taken aback. Simultaneously, he waved his hands in a flurry, hurriedly explaining, "Oh dear, I would never harbor such intentions." Before he could finish, he leaned forward slightly, as if wary of being overheard, lowering his voice even further to say, "Just yesterday, I consulted my father, and he assured me that our current interaction would yield only benefits, not drawbacks. Moreover, I heard from him that Kira has recently moved into that esteemed household." Thus, the two engaged in a whispered exchange, oblivious to the peculiar closeness of their postures. Perhaps they were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice the three individuals who had silently approached them. It was not until Kira's voice, laced with a touch of jest and astonishment, broke the air. "Hey, look at you two. Are you playing wall slam?" This unexpected remark crashed upon them like a thunderclap. In an instant, both froze, their expressions becoming rigid, as they stood there, dumbfounded. After a moment, they snapped back to reality, finally recognizing the ambiguous and intimate nature of their current stance. "Ahem. You see, Toby accidentally got sand in his eye, so I was merely helping him by blowing it out," Sarutobi explained, nodding earnestly, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. However, internally he lamented, knowing that he was fortunate to have conjured up any excuse at all, let alone one that involved discussing Uchiha. If that were to reach the ears of the esteemed individual, the consequences would be far graver than mere social embarrassment. It could indeed lead to dire repercussions. He was well aware of the distinction between physical and social demise. At that moment, Kira and the others regarded Sarutobi and Toby with a mix of curiosity, skepticism, and a hint of amusement. Particularly, Kira and the others exchanged glances, seemingly unconvinced by the explanation. Even the typically stoic Toby, upon hearing Sarutobi's flimsy justification, instinctively felt the urge to retort. His lips moved slightly, yet ultimately he could not muster a coherent response. After all, he too found himself at a loss for a more convincing argument at that moment. He first cast a meaningful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if to convey that no explanation was necessary. He understood perfectly. And who might these two be? Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to endure the weight of Chila's gaze, decided to break the tension and clumsily change the subject. "This is Uchiha Kagami, my cousin. As for his age, he should be quite similar to both of you." Chila gently patted Uchiha Kagami on the shoulder, smiling as he spoke. He then pointed to a gentle lady beside him, continuing, "And this is Aiha, who takes care of my sister." Tuanzong and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had no intention of lingering on the previous matter, promptly responded upon hearing Chila's introduction. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Tuanzong, it's a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to your guidance." Meanwhile, Kagami and Aiha, standing nearby, offered a polite smile and gesture. Then, with a grand flourish, Chila displayed a demeanor of extravagance and proclaimed loudly, "I wonder if you two have any particular cravings for lunch today? I have ample funds, so please feel free to express your wishes without hesitation." However, faced with Chila's generous display, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the guest of honor, quickly waved his hand in polite refusal, saying, "You're too kind. We don't have any special desires. You may choose, right, Tuanzong?" Tuanzong, who had been silent and seemingly disinterested in the conversation, was momentarily taken aback when Sarutobi Hiruzen called his name. He quickly regained his composure and nodded in agreement. "Ah, yes, yes," observing the evident awkwardness of the two. Chila's lips curled into a sly smile, a mischievous glint emerging on his charming face. He slowly began, "Oh, is that so? In that case, as I was leaving the clan grounds earlier, I happened to notice some members of the Uchiha clan." However, just as Chila was about to continue, he was abruptly interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who interjected hastily, Tuanzong, I must tell you, a new ramen shop has just opened, and I haven't had the chance to try it yet." Almost instantaneously, Tuanzong echoed Sarutobi's enthusiasm. "Yes, yes. How fortuitous. I've heard about that new place as well. Just on my way here, the enticing aroma wafting through the air had my mouth watering uncontrollably." Seeing the seamless rapport between the two, Chila leisurely added, "Oh, judging by your expressions, it seems you're not particularly keen on visiting our clan grounds, are you?" To this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tuanzong responded in unison. "Not at all. That is certainly not our intention. However, I simply could not resist the allure of the newly opened ramen shop." Upon hearing this, Chila shrugged, his expression revealing a mixture of skepticism and belief. "Let us first go and sample the new ramen establishment," he suggested, and with that, the two hurriedly turned and walked away, as if afraid that if they lagged behind, Chila might seize them and drag them into the Uchiha clan. Chapter 24. Does the Hokage have a guard squad? The group engaged in casual chatter, their conversation flitting about like leaves in the breeze, occasionally touching upon the weather and then veering towards recent amusing anecdotes. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at the ramen shop mentioned by the two. However, when Chila glanced in the direction indicated, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. This establishment hardly resembled a new venture. Just by observing the well-worn tables, polished to a sheen by countless patrons, one could easily discern that it had been in operation for quite some time. Yet, Chila wisely chose to remain silent, refraining from exposing their deception. To his surprise, Jing, who accompanied him, also noticed this detail, though Jing possessed a gentle demeanor. His youth and the Uchiha's indifference to social nuances left him perplexed. He turned and quietly inquired, "Is this truly a newly opened ramen shop?" At this, Saratobi Izashi's face momentarily betrayed a hint of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly in an attempt to deflect, then began scratching his head as if trying to unearth a plausible explanation. Ultimately, he could not conjure a satisfactory response, and with a quick glance, he directed the attention towards Danzo, who was watching his predicament with keen interest. "Ah, actually, Danzo is more informed about this matter, right?" "Danzo," Hizashi said, hoping for assistance to salvage the situation. Unbeknownst to Danzo, who was thoroughly enjoying Hizashi's discomfort, the spotlight unexpectedly shifted onto him. In that moment, Danzo had yet to retract the smile from his lips. The scene soon became quite comical. "Ahem. What is going on here?" "Ah, you know. I mean, yes. Huh, you understand, right?" Danzo stammered, gesturing vaguely with a series of unconvincing remarks. Eventually, unable to fabricate a reasonable excuse, he shot an irritated glare at Hizashi and declared, "I will go order some noodles." As they observed the somewhat flustered Danzo depart, the others struggled to suppress their laughter, sharing only a few light chuckles. A few individuals cheerfully strode into the shop. In truth, if one were to judge solely based on the current circumstances, the figure of Danzo starkly contrasted with the almost deranged and frenzied persona he would later embody. At this moment, he merely exhibited an intricate and ineffable emotional entanglement with Saratobi Hiruzen, tinged with a hint of innocence. As the group filed into the noodle shop, each swiftly found a seat that suited them. Curiously, Kira didn't even glance at the menu, for beside him, Ayam had already grasped his culinary preferences from observing him over the past 2 days and ordered a bowl of authentic tonkatsu ramen on his behalf, choosing to stand behind him rather than take a seat. Noticing this, Kira looked up and said, "Please, have a seat. We can discuss matters later at home." In response, Ayam cast a glance at Kira, then silently settled down beside him. Upon seeing her seated, Kira raised his voice, calling out, "Boss, another bowl of tonkatsu, please." With everyone seated and their orders placed, they began to pass the time with casual conversation while awaiting their ramen. It was then that Kira curiously inquired, "By the way, have you all successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy?" At this question, Saratobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, a look of nostalgia gracing his face as he replied slowly, "Not just yet. But it shouldn't be long now. We have about 2 months left." Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo, who had remained silent beside him, suddenly interjected, "Moreover, I recently heard that after graduation, a teacher of at least Chunin level will be assigned to guide us." Upon hearing this, Kira's previously lackluster eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instantly appeared more invigorated. In truth, his earlier words had merely been a probe to ascertain whether these two individuals had already become disciples of Tobarama. However, Danzo's revelation suggested that, at this moment, Tobarama had yet to engage with them. Thus, he quickly pressed on with another question. "Do you know who the guiding teachers will be?" Hearing Kira's eager inquiry, Saratobi Hiruzen hesitated for a brief moment before sinking into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his head and responded, "I truly do not know. But according to my elders, one must first submit an application to the Hokage's office to become a guiding teacher. Only after the first Hokage personally reviews and approves the application can one proceed to lead the soon-to-be graduates." After listening to Hiruzen's explanation, Kira nodded, but then eagerly continued to inquire, "What are the rules surrounding this process?" At this moment, Danzo spoke slowly. One must at least possess the strength of a Chunin or higher, and also successfully complete several critical missions assigned by the village. Upon reaching this point, Danzo abruptly paused, casting a wary glance around to ensure that no one was eavesdropping. Once satisfied, he lowered his voice to a whisper that only the few of them could hear, adding, "Although I am ostensibly the guiding instructor, in reality, it falls upon the leaders of each team. After all, future missions will be carried out in the form of ninja squads. Hearing this, Sheila gently rested his elbows on the somewhat antiquated wooden table, cradling his chin in his palm, allowing his thoughts to drift away. He pondered silently. Although it appeared that the first Hokage had given his consent, the true decision-maker regarding the selection of the team leader was undoubtedly Tobarama Senju. As time marched on, a multitude of students blossomed under the guidance of their mentors in the distance. It was predictable that Tobarama's prestige would soar like a rocket in the hearts of the people. Moreover, the reputation of the entire Senju clan would rise in tandem with his ascent. In stark contrast, the Uchiha clan, which remained insular and reluctant to engage with the outside world, would gradually be cast aside by the tides of time, further widening the chasm between them and other clans. Nevertheless, regardless of the actions and strategies employed by Tobarama, one undeniable truth remained. He tirelessly endeavored to integrate the Senju family into the greater Konoha community. Such audacity and determination were truly admirable. At that moment, a sudden spark of insight illuminated Kiyoshi's mind, as if he had recalled something of utmost importance. Without hesitation, he leaned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who sat across from him, inclining his head closer. He then lowered his voice to inquire, "Do you know if the Hokage currently has a dedicated personal guard?" However, upon hearing this question, Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged a glance of apprehension. Subsequently turning to the ramen shop owner to call out, "Boss, is the noodles ready? We're starving." Chapter 25, Eating Noodles. Kiyoshi observed the movements of the two with quiet attention, fully aware of the anxieties that resided deep within their hearts. He did not insist on extracting every detail from the other party. After all, a forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. Since the other person was unwilling to elaborate, why should he continue to press on, lacking in subtlety? At that moment, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed upon the table, setting aside the question of its flavor. The presentation of the dish was quite appealing. The uniformly thick noodles were neatly arranged in the bowl, topped with a tempting layer of meat sauce and vibrant green scallions. Awakening one's appetite at merely a glance, Chilu extended his chopsticks, gently lifting a strand of noodle to his mouth. However, upon contact with his tongue, the texture was not as exquisite as he had anticipated, yet it was not entirely disappointing either, merely average, one might say. On the whole, it could still be deemed a bowl of reasonably good noodles. Just as everyone was engrossed in their meal of pulled noodles, Chilu suddenly lifted his head, breaking the silence once more, and posed a question to Jing, who sat beside him. "Are there any members of the Uchiha clan attending school?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Jing initially appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly fell silent, slowly shaking his head to indicate that, thus far, no clan members had enrolled in school. After a considerable pause, as if recalling something of importance, Jing finally spoke, responding softly, "However, to my knowledge, from the next cohort onward, members of our Uchiha clan should begin attending school for their education." "I see." Upon hearing Jing's response, Sheila nodded slightly, as he had anticipated this outcome. He then turned his gaze to the two individuals seated across from him, who were diligently consuming their noodles, and inquired, "What kind of courses are currently being offered at the school? I am quite curious. I suppose I will attend as well." Sarutobi Izashi, after leisurely swallowing his noodles, paused momentarily as if carefully contemplating his words in his mind. After a brief moment, he replied in a measured tone, "There is nothing particularly special about it. The knowledge imparted at school and the ninjutsu are all things I have already mastered. Moreover, most of the instructors are merely at the genin level, and the scope of what they can teach students is relatively limited. However, for commoners who have not been exposed to ninja-related knowledge, it remains quite beneficial." Upon hearing this, Sheila couldn't help but ponder deeply. It appears that the current ninja academy is still in its nascent phase of exploration and experimentation. Even someone as sagacious as Tobarama Senju might find it challenging to fully comprehend all the intricacies required for the academy in a short span of time. However, once the first cohort of students graduates, Tobarama will undoubtedly be able to adjust and refine the subsequent educational policies and focal points based on the actual learning outcomes and performances of these students. In truth, the teachings introduced later, such as the will of fire, a concept imbued with a profound indoctrination effect, were primarily incorporated after Hiruzen Sarutobi ascended to the position of Hokage. During the tenures of the first and second Hokage, while there was a degree of ideological indoctrination, it had not reached such an alarming extent. However, upon Hiruzen's assumption of the role as the third Hokage, he resorted to the notion of the will of fire, a concept replete with brainwashing potential, to bolster his somewhat tenuous authority. Yet, Regarding this matter, Hiruzen himself did not dwell upon it excessively. He even entertained the thought of proclaiming such sentiments himself. Of course, all of this would necessitate waiting for an exceptionally opportune moment. A few individuals gradually emerged from the noodle shop, sunlight cascading upon them, casting elongated shadows. Hiruzen Saratobi was the first to speak, smiling as he remarked, "This noodle is indeed quite delightful, smooth in texture, rich and savory in broth, leaving one with a lingering aftertaste." Standing beside him, Danzo Shimura promptly nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the flavor is truly commendable." Upon hearing their harmonious exchange, Hiruzen turned and softly replied, "I'm glad you both enjoyed it. I'll treat you again when the opportunity arises." No sooner had he spoken than Hiruzen and Danzo shared a knowing glance. Thereafter expressing their gratitude, "Thank you for today as hospitality. We shall remember this kindness. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to approach us. We shall not hesitate to help within our means." In response to their words, Hiruzen remained largely indifferent, for his true intentions did not revolve around these two individuals. He smiled faintly and replied leisurely, "It's all right. After all, we are friends. However, I do have a request to make of both of you." Upon hearing this, Saratobi Hiruzen's expression subtly shifted, and he hastily waved his hands, stating, "If this pertains to matters of upper-level confidentiality, we truly know nothing." Yet, Sheila gently shook his head and quickly clarified, "This is not such a matter. In fact, I merely hope that if you have some spare time, you could train with me and Jing. After all, your age surpasses ours, and you are bound to have more experience." Saratobi Hiruzen exchanged a glance with Danzo before falling into a moment of contemplation, then replied, "If your elders agree, we certainly have no objections." "All right. I will inquire with my elders, and if they consent, where should I go?" Chilla's words trailed off abruptly. Observing this, Saratobi Hiruzen immediately took over the conversation, speaking rapidly. "Every morning, we train in the forest behind Hokage Rock. The environment is serene, and the space is ample, making it ideal for honing various skills and physical conditioning." Without hesitation, Sheila nodded in agreement. "Understood." At that moment, Saratobi Hiruzen slightly turned his body, gently nudging Danzo with his shoulder, then smiled at Sheila, expressing, once again, "Thank you for your warm hospitality. We shall take our leave now." "Very well. I look forward to seeing you during training." Sheila responded with a smile, quietly standing in place as he watched them gradually depart. Once the figures of Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo had completely vanished from sight, Jing, who had remained silent, could no longer contain his inner concerns and urgently inquired, "Sheila, regardless of whether they genuinely intend to train us, I fear that our elders will not easily permit us to train with outsiders." In the face of Jing's apprehension, Sheila appeared unfazed. He lightly shook his head, dismissively replying, "As long as we have the approval of the clan leader, what need is there to heed the opinions of other clan members? Surely, no one would dare oppose once the clan leader has given his consent." But Jing attempted to voice further concerns, only to be interrupted by Sheila, who urged, "Let us not dwell on such matters for now. Come with me to the clan leader's house." Chapter 26. Return time passed swiftly, and it had been over 10 days since the encounter with Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo. During this period, Sheila eagerly awaited Madara's return to discuss the matter of training outside the clan. However, despite the passage of several days, Madara's presence remained elusive. It was imperative to note that without Madara's approval, Sheila and Jing could not possibly venture forth to participate in the training. Thus, he could only restrain his impatience and await with bated breath. This evening, as Chi Lu and Jing Ru were, as usual, diligently practicing their stances in the courtyard, the figure that had vanished for more than 10 days finally reappeared. It was Ban, clutching a side with a blade that gleamed with a cold light. He bore on his back a flaming fan. Witnessing Ban's imposing presence, Chi Lu could not help but be inundated with speculations. What could have transpired to necessitate Ban's full armament? Countless thoughts raced through Chi Li's mind. Yet he wisely chose to bury these uncertainties deep within. After all, the last time he had pried too much, he had suffered the consequences. Meanwhile, as Ban stepped through the threshold of his home, his gaze immediately fell upon Chi Lu and Jing, who were diligently engaged in their training. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of another, he paused momentarily. At that instant, Jing, noticing Ban's figure, straightened up from his stance, adopting a posture of utmost respect, and exclaimed with a loud voice, "Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for granting me such a precious opportunity to train in your home." This sudden proclamation made it immediately clear to Ban the circumstances at hand. If his suspicions were correct, There was indeed someone audacious enough to impersonate him and deceive this child. However, in the face of the child before him, he found himself unable to utter words that would send Jing away, especially as he could see the gleam of admiration in Jing's eyes. Was it not a form of reverence towards him? Thus, Ban simply inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement of the situation. However, he would not easily let Qi Lu, the instigator, off the hook. With a countenance as severe as a winter's night, he coldly declared, "From now on, Qi Lu, your daily standing practice will be extended from 1.5 hours to 2 hours, and the number of strikes will be increased to a total of 300. Having said this, he dismissed them from his thoughts, turning to enter the house, preparing to wash up. Yet, this pronouncement transformed Qi Li's previously amused expression into one of dismay. He turned to Jing with a voice tinged with grievance, saying, "Jing, you must repay me for this." Huh? Jing looked at Qi Lu with confusion. Despite his bewilderment, Jing did not voice any objections or refusals. Instead, he silently resumed his squatting position, preparing for the stance. Mumbling to himself, "You used to call me brother, yet now you only call me by my name." His tone carried an air of lament. Upon hearing this, Qi Lu rolled his eyes dramatically, his face reflecting indignation as he retorted, "What? Do you expect me to follow others around all day, calling you brother at every turn? Dream on." He envisioned himself merrily trailing behind Jing, sweetly calling out brother, only to have Jing turn with a gentle smile and playfully poke his forehead. The thought sent a shiver down Qi Lu's spine. That simply would not do. It must be said that ever since arriving in this enigmatic world of ninjas, everything here had been relatively pleasant for Qi Lu. However, the one aspect that left him feeling somewhat helpless was his youth, which often placed him at a disadvantage. Perhaps lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice that his standing posture had gradually become distorted. At that very moment, Ban emerged from the room, freshly washed, and immediately caught sight of this scene. Without a hint of hesitation, he swung his arm, and the slender whip in his hand lashed out like a serpent, striking Qi Lu forcefully. The sharp crack of the whip echoed as it landed solidly on Qi Lu's body, catching him completely off guard and causing him to grimace in pain. Similarly, Jing, who stood beside Qi Lu, was startled by the sudden strike, quickly adjusting his already acceptable posture. "Your name is Jing, is it not?" Ben strolled into the courtyard and gracefully seated himself on a somewhat antiquated stone bench. He raised his gaze, his eyes piercing as they fixed on Jing, and inquired, "Indeed, esteemed clan leader." Jing responded without a trace of hesitation. Almost immediately after Ban had finished speaking, Ban nodded slightly, acknowledging Jing's swift response, and continued, "Which elder does your family serve under?" Without a moment's pause, Jing replied, in response to the clan leader, "My father is a member of Elder Yan's guard." With that, Jing straightened his posture, his gaze resolutely fixed on Ban. Upon hearing this, Ben pondered for a moment, well aware of the various factions within the Uchiha clan. Among them, Uchiha Yin was regarded as a representative of the moderate faction, in stark contrast to the hardliners led by Uchiha Shana. As for Ban himself, he undoubtedly aligned with the hardline group, thus feeling a closer affinity towards Shana. Consequently, within the Uchiha clan, the moderate faction was left with little real power, confined primarily to matters of finance and livelihood. At this thought, Ban couldn't help but furrow his brow, his dark and sharp eyes betraying a flicker of concern. He was acutely aware that if this situation were to continue unabated, the internal conflicts within the Uchiha clan would intensify to an unimaginable degree, leading to catastrophic consequences. Consequently, ever since the establishment of Konoha village, Madara had consciously minimized his interactions with Shina, opting instead to engage more with Inazuma. Moreover, it must be noted that although he was inherently a resolute and uncompromising hardliner, he appeared somewhat inferior when compared to Shina. This was primarily because Shina embodied a perplexing existence, exhibiting a level of rigidity that even Madara found excessive at times. In certain instances, Shina's steadfastness bordered on the irrational. For instance, regarding Madara's proposition for the Uchiha to depart from Konoha, Shina vehemently opposed such a course of action. In his view, should action be required, a far more radical and direct approach could be employed to incite internal strife. This would enable the removal of Senju Hashirama from the position of Hokage, allowing Uchiha Madara to ascend as the new Hokage. Thus, on that fateful day, Madara did not even inform Shina, for he could only imagine the unforeseen complications that might arise. Chapter 27. Farewell. Hashirama. Time flowed slowly, akin to the fine grains of sand within an hourglass, as the sun gradually descended in the west, resembling a ripened persimmon slipping down the horizon. The afterglow enveloped the earth like a golden veil. only to be swiftly consumed by the encroaching darkness. The night quietly descended, resembling a vast and heavy black curtain draping over the entire world. At this moment, the lights in the courtyard flickered to life, casting a warm, soft glow reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Though faint, it brought comfort to the heart. Within this illumination, two children could be seen panting, vigorously wielding their wooden swords. Their movements appeared somewhat awkward, yet each swing was imbued with vigor. Shadows cast by the light danced upon the ground, creating a bustling scene. These shadows intertwined and dispersed, reminiscent of playful sprites frolicking joyfully. Their presence imbued the previously desolate courtyard with a newfound vitality and exuberance. At that moment, Madara, who had been silently observing, spoke up. "Kagami, your training for today has concluded." With that, he reached for a scroll that had been resting beside him, and with a gentle flick, he accurately tossed it towards Kagami. Kagami hurriedly extended his hands to catch the flying scroll, and upon examining it, he was elated to see the 4 characters Dragon Flame Release inscribed upon it. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, and his voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed clan leader." In truth, Madara had initially intended to dismiss Kagami with a mere ordinary A-rank scroll. After all, to Madara, Kagami was merely an obscure figure, hence an A-rank scroll seemed sufficient. As time progressed, Ban gradually began to notice the tenacity and talent exhibited by Kagami. Moreover, he astutely perceived that despite Chi Li's outwardly cheerful demeanor, an underlying sense of solitude lingered within him. Reflecting on his own childhood experiences, Ban recalled that he at least had someone by his side. But what of Chi Lu now? He was utterly alone. Furthermore, within the Uchiha clan, although theoretically every clansman could learn all ninjutsu, the reality was far more complex. To truly master the advanced techniques, clan members needed to earn sufficient merit to qualify for their study. Kagami's father was merely a guard for one of the clan elders, and thus his achievements were rather limited, hardly enough to grant Kagami access to many invaluable scrolls of ninjutsu. Additionally, the scroll that Ban bestowed upon Kagami held particular significance. According to clan customs, once a scroll was conferred by the clan leader to an individual, that person was permitted to practice the associated ninjutsu. Furthermore, if Kagami consented, he was entirely entitled to share this ninjutsu with anyone he deemed worthy. Just as Ban was about to continue his discourse, he suddenly seemed to sense something, his gaze darting sharply to the side. Not far away, a figure emerged from the shadows. Having completed his training, which required only a mere hour and a half of standing still and 200 strikes with a blade, Kagami now bore a visage marked by exhaustion. Yet, when he caught sight of the mysterious scroll tightly clutched in his hand, all weariness seemed to dissipate, replaced by an exhilarating surge of excitement. He longed to sprout wings and soar home at once, eager to share this monumental news with his father. As if sensing his fervent thoughts, the voice of Ban reached Jing's ears without delay. "You may return home now." Unable to contain his excitement, Jing bowed deeply to Ban before turning to face the tirelessly swinging knife of Chila, exclaiming, "Chila, I will come by tomorrow for training." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed away like a wild stallion, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Watching Jing's retreating figure, Chila shook his head in resignation and shouted, "Remember to come early tomorrow. We still need to practice our hand seals." Once Jing had departed, Chila turned to the standing Yali and inquired, "How many times have I swung the knife now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yali replied, 230 times. Realizing he was still 70 swings short of his goal, Chila exhaled a heavy sigh, stretched his sore shoulders, and then readjusted his stance, gripping the hilt of the knife firmly before again launching into the rhythm of swinging the long blade. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Though his technique appeared somewhat clumsy and unrefined, with just a few more days of practice, Ban would surely guide him to mastery. Accompanied by a hearty and invigorating laugh, the voice resonated before the figure was seen. At that moment, fully engrossed in his training, Chila lifted his gaze upon hearing the familiar sound, his focus honing in on the figure not far away. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Hashirama, Chila could not suppress a mildly perplexed exclamation, "Lord Hokage?" Yet, before Chila's inquiry could fully escape his lips, a swift whip struck him with precision, delivering a sharp sting that coursed through his body, eliciting a grimace. Nevertheless, he dared not relent, gritting his teeth against the pain as he quickly regained his focus and continued his training. Observing the pained yet persevering Chila, Hashirama wore a satisfied smile, soon bursting into hearty laughter. After his mirth subsided, Hashirama leisurely seated himself on a stone bench beside Ban, watching with keen interest as Chila valiantly swung his knife. As time slipped by unnoticed, Chila had already executed 260 swings. Although his body was weary and his arms trembled from exertion, his mind remained alert. To his own surprise, considering he had only been training for about 10 days, he had managed to endure to such an extent. However, during the final 40 swings, his consciousness began to blur, leaving him feeling somewhat lightheaded. Meanwhile, his once powerful arm began to spasm uncontrollably, each movement accompanied by piercing soreness and a sense of weakness. Ultimately, after the arduous task of swinging the blade 300 times was completed, he did not succumb to unconsciousness as he usually did. However, his condition was far from favorable. The intense spasms and aches radiating from his arm rendered him utterly miserable, the agony akin to countless ants gnawing at his flesh. Moreover, his chest felt as though it were crushed beneath an insurmountable weight, making each breath excruciatingly laborious. His stomach churned violently, overwhelming him with waves of unbearable nausea. Finally, a torrent of bile erupted from his mouth. After this bout of vomiting, the excruciating discomfort was somewhat alleviated. Witnessing this, Hashirama, who had been observing closely from the side, hurried forward without hesitation. He placed a palm gently against Kiyoshi's back, and in that instant, Kiyoshi felt a soothing, invigorating energy flowing through his body like a gentle stream. This wondrous force not only significantly eased the pain in his arm, but also seemed to dissipate his fatigue almost instantaneously. Hashirama, enough already. He needs to acclimate to this sensation. At that moment, Madara, who had remained silent until now, slowly rose to his feet, his tone serious. Upon hearing these words, Hashirama understood Madara's intent. Although he longed to continue alleviating Kiyoshi's suffering, he recognized that ultimately, Kiyoshi needed to adapt to this intense training and the fatigue that followed. Yayoi, go inform In and have someone bring some food. Also, tell In to assign someone to deliver meals to the house starting tomorrow, Madara stated in a calm manner. However, Yayo did not leave immediately. Instead, she gently assisted Kiyoshi to his feet before turning to depart. Chapter 28. Indeed, love can render one blind after a considerable time. Kiyoshi finally managed to rise from the ground. He took several deep breaths and moved his limbs, feeling a gradual resurgence of strength. At that moment, parched and disregarding the cup of tea on the table, he seized a glass and drank it down in one go. Afterward, he felt no sense of impropriety and nonchalantly plopped down beside the two of them. Seeing Kiyoshi settled, Hashirama eagerly approached him and inquired, "When do you plan to visit the Senju residence again? Mizuto has been incessantly mentioning you in my ear these past few days." Just as Madara was retrieving a clean cup to pour himself some hot tea, his actions came to an abrupt halt upon hearing Hashirama's remark. He gently placed the teacup back on the table, a look of skepticism crossing his face as he asked, "Was it Mizuto who treated him last time? Did I not instruct you to handle that?" Upon the utterance of these words, Hashirama momentarily paused in surprise, and then began to laugh awkwardly as he explained, You know I've been exceedingly busy lately." At that moment, Mito happened to see this lad in a wounded state, and I thought it best to let her lend a hand. But rest assured, this fellow has a special charm that endears him to Mito. With that, he flashed a sycophantic smile at Madara. Humph. Madara merely cast a fleeting glance at Hashirama, emitting a cold snort through his nostrils, and chose to disregard him thereafter. Hashirama, well aware of Madara's temperament, understood that Madara held no animosity towards Mito. The true reason lay in Madara's reluctance for too many individuals to comprehend the significance of Izuna to him. Ultimately, it was merely a concern for Izuna's safety. It is worth noting that the current state of Konoha was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. The Uchiha harbored a certain degree of hostility towards the Senju, and conversely, the Senju also held reservations towards the Uchiha. Thus, Madara remained apprehensive that some ill-intentioned members of the Senju clan might seize the opportunity to harm Izuna. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Izuna promptly inquired, "Lord Hokage, I wonder if you currently possess a dedicated personal guard?" Upon hearing Izuna's words, Hashirama was initially taken aback, as his mind struggled to comprehend the implications. After a considerable pause, he scratched his head in confusion and retorted, "A guard? What would I need that for? Is it meant to protect my safety?" After uttering this, Hashirama couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand dismissively as he continued, "Ha, what a joke. As Hokage, I hardly require protection from others. Moreover, if danger were to arise, who would be protecting whom is still uncertain." However, Madara instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind Izuna's words, his brow furrowing slightly as he candidly stated, "Are you implying whether the Hokage possesses his own private militia?" Upon hearing this, Izuna nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, precisely. A team that can discreetly handle matters unsuitable for public scrutiny, yet ultimately beneficial for Konoha. You understand, right?" Yet, at that moment, as Izuna's words resonated and he nodded in affirmation, the atmosphere shifted to an oddly tense one. Madara cast a sidelong glance at Hashirama, his gaze revealing a hint of indescribable emotion. Meanwhile, Hashirama wore an expression of awkwardness, his eyes cast downward as if unable to meet Madara's gaze. Witnessing this scene, Izuna felt a sudden jolt in his heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. Could it be that this proud Madara would still be willing to assist Hashirama in engaging in such clandestine affairs after his failure in the Hokage election? Upon reaching this point, Sheila felt as though he had inadvertently uncovered a momentous secret. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, Hashirama finally broke the silence. Turning to the increasingly sullen face of Madara, and hurriedly explained, "Madara, this is merely a temporary measure. Once I find a suitable commander, you will no longer need to undertake such tasks." Hearing these words from Hashirama left Sheila in awe. What had once been mere speculation for him was now confirmed by Hashirama himself. Madara was indeed willing to set aside his pride and wholeheartedly assist Hashirama. Truly, love renders one blind. Even the illustrious Madara is not exempt from this folly. Perhaps sensing the expression of someone who had just stumbled upon an astonishing secret on Sheila's face, Madara suddenly turned to him, fixing him with a cold gaze, and stated, "From tomorrow onwards, you are to complete 350 sword swings each day." As soon as he finished speaking, Hashirama, who had been standing by, immediately echoed, "Indeed, it must be increased to 350 swings. You must fulfill this task diligently. Otherwise, even if Madara does not punish you, I shall." Sheila found himself momentarily stunned by the banter between the two. "But I haven't done anything. What does this have to do with me?" Moreover, Hashirama, who had just shown his support for Madara, suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. Rubbing his hands together and hesitantly continuing, "Madara, may I inquire about the current stance of the rock-hidden village?" He faltered, his hands still fidgeting. Witnessing this exchange, Sheila refrained from commenting. His curiosity was piqued to its zenith. However, in response to Hashirama's inquiry, Madara remained reticent. He slowly rose, expressionless, and retrieved a scroll from his robe, casually tossing it towards Hashirama while uttering, "The attitude of the rock-hidden village has never been of consequence." With that, he turned away, entering the building, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Quick-witted, Hashirama deftly caught the sealing scroll that Madara had thrown with a firm grip. His movements were fluid, devoid of any hesitation. Soon after, a look of urgency appeared on Hashirama's face as he unhesitatingly summoned chakra from within, pouring it into the sealing scroll. As the chakra flowed continuously, he began to probe the contents within. Meanwhile, Sheila observed Hashirama's every action. When he noticed a rather unsettling grin gradually spreading across Hashirama's face, unease gripped his heart. Instinctively, he shifted his position, cautiously rising from the stone bench where he had been seated. Subsequently, he quietly took 2 steps back, maintaining a certain distance from Hashirama. Chapter 29, Speculation. After examining the scroll in his hands, Hashirama lifted his gaze and happened to catch sight of Kira, who was cautiously retreating. A flicker of curiosity surged within Hashirama as he inquired, "Hey, what tricks are you up to this time?" Upon hearing Hashirama's question, Kira visibly flinched and quickly shook his head, insisting, It's nothing. I just finished my training and am drenched in sweat. I was planning to take a good bath." Yet, his feet showed no sign of halting. Instead, he swiftly retreated another 2 steps. Seeing this, Hashirama, without suspicion, chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, is that so? Then hurry along. After your bath, we must engage in an exhilarating game of dice." As he spoke, he tucked the scroll into his robe. However, the matter did not end there. Hashirama tilted his head slightly and began to mumble to himself, "With this sum of money, I shall send Tobarama to the capital tomorrow to procure some funds from the daimyo. By then, all the financial needs of the village for this year will be firmly secured." At that moment, a deep and commanding voice resonated within the room. "Kira, stop dawdling and head for the medicinal bath." "Coming." Kira promptly responded, then turned to Hashirama, saying, "Well then, Hokage-sama, I shall take my medicinal bath now." After which, he dashed toward the bathroom with remarkable speed. Hashirama appeared entirely absorbed in his thoughts, and upon hearing Kira's words, he merely responded absently, "Go on, go on." He continued to calculate something on his fingers, lost in his own musings. Upon entering the bathing room, Kira was greeted by a strong herbal scent. At some point, A bathing tub had been placed at the center of the room, filled with an unknown herbal concoction that exuded a peculiar fragrance. Kira did not dwell on the potential effects of these herbs. Without hesitation, he shed his clothes, leaving himself completely bare. He then stepped directly into the tub and settled down steadily. As soon as he made contact with the herbal water, a wave of warmth and comfort enveloped him. Undoubtedly. While the appearance and aroma of the medicinal bath may not have been particularly appealing, the experience itself was extraordinarily delightful. The moment Kira sat in the tub, he could distinctly feel the original soreness and fatigue in his arms gradually dissipating, as if the medicinal properties were gently dispelling the discomfort. He first reached for a clean towel resting beside the bath, thoroughly soaked it, and gently wrung out the excess water before draping the damp fabric over his face. In that moment, Chi Li's thoughts began to drift wildly, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. He involuntarily recalled the soft murmurs he had heard earlier while with Hashirama. From Hashirama's indistinct words, it was not difficult to infer that Madara's recent foray seemed to be driven by a desire for wealth. However, Chi Li was perplexed. If it were merely a matter of acquiring some money, why would Madara be fully armed? In this ninja world, the only individual who could possibly match Madara's formidable strength was the very person still seated on the stone bench, deftly counting with his fingers. Yet, it remained an undeniable fact that Madara had indeed ventured out fully equipped. Observing his return, one could see traces of fatigue upon his face, indicating that this endeavor had not proceeded smoothly. At that moment, Chi Li, who had been lazily leaning against the edge of the bath, suddenly straightened as if he had sensed something of great importance, softly murmuring, "The Nine Tails?" No, perhaps it would be more precise to refer to them as the tailed beasts. It was improbable that Madara would easily discover the hiding place of the Nine Tails. It was far more likely that he would seek out other tailed beasts who knew its whereabouts and use their shared nature to inquire about the Nine Tails' location. One must understand that if there existed something so formidable that even an entity as powerful as Madara had to be on high alert, it could only be those tailed beasts, capable of cataclysmic destruction. It seemed that, despite his current circumstances preventing him from immediately departing from Konoha due to Chi Li's influence, Madara's desire to leave remained unwavering, merely tempered by a slight deceleration in his pace. However, Chi Li was quite certain that Madara's attention had already shifted towards the Nine Tails. After all, the Nine Tails was the most powerful of all the tailed beasts, and for one as proud as Madara, his choice would undoubtedly gravitate towards the Nine Tails. Similarly, Chi Li harbored immense interest and ambition concerning this legendary tailed beast. Thus, he was resolute in his determination to ascertain just how much information Madara currently possessed regarding the Nine Tails. He certainly did not wish for Madara to ultimately control the Nine Tails with the Sharingan, and subsequently use the beast to assault Konoha, only to be sealed away by Hashirama, who would declare that the Nine Tails' power was too formidable. Such an outcome would only serve to deepen the Nine Tails' hatred for humanity, especially towards the Uchiha clan. If given a choice, he would prefer to attempt a peaceful coexistence with the Nine Tails for a time. In his perspective, the current Nine Tails, despite harboring no fondness for humans, was not yet at the point of indiscriminately attacking them. Particularly for someone like Kiyoshi, a member of the Uchiha clan, the situation was even more favorable. It is worth noting that the Uchiha clan is said to be descended from the legendary sage of Six Paths. Thus, even if the Nine Tails despised humanity, this unique connection would surely afford him some leeway to express himself. At that juncture, should he manage to secure an opportunity to speak, his eloquent tongue would undoubtedly persuade the seemingly ferocious, yet secretly proud fox. Not to mention, merely knowing the Nine Tails' name would be sufficient to leave the beast bewildered by his charm. At that point, could he not ride the Nine Tails and pilot a mecha all by himself? Just as Kiyoshi was lost in such delightful musings, a gentle and soothing voice wafted into his ears. "Young Master Kiyoshi, it is nearly time, and the meal has already been served. The clan leader and the Hokage are currently awaiting you." Upon hearing this, Kiyoshi promptly picked up the towel that had been resting on his face, swiftly wiping his features before smiling and responding, "All right, I shall be there shortly." Chapter 30. The Umbu Kiyoshi emerged from the misty confines of the bathroom, gently stretching his limbs while feeling the lingering soreness within his body. Though this discomfort persisted, he could distinctly sense that he felt considerably more at ease than before indulging in the medicinal bath. Subsequently, he followed Naraki's lead towards the dining hall. Upon entering, they discovered Madara and Hashirama engaged in conversation at the table. Hashirama's face was alight with smiles, even gesturing animatedly, while the typically stoic Madara bore a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. However, Their reactions upon noticing Kiyoshi's arrival were starkly different. Hashirama immediately rose, enthusiastically beckoning Kiyoshi over with a loud, "Come sit here, Kiyoshi." In contrast, Madara merely turned his head to glance at Kiyoshi before returning his gaze to the table without uttering another word. Observing the starkly contrasting behaviors of the two men, Kiyoshi could not help but ponder. This scene evokes a sense of a loving mother and a stern father, just as Kiyoshi obediently settled onto the bench. Ready to partake of the meal before him, Hashirama turned his head and remarked, "Kiyoshi, we were just discussing the matter of the private army you mentioned. I surmise that since you have broached this topic, you must harbor some unique thoughts on the matter. Please, do share." In response to Zhu Jian's inquiry, Qilu did not immediately reply. Instead, he cast his gaze towards Ban, who sat expressionless nearby, seemingly indifferent to the conversation between the two. Observing Ban's demeanor, Qilu waited until he was certain that Ben exhibited no reaction before he gradually began to articulate his thoughts. "What I envision is the establishment of a special task force that would operate under the direct command of the Hokage. The members of this unit would don masks and wear a uniform, distinctive combat attire. They would refrain from using their real names, instead adopting code names. And even among the team members, their true identities would remain undisclosed. As for the true names of these operatives, only the Hokage would possess that knowledge." He paused for a moment, casting a fleeting glance at Ban, before adding that only the Hokage and those he trusts most should be privy to this information. Upon hearing this, Ban, who had remained silent until now, suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired softly, "If that is the case, it seems you are not seeking to form a guard unit, but rather intending to establish an assassination squad." Caught in the revelation of his intentions, Chila appeared somewhat embarrassed, instinctively scratching his head as he clarified, "Well, that is essentially the idea. After all, the primary mission of this unit is to eradicate any potential threats to the Hokage or Konoha." With Chila's thoughts laid bare, even the usually gentle Hashirama could not help but frown, clearly disapproving of this course of action. He looked at Chila with a face full of concern, delicately expressing, however, "Might it appear excessively radical and extreme to form such a special unit?" In stark contrast to Zhu Jian's viewpoint, Ben gently tapped the table twice before slowly responding, "No. The establishment of this special unit is indeed imperative. This would not only allow the unit to undertake classified missions unsuitable for public disclosure, but also significantly enhance the Hokage's prestige within the village." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian replied dismissively, "Prestige? In my opinion, it is not merely prestige, but rather a form of deterrence. With such an approach, will our Konoha village not become even more fragmented, ultimately resulting in a situation where the Hokage's word is law?" Unfazed by Zhu Jian's doubts, Chila promptly retorted, "Lord Hokage, you are merely viewing this issue from your own perspective. Consider this: if you were to lose your current formidable strength, how would you maintain authority over the others in the village? It is precisely because your power stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world that you do not require this unit to bolster your prestige. However, have you thought about your successor?" Before he could finish, Zhu Jian waved his hand decisively, stating without hesitation, "My successor is Ban. With his strength, he too does not need to rely on such a unit." Taken aback by this unexpected response, Chila found himself momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to formulate an appropriate counterargument. After all, Zhu Jian had publicly declared during his tenure as Hokage that Ban would be his second Hokage. However, as soon as Zhu Jian's words fell, Ban responded without hesitation, "I will not become the second Hokage, neither now nor in the future." This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, reverberating in Zhu Jian's ears, instantly freezing the previously relaxed atmosphere into a tense silence. Zhu Jian furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Ban, gravely stating, "Ban, this was our agreement from the beginning. Had it not been for this pact, how could I have ever assumed the role of the first Hokage?" In the discourse, there lingered a profound sense of remorse regarding Madara's decision. From the very beginning, even until the present moment, within Hashirama's heart, it was Madara who truly deserved to assume the mantle of Hokage. In response to Hashirama's remarks, Madara merely lifted his gaze slightly, casting a fleeting glance at him before gently shaking his head, choosing not to utter another word. Beside them, Kiyoshi resembled an ostrich, burying his head deep within his bowl, engrossed in his meal, scarcely daring to lift his head even slightly. After all, he had already spoken his mind. And whether Hashirama would ultimately heed his counsel was beyond his influence. Certainly, if Hashirama remained resolute in his refusal to accept the suggestion, Kiyoshi would not relent so easily. He would seek an opportune moment to engage with the white-haired man, given his understanding of the individual. He believed the latter would undoubtedly take a keen interest in such matters, or perhaps he had already entertained similar thoughts. It is also essential to clarify that Kiyoshi's relentless push for Hashirama to establish the Umbu was not devoid of self-interest. In reality, the deeper motive lay in the fact that if Hashirama were to embark on the creation of the Umbu, the Uchiha clan could seamlessly participate, courtesy of Madara's influence. Otherwise, once that white-haired individual ascended to power, even if the Umbu were to be formed eventually, the Uchiha clan would likely find themselves with little chance of involvement. At this moment, Kiyoshi's thoughts and all his efforts were fundamentally aimed at ensuring that the Uchiha clan would not tread the path that had previously led to their demise after Madara's departure. Another significant factor was that the Uchiha were exceedingly well suited to the environment of the Umbu, powerful, aloof, and with a singular focus on their missions. Chapter 31. The Secret Chamber. Ultimately, Hashirama left in haste without consuming a single morsel of food. Regarding the matter Kiyoshi had just proposed, he neither expressed agreement nor made a definitive rejection. Moreover, even the dice he usually cherished and held dear were forgotten on the dining table, left behind. Clearly, when Madara declared his unwillingness to assume the role of the second Hokage, it struck Hashirama with immense shock. After all, he had always believed that only by joining forces with Madara could they jointly lead Konoha towards prosperity. At this moment, Madara's mood was hardly more favorable. Since the moment he uttered those resolute words, his already stern and unsmiling visage had grown even more frigid, as though cloaked in frost, devoid of any expression. Meanwhile, Chi-Lu, having already satisfied his hunger, remained preoccupied with the desire to train alongside Saratobi Hizashi and others. However, confronted with the oppressive atmosphere, he could only muster the courage to approach Madara, sitting beside him with an ingratiating demeanor. Chi-Lu cautiously lifted the teapot, filled a cup with steaming tea, and respectfully presented it before Madara, speaking with a hint of flattery. Esteemed clan leader, the situation is as follows. Since I have no pressing matters during the day, I wish to venture beyond our clan's territory to train with others. Of course, I will bring along Yaya and Kagami. What are your thoughts on this? As he spoke, Chi-Lu discreetly stole glances at Madara's expression, anxious that a misstep might provoke ire and result in punishment. In response to his request, Madara merely tilted his head slightly, casting a casual glance in Chi-Lu's direction without uttering a single word, not even a nod or shake of the head. Instead, he leisurely lifted the teacup before him and savored a small sip of the fragrant brew. Observing this, Chi-Lu promptly extended his hand once more, carefully refilling Madara's cup with the tea that had already been partially consumed, and then gazed at him expectantly, eagerly stating, "Of course, honorable clan leader, please rest assured. I promise that nothing will interfere with my daily training. Each morning, I will rise early to practice hand signs, and in the evenings, I will engage in stance training and swordplay. I find my days rather dull, so you see." Upon hearing Chi-Lu's words, Madara remained indifferent, nonchalantly replying, "Do as you wish." In his view, Chi-Lu was still quite young, and focusing on physical conditioning and the practice of hand signs was already sufficient. There was no need to rush into more advanced and intricate ninjutsu. Moreover, he had already made thorough arrangements, designating reliable individuals to ensure Chi-Lu's safety. Thus, regarding Chi-Lu's yearning to step outside the clan's confines, Madara felt little concern, considering it only natural for a child to seek amusement. He never truly believed that Chi-Lu genuinely wished to train alongside others. Upon receiving Madara's acquiescence, Chi-Lu was instantly filled with exuberance, his face radiating an unmistakable joy. In stark contrast to his animated demeanor, Madara leisurely raised his right hand, gently tapping his fingers against the table. Realizing the implication, Chi-Lu quickly grasped the teapot once more and respectfully refilled Madara's cup with steaming tea. Madara drank it down in one gulp, then casually remarked before departing, "Yeah, take him to find a sword technique he prefers. From tomorrow onward, he must strive for proper form." Guided by Aiha, the two arrived before a door, where Aiha turned and softly said, "Young Master Chila, you must enter alone from here." As she spoke, she handed over the candle she had been holding. Chila glanced at the closed door, then back at Aiha, surprised that such a room existed within Madara's residence. As he pushed the door open, a faint musty odor wafted out. The room was shrouded in darkness, and even with the candle in hand, he could discern little. "I will wait for you outside," Aiha murmured, gently closing the door behind him. With the door shut, Chila found himself alone in the dim space, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight. struggling to see. He activated his Sharingan, which instantly clarified the obscured surroundings. He finally beheld the true nature of this so-called room, rather than a mere chamber. It was more aptly described as a secret vault. The entire space was completely enclosed, devoid of any windows. Surveying the area, he noted that the vault contained 6 or 7 towering shelves, each divided into 3 tiers. Despite the extensive layout, the sheer number of scrolls crammed onto each shelf was astonishing, nearly overflowing. Gazing at the mountainous pile of scrolls before him, he speculated that they likely contained a myriad of ninjutsu. Gradually, he approached one of the shelves, only to discover that its side bore the character for fire. It seemed that the shelf housed scrolls related entirely to fire release techniques. He shrugged slightly, cradling the candle that provided a glimmer of light, showing no intention of reaching out to examine the scrolls. After all, Madara had clearly instructed him to seek out anything pertaining to sword techniques, not to peruse other types of scrolls. Yet, his restraint was not born of strict adherence to rules or disinterest in the scrolls. Rather, he was acutely aware that each scroll was sealed with a minor sealing technique. Without unsealing them, he could not even open the scrolls, rendering any desire to explore futile. With this realization, Chila stepped back a few paces, scratching his head as he regarded the towering shelves. Deep down, he found it hard to believe that all the ninjutsu contained within were solely created by the Uchiha clan. If his suspicions were correct, a significant portion must have been replicated by clan members using their Sharingan. Nonetheless, he felt little inclination to delve into such matters at present. Thus, he turned and made his way toward a shelf he had yet to examine. As anticipated, the side of the shelf prominently bore the character for blade. Chapter 32. The Selection of Blade Techniques. However, the shelf before him was rather tall, and for the youthful and diminutive Chila, reaching the scrolls positioned on the upper tiers proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, within this secret chamber, there was nothing available to serve as a stepping aid. Left with no other option, he turned his gaze to the scrolls arranged in the lowest row. By the flickering light of the candle, Chila began to meticulously peruse the scrolls of blade techniques. Soon enough, one particular scroll captured his attention. It bore the character for wind, suggesting a connection to the wind attribute. Alas, despite Chila's innate affinity for the wind element, he had already resolved to focus his cultivation on the lightning and fire attributes. Consequently, he displayed little interest in the scroll pertaining to wind-based blade techniques. With a casual gesture, he set it aside in search of other scrolls that would better suit his needs. In truth, as Ban had previously stated, Chila's purpose for this visit was exceedingly clear: to find a foundational scroll of blade techniques. He did not harbor extravagant expectations for the scroll, wishing only for it to encompass the most rudimentary knowledge of sword handling postures and similar foundational skills. As he continued to sift through the myriad of sealed scrolls, he stumbled upon a seemingly ordinary bamboo slip, crafted from bamboo and unsealed, unlike the other ninjutsu scrolls. However, this did present a drawback. The slip was rather large, requiring him to embrace it with both arms to extract it. He placed the half-burned candle, its flame flickering, upon the cold ground and then slowly settled into a cross-legged position. With deliberate care, he extended his hands and began to gently unfurl a small section of the bamboo slip. At first glance, one could perceive the deep imprints of time etched into its surface, which bore a muted yellow hue. It was evident from its exterior that it had not been touched in many years. The fact that this slip had been relegated to the most concealed corner further underscored the neglect and disregard it had endured over time. As he gazed at the gradually unfurling slip, he softly blew twice upon it, attempting to disperse the long-settled dust. Yet, upon focusing on the contents inscribed upon the slip, his expression shifted to one of complexity. In the next moment, he could not help but smack his lips, even resorting to a slight clicking of his tongue. He was utterly illiterate. The incomprehensible symbols on the bamboo slips were beyond his understanding. Nevertheless, he continued to unfurl the scroll meticulously, discovering not only the densely packed characters but also illustrations of small figures wielding knives. He surmised that these figures represented a particular knife technique documented within the scroll. Unfortunately, his complete ignorance of the written language left him entirely baffled regarding the training methods for these techniques. Ultimately, he had no choice but to roll the scroll back up, only then noticing a character inscribed on it: Yuan. This must be the emblem of a certain family. Subsequently, he carefully placed the scroll back on the shelf and swiftly arranged the other scrolls in their proper positions. After completing this task, he held the flickering candle and slowly retreated, his gaze resting upon the shelf filled with various knife techniques, lost in thought. Moments later, A soft creak echoed as the door to the chamber, brimming with precious scrolls, gradually swung open. Soon after, Chila emerged, clutching 2 scrolls tightly in his arms. A hint of inexplicable helplessness etched on his face. "Let us go." Yailing, back to the room, Chila remarked, taking slow steps while displaying a hint of disinterest. Yailing, following closely behind, felt a twinge of surprise at his words. She looked up at Chila, her eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. What could have occurred to dampen his spirits so? Chila gently shook his head and replied softly, "It's nothing much." Yailing, "I would like to ask, can you read?" Yailing paused for a moment, as if grasping the implication, then nodded in affirmation, responding, "Yes, I can." Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Chila's face, and he quickly turned to her, saying, "Ahem, please teach me how to read later." With that, he quickened his pace toward the room. In the tranquil night, moonlight cascaded like water over the courtyard. Ban sat quietly on the steps, resembling a statue, utterly still. Despite a lamp flickering in the corner of the yard, its feeble glow seemed insignificant in the vast expanse, failing to illuminate the entirety of the courtyard. Ben tilted his head slightly, gazing at the luminous moon high in the night sky, his eyes shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. At that moment, a shadow swiftly darted past like a specter, materializing before Ben in the blink of an eye. The figure knelt on one knee, leaning forward with utmost respect. "Have you made your choice?" Ben slowly shifted his gaze from the moon to the newcomer, his voice calm and deep as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. "Yes. Young Master Chila has made his choice. He has selected the flame blade technique and a bamboo scroll. However, the age of the bamboo slips is so ancient that I truly cannot ascertain the specific content recorded within." The messenger, fearful of any delay, spoke rapidly in report to Ban. "The bamboo slips? Can it be confirmed that they pertain to sword techniques?" A flicker of curiosity danced in Ban's eyes as he inquired with keen interest. "My esteemed clan leader, I deeply apologize. I can only confirm that young Master Chila retrieved the bamboo slip from the shelf designated for sword techniques. But whether it indeed relates to swordplay is something I cannot definitively assert." The messenger responded, trepidation evident as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Anxious that his answer might not satisfy Ban. "Understood. You may leave," Ben said nonchalantly, waving his hand to signal the messenger's departure. Yet, upon hearing the dismissal, the individual did not take his leave immediately. Instead, he remained kneeling, head bowed, as if he still had more to convey. "If there is more to discuss, then continue." Ban's cool voice suddenly pierced the air, reaching the messenger's ears. Taking a deep breath, the messenger hesitantly replied, "Young Master Chila should have awakened his eyes." But as I say this, his voice faltered abruptly, as if something had lodged in his throat, preventing him from continuing. It was then that Ban's intense gaze fixed upon him, and under the weight of such oppressive scrutiny, the messenger felt his legs weaken. The words he intended to speak now trapped within him. After a prolonged silence, Ban finally broke the stillness, his brow slightly furrowing, his expression growing serious as he inquired, "Is it not possible to ascertain with certainty?" "Why, yes." The messenger quickly nodded, eager to clarify. "When young Master Chila entered the room, he only carried a single candle. However, based on my discreet observation, he was still able to clearly perceive his surroundings in such dim light." "That is enough," Ban interjected, halting the messenger's words. "Go find Yen. Select an A-rank ninjutsu from the clan scrolls. Furthermore, this matter must not be mentioned to anyone without my express permission." Moments later, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Ben continued to gaze at the moon. Little did he expect that not only had he selected a sword technique from a long-extinct samurai clan, but it also seemed that the awakening of eyes was indeed a surprising turn of events. Chapter 33. I leap from the Hokage rock after 3 arduous hours of diligent study. Chi Lu, with the patient assistance of Yiling, finally gained a rudimentary understanding of the bamboo scroll he had laboriously retrieved from the secret chamber. Moreover, in order to better research and preserve the invaluable information contained within, Chilu even enlisted Yuling's help to print the contents of the scroll. Consequently, he could return the original scroll without any reservations the following day. As the night fully enveloped the earth and silence reigned, Chilu lay quietly on his comfortable bed, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, meticulously examining the martial arts techniques he had compiled based on his notes. To his astonishment, the document detailed the legacy of the ancient samurai clan, the Minamoto, which once wielded considerable power over the Land of Fire. According to the scroll, this clan had possessed supreme authority in the Land of Fire, yet for reasons unknown, they were eventually overthrown by rival forces. However, the historical rise and fall of this clan were not the most pressing concerns for Chi Lu at that moment. What truly captivated him was the very reason the Minamoto clan had been able to govern the Land of Fire, a unique swordsmanship they had developed themselves. When comparing swordsmanship, it is challenging to assert whether ninjas or samurai excelled over one another. However, in certain respects, ninjas lack the formal discipline inherent to samurai. Ultimately, a samurai's existence relies on their blade, and their techniques have been refined and perfected over generations. In contrast, ninjas learn a plethora of diverse skills. While some may master various weaponry techniques, the majority of ninjas fundamentally rely on ninjutsu. Even the renowned Tsukumo Hatake, famed for his individual assassination techniques, had reached an unparalleled level of mastery in that specific discipline. However, when it comes to truly devastating methods of large-scale destruction, one must acknowledge the formidable power of large-scale ninjutsu. Furthermore, if one were to simply compare the foundational swordsmanship of various ninja clans, which clan would dare to assert that their techniques surpass those of the professional samurai? Once Chi-Lu has mastered the foundational swordsmanship of the Minamoto, he can explore and innovate to create a style uniquely his own, drawing on his characteristics and experiences. After all, he still has an entire set of Chidori techniques awaiting his development. In this realm of boundless possibilities, Chi-Li's thoughts drifted further and further away. And with a heart full of anticipation, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Chi-Lu remained immersed in his dreams. As if he had just closed his eyes, when a gentle voice called out to him, "Young Master Chi-Lu, it is time for you to rise and practice your hand signs." The voice belonged to Yiling. Still half asleep, Chi-Lu opened his eyes groggily and mumbled at the sight of Yiling, "Why do I feel as if I have just fallen asleep?" Despite his drowsiness, he mustered his energy and quickly rose to wash up, adhering to his usual routine. After completing his tasks, he strode directly into the courtyard, ready to commence a day of seal practice. Upon entering, Chi-Lu immediately spotted Ban seated upon the stone bench. He hurried over and respectfully greeted Ban, "Good morning, esteemed patriarch." Subsequently, he adjusted his stance, placing his hands before his chest and slightly spreading his feet to shoulder width. After taking a deep breath, he officially began his practice of forming seals. However, after a short while, Jing appeared in the courtyard, his face illuminated by a beaming smile. Radiant like the warm sun of spring, unmistakably indicating his cheerful disposition. This was understandable, as he likely received praise and commendation from his father after bringing home the scroll the previous night. The morning hours were imbued with an exceptional tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds and the soft sounds produced during Chi-Lu and Jing's seal practice, devoid of any other clamor. After a morning filled with diligent practice, Chi-Lu finally completed the designated time for the day. He was now drenched in sweat, his fingers aching. Following a brief respite, the group enjoyed breakfast together. Once the meal was concluded, Chi-Lu could no longer contain his restless spirit. After exchanging pleasantries with Ban, he eagerly grabbed Jing's hand and beckoned for Yiling to join them, then dashed towards the outskirts of the clan like a wild horse breaking free. "Chi-Lu, slow down. There's no need to rush," Jing exclaimed, struggling to keep pace with Chi-Li's fervent strides. While casting glances at the astonished expressions of the clan people along the streets, he felt his cheeks flush as if scorched by fire, turning a brilliant shade of red. Yet, in that moment, all Chi-Lu could think of was the urgency to get outside, oblivious to Jing's calls and the gazes of those around them. He resembled a wild stallion, exuberantly unleashing the excitement and impatience within, utterly oblivious to all else. Of course, once they truly ventured beyond the clan's territory, they would have to rely on Kyuka or Ye to guide them. For Kiyoshi found himself utterly perplexed by the intricacies of Konoha, where the village paths were convoluted like a labyrinth, twisting and turning in bewildering fashion. Each time he traversed those roads, he felt disoriented, unable to discern the cardinal directions. Behind Hokage Rock, nearly half a month had elapsed without a glimpse of Kiyoshi. Could it be that his elders forbade him from training with us? Danzo stood atop the high Hokage Rock, gazing in the direction of the Uchiha clan, furrowing his brow and murmuring to himself. Beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen shrugged indifferently at this remark, responding in a tone tinged with boredom, I cannot say for certain. Yet it is rather strange. When I returned home and inquired of my father, he too could not name Kiyoshi's family elder. Truth be told, both of them harbored a fondness for the young Uchiha. Kiyoshi, who was refreshingly unpretentious and devoid of the usual airs associated with his clan. Moreover, should any misstep occur, Kiyoshi's presence would certainly give everyone pause. Naturally, if he could refrain from occasionally broaching topics concerning the village's upper echelons, that would be even more ideal. just as their conversation waned. A man and a woman approached swiftly, their faces alight with curiosity. The woman spoke first. Danzo, you seem a bit off. Weren't you the one who advised Y and me to keep our distance from the Uchiha? Yet, now it appears you are rather eager to encounter the very Kyoshi you mentioned. What? Danzo exclaimed, as if a cat had stepped on its tail. That is preposterous. Shimura Danzo would leap from this Hokage rock before I would desire to associate with any Uchiha. But before he could finish, Kyoshi's voice rang out from behind them. Hey, you're all here. Chapter 34. Training Day. Just as Danzo was on the brink of uttering those words, the familiar voice of Kyoshi interrupted. In an instant, it felt as though someone had tightened a grip around his throat, forcing the words back down into the depths of his being. Kyoshi approached with a look of curiosity, first regarding Danzo, then swiftly shifting his gaze to the other two standing nearby. Although he had already formed a conjecture about their identities, Kyoshi still politely inquired, "Oh, who are these two?" At that moment, Sarutobi Hayashi cast a glance at Danzo, suppressing a chuckle as he stepped forward to introduce, "This is Rin, and this is Kaze." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hayashi's introduction, the playful smiles that had adorned Rin and Kaze's faces as they jested with Danzo vanished instantaneously, replaced by expressions of utmost seriousness. Together, they bowed slightly and earnestly addressed Kyoshi, saying, "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We hope for your guidance in the future." In response to their formal greeting, Kyoshi appeared somewhat indifferent, merely waving his hand casually while muttering, "Guidance, guidance." He then turned to point at Kagami, who stood a short distance behind, introducing, "Kagami, my cousin. Yeah, she looks after my sister." The two individuals being introduced both inclined their bodies slightly, demonstrating the appropriate gestures of respect. Kyoshi's gaze lingered on the youthful visage of Rin, and he couldn't help but reflect. In her youth, Rin was truly lovely, particularly those large, expressive eyes that radiated vitality and exuberance. As for Kaze, he certainly bore no signs of aging in his youth. If his memory served him correctly, these two could rightfully be deemed as genuine victors in the game of life. They not only succeeded in elevating a family of modest strength to a prominent status within the Hidden Leaf Village, but have also consistently maintained their position among the village's elite, weathering numerous trials without faltering. Indeed, longevity is a testament to resilience. At that moment, the previously silent Danzo suddenly spoke. "All right, let us commence today's training." Before his words faded, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing beside him, echoed, "Indeed, we should swiftly begin today's session. Kira, Q, do strive to keep pace with us." Following this exchange, Sarutobi and Danzo shared a knowing glance, and then, in a flash, they propelled themselves forward with the speed of an arrow, racing towards the dense thicket behind Hokage Rock. Little Sakura and Mima promptly followed suit. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Kira was utterly astonished. He had indeed prepared himself to train alongside them, but had not anticipated such an abrupt turn of events. Watching the figures rapidly recede into the distance, Kira helplessly shook his head and, with a deep sigh, turned to his companion, Ye, and inquired, "Ye, do you intend to train with us or wait here?" Ye's enchanting eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she smiled and decisively replied, "I will follow you." Upon receiving this response, Kira refrained from uttering any words of rejection. Instead, he let out a spirited shout to bolster his own resolve and, without hesitation, began to chase after the retreating figures with his little legs. Ye, seeing this, quickly followed suit, closely trailing behind him. Just as the silhouettes of the group vanished from sight, a gentle breeze rustled through the air. In the next moment, Tobarama materialized atop Hokage Rock, his eyes quietly fixed on the direction in which the few individuals had just departed, a glimmer of contemplation flickering within their depths. In truth, Tobarama had initially come here with the intent to convey a significant message to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other three, should they excel upon graduating from the Ninja Academy. He would personally welcome them into his fold as his disciples. However, to his astonishment, Kira had unexpectedly appeared at this very moment. Faced with such an unforeseen circumstance, Tobarama swiftly resolved to alter his original plan, opting to remain concealed for the time being and continue his observations before making further decisions. The reason for delaying the announcement stemmed primarily from the fact that Kira was now mingling with the very children he intended to take under his wing, leading him to increasingly sense that Kira might be attempting to glean knowledge from him. He is a person who never places his faith in mere coincidences. Naturally, he harbors no objections to Chila appropriating his ninjutsu skills. However, he feels an innate desire to evaluate Chila thoroughly. Despite having heard tales from his elder brother about Chila's extraordinary perseverance and remarkable talent, he has yet to witness such qualities with his own eyes. Thus, adhering to the principle that hearsay is but a shadow, while seeing is believing, he intends to conduct a meticulous observation and scrutiny of Chila. Moreover, just last night, his brother relayed in detail Chila's aspirations to establish a private army. When these ideas reached his ears, they struck him like a lightning bolt piercing the night sky, resonating with the long-held thoughts nestled deep within his heart. Were it not for Chila's unique lineage from the Uchiha clan, he might have readily accepted him as a disciple without any form of assessment, solely based on Chila's visionary ideals. Alas, reality is often fraught with dilemmas and complexities. The fact that Chila hails from the beloved yet despised Uchiha family places him in a moral quandary, leaving him indecisive. Not only that, but his Navi brother still firmly believes that Uchiha Madara could ascend to the position of the second Hokage, which he finds utterly ludicrous. In his eyes, the likelihood of Uchiha Madara becoming Hokage is minuscule, even less than his own chances of attaining such a position. Meanwhile, Chila, akin to a wild stallion unbridled, sprinted desperately to catch up with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other three. He lost track of time as he finally managed to reach them, only to find that, unlike the others who were merely panting and glistening with beads of sweat, Chila was on the verge of gasping for air. He was breathing heavily, as if each inhalation was a trial, with beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, rendering him drenched as though he had just emerged from water. Once again, overwhelmed by exertion, Chila was on the brink of vomiting, prompting Yearn, standing beside him, to swiftly step forward and gently pat his back to provide some comfort. Beside him, the mirror leaned against a nearby tree, striving to maintain its balance. Nevertheless, Chila persisted through the tumultuous waves of discomfort surging within his stomach, fixating his vacant, listless gaze upon Sarutobi Hizashi and the others. With a tremor in his voice, he inquired, "Can you truly ascertain that the intensity and volume of training you endured at the tender age of 3 could yield such remarkable results?" "Indeed. I commenced rigorous training akin to Hizashi's when I was merely 3 years old. Therefore, in my humble opinion, you ought to significantly intensify your practice regimen," remarked Danzo, maintaining an impassive demeanor and an expression of utmost seriousness. As soon as his words escaped his lips, not only did Chila stand there in stunned silence, but even Sarutobi Hizashi, who shared the closest bond with him, widened his eyes in astonishment. At that moment, Sarutobi lowered his voice and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "I say, Danzo, back when we were merely 3 years old, we were blissfully engrossed in those ninja games." However, Danzo merely cast him a cold glance and curtly replied, "Shut your mouth. Do you truly wish to disclose to this lad that we have completely forgotten about arranging his training regimen?" Chapter 35, The Choice in the Evening. Chila, with the support of Uchiha, slowly made his way home, each step deliberate and measured. As he walked, he muttered incessantly, "I absolutely refuse to train with them again tomorrow. Whoever wants to go can go." Beside him, Jing also supported his waist, but in comparison, his condition was certainly much better than Chila's. Jing remarked, "Chila, in my opinion, we only need to complete a third of the training tomorrow. Anything more would be truly unbearable." However, at that moment, Chila was not in the mood to heed such advice. His mind was consumed with the daunting task awaiting him that evening, practicing standing postures and wielding his sword. The mere thought of it brought him to the brink of tears, exclaiming, "Heavens, must I really practice standing and swordplay tonight? Who can endure this? Why is my fate so tragic?" Just then, Jing, somewhat bashfully, spoke up, "Chila, there's something I need to tell you." Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling surged within Chila. Yet, before he could voice a protest, Jing continued, "I cannot go to the clan leader tonight, as I have to attend to matters with Elder Yin regarding school." Noticing the increasingly unfriendly look in Chila's eyes, Jing quickly added, "I'll take my leave now. I'll come find you tomorrow morning to practice the hand seals." "Uchiha Jing, I..." Chila muttered ungracious words. However, Jing seemed oblivious to his discontent, departing without a backward glance. As Chila trudged home, weary, he caught sight of Madara, sitting like a statue on the familiar stone bench. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Chila blurted out, "Clan leader, have you not moved at all today?" Yet, instead of a verbal response, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a slender whip shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. Although the whip did not strike him, his instinct took over, and like a startled bird, he abruptly shook off the supportive hand of Yaling and dashed to his usual spot for training. Once in position, Chila squatted down, his face a mixture of resignation and bitterness. Involuntarily humming, "The donkey pulls the mill. He cannot escape this circle." In truth, Sheila was merely experiencing temporary fatigue from excessive exertion, and having rested all afternoon, he had nearly recovered. As for the peculiar lyrics he hummed, Madara seemed entirely indifferent, paying him no mind whatsoever. His gaze was fixed intently on Sheila, and with a tone both grave and earnest, he declared, "Starting tomorrow, I shall be away for a period of time. During my absence, you must exercise utmost caution in your affairs and maintain a prudent demeanor in your interactions. Should you inadvertently attract any troublesome situations, remember to return to the family at the first opportunity. Do not act recklessly. All matters can await my return for resolution." Upon hearing these words, Sheila, who had previously appeared somewhat listless, seemed to be struck by a bolt of lightning, instantly invigorated. His eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and he instinctively rose to his feet, his face brimming with anticipation as he inquired, "It seems you must have spent quite a bit of time away. Do you require—" "No, wait. I'll squat." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp lash struck him, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he dared not resist, internally cursing the figure before him in circles. At that moment, the expression of the figure remained as frosty as ever, and in an unassailable tone, he stated, "There is one more matter I must clarify. Do you still firmly wish to leave Konoha with me?" Without hesitation, he nodded earnestly and replied, "Of course. My resolve has never wavered." Noticing the steadfastness in his demeanor, the figure's tone softened slightly as he continued, "Then, between the land of water and the land of rain, which do you prefer?" Initially taken aback, he shrugged helplessly and replied with a wry smile, "Respected leader, I possess no concrete understanding of either place. However, judging solely by their names, it seems neither would lack water." Though he appeared nonchalant on the surface, turmoil brewed within him, as the prospect of departure became increasingly tangible, and he was asked to make a choice. It signified that the figure had evidently decided on the time of leaving, which was all too sudden for him. Several of his plans had yet to be realized. "You need not concern yourself with the specifics of these two locations. Simply share your first thought with me." The figure remarked casually. "The land of rain." He hesitated before responding. "The land of water." The figure nodded thoughtfully, pondering something. "By the way, leader, are you aware of the tailed beasts? Today, while training with them, I overheard them discussing the tailed beasts." As he spoke, he occasionally glanced towards the side at Yalan, somewhat apprehensive that she might expose him. Fortunately, Yalan appeared oblivious to his words, dutifully standing by his side. Upon hearing the term tailed beasts, the figure furrowed his brow slightly. As the clan leader, he was undoubtedly well acquainted with these formidable and enigmatic entities. Moreover, he was fully aware of the specific locations of several tailed beasts, one of which resided in the land of water, though its limited tales failed to pique his interest. Before he could respond, the youth eagerly added, "They also mentioned that tailed beasts could potentially be sealed within human bodies. Once successfully sealed, that individual would wield the tailed beast's cataclysmic power at will." Sheila spoke in a rapid-fire manner, articulating all his thoughts without a moment's pause. However, Ban, at that moment, clearly had no intention of lingering on this topic. With a stoic expression, he waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "We shall discuss the matter of the tailed beasts at a later time. For now, focus on your training." In truth, Sheila understood well that matters concerning the tailed beasts could not be expected to be divulged in their entirety by Ban upon the very first inquiry. The reason he proactively mentioned the tailed beasts this time was merely to capture Madara's attention, allowing Madara to perceive his profound curiosity about them. By achieving this, future discussions regarding tailed beasts would not seem so abrupt. Chapter 36. Going to school. As time quietly elapsed, the weather gradually transformed. The once sultry air seemed to be gently caressed by an invisible hand, causing the temperature to slowly decline. The wind, no longer the scorching breath of summer, now carried a hint of coolness, softly brushing against the faces and hair of passers-by. Meanwhile, the once lush and vibrant leaves had subtly adopted a delicate hue of yellow. This season was most suitable for Sir Kiyoshi. It is time to rise. Today is a significant day. Did you not say you would accompany Kagami to school? The gentle voice of Aiha resonated in the room. Initially wishing to linger in bed a while longer, Kiyoshi reluctantly sat up upon hearing her words. It must be said that waking early each day was quite a torment. He recalled that evening when Madara had informed him of his departure the following day. True to his words, several months had passed since then, yet Madara's figure remained elusive. During this time, Kiyoshi had diligently adhered to his training regimen, with Kagami faithfully by his side. Of course, there were occasional circumstances that disrupted their routine, such as urgent matters at Kagami's home that prevented him from training together. Notably, Kagami's enrollment in school had finally been settled, and today marked the day he would report to the academy. In the entirety of the Uchiha clan, he was the sole child attending the ninja school. It was not that there were no other children of suitable age, but the elders of those families seemed rather reluctant to allow their offspring to pursue education, to avoid being branded as a clan that did not support the Hokage's endeavors. Kagami's parents, as guardians of Uchiha, voluntarily decided to send him to school. That said, Kagami's attendance at the ninja school was not entirely unfavorable. After all, there he could encounter a wealth of knowledge and experiences not available within the clan, thereby broadening his horizons and enriching his understanding. As for concerns about Kagami facing bullying at school, there was little cause for worry. It is essential to remember that he bore the Uchiha name. Especially while Madara was still affiliated with the clan, few would dare to provoke him. Each morning unfolded in the customary manner, rising, dressing, and after completing his grooming, Kiyoshi would sleepily stand in the courtyard, repeatedly practicing hand seals. My apologies, Kiyoshi, I am late again. After a considerable wait, Kagami finally appeared, a look of guilt adorning his face. To this, Kiyoshi merely shrugged in resignation, uttering not a single word. Since they began training together months ago, Kagami had been commendable in all aspects, except for one, his habitual tardiness. Upon rough estimation, at least 7 or 8 days out of every 10. Tardiness has become a norm for Chila. Over time, even he has grown accustomed to it. After the two completed their training and had breakfast, they set off towards the ninja school accompanied by Yang. As they entered the campus, Chila's gaze immediately fell upon Saratobi Hizashi and 3 others, diligently assisting newcomers in acclimating to their surroundings. Noticing their arrival, the quartet hurriedly approached them. Wait, weren't you all graduates? What brings you back here? Shouldn't you be out on various missions? Chila inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Perhaps it was due to his presence that subtle changes began to unfold in the originally scripted narrative. To his astonishment, Tobarama had not taken Saratobi Hizashi and the others under his wing for personal instruction. Instead, they were being taught by a Jainin named Uchiha. Upon receiving this news, Chila felt a wave of frustration wash over him, as if the struggles he had endured over the past few months had been in vain. Oh, let us not dwell on that. Tsuki Kohara sighed in exasperation, her face betraying a sense of ennui as she complained. It's all because of Teacher Uchiha. He insists that there aren't enough teachers at the school, that we need to help welcome the new students. It's utterly tedious. I have no desire to engage in such mundane tasks. As she spoke, she fidgeted with her fingers, clearly uninterested in the responsibility of greeting newcomers. Just then, Mitarashi suddenly seemed to recall something and, with a contemplative expression, asked, Hey, Kagami, isn't today also your enrollment day? So, you're here to check in? After speaking, he scratched his head, seemingly uncertain as to the accuracy of his memory. Upon hearing this, Kagami nodded slightly, his tone tinged with nervousness as he replied, Yes, that is correct. Today is indeed my official enrollment day. Observing his demeanor, Tsuki Koharu approached him with a mischievous grin, leisurely sauntering to his side, and said in a teasing tone, I've just received some important news. There will be an entrance assessment shortly. Only those who perform exceptionally will gain entry into the distinguished classes. Hearing this, Chila's eyes brightened, his spirit reignited with enthusiasm as he eagerly questioned, Really? When does it begin? Is it a ninjutsu battle? Having felt boredom creeping in, the prospect of a duel invigorated him. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Danzo's lips curled into a slight smirk. After spending months together, he had come to understand Chila's character all too well. He calmly interjected, Well, we aren't quite sure about the exact timing. However, based on last year's proceedings, I suspect that the Hokage will first deliver a speech. And only after he concludes will the assessment officially commence. As anticipated, when Chila learned that he would first have to listen to a speech, the fervor that had just ignited within him was doused as if with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing it without a trace. At that moment, Saratobi Hizashi approached, clapping Chila firmly on the shoulder, and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Danzo is merely trying to scare you. In fact, last year, it wasn't even the Hokage who delivered the speech. It was Lord Tobarama standing in for him. Just think, if the Hokage didn't come in the first year, it's even less likely he would attend this year, considering how busy he is. So, you can rest easy. Besides, you must be familiar with Lord Tobarama's style, right? He is decisive, swift, and precise. Therefore, he only had a few words to share. Chapter 37. The speech. Chila widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at the stage where Senja Hashirama spoke eloquently and passionately. He could scarcely believe that Hashirama had indeed come to the Ninja Academy to deliver a speech. Wasn't he supposed to be in the Hokage's office? No, wait. He should be at the casino, placing bets, even if his mere presence was surprising. It was Hashirama's exceptional eloquence that truly astonished Chila, far exceeding his expectations. At that moment, Chila felt utterly bored, helplessly cradling his head in his arms. He slowly turned his gaze towards Saratobi Hizashi standing beside him. In stark contrast to Chila's disinterest, Hizashi appeared completely engrossed in Hashirama's captivating speech. Listening with rapt attention and delight, Chila could distinctly see the fervent light in Hizashi's eyes, akin to a blazing inferno. Weren't you just adamant that the Hokage wouldn't come? Chila leaned closer to Hizashi, lowering his voice. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Hizashi's face, but he quickly masked it, continuing to listen to the Hokage with the same fervor as before. However, despite his swift reaction, he could not escape the keen gaze of Chila, who remained acutely aware of his every move. Ah, so you were never truly focused on the Hokage's speech. How foolish of me to think you were genuinely interested in these remarks. Chila clenched his teeth and managed to utter this through gritted jaws. Seeing that Hizashi remained silent, Chila, feeling utterly bored, shook his head in resignation. Suppressing his inner frustration and continuing to endure the lengthy and convoluted discourse delivered by Hashirama. Today, we, the adults, will spare no effort to protect you, ensuring that you grow safely and prosperously. Hashirama declared with a grave expression. You must understand that you are the hope of Konohagakure's future. Only through your continuous strength can the village thrive and flourish. Therefore, it is imperative that you all exert your utmost efforts and forge ahead with determination. At this point, Hashirama even rose from his seat, revealing the extent of his excitement. Upon hearing this, Chila could not help but murmur softly, is this not akin to the yet-to-be-articulated will of fire? As the saying goes, wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire shall persist endlessly. The radiant flames not only illuminate the entire village but also encourage new shoots to sprout and flourish. Regrettably, as Chila lamented not having conveyed this sentiment to Hashirama sooner, he found himself enduring this tedious discourse. However, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the four individuals closest to him, as if orchestrated, simultaneously directed their gazes toward him. Their stares pierced him like arrows, clearly astonished by his words. Following this, a voice, both cold and urgent, abruptly broke the silence. What did you just say? Upon hearing this voice, Saratobi Hiruzen and the others turned sharply to see who had arrived. When they discerned the identity of the newcomer, a look of respect immediately graced their faces, and they swiftly bowed in unison, greeting Lord Tobarama. At this moment, Chila also recognized the newcomer, and upon seeing that familiar yet aloof visage, he inwardly cursed himself for speaking out of turn. Nevertheless, despite feeling a surge of anxiety, he mustered the courage to greet. Ah, it's you, Lord Tobarama. It has been quite a while. How have you been? In response to Chila's awkward greeting, Tobarama merely furrowed his brow slightly and chose not to elaborate. His icy gaze fixated on Chila as he expressionlessly commanded, repeat what you just said. Chila was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, long time no see. Recently? No, not that. Tobarama impatiently interrupted him. The previous sentence? Chila scratched his head in resignation, realizing he could not evade this. After a considerable pause, he tentatively ventured, wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire shall persist endlessly. Is that the one? Upon hearing this phrase, Tobarama fell silent for a moment. After a prolonged pause, he let out a soft sigh, his expression growing notably intricate. Finally, he slowly diverted his gaze from Chila to the four standing nearby. In an authoritative tone, he declared, once matters here are resolved, you four shall promptly gather at Hokage Rock. I have important information to impart. Having said this, he cast a deep glance at Chila before turning and making his way to the podium. Initially, Saratobi Hiruzen and the others intended to inquire about Chila's earlier statement. But Tobarama's interruption caused the youthful F4 to become a bit anxious and excited, huddling together and chattering animatedly. Big brother, the time is nearly upon us. Tobarama extended his right hand and gently pushed Kashin in front of him. Then, with a serious expression, he spoke. At that moment, Kashin was on stage, passionately delivering a speech. Upon hearing Tobarama's reminder, he paused momentarily and exclaimed, Oh, it's Tobarama. Have you finished all your official business so quickly? But there is just a little more to go. I'll be done shortly, just bear with me a moment longer. However, as Cashin turned back to continue speaking, an inexplicable tension gripped his heart, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Students, my speech concludes here. We shall now transition to the next significant segment, the entrance examination. Now, let us invite our esteemed judge for this examination, Tobarama, to share a few words. As he spoke, Cashin swiftly and decisively handed the microphone to Tobarama, as if fearing that any delay would incur Tobarama's displeasure. Tobarama accepted the microphone, first lifting his gaze slightly to scan the eager and expectant faces of the children seated below. Surprisingly, the usually aloof Tobarama's tone softened ever so slightly. Students, please follow the instructions of your teachers and proceed in an orderly manner to the training ground for assembly. As Tobarama's words resonated, the children in the audience began to whisper excitedly to one another. Meanwhile, Chila's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The long-awaited ninjutsu duel was finally about to commence. Although it would be a contest between children new to ninjutsu, for Chila, that was more than sufficient. After all, he wouldn't be participating. He was merely there to enjoy the spectacle, so why demand more? Chapter 38, Entrance Battle. Just as Saratobi Hiruzen had foretold, once Tobarama took control of the subsequent proceedings, everything progressed rapidly like a tempest. Gone were the lengthy and meaningless formalities. Only efficient and decisive execution of the entire process remained. At this moment, Chila stood atop the observation platform, surveying the training ground with great excitement. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted down to the figure standing in the training field. Cashin, you've got this. You're the best. However, Cashin, already somewhat nervous, felt his anxiety transform into embarrassment upon hearing Chila's boisterous encouragement. As a pure-blooded Uchiha, though he was gentle in nature, he placed great value on his dignity. While he appreciated Chila's enthusiastic support, knowing his friend's character, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to rush over and so shut Chila's incessantly shouting mouth. Yet, in the face of this situation, Chila remained completely unconcerned about the opinions and gazes of those around him. Conversely, he shouted with increasing fervor. Perhaps Tobarama noticed Kira's unusual excitement. Or perhaps it was merely a fortunate coincidence. In any case, an unexpected event was arranged for the first match. The inaugural duel featured Uchiha Kagami against RT. When this name was announced, a subtle stir rippled through the crowd. Clearly, no one anticipated that the opening bout would showcase a child from the Uchiha clan battling a commoner with no surname. In such a confrontation, not only the spectators but even RT himself harbored no semblance of confidence or hope for victory. However, despite knowing he could not possibly defeat Kagami before him, RT chose not to withdraw in fear, nor was he intimidated by his opponent's Uchiha lineage. There were no superfluous exchanges of words between them. As soon as Tobarama issued the resounding start command, Kagami lunged forward, executing a swift kick that struck RT with the ferocity of a tempest. Poor RT had no time to react, soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string before crashing heavily outside the training grounds, thus concluding the match. This sudden turn of events prompted Kira to shake his head in disbelief, inwardly lamenting the stark contrast between these untrained commoners and the deeply rooted ninja clans. The chasm of disparity was immense, rendering any comparison nearly futile. Uchiha Kagami triumphed. Advancing to the next round, RT was relegated to Class B. Based on strength classification, RT had no business in Class B, and even Class C seemed a stretch, considering he could not withstand a single strike from Kagami. Nonetheless, as the referee, Tobarama observed RT's audacity to face such a formidable opponent, despite the clear disparity in their abilities. This shifted Tobarama's perspective, after all. While prowess can be cultivated, one's character is innate. To become a strong individual, inherent talent is crucial, but the courage to confront the powerful is equally indispensable. After all, who can guarantee that throughout their ninja career, they will only encounter those weaker than themselves? Time flowed silently, and as a series of intense matches unfolded, many children gradually succumbed to defeat. Ultimately, only a handful of children from the Senju clan and Uchiha Kagami remained in the arena, uneliminated. This outcome was anticipated not only by Kira, but also by the parents who had accompanied their children to the school. They had mentally prepared themselves for such a reality. Yet, it was precisely this universally acknowledged gap that inspired these forward-thinking parents to send their children to take a chance. If they could become ninjas, they would transcend their social class. At that moment, Tobarama's voice echoed through the arena. Next match, Uchiha Kagami vs Senju F. This was indeed a highly anticipated spectacle. Upon hearing this name combination, all eyes instinctively converged upon the arena. Whether it was Chila or the surrounding spectators, everyone was wholly captivated by the two individuals poised to engage in a fierce battle at the center of the field. With a decisive command from Tobarama, the duel officially commenced. In an instant, Senjikaze Kage launched the first attack, his figure flickering with such speed that even the observing parents gasped in astonishment. However, from Chila's perspective, while Kazekage's speed was indeed impressive, it was merely a fraction slower than Q's. This observation stemmed from Chila's profound understanding of Q. As Chila had anticipated, just as Kazekage unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Q, Uchiha Q remained remarkably composed and unflustered. He slightly tilted his head, effortlessly evading the fierce onslaught. In the next moment, his left foot swiftly glided forward, and he raised his shoulder to deliver a powerful blow to the chest of Senju F. Should this strike land, it would undoubtedly determine the outcome of this contest in an instant. However, the Senju clan, renowned alongside the Uchiha, spared no effort in nurturing their successors with utmost dedication. As he witnessed Mirai evade his fierce attack with astonishing speed and charge towards him without hesitation, a jolt of surprise coursed through his heart, prompting an immediate reaction. He quickly retracted his outstretched arm, shifting to a full defensive stance, while simultaneously delivering a sharp kick with his left foot in an attempt to thwart Mirai's advance. In a breathtaking moment, the two seemed to share an unspoken connection, retreating almost simultaneously and creating a small distance between them. Surprisingly, rather than glowering at each other after their intense exchange, they exchanged smiles, revealing an unspoken understanding that one must engage to truly know the other. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. In an instant, both summoned their respective ninjutsu with remarkable synchronicity. Yet, the unfolding events took a dramatic turn. As Senju F prepared to drag his opponent underground with his earth release, Mirai coincidentally unleashed his great fireball technique. Consequently, in this twist of fate, Senju F successfully evaded the blazing inferno by burrowing underground. Faced with this unexpected situation, Mirai remained composed. His fingers danced swiftly, continuously shifting through hand seals. In the next heartbeat, a shocking scene unfolded as he was forcibly drawn underground by a mysterious force. It was over. Senju F emerged triumphantly from the earth, his face alight with barely contained exhilaration. Clearly, he was delighted at having bested an opponent from the Uchiha clan. However, just as he reveled in his victory, still momentarily dazed, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his neck. He instinctively lowered his head, only to discover that the mirror he had been clutching tightly had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a wisp of ethereal smoke, vanishing without a trace. Was it truly a clone? Senjikaze gazed incredulously at the shuakin gleaming coldly around his neck, a hint of resignation gracing his features. He couldn't help but gently tap his forehead, seemingly lamenting his own carelessness. At that moment, Tobarama, standing nearby, boldly proclaimed, "Uchiha Kagami wins." His voice reverberated throughout the arena, declaring the outcome of this contest. Uchiha Kagami and Senjikaze would both enter Class A. In response to this result, Kagami exhibited little elation. He remained as calm as water, as if victory had long been anticipated. Conversely, Senjikaze did not appear overly disheartened by his defeat, still wearing a carefree smile. Kagami slowly approached Senjikaze, extending his right hand to help him rise from the ground, and, lowering his voice, remarked, "I merely exploited a clever timing advantage. You performed admirably, truly remarkable." However, Senjikaze clearly held a different view. Clenching his fists and looking up at Kagami with unwavering resolve, he replied, "It's fine. A loss is a loss. I may have lost to you this time, but I will train twice as hard upon my return. One day, I shall surpass you." Kagami merely smiled faintly at Senjikaze's words, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips suggested that he was in good spirits. Chapter 39. The teacher no longer wants you. As the fierce battles at the Ninja Academy gradually came to a close, the already restless members of F4 could hardly contain their excitement and arrived early at Hokage Rock, which had been completed the previous month. Sarutobi Hiruzen paced restlessly like an ant on a hot skillet, muttering to himself. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Kazuki extended her hand to her forehead, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. "Hiruzen, can you please stop pacing? Your movements are making my head spin. I've reflected carefully, and we haven't made any mistakes during this time. Just relax." However, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed not to heed Kazuki's advice, continuing his restless wandering. At that moment, the previously silent Midomon finally spoke up. "Exactly, Hiruzen, just take a breather. I wasn't feeling anxious at all. But seeing you like this has made me tense up as well. Look at Danzo. He has remained completely composed and hasn't uttered a word. Upon hearing Mito's comment, Kira suddenly burst into laughter. This unexpected sound shattered the somewhat serious atmosphere that had enveloped the scene. You still have the energy to laugh. We shouldn't have let you tag along earlier. You insisted on following us. Who was unaware that Lord Saratobi Hiruzen, in a fit of anger, was shouting at Karara. Hiruzen. Koyuki instantly raised her voice. Mind your words. Mito Eamon hurriedly advised. In truth, there was no need for their reminders. As Saratobi Hiruzen suddenly realized he was on the verge of uttering something inappropriate, he quickly closed his mouth, forcing the latter part of his sentence back down. Oh dear. Why have you suddenly stopped? Please continue. Karara wore a mischievous smile, persistently urging him on. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Fully aware of the words that Saratobi Hizashi had almost let slip, which had rendered those present in a state of palpable tension. However, these matters were of no concern to Kira. Yet, in the face of Kira's provocation, Saratobi Hizashi merely shot him a fierce glare before falling silent. With Hizashi's sudden muteness, Kira felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Consequently, he shifted his gaze back to Danzo. Observing a slight smirk on his lips as he spoke with a teasing tone, Sister Koharu, among us, you are the only one adept in medical ninjutsu. Why don't you hurry over and check if Danzo has already been silent for a while? Otherwise, how could he have gone so long without speaking? Ha. Upon hearing this, Kohara shot Kira an exasperated glare, chiding, what a time to be causing mischief. Behave yourself. With that, she swiftly enveloped Kira in her arms, mercilessly ruffling his hair. Ouch. Oh no. Kira, trapped in Koharu's embrace, wore an expression of defiance, struggling vigorously as he protested loudly. I'm a proud member of the Uchiha clan. How can you treat me this way? Let go of me. Please, let go. Thus, a lively scene unfolded atop Hokage Rock. Kira was fervently struggling to escape Koharu's grasp, while Mito and the others watched with keen interest. Saratobi Hizashi, wearing a playful smile, continuously encouraged Kohara to apply more force, even expressing a desire to join in the fray. Meanwhile, on the other side, Danzo, who had seemingly been in deep contemplation for quite some time, remained silent. Only Yaya maintained a gentle smile, standing quietly. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat chaotic, a bright voice rang out. It seems you all still have plenty of energy. At the sound of this voice, the previously boisterous group fell silent. Teacher Kagami. The four members of F4 chorused obediently in greeting. This teacher Kagami was tall and handsome, with short black hair fluttering in the wind, and a perpetual smile adorning his face. He appeared to be a remarkably cheerful and amiable individual. After a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, from today onwards, I shall no longer be your teacher. Strictly speaking, perhaps I was never your true teacher. I was merely what is that term again? At this point, Senju Kagami seemed to stumble over his words, displaying a hint of embarrassment. He instinctively rubbed his chin, pondering the appropriate vocabulary. Just then, Kira, adjusting his hair, chimed in to remind him, substitute teacher? Yes, that's the word precisely. As Senjujia's eyes lit up with a spark of understanding, he nodded with a sense of relief, bending slightly to extend his right hand for a gentle high five with Chila, signifying his approval. However, upon hearing his words, the four members of F4 were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at him, unable to fathom the reality of what they had just heard. This reaction was, in fact, quite understandable. Imagine having a mentor by your side for so long, only to suddenly declare that they are no longer your teacher. Anyone would likely be momentarily taken aback in such a situation. With a beaming smile, Senjujia proclaimed, Though I shall no longer serve as your instructor from this day forth, should you encounter any challenges or troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out whenever you feel the need. With that, he lightly tapped his wrists and added, Well, the time is drawing near for our next meeting. You must continue to strive for excellence henceforth. In that moment, none of the four could break the silence, as the impact of this revelation weighed heavily upon them. Just then, amidst the stillness, a voice, dripping with mockery, drifted through the air. Oh ho! Your teacher has abandoned you. Almost in unison, the four exchanged glances, a mutual understanding passing between them. The next instant, one of them shouted angrily, This is intolerable. Let us teach him a lesson. Hey, how dare you four lay a hand on me? My clan leader is Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. Wait, who just pulled down my pants? Who the hell is? Chapter 40. Would you be willing to take me as your master? After what felt like an eternity, the four finally ceased their antics, clapping their hands together with satisfied smiles that replaced their earlier expressions of gloom. Meanwhile, Sheila, tugging at his trousers, muttered incessantly, his words a jumbled mystery. At that moment, the ever-smiling Yearn bent down to assist Sheila, who was seated on the ground. Yearn, why didn't you come to my rescue sooner? Look at how I was tormented, Sheila exclaimed, gazing up at Yearn with a look of feigned indignation. Taken aback for a moment, Yearn then burst into laughter, playfully responding, oh dear, it was my fault. I promise I won't let it happen again. However, this laughter only deepened Sheila's frustration. He tugged at his pants once more, grumbling, TSK, could you keep your laughter down? It's so loud, I can hear it. However, he felt quite satisfied with Yearn's transformation. At the very least, there was some fluctuation in her emotions. As the two conversed, Xiaochun, unable to contain her curiosity, gradually edged closer, her large eyes blinking inquisitively as she cautiously inquired, by the way, Sheila, what exactly is your status within the Uchiha clan? The other children from the Uchiha family do not seem to have a dedicated elder sister accompanying them like you do. Xiaochun had intended to refer to her as a maid, but with Yearn standing nearby, she quickly altered her words. I'm merely an ordinary Uchiha. There's nothing particularly special about my status. You're overthinking it. Sheila responded nonchalantly, then swiftly changed the subject. By the way, speaking of which, isn't it about time for Kagami to finish school? Just an ordinary Uchiha? Sarutobi Hizashi, who had been standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this statement. He then pursed his lips, clearly unimpressed. Following this, he gazed thoughtfully towards a large tree not far away. Although he could not be entirely certain if someone was indeed concealed there, a strong instinct deep within him persistently reminded him that someone was undoubtedly watching their every move. In fact, this sensation had accompanied him each time Sheila sought them out, although he could never quite pinpoint it. Moreover, even teacher Aiha had subtly shared vital information during their missions. Sheila's true identity was far from ordinary, and thus, one must exercise utmost caution and discernment when interacting with him. Hey, are you all even listening to me? Isn't it time for Kagami to finish school? I need to go pick him up. Seeing the group remaining silent, Sheila felt compelled to raise his voice once more. At that moment, the previously silent Danzo finally spoke. Kagami will only finish school around evening. Lord Tobarama had already made this clear. Did you not pay attention? Really? I have no recollection of that, Sheila said, scratching his head as he struggled to remember any relevant details. Xiaochun, observing Sheila's perplexed expression, smiled and explained. You were too preoccupied with other matters to pay attention to Lord Tobarama's words. Besides, based on our previous experiences, there are still many processes to go through today. First, there is the class division, where everyone will be assigned to different classes based on their circumstances. Then, we must arrange the desks. Each subject substitute teacher will come to deliver a few words of welcome and outline the course requirements. Lastly, of course, there will be an introduction session where each student stands up to introduce themselves. By the time all of this is completed, it will likely be quite dark. It will take until evening to finish. Upon hearing Xiaochun's detailed explanation, Sheila nodded in understanding and remarked, so that is the case. Very well. I shall wait for him a little later. Today marks an important milestone for Jing, as it is his first day of school. It appears that his father has been called away on some urgent task. Otherwise, it would be customary for a father to personally escort his child to school. Alas, since his biological father is preoccupied, it falls upon Sheila, this brother, to take on the responsibility. That said, despite failing to glean knowledge from Senju Tobarama, Sheila has fortuitously gained a wealth of insights from Kagaya. Remarkably, rather than discouraging Sheila's attempts to learn, Kagaya has shown a willingness to assist, often reiterating crucial points whenever Sheila seems to struggle with comprehension. Thus, with Kagaya's guidance, Sheila has indeed acquired many practical skills and knowledge, greatly enhancing his admiration for her. As his thoughts galloped freely, a gentle breeze swept by, heralding the arrival of Tobarama before the crowd. Greetings, Lord Tobarama, the F4 exclaimed in unison, instantly adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. Acknowledging their respectful salutation with a slight nod, Tobarama's gaze swiftly fell upon Sheila. Before he began to speak, I recall that you four accompanied Kage on a formidable mission lasting approximately 2 months. During that time, I trust you garnered a wealth of invaluable ninja knowledge from her. Initially, Tobarama intended to deliver a customary preamble, but midway through, he realized it was becoming excessively verbose. Thus, he decided to change his approach and posed a direct question. Now, I wonder if you 5 would be inclined to take me as your mentor? 5? Before the F4 could fully process this astonishing revelation, Sheila incredulously echoed the number. Could it be that Senju Tobarama included himself in that count? Should he agree to this proposition? Just as he found himself lost in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, a sudden sound of hurried, labored breathing approached rapidly. A slightly anxious voice pierced the air. Lord Tobarama, your speed is simply too swift. I cannot keep up. At that moment, a somewhat portly child gradually emerged from the distance. Observing the newcomer, Sheila could not help but let out a soft murmur. Well then, how presumptuous. Having been attuned to Sheila's reactions, Tobarama naturally noticed the shift in his expression, unable to suppress a smile. Finally, he has managed to elicit a reaction. How delightful. Chapter 41. F4 takes a master, the autumn path of wind. He has already determined that he shall become my disciple. As for you, what choices will you make? Senju Tobarama, with a calm demeanor, slightly raised his chin and cast his gaze over the individuals before him, inquiring softly. In truth, for all but the Uchiha clan, the opportunity to study under Senju Tobarama is undoubtedly a venture that offers boundless benefits with no detriment. This notion remains valid even after Uchiha Madara's departure, when members of the Uchiha clan might seek to become his disciples. Thus, the possibility of refusal from these individuals is virtually non-existent. Of course, should you not in agreement, I shall personally visit your respective clans and engage in earnest discussions with your elders, Tobarama added. Upon hearing this, the last remnants of hesitation vanished from F4, who exchanged glances before responding in unison with exuberance. We are willing. In light of this development, Tobarama, having anticipated such an outcome, could hardly conceal his delight. After all, these individuals were precisely those he had long considered as promising candidates for discipleship, and now he finally had the opportunity to accept them. Despite their significant political aspirations, their talents were equally remarkable. Moreover, he had never envisioned that the families behind these young ones would harbor objections. Unless, of course, their elders had lost their minds. It was unfathomable that they would have any reason to dissent. At this moment, as he gazed upon the newly established master-disciple relationships, Kiira found himself feeling somewhat awkward. Standing amidst the vibrant atmosphere, appearing conspicuously out of place. Fortunately, he had Yaya by his side for companionship. However, it was at this instant that he abruptly realized a grave error. His inexplicable decision to follow F4 to this location this afternoon was indeed a significant misstep. They were earnestly taking on a master, while he foolishly trailed behind. What purpose did he serve? Furthermore, even after the ceremony of apprenticeship concluded, it was unlikely that lessons would commence immediately. Thus, he could not glean any knowledge through stealth. Consequently, his actions that afternoon were merely a source of trouble for himself. As Kiira lamented his choices, Tobarama decisively announced, "Very well, we shall conclude here for today. Tomorrow morning, we will reconvene at this same location to commence training." With that, Tobarama said no more, straightforwardly finalizing the arrangements for the continuation of instruction the following day. As soon as his words escaped his lips, Chi Lu, who had previously exhibited a hint of embarrassment, seemed to be infused with a powerful force, instantly transforming into a figure radiating vitality. The earlier feelings of awkwardness and frustration vanished. Having secured the time and place for formal training, this afternoon was far from wasted. Moreover, teaching here was, for Chi Lu, a serendipitous opportunity. This meant he could, with legitimate standing, openly learn skills. Furthermore, this location was not a secretive one. Anyone could come and go as they pleased. Chi Feng, the figure at the door, called out, "You may now return to your clan's territory. Thus, your training quota for today is deemed fulfilled. All right, you are dismissed." Before the last word had left his mouth, the figure vanished in a flash, leaving no trace behind. "Well, we have successfully become disciples of Lord Tobarama," Xiaochun exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement and fervor. Beside her, Saratobi Hizashi was equally elated. He dashed forward, tightly embracing the shoulders of Minin and Danzo, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "From now on, we must no longer refer to Lord Tobarama as Lord. We shall call him Teacher instead. Indeed, we should address him as Teacher Tobarama." Even Danzo, who usually wore a stern expression, now beamed with unrestrained joy, his typically serious visage almost contorted with overwhelming happiness. Akimichi Chi Feng, who had intended to turn and leave, could not help but reveal a look of exasperation, his gaze fixed on the exuberant group before him. "I must say, you truly need not be so overly excited." Chi Feng frowned slightly, his expression suggesting a warning against premature celebration. He recalled his own initial joy upon joining the ranks of disciples. which had swiftly dissipated within a day, replaced by deep regret and torment. For the training intensity devised by Tobarama was beyond imagination. The daily regimen was extraordinarily demanding, only ceasing when one was nearly exhausted. For someone like Qifeng, who was naturally somewhat lethargic, such rigorous training felt akin to a nightmare, nearly driving him to madness. Furthermore, if today's excitement led to a restless night, then tomorrow. TSK, TSK, TSK. The thought was too daunting to entertain. Yet, even with the intention of offering a word of caution, it was evident that this exuberant quartet was impervious to his advice, their excitement at its zenith, utterly oblivious to his counsel. As Chiodao Qifeng observed the situation, he could only let out a resigned sigh once more. At present, he was still unfamiliar with several individuals, and it was evident that they had no intention of acknowledging him. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to linger in a place where he was unwelcome. He gently nodded in acknowledgement towards Chila, who continued to gaze at him, and without hesitation, turned to descend the mountain. Upon witnessing the jiggling flesh of Chiodao Qifeng as he ran, a result of vigorous exertion, along with a sigh, Chila found herself momentarily lost in thought. Uncertain whether Qifeng sighed for her, or for the F4 who disregarded her words. Yayoi, the time is nearly upon us. I reckon that Jing is about to finish school as well. We must go and fetch him. While saying this, Chila directed her gaze toward the F4 not far away. The four of them remained exuberantly huddled together, even dreaming of their future days. With a shake of her head, Chila lightly shrugged and remarked, "Ah, never mind. They probably wouldn't hear the greeting anyway. Let us go, Yayoi, or else Jing may feel disheartened if he doesn't see us." Chapter 42. The Hidden Mist Village in the depths of night. Ben lay concealed within an abyss of darkness, quietly observing the elusive Hidden Mist Village in the distance. If all went according to plan, this mysterious village, shrouded in mist, would become his significant stronghold for an extended period. Prior to arriving in the Land of Water, Ban had originally intended to employ illusions to seize control of the first water shadow, Haku, thereby usurping his position and establishing dominion over the entire Hidden Mist Village. However, upon setting foot on this land and conducting a thorough examination of the village, this seemingly flawless scheme collapsed instantaneously, leading him to reconsider his choice of location. The most pressing factor was the astonishingly dire poverty afflicting the Hidden Mist Village. In stark contrast to the flourishing and formidable Konoha, the disparities were striking. Even Sunagakure, built upon vast deserts, surpassed the current wealth of the Hidden Mist Village by a considerable margin. Such a tremendous gap compelled Ban to reassess the wisdom of his initial decision. Furthermore, another source of distress for Ban was the multitude of ancient ninja clans residing within the Hidden Mist Village. These clans, having endured for centuries or even millennia, each possessed unique secret techniques or bloodlines. Although the first water shadow, Haku, had adeptly persuaded them to set aside their prejudices and unite in the formation of the Hidden Mist Village, fierce competition among the clans remained an inevitable reality. Moreover, some clans of shinobi still regard one another as archenemies, unable to coexist harmoniously. This animosity renders it exceedingly arduous for Hakuren to implement any policy within the confines of the Hidden Mist. The behavior of the various shinobi clans is nothing short of astonishing. Whenever there is an opportunity for profit, they scramble to seize it without hesitation. Yet when faced with a task, they shun responsibility, each unwilling to take the initiative. This scenario is a true reflection of the current state of the Hidden Mist Village. In the eyes of Uchiha Madara, the root cause of this predicament ultimately lies in Hakuren's insufficient strength to impose dominance over all the clans. On the surface, it may appear that Hakuren, through her innate charisma, has successfully persuaded numerous clans to unite in the formation of the Hidden Mist Village. However, the deeper truth is that other nations have already established their own shinobi villages for the clans residing in the Land of Water. If they cannot unite and depend on one another for survival, their fate is destined to be one of being absorbed by foreign powers. Thus, the emergence of the Hidden Mist Village became inevitable. Otherwise, even if Hakuren possessed the eloquence and charm to pluck the moon from the sky, those clans would likely have vehemently opposed the creation of the Hidden Mist Village. Contemplating this, Uchiha Madara felt a tinge of ennui and, with a resigned shake of his head, strode confidently and ostentatiously towards the heart of the Hidden Mist Village. He has come this time with the intention of personally observing the various ninja clans within the Hidden Mist Village, to discern whether there exists a clan endowed with foresight and the ability to foresee the trajectory of future events. Should he find these clans to be as uninspiring as Decadewood, utterly lacking in potential, he would not hesitate for a moment to seek out a more suitable location to establish his stronghold. Meanwhile, A vigilant guard from the hidden mist was attentively surveying the surroundings. Upon catching sight of the figure of Madara, he immediately called out, "Who goes there? Halt!" However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a sudden flash of crimson light flickered in Madara's eyes. Instantly, the guard found himself momentarily frozen in place. And in the next moment, he absent-mindedly scratched his head, murmuring to himself, Could it be that I am seeing things? Was there not a shadow just now? Madara stood silently in the middle of the street of the hidden mist village, gradually coming to a halt in his advance. He surveyed his surroundings. Although it was the dead of night, the pervasive thick fog rendered visibility exceedingly poor. This mist enveloped everything like a heavy curtain, creating an illusion that he was the sole inhabitant of an otherwise deserted world. Truly, this was aptly named Fog-Hidden Village. The oppressive density of the fog inexplicably weighed upon his spirits, inducing a sense of agitation. He couldn't help but mutter softly. The foggy weather undoubtedly exacerbated his already fragile mood. Initially, he had intended to explore the village further and observe it keenly. But the dreadful fog had extinguished all his enthusiasm in an instant. As he hastily searched, a grand compound belonging to a clan of ninjas gradually came into view. Above the towering entrance, two bold characters were inscribed, Kagura. The Kagura clan? He raised an eyebrow slightly, a pensive expression crossing his face. He possessed knowledge about the Kagura clan, such as their unique ability to transform their bodies into liquid at will. From a certain perspective, the Kagura clan indeed held a degree of mutual restraint over the Uchiha clan. This was primarily due to the chakra attributes of the Uchiha, which predominantly leaned towards fire or lightning. At that moment, with dwindling patience, he strode directly through the partially open gate. As he stepped into the territory of the Kagura clan, an astonishing scene unfolded. From the puddle that lay behind him, a human upper body slowly emerged, as if the water possessed life. Just as this figure prepared to reprimand the uninvited intruder, he halted with unwavering composure, swiftly turning to face him. His gaze piercing as he coldly declared, "Bring your clan leader to me." This blunt proclamation left the newly formed Kagura clansman visibly indignant. Who dares to summon our clan leader? With that, he brandished his blade and charged forward. However, at the moment he lunged towards him, he caught sight of the emblem on his attire. Although he knew nothing about the individual before him, the sight of the unique clan insignia embroidered on his clothing and the resolute stance he maintained in the face of his attack was enough to cause hesitation. He instantly withdrew his offensive stance, taking 2 cautious steps back while remaining vigilant, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. "Please summon your clan leader," the figure commanded. Observing the series of subtle movements, the man promptly replied without further delay or hesitation, "Esteemed guest, kindly remain here for a moment. I will immediately report to our clan leader." With that, he turned and hurriedly departed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 43. The Ghost Lantern Clan Leader. Clan leader. Something significant has occurred. Please wake up. A frantic and urgent knocking echoed, accompanied by anxious cries that pierced through the stillness of the room. In an instant, the once dark and silent chamber of the Ghost Lantern Clan leader was illuminated. Almost immediately, a figure shot out of the room like a bolt of lightning. Upon closer inspection, one could see a tall and slender figure with flowing yellow hair and a delicate mustache, unmistakably the current leader of the Ghost Lantern Clan, Gue Ding Huanyu. "You sure? Wasn't it you and Zheng Yi who were responsible for the vigilance today? How could someone dare to launch a surprise attack on our territory under the moonlight?" Gue Ding Huanyu spoke with the urgency of a tempest, his sharp eyes locking onto the person before him. Upon hearing the clan leader's inquiry, the clan member named Yushir flushed with embarrassment and quickly explained. "That's not quite it. Just now, an unknown individual suddenly intruded into our territory." "An intruder? If someone has trespassed into our land, you should simply expel him." "Did you need me to teach you that? I thought it was the Leaf Village that had come to attack us." Gue Ding Huanyu furrowed his brow, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone as he lightly rapped Yushir on the head. Rubbing his sore head, Yushir cautiously replied, Well, it's not an attack from the Leaf Village, but the situation may not be much better. From my observations, the intruder seems to bear the emblem of the Uchiha clan." At this juncture, Yushir glanced up at the clan leader's expression, silently speculating how he might react next. Yawning, Gue Ding Huanyu rubbed his eyes, the weariness descending upon him unexpectedly. However, before he could finish his lament, he heard Yushir's words, "Are you certain you did not missee? It truly is the Uchiha emblem?" Gue Ding Huanyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment as he inquired eagerly, Clan leader, now that you ask, I feel somewhat less confident. But I can assure you, The aura emanating from that individual suggests he possesses formidable strength. As he spoke, Yushur thumped his chest emphatically to affirm the truth of his words. Yet, to Yushur's surprise, before he could finish, he witnessed Gue Dang Huanyu hastily departing without a word, striding away with urgency. Clan leader? Where are you going? Come on, take me to see him. Hurry, hurry. Moreover, you, young man, actually left Jingyi alone there. Are you truly unafraid of any unforeseen events befalling him? Hurry. Lead the way. Without allowing Ban to wait for an extended period, Gue Dang Huanyue hastily brought the moonstone to the entrance of the clan territory. As he lifted his gaze and beheld the figure bearing a flame fan, tall and imposing, an indescribable sense of dread surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end as if electrified. Gue Dang Huanyue dared not linger for a moment, hastening his steps until he stood before Ban. Taking 3 strides in 2, he slightly bowed and respectfully, albeit somewhat nervously, said, Senior Ban, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I am the current leader of the Akatsuki family, Akatsuki Hanwei. However, standing beside him, Tsukishi appeared somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing his clan leader address the seemingly youthful individual before them as senior, he couldn't help but feel a surge of confusion and curiosity. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, Leader, you seem to be the elder here, don't you think? Perhaps it's due to your beard. At that moment, a figure emerged from an inconspicuous puddle, speaking with a teasing tone. Before the two could finish their exchange, Akatsuki Hanwei, without hesitation, swung his fist with astonishing swiftness toward Tsukishi's head. A dull thud echoed as Tsukishi's head was instantly reduced to a puddle. Subsequently, Akatsuki Hanwei quickly retracted his hand, as if that punch had never been thrown. He then lowered his head, wearing an apologetic expression as he explained to Ban, I sincerely apologize, Senior Ban. The children are still quite young and lack understanding. I hope you can forgive them. In response to Akatsuki Hanwei's actions, Ban merely cast a cursory glance at Tsukishi, whose head had reformed, and gently replied, No matter. For some inexplicable reason, upon witnessing Tsukishi's incessant chatter and his somewhat innocent expression, an image of Karara involuntarily surfaced in Ban's mind, lifting his spirits slightly from their previous gloom. At that moment, Akatsuki Hanwei steadied himself, took a deep breath, and once again addressed Ban, Senior Ban. May I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit to our Akatsuki clan? Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. We shall do our utmost. I simply found it rather dull, so I decided to wander outside the village. Uchiha Ben casually waved his hand, indicating that Akatsuki Hanwei should relax. I have a keen interest in your Akatsuki clan. May I ask how many members you currently have? Wander? Akatsuki Hanwei silently mused, finding it difficult to grasp the true intentions of the individual before him. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, Currently, our Akatsuki clan is not particularly large, with perhaps only 50 or 60 members, including both the elderly and the young. Even among those in their prime, there are but a few capable of bearing significant responsibilities. It is precisely for this reason that the burden of leadership has fallen upon my shoulders. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ban did not engage in any circumlocution, but instead posed a direct question. Do you harbor greater ambitions? For instance, to see the Akatsuki clan flourish and even secure a place within the broader ninja world? Upon hearing these words, Akatsuki Hanwei's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor becoming unusually serious. Could it be that Konoha intends to involve itself in the affairs of our hidden mist village? There is no need for you to be so tense. Relax a little. I have come merely as an individual, completely unrelated to Konoha or the Uchiha clan. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze calmly fixed upon the wary figure of Kahaku, who had initially greeted him with a hint of flattery but now exhibited a profound sense of caution. His tone was remarkably casual. Upon hearing these words, Kahaku's heart skipped a beat, and his mind began to race with myriad possibilities flooding in. Yet, no matter how he pondered, his thoughts were as tangled as a frayed thread, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chapter 44. Taking action, rest assured. Konoha has absolutely no intentions of annexing your village of mist. Madara observed Kahaku with a tranquil gaze and spoke in a low, soothing voice, filled with doubt and confusion. Kahaku hesitated for a moment before finally mustering the courage to inquire, May I ask what brings you here today? Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded Kahaku, then spoke leisurely, From my observations over the past few days, it appears that your village of mist is far from unified. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the clans within your village do not seem to be wholly loyal and obedient to the current Mizukichi. These words struck Kahaku like a thunderclap, reverberating in his ears. His expression instantly darkened, embarrassment etched upon his features, difficult to conceal. It was quite disheartening to have the internal affairs of his own village so bluntly and mercilessly exposed by an outsider like Madara. Such revelations left Kahaku feeling utterly humiliated, unable to maintain his composure. However, faced with the undeniable truth of Madara's statements, even in his seething anger, he found himself at a loss for any strong retort. After a moment of silence, Kahaku took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his embarrassment and unease, and bluntly asked once more, "Still, I must ask. What exactly do you wish to accomplish?" At that moment, Madara paused briefly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. "If you were to assume the position of Mizukage." "Indeed, Chief, you should become the Mizukage." At that moment, Moonstone excitedly waved his arms, his eyes shimmering with fervent anticipation, as if he could already envision the glorious scene of their clan, the Ghost Lanterns. Once Ghost Lantern Hanwei ascended to the position of Water Shadow. However, before he could finish his words, a dull thud echoed, and Moonstone's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, splattering everywhere. Ghost Lantern Hanwei was not the naive youth that Moonstone was, as the leader of the clan. His thoughts ran far deeper. Many matters were not as straightforward as they appeared, entangled with complex interests, and any misstep could spell disaster for the entire family. Thus, certain words were not to be uttered lightly. Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Hanwei murmured softly to himself, his voice barely audible. He then slowly shook his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. While it was true that the shinobi of Hidden Mist Village occasionally defied the Water Shadow's commands, they held a profound respect for Lord Balian. This seemingly casual remark drifted into the ears of Uchiha Madara, who immediately discerned Ghost Lantern Hanwei's true intentions. Clearly, Ghost Lantern Hanwei was conveying that they, as shinobi, would never comply with the Water Shadow's orders if those orders jeopardized their own interests. Nevertheless, they held great respect for Balian himself. There was one thing Ghost Lantern Hanwei did not mention. Balian was now quite aged, and even without external assistance, merely relying on his own prestige and the support of the entire Ghost Lantern family, Hanwei's chances of ascending to the position of Water Shadow were not insignificant. It seemed that Balian was not particularly competent in his role as Water Shadow, yet his character earned the recognition of these shinobi, which spoke to his capabilities. Uchiha Madara mused softly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a knowing expression. He had never encountered the White Lotus in person. His understanding of her was limited to fragmented information. However, at this moment, as he listened to the profound respect that Ghost Lantern Hanwei expressed for the White Lotus, a flicker of surprise stirred within him. Based on my knowledge, the White Lotus should have already entered her twilight years. If that is indeed the case, once she passes, I could lend my assistance to you, facilitating your ascent to the position of Water Shadow. Ben gently clapped his hands twice and softly proposed this. Upon hearing his words, Ghost Lantern Hanwei's brow furrowed tightly, and a hint of displeasure surfaced on her previously tranquil countenance. He aspires to the position of Mizukage. Yet should he engage with external forces, the narrative becomes convoluted. Without hesitation, he responded, I have indeed heard of your defeat in the contest for the title of Hokage. Do you now seek to manipulate me in order to seize control of the entire Hidden Mist Village to fulfill your own ambition of ruling a village? At this juncture, the figure of Hozuki Mangetsu subtly shifted, moving slightly forward to shield both Tsukishi and Seiichi from any potential threat. Uchiha Madara slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes cold and tinged with disdain as he scrutinized the actions of the individual before him. Upon observing the other's demeanor, a smirk of derision crept upon his lips, and he spoke. Indeed, I faced defeat in the Hokage election, but that was merely due to my inability to surpass Hashirama. Moreover, had I genuinely intended to use the position of Mizukage to control the Hidden Mist Village, I would not need to seek you out. I should have approached Byakuren instead. Yet, while you feign flattery, deep down, you harbor resentment. Do you presume to possess sufficient strength to warrant my attention? Or do you believe you can dance before me? Upon hearing these words, a glint of resolve and provocation flickered in Hozuki Mangetsu's eyes as he defiantly retorted, in the realm of shinobi, I shall try my hand at this and see who ultimately prevails. No sooner had he spoken than his form flickered, appearing beside Madara with ghostly swiftness. Simultaneously, his right hand surged up, shaped like a pistol, aimed directly at Madara's temple, as he shouted, Arrogance can be fatal. Headshot. Chapter 45. Compromise. As he prepared to deliver this lethal strike, a hint of surprise illuminated Hozuki Mangetsu's face. as if he himself could scarcely believe the moment, coupled with the tangible sensation of impending impact. However, at that instant, an abrupt voice shattered the tension. "Chief, what are you doing?" In a heartbeat, Hozuki Mangetsu was taken aback, swiftly turning to behold Tsukishi standing a short distance away, his expression one of utter astonishment, as if he had witnessed a ghost. With Tsukishi's exclamation, the surrounding scenery began to fracture like a shattered mirror, rapidly collapsing into chaos. Jinjutsu? When did this happen? How could this be? Hozuki Mangetsu's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips murmuring in confusion. At that moment, he witnessed Uchiha Madara, who should have been the target of his lethal shot, dissipating like smoke, replaced before him by Seiichi, who now lay on the ground. Staring at the fallen Seiichi, Hozuki Mangetsu staggered back in shock, incredulous. Seiichi. On the other side, Tsukishi swiftly bent down to assess the condition of Zhengyi. Fortunately, with the aid of a liquidized secret technique, Zhengyi managed to reclaim his life, albeit at the cost of exhausting his chakra entirely, leaving him devoid of the strength to even stand. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, manifesting a profound weakness. It was evident that the thunderous strike from Ghost Lantern Kagayuki had been immensely powerful. It was only at this moment that Kagayuki, as if awakening from a dream, redirected his gaze towards the unmoving figure of Uchiha Madara, who stood steadfastly in place. The instant their eyes, filled with an eerie crimson light, met, an unprecedented wave of fear surged within him, overwhelming him like a tide. He felt as if he had suddenly transformed into a small, helpless lamb, facing a ferocious beast poised to devour him. This primal fear, originating from the depths of his being, rapidly spread to every cell of his body, rendering Kagayuki completely paralyzed, making even the slightest movement seem insurmountably difficult. "You are indeed clever, having never gazed directly into my eyes. But who told you that avoiding the Uchiha's gaze would allow you to escape from the Jinjutsu?" Madara's disdainful voice echoed like a chilling wind into the ears of the three. At this moment, Madara's tone was chillingly indifferent. "This is your final opportunity." Accompanying his words, his terrifying Sharingan began to rotate slowly, resembling the gaze of a demon, methodically surveying the three individuals before him. Wherever his gaze fell, it felt as though the very air around them froze. Should Kagayuki, after this warning, still choose to resist, Madara would not hesitate to strike, obliterating the three of them with a ferocity akin to thunder. For Madara, it was imperative to ensure that his meticulously devised plan remained undisclosed before its inception. Meanwhile, standing opposite Madara, Kagayuki understood all too well that if he refused to submit at this moment, the only fate awaiting them would be death. Contemplating this, he slightly turned his head, casting a glance at the still figures of Tsukishi and Zhengyi behind him, followed by a deep sigh. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Kagayuki resigned himself to his fate and inquired, "May I ask, Lord Madara, what is the purpose behind your elaborate machinations?" Thus, he chose to bow before the cruel reality. The once terrifying Madara gradually allowed his chilling Sharingan to fade. Then, in an unusually calm tone, he spoke, "In a few days, I shall deliver a child to you. At that time, I hope your Ghost Lantern clan will safeguard him. Beyond this, I seek nothing more." Upon hearing these words, Kagayuki, standing to the side, could not help but raise his head in confusion, fixing his gaze directly upon Uchiha Madara. He simply could not fathom why the other party had gone to such great lengths, employing various means of intimidation and threats, only to ultimately seek the assistance of their clan, the Akatsuki, in caring for a single child. Such behavior left him utterly bewildered. However, faced with the gaze of Kagaya Tsukuyami, filled with doubt, Uchiha Madara exhibited no hesitation or evasion. "If you can ensure the safe upbringing of this child, then in the future, your clan will undoubtedly shine brightly." Yet, when these words reached Kagaya Tsukuyami's ears, he could only manage a wry smile, shaking his head as he murmured to himself, "To shine brightly in the future ninja world? I dare not harbor such extravagant hopes for something so distant. For now, I merely wish to preserve a trace of our bloodline amidst these turbulent times." In truth, Kagaya Tsukuyami was a fervent warrior, yearning throughout his life to prove his strength and worth in the heat of battle. However, standing before the formidable figure of Uchiha Madara, who resembled a demonic deity, he suddenly felt as insignificant as an ant, devoid of even the slightest inclination to resist. This overwhelming disparity struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart, leaving him feeling defeated and despondent. Upon seeing Kagaya Tsukuyami nod in agreement, Uchiha Madara's expression betrayed little emotion. For him, time was still on his side, and moreover, it was not the most opportune moment to depart from Konoha. Just then, it seemed Kagaya Tsukuyami recalled something, and he inquired, "Then, Lord Madara, when that child comes to the village hidden in the mist, will he belong to our clan?" Uchiha Madara, upon hearing this, gently shook his head, responding in a calm tone, "No, he will enter the village hidden in the mist under a different identity. As for the specifics, I shall inform you when the time is ripe." With his words lingering in the air, Uchiha Madara's gaze swept over the three before him once more, and he softly stated, "Let it be for now. Should the need arise, I will send someone to contact you." With that, he shimmered and transformed into a shadow, vanishing without a trace as if he had never been there at all. Once Madara departed, Tsukuyami supported the weakened Seiichi and immediately pressed, "Lord Clan Leader, what are we to do now?" Despite his naivety, he has come to understand that the H-Zuki clan is being coerced. Most importantly, there is no room for refusal. However, H-Zuki Mangetsu did not immediately respond to his inquiry. Instead, he furrowed his brows, lost in a moment of contemplation. After a brief while, he slowly lifted his head, revealing an unusually grave expression. He then spoke in a low, serious tone to the two individuals before him. "From this moment onward, you must remember this matter with utmost clarity. Under no circumstances should you disclose even a single word to anyone outside. Should anyone dare to defy this command, I shall take matters into my own hands. Furthermore, let us not dwell on that. Tsukishi, hasten and escort Seiichi to Elder Ao for assistance in treating his injuries. As for tonight, I shall personally oversee the vigilance." Upon concluding his words, H-Zuki Mangetsu instinctively raised a hand to his forehead and gestured to Tsukishi and Seiichi to depart swiftly. Chapter 46. The Path of Endurance regarding the methods of chakra refinement. I trust that both your respective clans and your former ninja academies, including the Senju clan, have imparted this foundational knowledge to you in detail. Therefore, I shall refrain from reiterating these basics here. However, it is imperative to emphasize that you must not only persist in your daily refinement of chakra but also continuously attune yourselves to its flow and transformation. Only through such diligence can you achieve precise control and adept application of your own chakra. Senju Tobarama stood with arms crossed over his chest, his demeanor exceptionally serious as he elucidated this crucial point. As soon as his words fell, the members of the once small team, known as F4, or rather, F5 now, as Akadu took the plunge to officially join this little collective, nodded in unison, indicating their firm commitment to his discourse. Of course, exceptions abound. For those clans endowed with bloodline limits, the refinement of chakra requires little exertion, necessitating only a natural progression. Senju Tobarama continued to expound upon the relevant matters at a leisurely pace. His gaze fell upon the face of F5, which revealed a hint of envy. He then spoke. "It is indeed undeniable that the bloodline limit is a special grace bestowed by the heavens. It allows those endowed with unique abilities to delve deeper into their bloodline's potential while gradually enhancing their chakra reserves. However, in comparison to chakra refined through personal effort, the chakra born from the development of a bloodline limit often manifests a rather unstable nature. What is worse, at times, this instability can even lead to significant fluctuations in a person's temperament." Just yesterday evening, upon learning that Tobarama would be teaching here, the eager Kiyoshi was restless throughout the night. He finally endured until dawn, even neglecting his daily ritual of hand seals, and rushed straight to the Hokage rock. Upon arriving, he quickly located a sturdy tree and exerted all his strength to hollow it out. At that moment, Kiyoshi was concealed within the hollow he had prepared that morning. His ears perked up, intently eavesdropping on the conversation ahead. As he listened, his previously relaxed brow gradually furrowed, and he murmured softly to himself, as expected, "No matter what is discussed, the Uchiha clan is always mentioned. In the entirety of the ninja world, only the Uchiha clan experiences notable changes in temperament as they develop their bloodline limits. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that while Senju Tobarama may not always be amiable, he is indeed highly capable. Take, for instance, the chakra generated alongside the development of bloodline limits. It requires continuous engagement and comprehension. This critical point had never been brought to Kiyoshi's attention before. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Tobarama's resonant voice echoed again. "Moreover, I wish to ask you all, what is the most important aspect for a ninja?" Upon hearing this question, F5 exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for an answer. Observing their reaction, Tobarama did not seem intent on putting them under pressure. He nodded slightly and began to elucidate. "It is the path of the ninja. The path of the ninja is the belief and road that every ninja must seek and uphold. Only when you discover your own path can you continue to transcend yourself on the journey of training and grow ever stronger. Therefore, I hope you can calm your minds and seriously reflect on where your path lies. Upon the utterance of these words, F5 collectively bowed their heads, ensnared in profound contemplation, earnestly reflecting upon the essence of their own paths of perseverance. Simultaneously, concealed within the foliage, Chi-Lu, who had been quietly observing and learning, found himself involuntarily furrowing his brow upon hearing such discourse, inwardly pondering, what, indeed, should my own path of perseverance entail? To Chi-Lu, the notion of a path of perseverance might simply represent the establishment of a clear objective, followed by a relentless dedication of one's entire being towards its pursuit. However, deep within, Chi-Lu was acutely aware that his most fervent desire was merely to survive. After all, he understood all too well that he lacked the capacity to alter Ban's obstinate convictions or to thwart the execution of the plans that Ban had meticulously devised in his mind. Since he could not transform Ban's actions, the specters of danger and threat would invariably accompany him like shadows. Of course, Chi-Lu had contemplated an alternative possibility, to masquerade as a worthless failure. Perhaps this would lead Ban or others to lose interest in him, thus relinquishing their intentions to exploit or harm him. Once Ban departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, he could seek refuge in a place he deemed relatively safe, leading a life of obscurity, merely scraping by. Yet, whenever this thought flickered through his mind, Chi-Lu could not help but question, is this truly the life I desire? Is a life devoid of ambition, marked by mediocrity and inaction, genuinely my choice? He appeared to be entirely immersed in his own thoughts, oblivious to the words spoken by Tobarama. His mind was a tapestry of various visions and possibilities regarding the roads that lay ahead, as time slipped away unnoticed. It was unclear how long had passed before tranquility finally returned to his surroundings. Tobarama had long since vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of his presence. At that moment, the sun had shifted to the far western side of the sky, as if poised to descend beyond the mountains, signaling the conclusion of the day's endeavors. He slowly emerged from his hiding place within the great tree, standing atop the Hokage rock. There, he stood in quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon where the sun gradually sank in a cascade of warm hues. The golden sunlight cloaked the entire village of Konoha in an exquisite, resplendent veil, rendering this place extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, Konoha was a sight to behold. It was a pity, however, that this was not the path destined for me. Chi-Lu gently shook his head, a hint of regret and helplessness flickering across his face. He then turned to the ever-silent Yaoyang, who had been following him, and softly inquired, Yaoyang, what, then, is your ninja way? Upon hearing this unexpected question, Yaoyang first paused in mild astonishment, seemingly perplexed by Chi-Lu's inquiry. After a brief silence, a gentle smile began to grace her lips as she responded, if I must provide an answer, I would say it is to protect. To protect, you say? Chi-Lu pondered thoughtfully, nodding his head, yet refraining from offering a definitive evaluation or response. Moments later, he suddenly chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed as he declared, well, since I have come this far, I shall become the foremost figure in the ninja world. Chapter 47. A sudden change. Time flowed by like a fleeting shadow. Day after day, Chi-Lu diligently pursued his training in secret. Though it appeared he was merely learning covertly, both Shinji Tobarama and the others were well aware of Chi-Lu's presence. It was as if they shared an unspoken understanding, with no one daring to expose this seemingly clandestine endeavor. In this atmosphere, Chi-Lu gleaned numerous insights into ninjutsu from Tobarama, each encounter leaving him profoundly astonished. Among the techniques that thrilled him the most were Tobarama's original shadow clone technique and its advanced variant, the body flicker technique. Let us first discuss the shadow clone technique, which is remarkable for its ability to instantaneously create a clone that is nearly indistinguishable from the original. Furthermore, this clone not only resembles the original in appearance, but can also transfer its memories and accumulated experiences back to the original body intact. It is important to note that the pain experienced by the shadow clone is transmitted intact to the original body. Regarding the advanced version of the body flicker technique, it is aptly named so because Tobarama ingeniously merges the ordinary body flicker technique with explosive tags. Consequently, when one utilizes the body flicker technique to move, they can simultaneously detonate the explosive tags affixed to the ground, inflicting unforeseen damage upon the enemy. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that Tobarama's affinity for explosive tags is truly remarkable. After a period of observation, Kiyoshi was astonished to discover that aside from his mastery of water release and exceptional swordsmanship, Tobarama frequently employed explosive tags as his primary means of attack. Faced with such an intriguing phenomenon, Not only was Kiyoshi filled with questions, but even F5 expressed considerable curiosity. However, when someone inquired of Tobarama about the reason behind this, his response was both simple and straightforward. Why not employ the most efficient method to eliminate foes while conserving one's chakra? At that moment, Tobarama suddenly declared in a loud voice, "All right, that will conclude today's explanation. Remember to complete the training tasks assigned for today." As his words echoed, a resounding bang was heard, and Tobarama instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers realized it was merely a shadow clone. Witnessing this scene, Koyuki couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her brow, grumbling with mild annoyance. Why does teacher Tobarama always resort to shadow clones? Beside her, Saratobi Hiruzen reassured her, "Teacher Tobarama is incredibly busy. We should be grateful that he can spare a clone to guide our training." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the great tree concealing Kiyoshi and called out, "Kiyoshi, stop hiding. Teacher Tobarama has already left. Hurry and come out." I know. Kiyoshi mumbled, using both hands and feet to crawl out from the somewhat narrow tree hollow. Perhaps the opening was too small. Or maybe he had grown a bit over the past few months, but it took considerable effort for him to finally poke his head and half of his body out. When he successfully emerged from the tree hollow, he appeared somewhat disheveled and dusty. Koyuki, upon seeing Kiyoshi's state, couldn't help but chuckle. She approached him, gently brushing off the wood shavings clinging to him, and teasingly remarked, "Look at you, you look like a little dirty monkey. Can't you just listen openly?" I refuse to believe that teacher Tobarama didn't notice you sneaking around here. In response to Koyuki's teasing, Kiyoshi merely shrugged nonchalantly, choosing not to engage with her comment. Observing this, Koyuki pouted and refrained from pressing further, instead shifting her gaze around, beginning to survey her surroundings. Curiously, she turned back to Kiyoshi and inquired, "Hey, why isn't Aiha with you today?" Upon hearing Xiaochun mention yailing, Chila could not help but let out a sigh, running a hand through his hair. And with an expression of exasperation, he explained, "Oh, do not even get me started. There exists a rather burdensome regulation within the clan, stipulating that upon reaching the age of 3, one must attend lessons within the clan. I find no semblance of interest in such matters. It is nothing short of torment." Hence, I implored yailing for several days, and she graciously employed the art of substitution to attend in my stead. In truth, in the beginning, Chila harbored considerable enthusiasm for the teachings offered by the clan. He believed that the curriculum designed by the Uchiha clan would be tailored to meet the needs and characteristics of their kin. However, contrary to his expectations, after merely 2 days of attending the lectures, he found himself utterly disillusioned. Each day consisted of listening to an elderly Uchiha, whose eyes seemed too heavy to open, recounting the glorious history of the Uchiha clan. Yet, those lengthy and monotonous tales left him feeling exceedingly drowsy, as if his eyelids were weighed down by lead, and he often found himself drifting into a stupor, yawning incessantly. Eventually, unable to endure this torment any longer, Chila desperately implored yielding several times, and she reluctantly agreed to attend in his stead. Listening to Chila's words, the initially amused Xiaochun's expression shifted abruptly as she suddenly seized him and rolled away at an astonishing speed. Almost instantaneously, a shimmering kunai struck the very spot where Chila and Xiaochun had been standing, embedding itself 3 inches into the ground, a testament to the thrower's formidable strength. "Attention! We have an enemy." Upon sensing the imminent danger, Saratobi Hiruzen swiftly drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gripping it tightly. Simultaneously, Danzo mirrored his actions. Beside them, Akimichi Takumi and Mito Minka also reacted with alacrity, swiftly moving to join their comrades. In the blink of an eye, the 4 formed a solid defensive line, protecting Chila and Xiaochun securely within their ranks. Interesting. They managed to react so swiftly. A low, sinister chuckle accompanied the emergence of a somewhat frail middle-aged man from the depths of the dense forest. Saratobi Hiruzen scrutinized the unexpected intruder, his brow furrowing as he called out, "Who are you? Why do you seek to ambush us?" The newcomer merely shook his head with a smile, replying, 5 disciples of Senju Tobarama, along with a mere Uchiha brat. This is quite a lucrative haul." Chapter 48, The Ambush, Part 1. "Chila, we will hold him off. You must descend the mountain to seek reinforcements," Saratobi Hiruzen commanded decisively. However, the intruder regarded Hiruzen's swift arrangement with palpable disdain, shaking his head lightly. From within the forest, several more figures began to emerge, their presence intensifying an already tense atmosphere, especially for Chila, as he focused on the sudden appearance of these individuals. A profound sense of confusion surged within him. He now has ample reason to suspect that this entire situation has been meticulously orchestrated by Tobarama Senju. After all, with that cunning individual's intellect and methods, it is entirely plausible that he could engineer such a scenario. Otherwise, how could anyone with a deranged mindset dare to provoke trouble in Konoha, especially with the formidable presence of both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? Thus, Sheila finds it hard to dismiss the idea that this could be Tobarama's handiwork. However, one must acknowledge that the entire ninja world is vast, populated by individuals whose thought processes diverge significantly from the norm, some of whom may very well be unhinged. That Uchiha brat must be kept alive. As for the others, capturing them alive is preferable, but if circumstances dictate otherwise, killing them will suffice. The figure's gaze was cold and piercing as he fixated on the few silhouettes before him, a cruel smile twisting his lips. He then abruptly raised his right hand, issuing a command. At the very moment he gave the order, the previously watchful enemies surged forward like ravenous wolves, unhesitatingly charging at the few individuals. In an instant, chaos engulfed the scene. Almost everyone found themselves facing a menacing adversary. Among them, Sakura's focus was heavily divided as she struggled to protect Sheila, which severely limited her actions, leaving her feeling somewhat restrained and powerless. She was compelled to adopt a defensive stance, relying on her companion's support to barely fend off the enemy's assaults. Nonetheless, the leader, witnessing his subordinates' inability to subdue these few youngsters in such a short time, darkened in countenance. With a disdainful snort, he slowly drew a gleaming katana from behind him, seemingly intent on joining the fray himself. It was at this moment that Sheila, awakening from his stupor, realized that this group was certainly not a trial prepared for them by Tobarama Senju. The assailants before him were ruthless and merciless, each strike aimed directly at vital points, showing no signs of restraint. Hiruzen, Danzo, utilize powerful area of effect ninjutsu. Call for reinforcements. At that moment, Sheila, sheltered behind Sakura, seized the opportunity to unleash a great fireball, his voice hoarse from urgency as he shouted. Accompanied by his warning, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly prepared to harness the momentum of Sheila's great fireball, forming hand seals at an alarming speed to conjure a loud ninjutsu to summon aid from the village. However, how could the enemies before them fail to anticipate this? As Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo were on the verge of completing their hand seals, yet another enemy suddenly emerged from the side, swiftly interrupting the ninjutsu they were about to unleash. The rapid succession of events unfolded so quickly that it left one breathless. To make matters worse, Kira noticed that the leader was charging directly towards him, having bypassed the others. At the same time, both Koharu and the others were ensnared by their respective adversaries, unable to provide him with assistance. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone felt a chilling, bone-piercing light slicing through the air, and its target was none other than Kira. Faced with this vicious strike, Kira had no time to ponder. He instinctively leaned back to evade. However, this unexpected maneuver momentarily startled the leader, who had not anticipated Kira's ability to dodge his assault. Yet, after merely a moment of surprise, he launched another attack, this time aiming at Kira's calf. The blade in his hand sliced through the air like a viper striking, clearly intent on crippling Kira's mobility, rendering him a helpless lamb for slaughter. Just as the blade was about to descend mercilessly upon Kira's vulnerable leg, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others, bound by their own foes, felt a tightening in their chests and could only call out anxiously in unison. Kira, at that critical juncture, a shadow emerged, wielding a longsword with lightning speed, perfectly blocking the inevitable strike. The sharp clang of metal resonated around them, and sparks flew. Immediately, the shadow flicked their wrist, creating a flourish with the blade, then swiftly formed hand signs. Fire release, great fire technique. A roaring inferno erupted from the shadow's mouth, coalescing into a fireball that surged forward. This not only successfully repelled the leader, but also startled the enemies besieging F5, causing them to involuntarily retreat and regroup around their leader. Young Master Kira, are you all right? I am Uchiha Hikari. Before long, a tall and handsome young man slightly turned his head and introduced himself. At that moment, Chilo was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. He exhaled a deep breath, his heart still racing as he glanced down at his legs, realizing how narrowly he had escaped. After a brief pause, Chilla managed to steady his emotions and slowly lifted his gaze to meet that of the individual named Uchiha Hikaru. Chilla scrutinized his counterpart, Noting that Uchiha Hikaru was clad in the black attire of the Uchiha clan, with a prominent family emblem embroidered on his back. Moreover, his eyes had already activated the Sharingan, a testament to his identity. Not only did Chila notice the Sharingan, but the leader of the group standing opposite him also perceived this development. The leader, who had previously worn an expression of calm composure, now bore a grave countenance, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension, clearly taken aback by the fact that this Uchiha youth had guardians accompanying him within his own village. Chapter 49, Ambush, Part 2. With the sudden appearance of Uchiha Hikaru, the previously one-sided situation became instantly complicated. His appearance not only significantly heightened the difficulty for the assailants but also made them acutely aware that the protected Uchiha child possessed an extraordinary and exceptional identity. The leader's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he decisively commanded, "No matter the cost, all of you must hold him down. I shall personally capture that Uchiha child." No sooner had he spoken than 5 or 6 of his subordinates exchanged knowing glances and surged toward Uchiha Hikari. Witnessing this, Uchiha Hikari's eyes narrowed in surprise, clearly not anticipating such resolute action from his adversaries. He drew his blade, preparing to confront them, and called back, "Young Master Chila, seize the opportunity to escape." However, the leader, who had proclaimed his intention to capture Chila, remained motionless. Instead, he fixated intently on Uchiha Hikari, who was already being restrained by his subordinates, his gaze glinting with malevolent intent as he sought to exploit a weakness. In truth, he was acutely aware that his subordinates lacked the strength to hold Uchiha Hikari at bay for long, and those seemingly inconspicuous youngsters were evidently not so easily dealt with. Thus, he found it exceedingly difficult to ensure the successful capture of Chila and his own escape before his subordinates were utterly overwhelmed by Uchiha Hikari. In the next fleeting moment, the leader's eyes sharpened, akin to a hunter spotting its prey, as he locked on to a fleeting yet opportune moment. Without hesitation, he launched a cunning ambush, his speed astonishingly swift, catching Uchiha Hikari off guard and preventing him from evading the sudden strike in time. The razor-sharp katana in his hand swiftly pierced Uchiha Hikari's left hand, causing blood to spurt forth profusely. However, despite suffering such a grievous injury, Uchiha Hikari exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, the Sharingan in his eyes spun with fervor, and his once delicate features transformed into a visage of fierce determination. With a swift motion of his right hand, he brandished the long knife, summoning a fierce gust of wind that forced the surrounding assailants to retreat several steps. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, charging directly towards the leader while bellowing, "Young Master Chila, now is the time to flee." At that moment, with Uchiha Hikari fearlessly holding the line, Chila understood that his chances of escape alongside F5 would significantly increase if they turned and descended the mountain. However, for reasons unknown, his feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground, rendering him incapable of taking that crucial first step towards flight. The Uchiha clan had never been known to abandon their post in the face of danger. Just as the fleeting thought of retreat crossed Chila's mind, he swiftly extinguished it before it could take root. If he fled now, what would happen next time? Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a blazing fireball erupted from Chila's mouth, soaring towards the enemy ahead with searing intensity. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hizashi and Danzo, standing nearby, displayed no intent to retreat. Their eyes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. They swiftly formed hand seals together. Wind style, breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind erupted from their mouths, crashing against the already sizable fireball like a torrential wave. Fueled by the wind, the fireball expanded dramatically, resembling a blazing sun that illuminated the entire battlefield. Had Chila and his companions maintained a defensive stance, the enemy would have struggled to find an opening. However, with their proactive attack, vulnerabilities inevitably emerged. The enemy leader seized the moment, suddenly retreating a step, tie him down. In an instant, he lunged towards Chila and his group. With a single slash, he cleaved through the fireball conjured by the three, his momentum unwavering. Just as he was about to seize Chila, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chila vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a detonating tag, already ignited, floated down like a fallen leaf, landing squarely in the leader's line of sight. Body flicker technique? Exploding tag? A jolt of surprise coursed through him, but he reacted swiftly, employing the same body flicker technique to pursue Chila. Chila continued to execute the body flicker technique, his form flickering erratically and drawing the leader's attention. Meanwhile, F5 was not idle. They seized the opportunity to launch a series of disruptive tactics, ensuring the leader repeatedly failed to capture the elusive Chila. At that moment, he momentarily diverted his gaze to the ongoing battle beside him, realizing that Uchiha Hikari was on the verge of eliminating his subordinates. His gaze suddenly sharpened. And although he had no intention of revealing his ninjutsu, he chose not to continue his relentless assault. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "This ends now." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly formed hand seals with a fluidity akin to flowing water, executing the sequence in one seamless motion. In an instant, the once tranquil ground began to tremble violently. Subsequently, several razor-sharp stone spears erupted from the earth with astonishing speed, piercing directly towards Chila, who had just utilized the body flicker technique for a rapid displacement and was preparing to land. Earth release, earth spike. Caught off guard by the suddenness of the stone spears, Chila had no time to mount an effective defense. He heard a series of muffled thuds as the sharp projectiles effortlessly pierced through his legs, blood gushing forth. Witnessing Chila ensnared in peril, Uchiha Hikari, who was fiercely battling other foes, felt a surge of urgency. Ignoring the excruciating pain from the gaping wound on his left hand, he hastily began to form hand seals. With a commanding shout, he unleashed Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal, roaring fire dragon, ablaze and ferocious, surged forth from his mouth, charging towards the leading adversary with fierce intent. However, undeterred by such a ferocious assault, the opponent remained unflinching, swiftly forming his own hand seals. In the blink of an eye, he slammed his palm against the ground, invoking Earth Release, Earth Flow Barrier. With this action, a formidable and solid earthen wall erupted from the ground, rising like an insurmountable barrier to block the mighty fire dragon. Frustrated by the failure of his initial strike, Uchiha Hikari felt a pang of desperation, yet he had no time to devise further strategies. Seizing the opportunity, the adversary leapt swiftly towards the injured and immobile Chila. As he beheld the impending attacker drawing ever closer, Chila sensed the nearly depleted chakra within his body. He exhibited no sign of retreat, his eyes flashing with a resolute determination as he bit down on his lips, swiftly forming hand seals once more. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Chili's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. In an instant, a massive, blazing fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly toward the oncoming assailant. Alas, despite the fireball's formidable power, its singular trajectory rendered it an easy target for the agile enemy, who deftly sidestepped the attack and continued to close in on Chi Lu. In the next moment, just as the assailant's right hand was about to grasp Chi Lu, Sisanu, Raijin Slash, Divine Tree descends. These three exclamations rang out almost simultaneously. Chapter 50, Salvation as Chi Lu had anticipated. This ambush was indeed not a deliberate test orchestrated by Tobarama, although Tobarama had sensed the presence of this group days prior. For several days, these individuals had been stealthily observing their every move. Thus, Tobarama, with calm composure, devised a plan, using F5 as bait to successfully lure out the hidden adversaries. Since the onset of the battle, Tobarama had been closely monitoring the unfolding conflict from within the dense forest. Meanwhile, Hashirama, who had been leisurely strolling through the village, was drawn by the commotion emanating from Hokage Rock, initially believing it to be mere training. Little did he expect to witness an actual battle. Coincidentally, Madara, who had just returned from an outing, like Tobarama, was also a silent observer of the entire confrontation. In that fleeting moment, Chi Lu suddenly felt himself ensnared by a layer of blue energy. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a silver flash streaked across, and in an instant, the enemy's right hand was severed. Almost simultaneously, the trees surrounding Chi Lu appeared to thrive, growing at an astonishing pace. Thick branches intertwined, rapidly weaving into an impenetrable net that ensnared the assailant firmly within its grasp. Witnessing this scene, the tension that had gripped Chi Li's heart began to ease slightly. He turned to gaze at the figures of Hashirama, Tobarama, and Madara standing beside him. A long sigh escaped his lips, his face reflecting a sense of relief akin to that of a survivor from a catastrophe. "I am saved," he murmured, his voice tinged with exhaustion. At that moment, the sudden appearance of the three instilled an indescribable sense of security within him. Yet, in the next instant, he felt as though the entire world began to spin violently, as if the very heavens and earth were upended. The consecutive use of Great Fireball and Relentless Body Flicker technique had drained his chakra entirely. Now, he could hardly maintain his footing without Madara's assistance. On the other hand, Uchiha Kagami, under Tobarama's direct intervention, swiftly eliminated all the foes that surrounded him. Subsequently, he dashed forward to kneel before Madara, bowing his head respectfully and exclaiming, "Lord Clan Leader, Madara gradually dissipated the Susanoo that enveloped him, casting an emotionless glance at the kneeling Uchiha Kagami. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, he felt a sense of satisfaction with Kagami's performance, yet, due to his nature, he found it challenging to articulate words of encouragement. After a moment of contemplation, he simply stated in a tone that was not entirely cold, "Go to the village's medical department for treatment. The clan will cover the expenses." Meanwhile, as Madara retracted his Susanoo, the tension that had gripped Kira finally gave way, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground, akin to a deflated balloon. Hashirama, witnessing this, resumed his usual seemingly unreliable smile and approached him with concern to assess his condition. As for Tobarama, he merely cast a fleeting glance at Kira before turning away and addressing the group behind him with a stern voice, "Follow me." Without waiting for a response, he strode forward, not looking back as he made his way down the mountain. F5 remained rooted in place. Their hearts conflicted as they yearned to check on Kira's condition. However, upon seeing Madara's serious and steely expression, that desire dissipated like smoke. Reluctantly, F5 exchanged a distant glance with Kira before bowing to Madara and Hashirama, saying, "Lord Hokage, Lord Madara, we shall take our leave." In response, Madara acknowledged them with a curt nod, while Hashirama cheerfully waved, saying, "You all did splendidly. But do remember to visit the medical department for a checkup." Once everyone had departed, Madara slowly approached the assailant tightly bound by Hashirama's exceptionally resilient vines. His expression was devoid of emotion. His icy gaze fell upon the other like a frigid star, uttering not a single superfluous word. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the crimson Sharingan emerged with startling intensity. "Your name? Who sent you?" The voice of Madara, cold as the depths of the underworld, slowly emerged, sending a chill through the air. "Inoue Yuma." Strangely, despite being ensnared by the illusion, the assailant named Inoue Yuma uttered nothing beyond his own name. His visage morphed incessantly, at times contorted in grotesque agony, and at others, displaying sheer torment. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he remained resolute in withholding any information regarding the mastermind behind the attack. At that moment, Hashirama, who had been observing quietly, spoke up. "Oh, it seems to be a sealing technique. This truly surprises me." As the man who led the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Hashirama was well versed in various sealing techniques and had dabbled in many. To his knowledge, such a high level of sealing could only be achieved by. He paused for a moment, then suggested with a tone of deliberation, "I shall take him back to the clan and have Mito assist in examining him. Also, let Kurama accompany us. His leg injury still requires attention." Madara offered no objections to Hashirama's proposal. However, at that moment, he furrowed his brow, swiftly scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Witnessing this, Kurama's heart sank. Without hesitation, he proclaimed loudly, "Leader, this morning I sent Aiha into the clan to attend a lesson. This is not her fault. She could not have foreseen such issues arising." Upon hearing this, Madara's already grave countenance darkened further, instilling a sense of dread. His eyes fixated coldly on Chila, he spoke with a chilling tone. "So, it seems that yearn did not accompany you today?" Faced with the nearly freezing gaze of Ban, Chila felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain composure and hurriedly replied, "Well, this matter is rather complex. Upon my return to the clan, I shall elucidate the reasons in detail. However, this is in no way yearn's fault. She merely followed my command. Allowing yearn to attend the clan's lessons in my stead is, by all means, a violation of regulations. Yet, who could have anticipated that I would encounter an attack at this very moment, and worse still, that yearn, who should have been by my side, is now absent? What is even more dire is that Ban has come to know of this incident. If Chila does not swiftly speak in yearn's defense, it is difficult to fathom the severe punishment she might face." Meanwhile, Hashirama shrugged, seemingly disinterested in continuing the conversation, and directly lifted Chila, stating, "Then I shall take them away first. I will seek you out later." At that moment, Chila, suspended off the ground by Hashirama, urgently called out, "Lord Clan Leader, when you return to the clan, please remember to have yearn come to find me at the Senju clan. Do not punish her. I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Chapter 51. Farewell, Uzumaki Mito Senju clan grounds. Your leg injury is quite alarming. Just a slight shift, and your bones could have been damaged, Mito remarked as she tended to Chila's wounds. Her curiosity piqued as she continued, "This is not a typical injury from training." Hearing Mito's words, Hashirama, who had been silently standing by, began to explain, "Actually, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Just moments ago, These young ones encountered an attack at the Hokage Rock. What? An attack? Mito exclaimed, her face registering disbelief. It is well known that this is Konoha. How dare anyone be so audacious as to commit violence here? Are they seeking a swift end to their own lives? Or are they eager to meet the Sage of Six Paths? Indeed, it was an attack. However, the situation is a bit complex. It seems the assailant was under the influence of some sealing technique, Hashirama continued, a goofy smile breaking across his face. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Mito interrupted him sharply. With a haughty snort, a trace of pride flickered across her elegant visage as she declared, I knew it. You seek something from me, otherwise you would have gone straight to that fellow band. It is important to note that Mito is a princess of the Uzumaki clan. From a young age, she possessed an innate and extraordinary perceptual ability. It was precisely this gift that allowed her to discern, in an instant, the chakra of Madara. Even while she remained within the territory of the Senju clan, at that moment, upon hearing Mito's words, which carried a hint of reproach, Hashirama could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head with his right hand and offer a sheepish grin. In such a scenario, maintaining silence was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After all, as the saying goes, speak more, err more, speak less, err less, say nothing, err not at all. Like Hashirama, Chiharu also resembled an ostrich, feigning ignorance of the conversation, fearful that the topic might inadvertently turn to him. And you little rascal. It's been such a long time, and yet you haven't come by to check on me and keep me company. I even personally assisted in your recovery, Mito exclaimed. All right, that's enough. However, you must remember, for the next week, avoid any strenuous activities. Take a break from training. You're still young and can afford to miss this week without repercussions. While Mito expressed her grievances, she also provided Chiharu with careful instructions. All right, don't worry. I'll certainly remember, big sister Mito. Chiharu initially aimed to show more respect and address her formally, but upon noticing Mito's apparent indifference to such titles, he quickly altered his approach. As expected, Mito's earlier slight frown transformed into a radiant smile upon hearing him call her sister again. Oh dear. I truly wonder how the Uchiha clan produces such quirky little rascals like you. Enough of that. Don't call me sister anymore. Just Annie will suffice. Otherwise, it makes me seem quite unsteady. While speaking, Mito bent down and gently tapped Chiharu's forehead with her slender finger as he prepared to rise. How could that be? You are incredibly youthful, aren't you, Lord Hashirama? Chiharu said without hesitation, pulling Hashirama into the conversation. Initially, Hashirama, who had been enjoying their interaction with a smile, was suddenly called out by Chiharu. Huh? Yes. This little one is right. Mito, you are far too youthful. All right. Look at your insincere expression. Mito shot Hashirama a playful glare. Your medical ninjutsu is quite impressive. It hardly hurts at all. Chiharu exclaimed in awe, cautiously attempting to stand and gently moving his legs. Though he still felt a faint pain in his calves, it had diminished significantly. Well then, Lord Hashirama and Mito, since my injuries are no longer severe, I shall take my leave. I want to be training this week, so I will come by to keep you company more often. At this moment, Chila remained preoccupied with thoughts of Yang. If his actions were to cause her any punishment, he would feel deeply remorseful. However, just as he was about to depart, he suddenly felt his feet lift off the ground. It was none other than Hashirama, who effortlessly hoisted Chila with one hand, exclaiming, No need to rush, little one. Just a moment ago, Mito insisted you refrain from excessive movement. I shall personally escort you back shortly. As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Mito, betraying a hint of unease. Mito, naturally aware of Hashirama's subtle gesture, let out a cold snort and turned her head away in playful annoyance, choosing to ignore the pair. She then strode purposefully towards the doorway, only to halt abruptly as she turned back to the two, her expression impatient. What are you two dawdling for? Lead the way. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner someone can seek out his beloved Tobarama. With that, she shot Hashirama another glare before continuing her march outside. Oh dear Mito. You mustn't say that. Hashirama replied with a broad grin, quickening his pace to catch up with her. My primary aim here is to return Chila home and inquire about why Tobarama has been away for so long. Additionally, I am doing this entirely for the sake of our village. The dramatic scene unfolding before him was perceived quite differently by Chila, who dangled like a chick in Hashirama's grip. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he remarked with a teasing tone, TSK, Lord Hashirama. I must admit, I never realized you had the potential to be a scoundrel. Just look at the excuses you're conjuring up. They seemed to flow so effortlessly. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Mito's gaze sharpened, directing a menacing look at Hashirama. Faced with such a piercing stare, Hashirama became flustered. His mouth agape as he urgently exclaimed, "Oh, you little brat. Please keep quiet." He promptly covered Chila's mouth, fearing further indiscretions. Finally, he turned to Mito with an ingratiating expression, saying, "Mito, you ought to understand this little rascal. He is merely causing mischief." At that moment, a maid dressed in a simple gown entered gracefully. She bowed respectfully to both Mito and Hashirama, inquiring softly, "Masters, how many meals should be prepared for tonight?" Upon hearing these words, Mito let out a haughty snort, turning her head dismissively to the side, clearly indicating that Hashirama should speak for himself. Meanwhile, Hashirama was fervently gesturing to the maid, frantically signaling her to take her leave at once. However, the captive Yuma Inoue, who was being held by him, clearly discerned the shape of Hashirama's lips, silently conveying to the maid that there was no need to prepare a meal for him. Chapter 52. Interrogation. Uzumaki Mito furrowed her brows in deep concentration, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Yuma Inoue, who was firmly bound by thick vines. Her expression was grave and serious as she spoke with unwavering conviction. "I find myself genuinely curious. Could it be that the Tsuchikage of your village intends to ignite the flames of war between our two nations?" Upon hearing this, both Hashirama and Yuma exchanged bewildered glances. Hashirama was the first to speak. "A Wagakure? How could that be possible?" Yuma nodded in agreement, equally perplexed by Mito's assertion. Yet, it was not only Hashirama and Yuma who were left in a state of confusion. Even the captured Yuma Inoue wore a look of utter bewilderment. He was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a look of bewilderment. "Tsuchikage? War? What do you mean?" In light of his reply, Mito did not relent. Instead, she promptly instructed, "Since you do not comprehend my words, simply follow my lead. I will say a phrase, and you shall repeat it." The man, upon hearing this, stared blankly at Uzumaki Mito, his mind devoid, utterly perplexed by the situation. What intensified his terror was the sensation that, at that instant, all memories of his identity, his nation, and the purpose of this operation had been obliterated from his mind, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, he could only vaguely recall having led several subordinates to lie in ambush atop the Hokage rock, awaiting the opportunity to strike at a solitary child, either to slay or to abduct. However, the rationale behind this task eluded him entirely. "Hey, are you listening? I will say a phrase, and you will repeat it." Mito urged, her brow furrowed, her gaze piercing into the vacant expression of the man before her. She snapped her fingers several times, producing sharp, resonant sounds until he finally snapped back to reality. At that moment, Inoue Yujin appeared utterly dazed, as though he had lost his very soul. Since the erasure of his memories, his once unwavering loyalty had dissipated. Now, upon hearing Mito's words, he merely nodded instinctively and numbly, indicating his compliance. Mito took a deep breath and began to recite the names of the various Kagaya: Byakuren, Ishikawa, Retsudu, Ai. However, when Inoue Yujin attempted to utter the first name, his complexion suddenly turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. His body trembled violently, emitting pained groans. Witnessing this, Uzumaki Mito shook her head with resignation and sighed softly. In that fleeting moment, a shimmering golden chain, akin to a luminous serpent, surged forth from her back, deftly ensnaring Yujin's neck. Inoue Yujin had no time to react before darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Mito gradually retracted the golden chain, her expression grave as she regarded the unconscious Yujin. He was merely a discarded pawn. When he was captured, the seal within his mind had already been activated. Chi-Lu gazed curiously at the golden chain summoned by Uzumaki Mito, a look of keen interest crossing his face. However, he first inquired, "Are you unable to unravel it even with the Yamashiro clan's assistance? Moreover, your previous mention of being suggests that there may have been others lurking in the shadows at that time." Perhaps it was the sight of Chila's eyes, brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, that prompted Uzumaki Mizuhito to smile gently. With a remarkable generosity, she summoned her powers once more, and a golden light flashed before them. Gradually, a golden chain materialized, extending gracefully towards Chila. As the chain settled firmly at Chila's feet, Mizuhito parted her lips, softly elucidating, "There is no alternative. The clan's ability to seek knowledge merely involves sifting through memories. However, his memories are not so much sealed as they are erased. Moreover, you are indeed correct. I suspect there were unseen observers at that time." Unseen observers? The incredulity was evident on the face of Hashirama, who stood nearby. His skepticism was not rooted in distrust of Mizuhito's judgment. rather. He held a steadfast confidence in his own perceptive abilities, making it difficult for him to fathom that someone could conceal themselves undetected in the shadows. Sheila, completely engrossed and having cast aside thoughts of Inoue Yujin, found himself captivated by the shimmering golden chain before him. This chain had the power to ensnare even the Nine Tails. Yet it seemed that only Mizuhito and Uzumaki Kushina possessed such a chain. As for others, even more astonishing was the fact that these two could draw upon the Nine Tails chakra effortlessly, without the need for any consultation with the beast. To be frank, given these 2 points, the demise of the Uzumaki clan did not seem particularly unjustified. At that moment, Mizuhito's gentle voice graced his ears. This is called the adamantine sealing technique. In a sense, it is a form of secret art. Upon hearing the term secret art, Sheila's eyes sparkled with excitement. And he swiftly turned to inquire, secret art? Mizuhito, well aware of Sheila's eager curiosity, patiently explained, this is no ordinary secret art. It is akin to a bloodline limit. Only our Uzumaki clan has the opportunity to learn and master this ability. Just as Sheila was about to express his disappointment, a somewhat abrupt voice shattered the serene atmosphere. Since he has become useless, hand him over to me. As this statement echoed through the air, all three present instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. There stood Tobarama Senju, arms crossed and a serious expression fixed upon Inoue Yujin. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Hashirama immediately furrowed his brow, a hint of discontent and concern etching his features. Tobarama, you again. Before he could finish his thought, Mizuhito interjected, since Tobarama has expressed a need. Let him take him away. After all, this individual no longer serves any purpose. Furthermore, Hashirama, did you not mention seeking out Madara? You should go now. It is well known that within the entire Senju clan, the words spoken by Uzumaki Mito hold a weight akin to divine decree. Even the esteemed brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama, seldom voice opposition to her decisions. Just moments ago, Hashirama's unfinished words fell upon Kiara's ears, awakening a profound realization within her. Could it be that Tobarama has quietly commenced his foray into human experimentation? How intriguing. After all, the most valuable subject for research in the entire shinobi world stands right beside her, the living embodiment of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Chapter 53. Punishment, please. Could you help me with this flavor? Hashirama said, as he held Kiara at the counter, pointing to a specific type of sushi. Certainly, Lord Hokage. Please hold on a moment, the staff member replied respectfully. Initially, as Kiara and Hashirama emerged from the Senju territory, her thoughts were solely focused on hastening their return. For she was genuinely concerned about the impending punishment awaiting Yaya. However, just as they neared the clan's grounds, Hashirama abruptly halted, expressing a desire to purchase some sushi. Thus, they took an unexpected detour to this sushi shop. Upon exiting, Kiara glared at Hashirama with a disgruntled expression, muttering, Lord Hokage, I seriously suspect you are doing this on purpose. Though I am unaware of your true intentions, I am certain they are not benevolent. With one hand grasping a bag filled with sushi and the other effortlessly carrying Kiara, Hashirama beamed at the villagers who greeted him. Upon hearing Kiara's complaint, he paused in surprise, then responded with a bemused smile. Oh, pray tell, why would I intentionally delay our return? Besides, all the sushi is for your clan leader. Do you lack any filial piety, young one? Kiara, cheeks puffed, huffed in response, humph. Spare me your excuses. I am well aware of your motives. Furthermore, if you do not take me back to the clan immediately, when I next accompany Aunt Mito, I shall have my revenge. Yet, Hashirama found her words amusing, dismissing them with ease. Indeed, I am stalling for time. Precisely to await. What was that young lady's name? Ah, Yaya. Yes. I intend to return only after your clan has finalized the punishment for Yaya, and it seems the time is now drawing near. Upon hearing those words, Sheila felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue, his entire being rendered motionless. His eyes widened to the point where they seemed on the verge of popping out, his visage a canvas of incredulity. Please, do refrain from regarding me with such a shocked expression. It makes me feel as though I have committed some egregious crime. This is not the place for discourse. Let us proceed. With that, he swiftly ascended to the rooftop, leaping several times until he reached an open space not far from the Uchiha clan's territory. At this moment, Hashirama's usual signature grin was replaced by a countenance that bore a more serious demeanor, starkly contrasting with his typically jovial persona. Although she is ostensibly your maid, in truth, she resembles more a sentinel eternally vigilant by your side. As for her principal purpose in your presence, Hashirama paused momentarily, seemingly weighing his words. Is it not merely to protect me? Sheila interjected, his tone laced with urgency. Protection? No, no, no. If it were solely a matter of protection. There are designated guards for that duty. Her role as a personal sentinel encompasses deeper reasons, which you will come to understand in due time. Hashirama's gaze flickered momentarily, leaving his thoughts unuttered. But she has received my orders. Sheila hastily explained, a hint of desperation and grievance coloring his voice. Then let me ask you this. Should a day come when you face grave peril, a life or death situation, and you command her to depart, would she not also be obliged to leave? Hashirama's tone grew increasingly grave, tinged with an air of authority. That is not the same. And if it truly comes to that point, let everyone leave. There is no need for all to remain. Before Sheila could finish his retort, he found himself brought to eye level with Hashirama. Sheila, you must remember this. Your life holds far greater value than hers. Moreover, as your maid, if you were to tragically perish today, regardless of her circumstances or intentions, she would face execution at the hands of your family. As a sentinel, does she not understand that she is meant to be by your side every day? Historically, sentinels have always been the most loyal vassals of their masters, sharing both joy and sorrow, life and death. You are still young. Many matters may elude your comprehension. Those of us who have traversed the warring states, like Madara and I, have witnessed the countless shadows and perils of the ninja world. Thus, we never underestimate the actions and intentions of others with naivety. Today, if she dares to act upon your orders without staying by your side, will she not, come tomorrow, disregard your commands entirely and act as she pleases? Is her behavior today not a test of your boundaries? Furthermore, let this serve as a reminder to you. Such occurrences must be resolutely prevented in the future. Whether it be people or matters, all must adhere to established protocols and advance steadily. No one should dare to disrupt the rules lightly. Once the rules are transgressed, the entire situation will descend into utter chaos, becoming exceedingly difficult to manage, unless one possesses absolute confidence in their ability to regain control post-violation. Hashirama gazed at Sheila, speaking with profound gravity. At the moment Hashirama articulated these words, Sheila's eyes widened in astonishment, his visage etched with disbelief. He gazed blankly at Hashirama, for in Chiyuki's recollection, Hashirama was always jovial, seemingly indifferent to anything, and exceedingly kind to everyone. Yet at this moment, the words delineating the hierarchy among people were undeniably spoken from Hashirama's lips. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, and everything around them fell into an uncanny silence. The two did not continue their conversation, instead making their way towards the Uchiha clan territory until they reached the outskirts. Hashirama observed the still silent Chiyuki, lost in thought, and could not help but let out a sigh before gently inquiring, Madara informed me that you have awakened your eyes? Chiyuki, still somewhat dazed, stared up at Hashirama like a wooden puppet, evidently yet to grasp the profound implications of his words. At that time, seek out Shana, the elder responsible for the law within your clan. Inform him that you have awakened your eyes, and as a reward, let Yalan be exempt from punishment. I believe the elders of your clan will be quite amenable to this arrangement. As for this girl named Yalan, she may indeed have merely followed your orders without overthinking the matter. With those words, Hashirama strode purposefully into the Uchiha clan's domain. Remarkably, as they entered, the Uchiha, known for their exclusivity, did not react significantly upon seeing Hashirama return with Chiyuki. In fact, some even took the initiative to greet Hashirama with respect. This clearly illustrated the extent of Hashirama's esteemed reputation within the entirety of Konoha. Meanwhile, Hashirama displayed the familiar, carefree demeanor that everyone had come to know, devoid of any ulterior motives. Chapter 54. Beauty. Chiyuki fixed her gaze upon the newly arrived maid, her brows tightly knitted together. He bore no inherent prejudice or dissatisfaction towards the new maid herself. Rather, he was taken aback by the abrupt decision to replace Yearn. The newly arrived maid smiled and greeted Sheila, softly stating, Young Master Sheila, greetings. My name is Mai, and I shall be responsible for your care from this day forth. Unlike the gentle Yearn, mine exuded an ineffable freshness, both in her tone and her demeanor. Upon hearing Mai's introduction, Sheila merely nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. He then raised his gaze towards the ever-supportive Hashirama, with a hint of pleading in his voice, saying, Lord Hokage, Aunt Mido only instructed me to avoid strenuous activities. I assure you that normal walking is no issue for me. I implore you, please set me down. There is no need to carry me like this. Not at all. I'm not weary. Once we arrive indoors, I shall certainly let you down. Hashirama chuckled heartily, his laughter echoing as if it could pierce the heavens. Observing the unreservedly jovial man before him, Chila could only shake his head in resignation, letting out a gentle sigh before remarking, Lord Hokage. You seem to have forgotten that I have pressing matters to attend to. Ah? What matters? Hashirama initially looked momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly recall something, muttering, oh dear. My memory fails me. I sincerely apologize for having forgotten. The moment his feet touched the ground, Chila, neglecting to stretch his legs, eagerly inquired. Where is the clan leader now? Before Mike could respond, a steady voice resonated from within the room. Come in. Hearing this, Chila did not hesitate and promptly entered the chamber. Upon entering, he immediately directed his attention towards the man seated at the head of the table, asking, Clan leader. We previously agreed that I would provide you with a detailed explanation upon my return, after which you would decide how to proceed with this matter. Why then, are you so eager to? In response to Chila's inquiry, Madara replied with an impassive expression, the matters of clan punishment have never been under my jurisdiction. But you are the clan leader. Chila pressed on. Madara slightly lifted his gaze, first scanning Chila, then resting his eyes on Mai, who stood behind him. However, I do not believe that punishing her is a mistake. Mai, who had kept her head bowed since entering, could nonetheless feel the sharpness of Madara's gaze piercing through her. In that instant, her body involuntarily trembled, and she quickly stepped forward, lowering her voice to gently urge Chila, Young Master Chila, you have yet to dine. Perhaps we should attend to your meal first? However, Chila appeared undeterred by Mai's suggestion, steadfastly fixating on Madara's unyielding gaze, and resolutely inquired once more, Mai, is it? Are you aware of the elder within our clan who is specifically tasked with executing punishments? Furthermore, do you know his place of residence? Upon encountering Chila's sudden inquiry, Maya found herself momentarily stunned, at a loss for how to respond. Instinctively, she turned to glance at Ban, hoping to glean some guidance or indication from him. Unfortunately, Ban's expressionless visage revealed no signs of emotional fluctuation. As a result, Maya felt increasingly helpless, unable to fathom Ban's thoughts, and naturally hesitant to respond to Chila's question. Observing this situation, Chila's anxiety deepened, prompting him to call out in a raised voice, Esteemed clan leader. His voice echoed through the room, tinged with an unmistakable urgency. After a brief silence, Ban spoke slowly in a neutral tone. Did no one inform you of what you were to do before arriving here? Upon hearing these words, Mayan immediately understood her course of action and respectfully replied, Young Master Chila, please follow me. In truth, May had only been assigned to this task that very afternoon, and she was not entirely aware of the unfolding events. However, guided by her keen intuition, she vaguely surmised that this matter might be connected to Chila's previous maid. After receiving May's response, Chila let out a sigh of relief. He feared that Ban would remain unyielding, but with Ban's concession, the situation became manageable. Thank you. Esteemed clan leader. Once the two figures had vanished from sight, Hashirama leisurely strolled into the room. Upon entering, he glanced around to ensure no one else was present. And then, like a child, he jubilantly shook a bulging bag in his hand, beaming with pride as he declared, This is your favorite sushi. I assume it has been quite some time since you last indulged. With that, he unceremoniously plopped down beside Ban. Hiki, only I would think to bring you such treats. Others would hardly know your taste. Hearing his friend's words, Ben slightly turned his head, casting a quick glance at the bag resting on the table. Did you teach him this? Ben asked, his expression skeptical as he looked at Hashirama. To him, it seemed implausible that Chila, who appeared to possess little knowledge of the clan's management structure, could devise such a plan. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Hashirama's face. He chose not to respond to Ban's inquiry. Instead, he opened the bag containing the sushi, grabbed a piece, and popped it into his mouth. Seeing Hashirama's demeanor, which suggested he had no intention of answering, Ben did not press further. He silently extended his hand, retrieving a piece of sushi from the bag and placing it into his mouth to chew. When he noticed Madara also picking up sushi, Hashirama felt a quiet sigh of relief, realizing that Madara was likely not genuinely upset about the matter. Thus, he slowly began to explain, Rest assured, I have thoroughly articulated the background and reasoning behind this incident to Izuna, and I believe he will comprehend it. Upon hearing Hashirama's explanation, Madara swallowed the sushi and expressionlessly pulled the bag containing the sushi a slight distance closer to himself. But do you truly believe that Shina, that somewhat reckless individual, would agree to let that girl go? Hashirama naturally noticed Madara's subtle gesture, and the smile on his face seemed to expand slightly. That depends on what kind of bargaining chip he can present. Given Shina's temperament, it would be exceedingly difficult to persuade him unless it is something of considerable allure. Just as Hashirama was about to continue, Madara paused abruptly, realizing something. Hashirama felt somewhat flustered under Madara's sudden gaze, instinctively scratching his head. A hint of an awkward smile re-emerging on his face. He stammered, "Well, you see," at that moment, seeing Izuna's pitiful little face. "Oh, you have no idea how adorable he looked, so I momentarily softened and just offered him a few gentle reminders." However, to Hashirama's surprise, Madara merely let out a soft hum and chose not to dwell on the matter any further. "All right, let us discuss the specifics regarding the assailant," Madara said, pulling the sushi even closer to himself. Chapter 55. Uchiha Shina. The residence of Uchiha Shina was situated at the edge of the clan's territory, a place seldom frequented by clan members. The tightly shut door served as a barrier, completely isolating the outside world from within. "Young Master Izuna, please wait a moment while I knock," Mei said softly, stepping forward to gently rap on the heavy door. The crisp, rhythmic knocking echoed through the silent street, each sound seemingly resonating with Izuna's heartstrings. As the final echo of the knock faded away, the long-closed gate emitted a grating creak. Soon after, a figure slowly emerged from behind the door, scrutinizing Izuna and Mei outside. The individual wore a stern expression, their gaze sharp as a blade. After assessing them from head to toe, they finally spoke. "This is Elder Shina's residence. May I ask who you two are?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Izuna replied loudly, "I am Uchiha Izuna, here to seek an audience with Elder Shina. I would appreciate it if you could relay this message." Upon hearing Izuna's introduction, the individual visibly paused for a moment, but it was only a fleeting instant before they quickly regained composure, their face transforming into a broad smile as they addressed Izuna. It is young Master Izuna. Please wait here for a moment while I inform Elder Shina." As he spoke, he made a motion to close the door once more, observing the heavy door gradually inching towards closure. Chila could not help but feel a surge of anxiety and apprehension. If he rashly allowed this individual to report, it was quite possible that Shana would coldly refuse to meet him. Contemplating this, Chila hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "Hold on. The reason for my visit to Elder Shana is that I have encountered some challenging dilemmas regarding the Sharingan, and I specifically seek his guidance. I hope you can convey this to him." Upon hearing Chila's words, the man paused momentarily in his action of closing the door, turned to look at Chila, and his eyes revealed a flicker of surprise and uncertainty. However, he quickly nodded in response, saying, "I see. Young Master Chila, rest assured, I shall faithfully convey your circumstances to Elder Shana. I kindly ask for your patience for a while longer." With that, he hesitated no more, and, with a firm push, the massive door emitted a dull thud as it shut tightly. "Ban, do you think Shana might cause some trouble?" Chila expressed his unease, feeling restless and unsettled. At that moment, Hashirama, who was engaged in a game of chess with Ban, inquired. Ban, with his gaze fixed intently on the chessboard, pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "Do not fret unnecessarily. Shana has always held the Uchiha clan in the highest regard. A child like Chila, who can awaken the Sharingan at the tender age of 3, is someone he would cherish, not provoke any discord." As he spoke, Ban seized the opportune moment and confidently placed the decisive piece that would determine victory. Hearing this, Hashirama felt somewhat reassured. Yet his attention swiftly returned to the chessboard before him. He scrutinized the situation for quite some time, ultimately resigning himself to the realization that it was irretrievable. Thus, he resorted to a bit of trickery, exclaiming, "Oh, this game doesn't count. I was so preoccupied with worrying about that rascal Chila that my mind was completely off the chessboard, which is why I lost so terribly." No sooner had he spoken than Hashirama carelessly reached out and scattered the pieces across the board. However, in the face of such overt trickery, Madara remained unperturbed, calmly returning the disarrayed pieces to his own box before casually remarking, "Since you've said that, let us play another game." "Very well," Hashirama replied, instantly invigorated, rolling up his sleeves with the air of someone determined to showcase his prowess. As moments ticked by, however, no one appeared. Chila began to pace restlessly, his anxiety mounting. Finally, unable to contain his growing unease, he resolved to knock on that door once more. Just as he prepared to step forward, the heavy door creaked open with a low groan, revealing a figure emerging slowly. The individual's cheeks were gaunt, as if carved by a knife, with pronounced cheekbones lending an air of cold severity to his visage. His expression was grave and stern, seemingly devoid of any trace of a smile, creating an aura of unapproachability. "What brings you to seek me?" the man inquired, his voice icy and rigid. It felt as though the very air had solidified, inducing a profound sense of oppression and discomfort. Upon hearing this voice, Chila's heart jolted. He immediately recognized that the person before him was Uchiha Shana. Renowned within the Uchiha clan for his uncompromising demeanor, his resolute mindset and ruthless methods were such that even Madara, the strongest of the Uchiha, fell short in comparison. Greetings. Elder Shana, Chila began. I am Uchiha Chila. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon you today. The purpose of my visit is primarily to inquire about Yaya. She acted under my orders. As Chila fervently explained, he observed Elder Shana's reaction. Just then, Shana turned away with visible impatience. His penetrating gaze fixated on the messenger who had just delivered the news, reprimanding him sharply. You will receive your punishment for this. You couldn't even relay a message properly, utterly useless. The messenger trembled at the words, his voice quaking as he stammered, I deeply apologize, Elder Shana. I will rectify it at once. It was evident that fear and anxiety regarding Shana's impending punishment gripped him. Witnessing this, Chila, who had been prepared to continue speaking, suddenly froze, swallowing his words. He then asked, perplexed, Elder Shana, he was merely delivering my message. Why must you punish him? With a cold snort, Shana replied. He reported to me that you have inquiries regarding the Sharingan, which is precisely why I agreed to meet with you. Who would have thought that after our meeting, you would mention not a single word about the Sharingan, but instead engage in trivialities regarding a mere maid? It is nothing short of a waste of my time. Should he not be held accountable? The words from Shana were unrelenting, each syllable striking like a hammer upon Chila's heart. It is my failure to articulate the matter clearly. Please do not place the blame upon him, for he is merely a messenger. Chila, with an expression of helplessness, endeavored to explain. Yet he was profoundly perplexed by Shana's enigmatic thought process. However, in response to Chila's earnest entreaties, Shana appeared entirely disinclined to continue their discourse. With a fleeting glance at Chila, he resolutely turned away, setting forth to depart. Elder Shana, please wait. I have pressing questions regarding the Sharingan that I urgently need to discuss with you. Chila hastened after him. Upon hearing the urgent call from behind, Shana's steps faltered momentarily, and he slowly turned to face Chila, his gaze as tranquil as still waters. To be candid, he had not anticipated that this child, adopted by the clan leader, would possess such audacity to pursue him without reservation. Moreover, given the current circumstances, if he did not halt, it seemed this young fellow might even dare to reach out and grasp him to prevent his departure. Yet, in the face of such apparent disrespect from Chila, Shana felt no anger. Rather, a subtle glimmer of unperceived admiration flickered in his deep, pool-like eyes. In Shana's view, many of the younger members of the Uchiha clan were excessively bound by traditional rules and etiquette, presenting as overly compliant, lacking in vigor and courage. Adhering to rules is not inherently wrong, but an excessive commitment to them may lead to the loss of one's individuality. If one forfeits their unique characteristics, how can they ever attain true strength? Shana was acutely aware that Chila's forthcoming words would ultimately plead for him to spare Yalan. Until this very moment, he remained steadfast in his belief that he would not be easily swayed by the other's rhetoric. Taking a deep breath, Chila cast aside his hesitation and directly inquired, I would like to ask, do our clan members receive corresponding rewards upon awakening their eyes? Clearly, he no longer dared to beat around the bush and had cut straight to the heart of the matter. Upon hearing this question, Shana did not hesitate and replied candidly. Indeed, our clan has established a reward mechanism for those who successfully awaken their eyes. Moreover, the younger one is at the moment of awakening. The greater the rewards one may attain. Just as the words were half-spoken, Shana suddenly became aware of something, his eyes widening in astonishment, fixating intently on Chila. Soon after, his breath quickened, and with a face full of disbelief, he gazed at Chila, his voice trembling as he inquired, Could it be that you have already awakened? In response to Shana's question, Chila did not immediately offer a reply. He initially closed his eyes unhurriedly, as if to calibrate his inner emotions and state of mind. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and in that instant, his once ordinary gaze transformed into the mesmerizing form of the Sharingan. At that fleeting moment, as his heart had already begun to conjecture, witnessing Chila truly activate the Sharingan ignited a flicker of doubt and insecurity within him. This conflicting emotion propelled him into a moment of impulsiveness, as he swiftly reached out to grasp Chila firmly. Subsequently, he widened his eyes, intently fixating on Chila's gaze, as though seeking to penetrate the depths of those mysterious and profound pupils to uncover the secrets hidden within. As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly heavy. Moments later, he tilted his head skyward and erupted into hearty laughter. Although among the Uchiha clan, the late awakening of the Sharingan does not necessarily imply a future of diminished strength. The early activation of such a gift suggests that the individual's potential achievements could reach unprecedented heights, at least the level of 3 Tomo. After all these years, our clan has finally birthed another prodigy. In a moment of uncontainable excitement, his face radiated joy and pride. He then swiftly turned his gaze toward the subordinate who had just delivered the news. After a brief pause for contemplation, he proclaimed loudly, "Matsushita Hikari, the punishment previously imposed upon you is hereby revoked. Moreover, I shall reward you. Shortly, I will bestow upon you a B rank. No, I shall directly grant you an A rank ninjutsu scroll as a reward." Matsushita, who had been bracing himself for punishment, felt an overwhelming sense of relief and joy upon hearing Shauna's unexpected words. He hurriedly bowed and, with a voice tinged with tremor, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Shauna." "Aha, there is no need to thank me. It is this little fellow who deserves your thanks." At that moment, Shauna seemed to transform entirely, shedding the earlier demeanor of solemnity and indifference. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "My dear child, how long have you been able to see? Is the clan leader aware of this matter?" Chi-Lu, lifting his gaze to meet the sudden warmth emanating from the figure before him, steadied himself and replied earnestly, "It has been several months since I gained my sight, and the clan leader is indeed aware of this development." Shan's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Chi-Lu, before contemplatively stating, "If I understand correctly, you intend to utilize the rewards from this newfound sight to reclaim that maidservant?" After a brief pause, he appeared to await Chi-Li's response. Observing Chi-Li's unwavering nod of affirmation, Shan continued with a serious tone, "You must think it through. You are now fully entitled to leverage this precious opportunity for something far more rare and powerful. Perhaps an A or even S-rank ninjutsu scroll, or a chakra blade. These hold far greater value than a mere maidservant." Yet, in the face of Shan's earnest counsel, Chi-Lu resolutely shook his head, affirming his decision. "No, I only wish for Yiling. Moreover, if possible, I wish to grant her true freedom." Upon hearing these resolute words, Shan was momentarily taken aback. But soon a subtle smile graced his lips as he slowly nodded in understanding. He no longer attempted to persuade Chila to change her mind, but instead turned to the side where Matsushita Terra stood, softly instructing, "Please bring her from the dungeon." "Yes, Elder Shana, I shall go at once." Upon receiving the command, Matsushita Teru exhibited no hesitation, responding affirmatively before departing. "Your name is Chila, is it not?" Shana regarded Chila with an expression of calm assurance. Though it was framed as a question, his tone bore an unmistakable certainty. Clearly, he was no stranger to her. "To be candid, I do not entirely concur with the remarks you made at the clan meeting. However, I must admit, I found your audacity in openly supporting the leader's decisions and actions rather admirable." Shana narrowed his eyes slightly. He then sighed softly and continued, "The Uchiha clan seems to have forgotten much of its past. It was our leader who once rallied us all in relentless struggle, elevating our entire lineage to its current stature. Alas, despite the leader's unparalleled strength, he has consistently fallen short in securing greater benefits for our kin." Suddenly leaning closer to Chila, he spoke with an alluring tone, "And do you not see? Rather than blindly following the leader away, it would be far wiser for us to join forces and persuade him to reconsider his stance. Subsequently, we could devise a means to utterly vanquish the Senju clan, thereby securing the Hokage position firmly within our Uchiha lineage. Surely, this approach is far more sagacious than mere departure." At this, Chila felt a deep sense of despair welling within her. He was acutely aware of Shauna's assertive nature, yet he never anticipated her to be so uncompromising, even to the point of recklessness. How could she audaciously utter such words, so brazenly challenging the established order? Faced with Shauna's aggressive gaze, he found himself rendered speechless, unable to utter even a single word more. Chapter 57. Yaling's choice. Ever since Shauna learned that Chila had awakened the Sharingan, her attitude towards him underwent a dramatic transformation. The initial indifference vanished without a trace, replaced by an incessant effort to instill in Chila the belief that the Uchiha clan should not only remain in Konoha but should also strive to bring the entire village under Uchiha's dominion. Confronted with Shauna's radical notions, Chila felt utterly torn. He neither dared to readily acquiesce to the fleeting opinions nor to voice any dissent. He could only choose to listen, feigning ignorance. Fortunately, a man named Matsushita Teru exhibited remarkable efficiency. Before long, he led a few individuals to present the already gravely weakened Yearn before the gathering. When Chila beheld Yearn's haggard countenance, her complexion as pale as parchment, His heart tightened instantly, and anxiety was palpable in his expression. He instinctively took a step forward, eager to reach Yuling's side and assess her condition. However, just as he made a move, Shauna suddenly extended his hand, blocking his path. With an impassive expression, Shauna gazed at Yuling and slowly spoke, "Do you recognize your mistake?" Yuling is aired. "Remember to express your gratitude to your master. He exchanged his enlightenment for your life." Upon hearing these words, the previously frail Yuling, whose voice faltered with effort, summoned her remaining strength to utter, "Thank you, young Master Qi Lu." She endeavored to maintain a calm tone, yet her pallid face and feeble demeanor evoked profound sympathy. "No, I deeply apologize. It is my recklessness that has led to this," Qi Lu replied, a tinge of guilt in his voice. Upon hearing this, Yuling remained silent, merely shaking her head. Whether out of weakness or a desire to refrain from speaking, it was unclear. "At this moment, I still yearn to execute you. You nearly caused the Uchiha clan to lose a rare genius," Elder Shauna declared, his countenance dark and his tone exceptionally grave. His gaze, sharp as a blade, was firmly fixed upon Yuling, as if he were poised to strike her down in the next instant. At that moment, Qi Lu, filled with urgency, interjected, "Elder Shauna, you clearly promised me just a moment ago." "Precisely because I had earlier acquiesced to your request," Elder Shauna replied, "even though my heart brims with murderous intent. Compelling me to execute her forthwith, I have chosen to spare her life for your sake. However, should a similar situation arise in the future, do not hold me accountable for lacking compassion." With that, Elder Shauna's gaze slowly traversed Yuling and the silent Meihi, who had remained reticent throughout. He then shifted his tone, looking at Yuling with a measured calmness and stating, "Furthermore, there is another matter that requires our attention. Qi Lu has expressed a desire for you to be released from the Uchiha clan. Now, the choice is yours. Will you continue to accompany Qi Lu, or will you depart, severing all ties with the Uchiha clan henceforth?" His tone was so calm that it betrayed not a hint of emotional fluctuation. Seemingly indifferent to the presence or absence of Yuling, these words struck like a thunderclap, resonating in Yuling's ears. The pallor of her face instantly betrayed a flicker of astonishment, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. Not long ago, Qi Lu had indeed broached this subject with her, but at that time, she had not truly taken it to heart. Yet now, upon hearing it once more from Shauna, she found herself wide-eyed in disbelief. Qi Lu had genuinely brought this matter to light. Standing beside Shauna, Qi Lu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently nodded toward Yuling, seemingly urging her to acquiesce without delay. However, confronted with such a situation, Yuling paused for a moment in contemplation, and shortly thereafter, the resolute determination shone through her beautiful eyes. She raised her head, fixing her gaze squarely upon Qi Lu and Shauna, and solemnly declared, "I will absolutely not leave. If it were not for my family taking me in as a child, I would have surely perished long ago. Moreover, Master Qi Lu has always treated me with utmost kindness, never once regarding me as a mere servant. Therefore, under no circumstances will I depart." In truth, the reason behind Qi Lu's desire to persuade Yuling to leave was not difficult to comprehend. He was acutely aware that one day he would have to follow Madara out of Konoha village and into other lands. Given Madara's autocratic nature, Qi Lu found it hard to imagine that he would consent to Yuling accompanying them. If days were to pass with the two of them sharing each moment together, their bond would inevitably deepen. When the time for parting arrived, the sorrow of separation would likely be unbearable. Thus, rather than waiting for that moment, it would be wiser to decisively encourage Yuling to leave sooner. Ultimately, Qi Lu harbored a reluctance to become too entangled with the people of Konoha. Even his interactions with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were merely a means to glean knowledge from Senju Tobarama. Alas, things did not unfold as he wished. Yuling's resolute refusal not only thwarted his desire to see her leave, but also forged a connection between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Very well. Since this is your own choice to refuse leaving the family, rather than the family forbidding your departure," Shauna stated calmly. At this moment, the sun had begun its descent, casting a warm orange glow upon the earth, enveloping the entire scene in a delicate golden hue. Shauna looked up at the sky and then spoke slowly. "All right. You may take your leave. Qi Lu, remember to visit me more often when you have the time." Upon hearing these words, Qi Lu was filled with various thoughts. Yet he dared not show any sign of negligence. He immediately bowed in response. "Rest assured, Elder Shauna, as long as you do not find my visits bothersome, I will certainly come to see you often." Shauna nodded in satisfaction and replied with a smile, "Good." At that moment, the tension that had long gripped Qi Lu's heart began to ease slightly. He exhaled softly, then hastily stepped forward, instructing, "Meihi, come quickly and lend a hand. We shall return home." In that moment, he glanced at Chi-Lu and the others as they departed, slightly tilting his head, his gaze subtly directed elsewhere. Observing this from a short distance, Matsushita Hikaru immediately grasped the situation and swiftly approached. Standing respectfully beside Shauna, he awaited further instructions, with a countenance as grave as water. Shauna spoke in a low, frigid tone. "Keep a close watch on that Yaoyang. Should she dare to express even the slightest dissatisfaction towards the family or Chi-Lu, eliminate her." Chapter 58. Fayek. Mei Qin along the way, Mei carefully supported Yaoyang, fearful that she might accidentally stumble, although the young Chi-Lu wished to assist. His limited stature rendered him unable to provide substantial help. With a face full of remorse, he addressed Ye. "I sincerely apologize, Ye. It is entirely my fault. If it were not for my actions, you would not have to endure this punishment." Upon hearing Chila's words, Ye managed to force a faint smile and softly replied, "It is not your fault, Master Chila. This is not a consequence of your actions." Yet, despite her words, the pallor of her complexion and the slight tremor of her body could not conceal the anguish she was presently enduring. Observing Ye's frail state, Chila's feelings of guilt intensified. He furrowed his brow and inquired with concern, "What kind of punishment could possibly transform you into this state?" It was merely an afternoon. In response to Chila's probing, Yang pressed her lips tightly together and gently shook her head, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter. At that moment, Mia, who had been silently supporting Yang, suddenly interjected. "In my opinion, it must be an illusion. Whenever we made mistakes in the past, we would typically—" Yang abruptly grasped her wrist, squeezing it firmly in a gesture that urged her to cease her words. Mia realized that she had perhaps said too much. "It is a form of psychological torment." Chila shook his head gently, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and continued, "Do not worry too much. Tomorrow I shall take you to the Sinja family to seek Aunt Mizuho's assistance." Just then, a hurried and familiar voice called out from a distance, "Hey, Chila." The three of them instinctively turned toward the sound, and they spotted a figure sprinting towards them. It was Kyo, rushing home after school. Kyo was breathless, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet he paid no mind to wiping them away as he dashed straight to Chila. He anxiously circled around Chila twice, his gaze scrutinizing Chila from head to toe. Once he confirmed that Chila was unharmed, the tension in his heart finally eased, and he let out a long sigh of relief. "Just after school, I happened to encounter a few of the Sun/group on the way. They told me that you had been attacked. Moreover, they mentioned that your leg was injured, which terrified me. Haha, it's nothing. Lord Mito has treated me, and my injury has been completely healed. However, I won't be able to participate in training for the entire week, so you'll have to train alone during this period." After the successful rescue of Yaya, Chila felt particularly elated, even finding the mood to tease Jing. Upon hearing this, Jing casually waved his hand, indicating that he was unfazed. "It's just training for me. It's hardly a concern. The most important thing is that you're all right." Thus, the two of them engaged in cheerful conversation as they leisurely made their way towards the direction of the band family. As they walked, Chila suddenly noticed a group of children of his own age gathered by the roadside. "Jing, who are they?" Chila inquired with a face full of curiosity. Since arriving here, aside from attending the lectures by the elderly Uchiha for a few days, it was his first encounter with peers of a similar age among his clan. Jing followed Chila's gaze and soon discerned the appearance of that group of children. A faint smile quickly emerged on his face, and he turned to Chila, saying, "Look at you. You must not have made many friends during your classes in the clan." The one standing in the center, surrounded by the group of children, was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. As he spoke, his voice dropped in volume. Elder Yin had no offspring, and Fugaku was the grandson of Elder Yan's younger brother, Uchiha Kaze. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was likely to inherit Elder Yan's position in the future. So, he is indeed a scion of privilege. No wonder so many children of his age are drawn to him. Chila shrugged, having initially wondered who it could be. It turned out to be the rather meek father of the future great filial son, setting aside Fugaku's innate talent as a ninja. The mere fact that he could father prodigies like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke was enough to evoke envy. Unfortunately, his character bore significant flaws. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Chila's mind. He swiftly turned to Jing and asked eagerly, "Jing, among our peers in the clan, is there a girl named Mikoto?" Upon hearing the question, Jing was momentarily taken aback, then cast his gaze toward Fugaku and the others, scanning the area. After a brief search, he responded. The girl standing to Fugaku's left, with short hair and a tomboyish appearance, is indeed her. What? Do you have an interest in her? I must remind you that Makoto is betrothed to Fugaku. Faced with Jing's teasing remark, Chila quickly waved his hands in denial, explaining, "Oh, I was just asking out of curiosity." Despite his words, he couldn't resist casting a glance in the direction Jing indicated towards Makoto. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto was dressed in a very traditional boy's outfit. Had one not been informed of her gender beforehand, they would likely mistake her for a boy. It was hard to imagine that years later, she would transform into a gentle and graceful woman. As he had mentioned, his inquiry stemmed purely from a fleeting curiosity, with no ulterior motives. "All right, let us hurry home. I suspect the clan leader may already be growing impatient," Chila declared. Retracting his gaze and showing no intention of greeting Fugaku and the others, each person was on their own path, harboring distinct goals and ideals. Who could predict how the future would unfold? Even Uchiha Jing, who stood beside him now, might one day confront him with hostility. The setting sun, resembling blood, cast a glow upon their fading figures. "Fugaku, look over there." It seems Jing and a few little ones were curiously peering at the recently departed Chila and his companions from the roadside. One of the little fellows pointed at the departing figures, his face etched with confusion as he inquired of his companion beside him. Fujitake cast his gaze in the direction indicated by his friend and instantly recognized those individuals. With a serious demeanor, he remarked, "That is Chila. Hakadai, you ought not to forget his name." "Oh, right, Chila. I have heard the adults mention him before. He has always resided in the home of our clan leader," Hakadai replied, scratching his head while displaying a look of envy. To dwell within the clan leader's household is a privilege not afforded to ordinary individuals. Fujitake nodded in agreement with Hakadai's sentiments and further elaborated. "He is the clan leader's nephew. Given the current circumstances, it is highly likely that he will succeed the clan leader in the future. Therefore, when we encounter him, we must ensure that we conduct ourselves with utmost respect." As he spoke, a subtle glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, barely perceptible. As the successor of Elder Yen, he was privy to certain matters unknown to others. "All right, enough chatter about him. It's getting late. We should head home," he remarked before turning to stride in the direction of home. The others promptly followed suit. However, among this group of children, a girl named Mei-chin, dressed in a tomboyish manner, lingered behind, lost in thought as she cast a lingering gaze at the distant figures of Chila and his companions, seemingly pondering something profound. "Mei-chin, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up," called a companion from ahead. "I'm coming." Mei-chin snapped back to reality, responded, and hurried to catch up. Chapter 59. Time waits for no one back already? Ban sat serenely in the courtyard, his gaze calm as he observed the four figures stepping through the gate. Chila curiously scanned the surroundings, only to find no sign of Hashirama. "That's odd. Has Hashirama left?" Before he could ponder further, the door creaked open, and Hashirama's tall silhouette emerged slowly. Upon meeting Chila's gaze, a smile blossomed on his face as he greeted, "Oh, you're back." Hearing Hashirama's voice, the group turned their attention towards him, particularly Jing, whose eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. Before anyone else could react, Jing eagerly stepped forward and bowed deeply, performing a formal greeting, exclaiming, "Lord Hokage." This sudden display took everyone by surprise, including Hashirama, who felt somewhat bewildered by Jing's earnest demeanor. It was worth noting that upon his arrival at the Uchiha clan, though the Uchiha members were not as hostile or exclusionary as they might be towards outsiders, none had ever shown him such respect. The situation became even more awkward as Ben quietly observed from the side, making Hashirama feel more uneasy. Just then, Chila swiftly approached, lending a hand to help Jing rise. His gaze seemingly wandered, brushing over Madara's countenance, which exhibited little change. Clearly, Madara was able to accept the respect shown to Hashirama by their kin. Hashirama, in turn, responded with a smile and a nod, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "Kira, has everything proceeded smoothly?" Upon hearing Hashirama's inquiry, Kira promptly replied, "It has gone exceedingly well. We encountered virtually no obstacles throughout the process. Moreover, Elder Shana was remarkably easy to communicate with. Mirror, since several months ago, you have only practiced your swordsmanship for a mere 300 strokes each day. Kira, who is younger than you, has already achieved 350 strokes daily. From this day forth, you too shall aspire to match him, practicing 350 strokes each day," Madara commanded. "Yes, I shall dutifully adhere to the esteemed leader's directive," Mirror responded without hesitation, his voice resonating with conviction. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety in his previous actions, instead interpreting them as a form of encouragement and motivation from Madara. Standing beside mirror, Kira observed his earnest and guileless elder brother, feeling a pang of reflection, sometimes, it seems, possessing a simpler mind, being somewhat dull to the nuances of human relations, and envisioning everyone in a positive light might not be so unfeasible after all. At the very least, it would certainly lead to a life filled with joy. Madara chose to disregard the others, his eyes fixating on Yaya. As Madara's gaze shifted, the already frail Yaya endeavored to muster her spirits. She gently pushed away Mei, who had been supporting her, and without hesitation, knelt on both knees. Esteemed leader, I acknowledge my mistakes. Her voice trembled slightly, laden with remorse and trepidation. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Madara's lips as he chuckled lightly. Oh? You recognize your errors? Does that imply you comprehend the gravity of your misstep? Yaya hastily nodded in affirmation. Yes, my lord. I am willing to accept any punishment. I only ask that you do not cast me away. From this moment forth, I shall not stray a step from young Master Kira and will always remember my duty. Yaya's complexion was as pale as parchment, her body trembling incessantly from anxiety and fear. Seeing her in such a state, Kira quickly interjected, Leader, I. His words were abruptly cut off as Ban coldly commanded, Silence. Close your mouth when you have not been invited to speak. He continued with a frigid tone. You may only have one maid. Now, choose between the two of them. At that moment, even the somewhat emotionally naive Kagami could perceive the heavy atmosphere enveloping him. Without hesitation, Hashira turned back into the room, clearly unwilling to partake in the ensuing discussion. This dashed the hope of Kiyoshi, who had sought a breakthrough through him. As Ban's words reached the ears of Mia and Yaya, their bodies instinctively trembled, as if struck by lightning. A thin veil of mist quickly formed in Mia's beautiful eyes, reminiscent of the gentle fog over a morning lake, hazy and evoking a deep sense of pity. As maids, to be forsaken by their master often heralded a woeful fate, especially for Mia, who had just been dispatched here without even grasping the unfolding events. Facing such a grim conclusion felt unbearably cruel. Kiyoshi, after a prolonged silence, seemed to contemplate saying something, ultimately inquiring with a hint of trepidation. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Ben mercilessly interrupted him. If you were to replace someone who has previously served another, would you still choose her? Ban's voice was as frigid as the biting wind of a winter night, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Upon hearing this, the mist in Mia's eyes could no longer be contained, transforming into torrents of tears that cascaded down her fair cheeks like a flood breaching its dam. How could she not discern the underlying implication in Kiyoshi's prior words? Did it not signify her impending abandonment? Kiyoshi-sama, please do not send me away. I do not wish to return. Before Mia could complete her pleading, she was interrupted. Mind your words. It was indeed a mistake to let him manage you. It should have been entrusted to Shizuka. Ban's tone grew harsh and icy, ruthlessly cutting her off and preventing her from continuing. In the face of Ban's sudden reprimand and warning, Kiyoshi remained remarkably composed, his expression unflinching as he met Ban's gaze with calmness akin to still waters. He slowly inquired, Surely, there must be room for reconciliation? Ban narrowed his eyes slightly, taken aback by Kiyoshi's swift emotional recovery. Once a member of the Uchiha clan awakens the Sharingan, with continued mastery, the number of Tomo in their eyes naturally increases. However, he paused momentarily before emphasizing, I have given you a deadline of only 1 year. Within this year, I expect to see your eyes evolve into double Tomo. Otherwise, Ben let out a cold snort, his eyes revealing a chilling intensity. I shall unhesitatingly abandon your training. By then, do not even dream of retaining 2 maidservants. Even the presence of a single maidservant would be a luxury. Time waits for no one. Ben had already slowed his plans for Chila and for the Uchiha. There was no such thing as hastening growth. On the contrary, appropriate pressure and a sense of crisis could better awaken the Uchiha's latent potential. Chapter 60. The Golden Finger? Since Chila awakened his eyes, he had rarely utilized the Sharingan. The reasons for this can be broadly categorized into 2 points. First, he keenly sensed that his eyes seemed to be undergoing evolution, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. During the stillness of the night, this sensation became particularly pronounced. He could distinctly feel his chakra surging towards his eyes like a tide. I recall the first time he experienced such a phenomenon. He was seized by panic and hurriedly attempted to halt the flow of chakra towards his eyes. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not prevent the chakra's course. The next day, Filled with confusion and unease, Sheila cautiously inquired about this matter with Ban. However, Ban's response was that once the Sharingan is activated, it does not consume chakra unless deliberately engaged. In light of Ban's answer, Sheila remained skeptical. But he could find no better explanation at that moment and ultimately attributed this peculiarity to the unique benefits bestowed upon him from his journey across worlds. He was uncertain whether this phenomenon was enduring or merely temporary, and he feared that frequent usage might lead to a halt in this evolution, rendering the effort futile. Moreover, a critical point loomed over him. He had no biological siblings. Consequently, should he successfully unlock the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the prospect of further evolving it into the eternal kaleidoscope would be utterly unattainable. Unless, of course, this evolutionary ability could somehow facilitate an automatic advancement. It was due to these two stark realities that he endeavored to minimize his reliance on the power of the Sharingan. Indeed, he could easily emulate the future Obito by directly transplanting Hashirama's cells to acquire greater strength. Given Madara's existence, this task was not insurmountable. Yet, this approach stirred within him a sense of reluctance. Who could ascertain whether the Hashirama cells injected by Madara would be pure or tainted? At that moment, gazing at the desolate and silent Ye lying before him, along with Mei, who silently wept with eyes brimming with hope, he suddenly realized that he had little choice but to acquiesce. Perhaps he still held some confidence in his ability to attain the double tomo within a year. Clan leader, he declared earnestly, in the coming year, I shall find a way to further enhance my eyes. It was not until all matters were finally settled that Hashirama stepped outside, and with a clap of his hands, he produced a sharp and resonant sound. This unexpected noise shattered the previously tense atmosphere, and a characteristic smile appeared on Hashirama's face as he proclaimed, All right, everyone, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now. After saying this, he seemingly glanced at Madara without lingering, turning to depart. As he reached the doorway, a thought struck him, prompting him to pause and turn back to admonish. Oh, by the way, little Kiyuki, since you cannot train these days, make sure to spend time with Mizuho. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly complain to me incessantly. With that, Hashirama chuckled heartily, ignoring the reactions of others as he strode confidently toward the exit. At this moment, the still-dazed Kagami regained his senses, looking at Kiyuki with incredulity as he exclaimed, Kiyuki, you've actually awakened your eyes? Upon hearing Kagami's words, Kiyuki couldn't help but express a hint of mild exasperation. He nodded slightly in affirmation, adopting a posture of tacit consent to Kagami's inquiry. Subsequently, Kiyuki bent down, gently assisting the weakened Ye to her feet. He found it exceedingly difficult to fathom the extent of the harrowing experiences that could instill such profound and visceral terror in both Yalan and Maya. It was astonishing that Yalan, who had always been empathetic and considerate of others, would refrain from mentioning a return to the place of her former training. Do not forget the words you just uttered. As soon as he spoke, Ben rose to his feet and turned to stride into the house. In the fleeting moment when the door closed behind him, Ben's voice drifted out once more. Since your leg injury requires rest, let us suspend all training activities for the coming week, aside from the already scheduled hand seal exercises. Upon confirming that Ben had entered the house, the excitement of Jing beside Chila intensified. With a face full of anticipation, he leaned closer to Chila and eagerly inquired, When did you awaken your eyes? It seems you are the youngest in our clan to have done so, am I right? I have had my awakening for some time now. Chila responded with a hint of resignation, adding that he would prefer not to hear such remarks again, for the term youngest sometimes carries with it a rather unfortunate buff. Could you share what you experienced during your awakening? Jean, feeling a flush rise to his cheeks, lowered his gaze and shyly asked, I am older than you and have yet to awaken. Upon hearing Jin's question, Chila fell into a brief silence before replying, As for the method, it is simply that I have come to perceive certain truths about the world. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if it were not a matter of great significance. Is it really just that simple? Jean exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he raised his voice in response. How could it possibly be so effortlessly achieved? As he spoke, he unconsciously took 2 steps back, scrutinizing Chila from head to toe, seemingly attempting to discern something from him. The truth is indeed that simple. Chila met Jing's gaze, filled with confusion and uncertainty, and nodded affirmatively once more. However, Jing was evidently not satisfied with this answer and promptly pressed on. Well, even if what you say is true, what kind of essence of matters could have such a profound impact on you? Deep within Jing's heart, he steadfastly believed himself to be Chila's elder brother, thus regarding the protection of Chila as a natural duty. Yet now that Chila had opened his eyes first, Jing felt a genuine happiness for him, albeit accompanied by an indescribable sense of loss that weighed heavily on his heart. Little did Chila know of the turmoil within Jing, observing his desolation. Akin to a soul bereft, Chila gently patted his shoulder and reassured him. You need not worry excessively. Simply let things unfold naturally, and you will surely awaken. Chila was acutely aware that, even if Jing ultimately could not successfully activate the legendary kaleidoscope Sharingan, reaching the three-tomo form would be childish play for him. Jing inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, as if attempting to dispel the vexation within his heart. He shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. Ah, may it be so. All right, enough of this for now, Chila declared, his eyes suddenly sparkling with brightness. It's getting late. You should begin your training. Rest assured, I will supervise you. If your form is not correct. Haha. Chapter 61. The Senju clan grounds young Master Chila. Are you truly certain we can enter here? Meihi inquired, her eyes wide with skepticism as she gazed at the imposing and solemn gates of the Senju clan not far away, her tone rife with uncertainty and concern. Upon hearing Meihi's question, Chila's lips curled into a confident smile. Fear not, this is not my first visit. Just stay close behind me and follow closely, and I will ensure you both pass through the Senju grounds without hindrance. However, at this juncture, he deliberately paused, casting a teasing glance at Meihi's adorably innocent face. But should you happen to lose your way and inadvertently attract the attention of certain mysterious individuals with white hair, the consequences could be dire. Who knows? That white-haired individual might snatch you away and subject you to some bizarre antics. And when that time comes, even if you cry out in despair, no one will come to your rescue. As he spoke, Chila feigned a sinister expression to frighten Meihi. It was uncertain whether Chila's intimidation had any effect, but Meihi, who had been cautiously assisting Yearn, suddenly appeared flustered. She hurriedly supported Yearn and took a couple of brisk steps, closely following behind Chila. Just as Chila had asserted, he strode into the territory of the Senju clan with his head held high, even nodding in acknowledgement to the vigilant Senju clansmen on guard. Upon their entrance into the Senju domain, the two guards remained languidly leaned against the wall, idly counting the leaves on the towering trees above to pass the time. Suddenly, one of them seemed to sense something amiss, his body stiffening abruptly. He swiftly turned his head, gazing intently in the direction from which Chila and the other two had departed. However, at that moment, aside from the desolate path and the occasional gentle breeze, there was no trace of the trio to be seen. Hiss. Wasn't the emblem on that little brat's clothing from the Uchiha clan? Really? I didn't notice. It must be. Did we actually allow an Uchiha brat into the clan's territory? Oh, surely not. How could an Uchiha so brazenly enter the Senju domain? He must be crazy. You have a point. Never mind that. How many have you counted? 7,832. And you? 68. I forgot. Starting over. What on earth is the situation with the Senju family's houses? They are constructed in such a chaotic manner. There seems to be no order or system whatsoever. Moreover, the most central location is not even where the clan leader resides. How peculiar. As Chila walked forward, he couldn't help but vocalize his critiques about the sights before him. As they wandered aimlessly, curious gazes from the Senju clan members were cast upon them, especially when they spotted Chila dressed in the Uchiha clan attire. Their expressions resembled those of individuals observing an exceedingly rare exotic creature. Fortunately, Chila and his companions did not meander without purpose for too long. Soon, a maid hurriedly approached them, her steps brisk. After a slight bow, she spoke. Guests, please follow me. Lord Mito has been awaiting your arrival. Upon hearing this, Chila couldn't help but express his surprise. Wow, what remarkable perception. He had thought that Uzumaki Mito had sensed his chakra due to her formidable sensory abilities. However, he overlooked a crucial fact. This was the territory of the Senju clan. Naturally, the sudden intrusion of a member from the Uchiha clan would prompt immediate reports to be made. Following the maid, they wound their way for quite a distance, turning left and right until they finally arrived at what appeared to be a forest. At least in Chila's eyes, it was entirely a forest. As far as the eye could see, lush trees towered skyward, as if striving to pierce the heavens above. Each one so robust that it would take several people to encircle its trunk. Noticing these trees, Chila realized that they seemed to have passed this way not long ago. At that moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, the ability to manipulate what is truly a mark of audacity. To create a forest as a scenic backdrop within one's own family. Just as Chila was still lost in astonishment, a familiar voice reached his ears. What? Is there something amiss? Upon hearing this voice, Chila scratched his head and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Aunt Mizuho, I didn't expect you to reside here. He added, I didn't notice these trees during my previous visits. You were either in a state of unconsciousness or accompanied by others during your earlier visits. In such circumstances, how could they possibly lead you through the front entrance? Naturally, you wouldn't have encountered these trees. Mizuho explained with a smile, turning to lead the way. Observing this, Chila hurriedly took a couple of steps to catch up with her, eagerly asking, Is the Hokage home now? Mizuho paused briefly. The words related to gambling almost escaping her lips, but she swallowed them back and instead said, He is not at home. He is likely at the Hokage building attending to work. She thought to herself that she must preserve some dignity for Hashirama, not allowing others to know that the esteemed Hokage had once again ventured to a gambling den. Upon hearing this response, a slight smile appeared at the corners of Chila's mouth. Noticing Mizuho's momentary hesitation, it was evident that Hashirama had not gone to the Hokage building. Thus, the nefarious white-haired individual must be handling various affairs in his stead. This realization alleviated a considerable amount of pressure from Chila. Although he was quite eager to secretly learn some ninjutsu from Tobarama, the immense pressure he felt whenever facing him always deterred him. Therefore, if given the choice, he would prefer to avoid any interaction with Tobarama as much as possible. As Mizuho walked quietly, an unfamiliar hum reached her ears, and she cast a surprised glance at Chila, who was looking around. Although she couldn't discern the song he was humming, she could tell that it seemed somewhat off-key. Nevertheless, the lively rhythm indicated that his spirits were quite high. Reflecting on the question Chila had just posed, Mizuho gradually began to understand. Chila seemed not to genuinely inquire about the situation regarding Hashirama. This thought flickered through Mito's mind, prompting her to stifle a laugh and gently shake her head. She hoped that he would not be too astonished later on. Chapter 62 almost lost composure as a few individuals traversed the forest. Chila finally beheld the residence of the Senju clan leader. However, this was not the end, as he gazed upon the trees surrounding the estate. Each adorned with intricate seals, his eyes momentarily glimmered. These seals were evidently some form of protective enchantment, designed to prevent intruders from entering the premises or to alert Mito should anyone breach this sanctuary. It must be said, Mito and Hashirama had indeed found harmony together, one devoted to cultivating trees within the clan, while the other focused on inscribing protective seals. Contemplating this, Chila cast a glance back at the forest, pondering whether it too held its own secrets. Mito turned her head, her keen eyes capturing the subtle shift in Chila's expression. A smile graced her lips as she playfully extended a slender finger to gently poke his forehead. Little rascal, are you concocting some mischievous plan in your mind? Chila quickly raised his hand to touch the spot where she had poked him, feigning innocence. What are you talking about, Aunt Mito? I merely found the seals on the trees intriguing. Upon hearing his explanation, Mito smiled slightly, choosing not to delve deeper. After all, they were merely ordinary seals, nothing particularly special. All right, enough dawdling. Come inside with me. With that, Mito ceased her chatter and turned, striding directly into the interior of the house. Hearing her words, Chila shrugged in resignation. It was likely only someone like Uzumaki Mito, who walked ahead of him, could view such seals as insignificant. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, he confidently followed her, stepping through the grand entrance of the residence. Once inside, Chila truly grasped the profound impact a lady of the house could have on the atmosphere, in stark contrast to Madara's cold and desolate abode. This home radiated warmth and vitality. The courtyard was a riot of colors, brimming with blossoms competing for attention, with countless unnamed flowers artfully arranged throughout. The bustling maids were numerous, and from the moment Chila stepped into the courtyard, he found himself utterly dazzled. Truly, the Hokage exemplified the grace befitting a clan leader. Just look at the splendor of this place, and then consider our own leader. For the first time, Chila was able to carefully observe the full grandeur of the residence of the Thousand Hand clan, feeling as if he had just stepped into a magnificent garden, where everything he beheld was exceedingly novel and captivating, leaving him utterly spellbound. Upon hearing Chila's remarks, Mito, who was walking ahead, could not help but glance back, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips as he teased, "You little rascal," daring to jest about that fellow band behind his back. "If you were to hear your words, I fear your training tasks might double." Once they entered the dwelling, Mito's lips curved upward slightly, a playful smile gracing his features as he softly inquired, "So, little one, do you wish to accompany me in making sushi right now? Or would you prefer to explore a bit first?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chila eagerly replied, I would certainly choose to make sushi with you. This house is merely a modest structure, but nothing can compare to the joy of crafting sushi alongside you. It is truly a great honor for me to create culinary delights with your guidance. Mito chuckled at Chila's swift and resolute response, unable to recall how many times he had been amused that day. With that mouth of yours. I can only imagine the trouble you'll cause for countless young ladies when you grow up. Luckily, I have no daughters. Observing Mito's cheerful demeanor, Chila quickly expressed his purpose for the visit, saying, "Actually, Aunt Mito, there is a small favor I would like to ask of you." As he spoke, he gently touched his nose, attempting to alleviate his own embarrassment. Mito regarded Chila with keen interest, refraining from asking questions, simply waiting for him to continue. Under Mito's inquisitive gaze, Chila felt an overwhelming pressure rise within him, as if he were being scrutinized. Yet, he mustered the courage to meet Mito's eyes and said, "I hope you can help me treat my sister, who has always taken care of me." Sister? Mito's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing Chila's designation, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Clearly, she was not pleased with how he referred to her. Noticing her reaction, Chila was taken aback, quickly correcting himself. "No, I meant the maid." At that moment, two individuals who had been silently standing behind Chila finally caught Mito's attention. Particularly, Mito's gaze lingered on Yang for an extended period. After a considerable pause, Mito finally averted her gaze and turned back to Chila, now wearing a standard polite smile, though her eyes were inscrutable. "You wish for me to treat your maid?" Her expression appeared amiable, yet for some inexplicable reason, Chila felt a chill creeping up his spine. However, having reached this point, he could only muster the courage to respond. "They are, after all, part of Konoha, are they not?" Yet, Mito seemed unfazed by Chila's reasoning. She gently shook her head. "Yet I do not hold any position within the village. You should be aware of this, shouldn't you?" After speaking, she cast her gaze upon the maid beside her. The maid, understanding the unspoken cue, approached a nearby table, swiftly retrieved an apron, and then carefully assisted Mizuho in putting it on. Throughout this process, Mizuho stood silently, seemingly communicating the answer to Kiyoshi through her actions. Kiyoshi remained rooted in place, scratching his head incessantly, his mouth opening and closing as if attempting to articulate further requests to Mizuho, but ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. Observing his somewhat comical gestures, Mizuho, now fully attired, interjected, "Enough of that scratching. At this rate, you'll be bald. Coco, please take that young lady for treatment." Upon hearing Mizuho's command, Coco wasted no time and respectfully nodded. "Certainly, my lady, please rest assured." With that, she turned, smiling as she extended her right hand toward Miho and Yuri, gracefully gesturing for them to proceed, then walked ahead with light steps, guiding the two. At that moment, Miho appeared somewhat bewildered, timidly glancing at Kiyoshi, completely at a loss for her own stance. Yuri similarly fixed her gaze on Kiyoshi, her eyes brimming with questions, quietly awaiting his decision. Before Kiyoshi could respond, Mizuho preemptively spoke, "Rest assured, no one here can harm them." Following this, Mizuho leaned slightly forward, deliberately lowering her voice. "Even that wicked white-haired one you constantly bemoan cannot stir a single ripple here, can she?" Kiyoshi widened his eyes in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Mizuho's assertion. However, Mizuho paid little heed to Kiyoshi's reaction. She straightened up, a hint of arrogance in her demeanor as she lifted her chin. "Once they enter that grove, everything will be under my control. There are no secrets here. Now, let us not dawdle any longer. Hurry and let them depart, for we must prepare sushi. Then off you go. I'll follow whatever Kiyoshi decides." He furrowed his brows in contemplation, striving to recall the name of the maid from earlier. Beside him, Mizuho reminded, "Coco. Just follow Coco's arrangements." Kiyoshi offered the two a reassuring glance. Chapter 63. Secrets between the doors. Once the two had followed Coco away, Mizuho turned her attention back to Kiyoshi, narrowing her eyes slightly as she shot him a look that said, "Come with me." Understanding her intent, Kiyoshi hurriedly followed suit. Arriving at a more secluded area, Mizuho halted, turned to face Kiyoshi, and with a serious expression, began, "I have just examined your chakra. There seems to be something amiss. Do you sense anything unusual yourself?" Upon hearing this, Kiyoshi's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition surging within him. He instinctively began to ponder whether the Sharingan was the cause of the abnormal flow of chakra. Upon reflecting on this, he nervously glanced at Mito and exclaimed, "Huh? Something feels off." "What do you mean?" Mito, observing Chila's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, yet maintained a solemn expression. "I can distinctly sense your chakra gradually converging towards your Sharingan." However, the eyes belong to you, and the chakra is also yours, so there should not be any issues. Nevertheless, initially, upon hearing the first half of the statement, Sheila felt a flicker of joy, but Mito's subsequent nevertheless shattered his illusions. In his mind, various terrifying scenarios involuntarily surfaced, such as sudden blindness and an uncontrollable surge of chakra, each thought sending chills down his spine. Despite the tumultuous anxiety within, he feigned calmness, inquiring, "But what is it that you wish to say?" "Well, there is no but. I misspoke." Observing the visibly tense Chi-Lu, Mizuho wore a mischievous grin. What a spectacle you are." A cough interrupted him. Faced with such a teasing Mizuho, Chi-Lu felt as if a thorn were lodged in his throat, caught between the urge to speak and the desire to remain silent. As expected, conversing with you, this little trickster, is endlessly amusing. Mizuho laughed heartily, doubling over with mirth. Her laughter was so infectious that she gestured animatedly, as if attempting to convey her overwhelming joy through her movements. In that moment, even the dignified demeanor she had consistently maintained before Chi-Lu was cast aside, while Chi-Lu, in stark contrast to Mizuho, found himself far from at ease. He is striving to hold on. Just a moment longer, just a moment longer. He effortlessly transformed his thoughts into eloquent words. Mito chuckled for quite some time before leading the somewhat dispirited Sheila toward the kitchen. As they stepped through the kitchen door, Chilla's gaze was immediately captivated by the scene before him. There stood a white-haired figure, beaming with joy, busily engaged with both hands. "Master Tobira, are you making sushi?" Sheila's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, his expression a mixture of disbelief. Not only was Sheila taken aback, but Tobira also appeared as if he had seen a ghost, frozen in place, his previously fluid motions abruptly stilted, his eyes reflecting shock and embarrassment. Clearly, he had not anticipated anyone intruding upon the kitchen at such a moment, nor revealing this unusual facet of himself. Countless images surged through his mind like a tide. Each vision depicted the potential calamity that would ensue if Sheila were to divulge this secret, resulting in the swift destruction of his once illustrious reputation. These scenes felt so vivid and tangible, as if they had already materialized before his very eyes. Meanwhile, his mind raced, an array of solutions to this predicament flooding his thoughts. Knowing that his secret had been uncovered, he understood he must face the consequences of such knowledge. The first notion that crossed his mind was a water escape technique, but he dismissed it almost immediately. Too complex, requiring hand seals. Next, he considered an explosive tag. That idea was quickly rejected as well. After all, they were in a home, and recklessly using such a device could lead to unnecessary destruction. Ultimately, he contemplated the Flying Thunder God technique. He had inscribed a highly secretive mark on Sheila long ago, and it would indeed prove useful. With this thought, his right hand slowly reached for the knife resting on the cutting board. "Tobira, I believe this little rascal will keep this matter to himself, won't he?" Mito gently patted her apron, even though it bore no dust. Tobira's expression turned slightly anxious. Sister-in-law, however, when he met Mito's suddenly piercing gaze, the words he had prepared were swallowed back down. Mito's voice was soft yet firm. Tobira gritted his teeth, forcing out, "Sister-in-law is right. From what I know of Sheila, I am confident he will keep his lips sealed." At that moment, Sheila, who was hiding behind Mito, covered his mouth, struggling to suppress his laughter. This secret, he can hold over Tobira for a lifetime. With a light heart, Sheila hummed a cheerful tune. His steps buoyant as he walked forward, securely holding the sushi meant for Ban. Today was truly a day of great harvest for him. Yearn had successfully undergone treatment and was gradually recovering. What delighted him even more was the unexpected discovery of a little-known secret about Tobarama. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the grand entrance of the Senju clan. At that moment, Sheila's spirit soared to such heights that he felt as if he could take flight. Spotting the two guards stationed at the entrance, he cheerfully called out, "Greetings, esteemed uncles. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." The two gatekeepers, who had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of others to take over their duties, were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected greeting. They instinctively replied, "It's no trouble at all." You were about to, however, before they could finish their sentence, both seemed to suddenly realize something, lifting their heads in unison with their gazes fixed intently upon Sheila. "Hey, Uchiha brat!" One of them exclaimed in astonishment. The other quickly followed suit, eyes wide as he shouted, "I knew it. There's definitely a Uchiha brat sneaking in." They exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim. "Oh no, we are in for punishment again today." Chapter 64, Blood Raven after the matter concerning Ye had settled. An entire year had swiftly passed. Throughout this year, Chila's daily life continued to unfold in an orderly manner as he consistently practiced hand seals, learned from others, and engaged in training exercises such as standing meditation and wielding a blade. These seemingly monotonous routines brought him an immeasurable sense of fulfillment. Moreover, it is noteworthy that with Ye and Miho diligently caring for him, he found that aside from training, he hardly needed to lift a finger for anything else. It could truly be said that he was living the life of a young master. On this tranquil night, Chila, who should have already been asleep, quietly rose from his slumber and stealthily made his way to the courtyard. He slightly raised his head, gazing into the profound night sky, a flicker of crimson illuminating his eyes. After an entire year, his Sharingan had successfully evolved into the double tomo, just as Chila had perceived throughout the past year. The ceaseless flow of chakra within him had consistently nurtured his eyes. It was indeed this fortunate endowment that enabled him to transition from a single tomo to a double tomo in such a brief span of time. Moreover, at this moment, he seemed to be merely a hair's breadth away from evolving into the even more potent triple tomo state. Yet, upon reaching this juncture, the sensation of chakra surging towards his eyes had vanished. No matter how he endeavored, it felt as if that sensation had never existed at all. He often pondered whether his abilities would truly flourish once his eyes evolved into the form of the three tomo. Ever since the activation of his double tomo, he had unhesitatingly shared this revelation with Madara. On that very day, Madara took an action that astonished even him. He personally escorted him to pay a visit to Hashirama. He spent an entire day rolling dice with Hashirama, and to everyone's astonishment, Madara joined in as well. Unsurprisingly, he lost throughout the day. However, from that moment on, Madara's departures from Konoha became increasingly frequent, with each absence growing longer than the last. Even when he occasionally returned to the village, Hashirama no longer visited as often as he once did. Once inseparable friends who shared everything, they now appeared to be gradually walking in starkly opposite directions. Their relationship resembled a torn piece of silk, with the rifts growing ever more apparent and difficult to mend. Initially, he believed he would not develop significant feelings for Konoha. It was merely a transient stop in the journey of his life. However, as time subtly passed, within the span of over a year, both the picturesque landscapes of Konoha and the bonds formed with its inhabitants unknowingly resonated deeply within his heart. Thus, when the moment of parting finally arrived, he was struck by the realization of how deeply he had come to cherish everything here. Ultimately, departure was inevitable. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed upon the resplendent full moon suspended high in the sky. According to the original text, it is the very place where Kagaya Tsutsuki is sealed. Nevertheless, the full moon continues to radiate its enchanting glow amidst the inky darkness of the night, resembling a dazzling pearl, a beauty that captivates the soul. He gazed quietly, as if time itself had slipped from his grasp. It was unclear how long he had been lost in thought, long enough for his eyes to feel an unbearable strain, tears silently cascading down his cheeks. In that moment, even he could not discern whether these tears were a mere physiological response to prolonged exposure or a manifestation of profound nostalgia for the past. At last, he gently withdrew his gaze, redirecting it towards the cherry blossom tree in the yard. A crow, cloaked in deep crimson plumage, stood silently upon a branch. Its scarlet eyes were particularly striking, much like how he regarded the bird. For a fleeting moment, human and creature shared a silent exchange of glances. After a brief pause, he instinctively extended his right hand towards the crow. Observing his gesture, the crow tilted its head, initially slightly askew, now leaning in another direction, as if lost in contemplation. Finally, after a moment of stillness, the crow abruptly spread its wings. With the sound of flapping feathers, it took flight from the cherry blossom tree, soaring directly towards him. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, the crow's plumage glimmered with a faint crimson hue, reminiscent of blood. He surmised that this extraordinary crow must have been reared by one of his kin. Within the Uchiha clan, the domestication of crows is a quaint tradition. Most Uchiha possess a rather proud demeanor, often disdainful of seeking out powerful creatures endowed with intelligence to serve as their summoning beasts. Instead, they prefer to forge contracts with crows they have nurtured since childhood. In battle, these crows can serve as extensions of specific techniques, skillfully confounding their foes, or, akin to Uchiha Itachi, act as vessels for the Sharingan. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly extended his hand, deftly capturing the crow that perched upon his palm. He squinted slightly, gently turning over the raven's feet in search of any potential markings. However, after a thorough examination, he discovered that the raven's feet were impeccably clean, devoid of any signs or distinguishing features. Sheila could not help but furrow his brow, muttering to himself, no markings? A wild one? He found it utterly perplexing why such a wild raven would suddenly appear in Ban's home. Even more astonishing was the fact that this raven's plumage bore a striking difference compared to the common ravens. These peculiarities only deepened Sheila's curiosity about the bird. Despite harboring some doubts, Sheila soon found solace in the realization that within the vast and enigmatic realm of the shinobi world, bizarre occurrences transpired daily. It was evidently unrealistic to delve into the depths of every single event to seek clarity. Thus, regarding the mysterious raven, Sheila resolved not to dwell on it further. He released his grip on the bird and gently tossed it upward. However, who could have anticipated that after flapping its wings a couple of times in the air, the raven would defiantly settle back onto his shoulder? Witnessing this scene, Sheila was initially taken aback, but soon a subtle smile graced his lips. He felt neither anger nor surprise at the crow's actions, as if such a scenario had long been anticipated. Thus, a man and a bird stood quietly in the courtyard. They both raised their heads, gazing up at the resplendent full moon suspended in the night sky, each lost in their own thoughts, unaware of what exactly occupied their minds. Chapter 65, The Eve, Part 1, Knock, Knock, Knock. The gentle and rhythmic sound of knocking resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. Upon hearing the knocking, Sheila slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the crow perched on his shoulder, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Gradually, he rose to his feet and walked toward the door. It was the dead of night. The fact that someone would come to knock on the door at such an hour was exceedingly rare, even by day. As the door swung open, a cool night breeze rushed in. Immediately, Sheila furrowed his brow, for the person standing before him was unexpected and perplexing. This individual lingered at the threshold, her expression marked by inner turmoil, as if grappling with a fierce internal conflict. Sheila scrutinized her for a while before tentatively asking, "Are you Mei-chin? You know me?" Upon hearing her name called, a look of surprise washed over her face, clearly taken aback that he recognized her. Regaining her composure, she replied, "I have come to ask you something." "Oh, unfortunately, the clan leader is not at home at the moment." Sheila assumed Mei-chin had specifically come to see Ban and informed her of the truth. However, she shook her head gently and hurriedly explained, "It's all right. Actually, I didn't come to find the clan leader. I specifically sought you." As she spoke, she instinctively brushed away a stray lock of hair from her forehead. "You're looking for me?" Sheila was even more bewildered but maintained his politeness, responding, "In that case, please come in and let us talk." With that, he stepped aside to invite her in. Mei-chin nodded slightly and stepped into the courtyard, with Sheila following closely behind to close the door. "My father told me that the clan leader recently held a clan meeting, mentioning plans to leave Konoha. Is this true?" Mei-chin spoke nonchalantly, yet her hands were unconsciously clasped tightly together, trembling slightly. Sheila observed her demeanor with keen interest and replied, "I'm not very certain about that. If you truly wish to know the specifics, it would be best to inquire directly with the clan leader when he is home." As he spoke, Sheila narrowed his eyes slightly, wearing a subtle smile as he scrutinized Mei-chin's expressions and movements, attempting to glean more information about her visit. Mei-chin leaned in closer, lowering her voice as she continued. "My father also mentioned that the reason you have the opportunity to stay in the clan leader's home is that you publicly expressed your willingness to leave Konoha alongside him." At this moment, a peculiar glimmer sparkled in Makoto's eyes, standing out remarkably in the pitch-black night. Kiyoshi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Makoto, seemingly awaiting her further elucidation. Indeed, it was too long before Makoto could no longer contain her emotions and candidly expressed her thoughts. "In truth, I yearn to accompany the clan leader in departing from this place. To be frank, I harbor no fondness for this hidden leaf village." "You wish to leave with the clan leader?" Kiyoshi echoed her words slowly, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. At that moment, a flash of insight illuminated his mind as he recalled the tales Mirai had once shared concerning Makoto. Makoto had long been betrothed to Fugaku. Could it be that she was reluctant to accept such a predetermined fate so early in her life? With this realization, Kiyoshi regarded Makoto thoughtfully. Upon noticing the dawning understanding in Kiyoshi's eyes, Makoto recognized that he had grasped the full extent of the situation. Without hesitation, she nodded and asserted, "Indeed, I am utterly unwilling to be coerced into such an arrangement. I long to venture forth and behold the world beyond." Hearing her impassioned declaration, Kiyoshi did not respond immediately. Instead, he quietly observed her flushed cheeks and the defiant spark in her eyes. In that moment, he perceived a girl bravely challenging her predetermined destiny. However, as a brief silence enveloped them, a sense of urgency gripped Kiyoshi's heart. If his senses were not deceiving him, then it appeared that Madara had returned. True to his intuition, a faint sound of footsteps heralded the emergence of a tall figure from the shadows. It was none other than the increasingly formidable Uchiha Madara. His expression was devoid of emotion as he fixed his cold, icy gaze upon Mei-chin, utterly lacking warmth. Subsequently, in a tone devoid of sentiment, he inquired, "Sheila has successfully awakened his Sharingan, proving his potential merits my guidance. But what value do you possess?" Value. Before arriving, Mei-chin had only heard from Fugaku and others that Sheila was a nephew of Madara, and her father had mentioned that Sheila merely expressed thoughts aligning with the patriarch's ideals at the clan meeting. She naturally assumed that Sheila was no different from him, merely benefiting from their blood relation, much like Fugaku. However, hearing that Sheila had already awakened, his eyes left Mei-chin at a loss for how to respond. "You are unaware of your own worth and yet dare to aspire to follow me? Do you expect me to teach you the very basics, such as how to walk from scratch? To speak candidly, even if you are my kin, I lack the patience and time for such endeavors. Return home, in due time, and we'll find a promising path for you." Madara's face remained impassive as he dismissed her, turning to enter the house. "There are pressing matters I must inform you of." Before his words had fully resonated, Madara had already pivoted, making his way inside. Mei-chin gazed at Madara's retreating figure, her heart tumultuous with a torrent of thoughts. Finally, after a fierce internal struggle, she summoned her courage and called out, "Loyalty, I am willing to offer you my unwavering allegiance." Yet, in response to Mei-chin's declaration, Madara did not even turn his head, merely replying with indifference, "Loyalty?" A dull response. Observing the scene, Sheila stepped forward quietly, gently escorting the somewhat dejected Mei-chin out the door. Witnessing her despondent demeanor, Sheila could not restrain himself any longer, as long as the patriarch remained in Konoha. The entire Uchiha clan would willingly pledge their loyalty to him. Loyalty held no significance for him. "Go home now." Upon hearing Sheila's words of consolation, Mei-chin slowly lifted her gaze, staring intently at him as she softly inquired, "And what of you?" Chapter 66. The Eve, Part 2. Did you receive it? The deep voice of Madara echoed as soon as they stepped inside. Sheila appeared quite nonchalant, plopping down carelessly across from Madara and paying no heed to the question, even finding leisure in teasing the raven perched on Madara's shoulder. He first extended his finger and gently poked the crow's head, mumbling, "Not yet. I still need to ponder it more." Ban slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased with Sheila's nonchalant attitude. In truth, there was little to deliberate, for after all, they were kin, far more reassuring than those outsiders shrouded in mystery. Moreover, even without awakening their potential, the talents of clan members surpassed those of outsiders by a considerable margin. Sheila shrugged ambiguously, casually replying, "Perhaps." But he abruptly shifted the topic, pointing at the crow, and asked, "Do you know its origin?" Upon hearing this, Ben finally diverted his gaze from Sheila, scrutinizing the crow perched on his shoulder for the first time. After a brief examination, he shook his head and replied, "What special origin could it possibly have? It is merely a mutated crow. Given that our clan raises many crows, it is not surprising to find one or two with differing feathers. If you like it, feel free to keep it." Upon hearing Ban's response, Sheila cast a knowing glance at the crow on his shoulder and refrained from further inquiries about it. Instead, he shifted his focus and asked, "So, when shall we depart? Who will accompany you on this journey?" Following Sheila's remarks at the clan meeting, a segment of the clan resonated with his words, and there were indeed some willing to follow Ban. Particularly, it was curious how Ban had managed to transform the sentiment from wanting to undermine Hashirama to a collective outcry for the Uchiha clan to leave. Yet, in response to Sheila's question, Ben coldly corrected him, "It is not about following me, it is about following you. Our paths ahead are wholly divergent. Ultimately, you are merely an alternative." Upon hearing this, Sheila did not exhibit any sign of retreat. Instead, he confidently retorted, "Regardless of being an alternative, you have placed a portion of your hopes in me. Does this not suffice to demonstrate that you believe I hold significant potential to assist you in the future?" Ban let out a light scoff, seemingly unimpressed by Sheila's counterargument. "Perhaps," he said with a hint of indifference, clearly unwilling to dwell further on the subject. He then slightly raised his gaze towards the horizon, pondering aloud, "Time is of the essence. At dawn, you shall set forth from Konoha towards the land of water." Upon hearing this, Sheila did not exhibit much surprise. In truth, he had already anticipated his future direction, so when he learned that the destination was indeed the land of water, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. "And how should my identity be arranged?" "As the nephew of the daimyo of the land of water, Ban's lips curled into a subtle smirk, crafting a semblance of a smile, as if he were quite pleased with the identity he had meticulously devised for Chila. Years ago, a member of our Uchiha clan married into the royal family of the Land of Water. In this way, a reasonable explanation can be provided for your future activation and utilization of the Sharingan. Chila furrowed his brow, a hint of skepticism flickering across his face. Is such a rationale truly tenable? Am I to abandon the Uchiha name henceforth? Without the Uchiha surname, what do you propose I adopt? A surname is fundamental. It must never be forgotten. Furthermore, regarding this journey to the Land of Water, you shall be the sole representative, while I shall instruct Shauna to escort the remaining clansmen to the Land of Rain in search of a suitable puppet. When a fitting opportunity arises in the future, I shall redeploy them to the Land of Water. Chila held no objections about venturing alone to the Land of Water, being still quite young. Even with Madara's high hopes for him, it was implausible that the departed clansmen would be placed under his command at this time. As for the Land of Rain, it would be prudent to keep an eye on a certain individual named Hanzo of the Salamander. However, upon mentioning this, Chila paused momentarily before adding, he is a man of considerable ambition. Caution is warranted. Upon hearing the name Hanzo of the Salamander, a ripple of curiosity surfaced in Madara's otherwise tranquil gaze. Yet, true to his nature, he refrained from pressing the matter further. When do you intend to depart? Chi Lu inquired with intrigue. He remains quite curious about Madara's next plans. With his arrival, it is evident that some of Madara's strategies have undergone significant alterations. He cannot fully rely on the original text, much like those who were not meant to be born at this time but arrived prematurely. For instance, Fujitake and Makoto, these two youngsters, are considerably younger than even the three shinobi. You may leave for now. I have matters to attend to. As for your eyes, venture to the Land of Water and explore on your own. Do not neglect your seals or swordsmanship. I shall inspect your progress, and should I find it unsatisfactory, you know the consequences. After Ban concluded his words and made a motion to rise, Chila hurriedly inquired, then who will accompany me to the Land of Water? Ben slowly stood upright, responding at a measured pace, you may take your maidservant with you. However, should you wish to bring that young girl along, it would not be unwise. Upon your arrival in the Land of Water, someone will be there to receive you. Ban then turned and strode towards his chamber. Chila, with a look of astonishment, gazed incredulously at Ban's retreating figure. You truly permit me to bring them along? Ban did not turn back, directly entering his room. And just before closing the door, he remarked, ultimately, you require someone to care for you. Rest early. The sound of the door closing echoed, and the once bustling hall fell into an immediate silence, leaving Chila standing alone, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. May I bid farewell to others tomorrow? Chila called towards Ban's room. His voice reverberated in the hall, yet no response emerged from within. He waited in quiet anticipation as seconds turned to minutes, but the door remained unyielding in its silence. After a considerable time had passed without a sound, Chila couldn't help but mutter to himself, silence implies acquiescence, I suppose. Chapter 67. Farewell. Perhaps due to the turmoil of impending departure, Chila had stayed awake late into the night, yet surprisingly, he awoke early the next day. Now, with nothing to occupy his time, he sat quietly observing the two young women busily organizing their belongings. Honestly, we need not bring so much. We can simply repurchase what we require upon arrival, Chila remarked, playfully teasing the raven that had lingered since the previous evening. Upon hearing this, Miwa immediately retorted, that won't do. In my opinion, many items can only be found in Konoha. Her face radiated an unmistakable excitement and joy, her exuberance nearly spilling over. Watching Miwa's spirited demeanor, Chila jested, look at you, brimming with anticipation at the thought of leaving Konoha. However, I am curious, what do you yearn for more? To escape this place, or to break free from your family's constraints? At these words, Miwa's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. It was as though he had pierced the secret depths of her heart, prompting her to flail her arms in a flustered manner as she hurriedly explained, oh, no. That is not it at all. I am simply filled with curiosity about the world beyond. Chi Lu slowly shifted his gaze from elsewhere to rest upon the ever-gentle and smiling Yiling. And what about you, Yiling? Do you possess any particular thoughts or suggestions regarding the life that lies ahead? Yiling, who was engrossed in folding clothes, paused momentarily upon hearing Chi Li's inquiry. She replied in a rather formulaic tone, as for me, I shall naturally follow in your footsteps. Wherever you go, I shall go. Meanwhile, Mei seemed to sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere and quickly interjected. attempting to redirect everyone's attention. Young Master Chi-Lu, before you depart, do you not wish to bid farewell to your friends? After all, it may be quite some time before you see them again. Upon hearing this, Chi-Lu casually reclined on the tatami beneath him, exhaling a long, languid sigh of disinterest. To be honest, I did intend to do so at first, but upon reflection, I realized I would likely find myself at a loss for words upon seeing them. After much contemplation, I thought it best to forego the farewells. Mei, upon hearing this, paused her incessant tasks, straightened her back, and lightly tapped her chin, adopting a serious expression as she continued to probe. In that case, are you truly leaving without so much as a word? By the way, what differences do you think exist between the Water Nation and the Fire Nation? Chi-Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, yawning nonchalantly. Well, in my view, aside from the fact that there is more water in the Water Nation and the mist is somewhat denser, there isn't much of a significant difference. At that moment, a soft creak echoed as the door was pushed open from the outside, revealing a figure beaming with a radiant smile. It was Jing, who, with an exuberant demeanor, strode into the room while exclaiming, Chi-Lu, I'm here. Today I arrived right on time, not a moment late. However, in the next instant, as his gaze fell upon the neatly packed belongings of the two women, an ominous premonition surged within him. Chi-Lu, are you all preparing to leave? Inevitably, the moment had arrived, and Chi-Lu still had not devised a way to explain to Jing. Slowly, he stood up and walked step by step to Jing's side. Then, without hesitation, placed his hand gently on his shoulder. He took a deep breath and said, From this day forth, you must train on your own. I must take my leave. Upon hearing these words, Jing's body trembled violently, disbelief etched upon his face. He hurriedly inquired, Leave? Where are you going? When will you return? Despite harboring some suspicions in his heart, hearing the answer aloud left him utterly shocked and anxious. In recent times, he had indeed caught wind of many rumors, but his unwillingness to accept such truths had led him to dismiss them. Faced with Jing's eager questioning, Chi-Lu gently shook his head and replied, I am truly sorry. I fear I may never return here again. I must depart with the clan leader, just as I stated at the clan meeting. After speaking, he tenderly patted Jing's shoulder, seemingly attempting to offer him some comfort. The definitive answer left Jing feeling as if struck by a bolt from the blue, rendering him momentarily motionless. He slowly lowered his head, the once bright spark in his eyes dimming, his emotions plummeting to despair. After a brief silence, he asked in an almost inaudible voice, So, you are leaving today? After packing my belongings, I shall depart, Chi-Lu said, placing a hand on his shoulder and guiding him out of the room. He lowered his voice further, continuing, Your nature tends to prioritize others. I hope you will consider yourself more in the future. Have you bid farewell to Rejan and the others? Jing fixed his gaze intently upon Chi-Lu, concern and confusion mingling in his eyes. Chi-Lu slightly tilted his head back, looking at the sky, and sighed softly, No, I did not say goodbye. I detest farewells. Before he could finish, Jing suddenly shoved Chi-Lu aside with force and, without hesitation, rushed towards the door. Caught off guard by the push, Chi-Lu stumbled but watched Jing's retreating figure, slowly shaking his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. The feeling of parting is truly unbearable. A gentle voice floated into Chi-Lu's ears, Young Master Chi-Lu, everything is ready. Shall we set off now? Turning to look, he saw Yearn standing quietly not far away, her beautiful face adorned with the same gentle smile, as radiant as flowers blooming in the spring. Regaining his composure, Chi-Lu sealed all his belongings into a scroll. Let us go. The trio slowly walked out of the gates of Konoha, with Chi-Lu leading the way. Just as he was about to step out of the village, he couldn't help but pause, turning back one last time to gaze deeply at the place he had called home for an entire year. He pondered when he might return and in what capacity. For some reason, he felt an urge to bid farewell, even to that white-haired figure. Thinking of the white-haired one, he realized he had never managed to extract the Flying Thunder God technique from him. Yearn and Miho, who had been accompanying him, noticed his distraction and exchanged quick glances, neither breaking the silence. Chapter 68. Until we meet again, hey? You brat, why are you leaving without a word? Came the voice of Sarutobi Hizashi. Have you still not considered us as friends? Exactly. I always think of you first when something happens. Kobayashi chimed in, a hint of reproach on her face. The gluttonous Akimichi Choji added, Chi-Lu, once you're outside Konoha, please keep an eye out for any delicious food. If you find any, remember to send some back to me. He then tossed another chip into his mouth. Lastly, Mitomonge earnestly advised, from now on, everything will depend on you. Do remember to be cautious. It won't be like before when we were always there to protect you. Tisaka, who had said little, tossed a scroll over to him. Just as Chilo was regaining his composure and preparing to leave, he heard a series of familiar voices behind him. It was likely that Kage had brought a few people along. Chilo lifted the scroll he had just received and waved it towards them. Until we meet again. His gaze swept across the corners, but he could not find Kagaya's figure. Initially, he had intended to call out to him as brother before departing to bid farewell. However, with no sign of him, that wish would remain unfulfilled. Yet, Chila did not believe that Kage had truly not come. The greatest likelihood is that the mirror at this moment lies concealed in some corner, silently observing its own departure. Just as Chila had surmised, the mirror, now weeping crimson tears, stands quietly in a dimly lit space where shadows intertwine. His gaze was firmly fixed on Chila, who was searching for something. His eyes brimming with a complex array of emotions. A soft call from Xiao Huatu broke the silence. Startled, Chila looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Aunt Mito? He had never anticipated Mito's sudden appearance here. Winter is approaching, and the place you are heading to will be exceedingly cold once the season sets in. Mito smiled gently, slightly tilting her head, prompting her attendant to promptly offer her a scarf. With tenderness, Mito picked up the scarf and approached Chila, carefully wrapping it around his neck. After securing it, she took a couple of steps back, her face alight with a smile as she exclaimed, "See? My craftsmanship is indeed remarkable." Chila lowered his gaze, caressing the soft, warm scarf around his neck, his heart a tumult of emotions. "This is a token of gratitude for accompanying me throughout this entire year, alleviating my boredom. So cherish it well, do not let it slip away. Otherwise, beware your backside." Mito feigned a threat. Chila removed the scarf and held it tightly to his chest, earnestly assuring Mito, "Rest assured, I shall take great care of this scarf." Regrettably, it seems I will no longer be able to accompany you as I did before to alleviate your boredom. Slowly, he lifted his head, deeply gazing into Mito's smiling face, as if to etch that moment permanently in his heart. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the figures perched upon the tree branch, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Resolutely, he turned away and departed, no longer hesitating. "Are you feeling very sad?" Mei gently inquired, cautiously trailing behind Chila. Yet, before she could finish her thought, Yang beside her swiftly reached out, giving her a light push and subtly shaking her head, signaling her to remain silent. Chila seemed utterly oblivious to her voice, continuing to walk with his head bowed, lost in his own thoughts. He felt a warm liquid gently trickling down his cheek. Could it be tears? He slowly raised his right hand and gently wiped it. It was blood. It seemed that familiar sensation had returned. "Elder, must we not send someone to follow that young man? The journey to the land of water is long and fraught with uncertainties. Numerous unforeseen dangers lie along the way." His subordinate, Shauna, gazed anxiously at the three figures receding into the distance, a frown etched upon his face. After all, this was a prodigy who had opened his eyes at the age of 3. Surely, some protection was warranted. Can a ninja who has not tasted blood truly be considered a genuine ninja? While talent and temperament are undoubtedly significant, blood will accompany a ninja throughout their life. Adversity and peril? Such experiences are essential for him to endure. Ben narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice unyielding. "There is no need for you to concern yourself with his affairs. Return promptly and make your preparations. You too must embark on your journey to the land of rain." Ben remained with his arms crossed, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the departing trio, his tone consistently indifferent. "As you command, Elder, I shall return to arrange the relevant matters." However, regarding the clansmen who would remain in Konoha, Shauna respectfully bowed, but his words faltered midway, as if he hesitated to express his thoughts. "Leave all of that to N." Ban interjected decisively. "Upon reaching the land of rain, remember to seek out a child named Hanzo of the Salamander. Observe him, and if possible, support him." "Hanzo of the Salamander? I shall take note." Shauna replied, momentarily taken aback before responding eagerly. "Brother, we absolutely cannot allow a portion of the Uchiha to depart like this. It will surely cause great turmoil." Tobarama exclaimed, his face etched with concern. He had already been informed of the shocking news that a significant number of Uchiha would be leaving Konoha. Yet, in response to Tobarama's urgent words, Hashirama remained unresponsive. Instead, he replied with a hint of amusement, "Tobarama, is it not your fondness for that young man that has prompted your hasty arrival?" Upon hearing Hashirama's remark, Tobarama felt as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare, losing the composure he typically maintained. He hurriedly attempted to justify himself. "How could that be? I am only worried that the departure of those Uchiha will have adverse effects on the village. It has nothing to do with that young man. When we established Konoha, we had already set forth clear rules. Any ninja clan has the right to join Konoha. Furthermore, if they find life here unsatisfactory, they are entirely entitled to choose to leave. After saying this, Hashirama took one last deep look at the gradually vanishing figure of Karara. He turned around and gently patted the shoulder of the door twice before taking his leave. Chapter 69, Bloodshed After Departing from Konoha. The three of them walked along at a pace that could even be described as languid. Young Master Chila, where shall we head next? Do you have any plans? Mei's voice, melodious and vibrant like a warbler emerging from the valley, drifted softly into Chila's ears. He slightly turned his head, his gaze falling upon Mei and her radiant smile, which glowed like a kitten that had just successfully stolen a delectable fish. Every strand of her hair seemed to dance with excitement, emanating an indescribable joy, perhaps influenced by Mei's exuberance. The sorrow that had initially welled up in Chi Lu upon leaving Konoha began to dissipate. Just then, an exceedingly jarring and abrupt voice shattered the moment. Well? Look what we have here. Two charming young ladies and a mere child. Hehehe, it seems our luck today is quite splendid. This bounty is indeed generous. Immediately following this, a cacophony of hurried footsteps surrounded the trio as a large group of menacing figures encroached upon them. Each individual bore a fierce expression, brandishing various weapons, clearly revealing themselves to be a band of robbers. Yet, in the face of such an unforeseen predicament, Chi Lu exhibited no trace of panic. On the contrary, upon discerning the ragtag assembly of thieves before him, a faint smirk crept upon his lips, hinting at a wry amusement. He is acutely aware that within the territory of the Land of Fire, bandits and robbers have perpetually existed, some even establishing their own strongholds. To this end, he dedicated time to investigate, seeking to understand why a formidable entity like Konoha has been so reluctant to deploy personnel to eradicate these bandit troubles completely, opting instead to merely control their numbers. After much deliberation, the answer he uncovered was strikingly straightforward. The intent is to afford the new generation of ninjas the opportunity to engage in bloody combat, thereby fostering their true growth. After all, most of these bandits are merely commoners who have devolved into this state, lacking any knowledge of chakra, thus rendering them ideal targets for the nascent ninjas urgently in need of bloodshed. The individual who had just threatened them was taken aback by the fearless demeanor exhibited by Chila and the others. Consequently, he barked again with renewed ferocity. You little brat. Wise up. Hand over all your valuables, and perhaps I might show you mercy by granting you a swift demise. However, Chila merely cast a cold glance at him, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips, revealing his disdain. He then lowered his gaze to his unaltered attire before raising his head, fixing his stare on the audacious bandits before him. Tell me, have you not lost your minds? Even without sensing abilities, can you not see the emblem on my attire? Those who engage in your line of work should be well aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid, surely? I don't give a damn about your pathetic clan emblem. We are mere starving souls, unafraid of your so-called family. One of them shouted hoarsely. Yet, no sooner had his words left his lips than a chilling, piercing light flashed suddenly. In an instant, he felt a searing pain in his throat, instinctively clutching at it, his body staggering backward uncontrollably. Despite his desperate attempts to staunch the flow of blood, the warm, crimson liquid continued to pour forth through his fingers, resembling an unstoppable flood. Simultaneously, he emitted a series of ghastly gasps, the sound hauntingly miserable. At that moment, a shadow swiftly appeared before Chila. Upon closer inspection, it was Uchiha Makoto. Her visage as cold as ice, her eyes sharp, exuding an undeniable aura of lethal intent. You should have dealt with this fool the moment he insulted the Uchiha name, instead of engaging in futile banter. Such scum do not deserve any pity. Makoto remarked icily, her tone laced with unabashed contempt. Observing the sudden appearance of Makoto, Chila felt a twinge of helplessness, gently shaking his head as he sighed. It seems I never agreed to let you accompany me in departing. Upon hearing these words, Makoto raised an eyebrow dismissively, crossing her arms defiantly as she retorted, Humph. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I have already come this far. And since you are unwilling to take action against these despicable bandits, allow me to handle it. With that, Makoto swiftly drew a sharp shuriken from her waist, her form flashing like a fierce leopard as she pounced upon the bandits, who were now frozen in terror. In response to Makoto's proactive assault, he remained silent, showing no inclination to intervene or assist. It was evident that Makoto was no novice to such combat. Otherwise, how could she execute her movements with such precision and decisiveness? She adeptly navigated through the throng of bandits. Each strike she delivered was both precise and lethal, rendering the once menacing bandits as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter, lacking even the ability to flee. In the blink of an eye, the once boisterous bandits lay sprawled in pools of blood, with not a single one escaping their grim fate. Just as Makoto believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a sudden rush of fierce wind swept through. Unprepared, Makoto was struck by this overwhelming force, causing her to involuntarily stagger backward. Immediately thereafter, a shadow leaped down from the trees, launching an assault on Makoto with blinding speed. Caught off guard, she could only hastily defend herself against the ferocious onslaught. Observing Makoto in peril, Aiha instinctively moved closer to Chi-Lu, clearly ready to assist Makoto at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Mei cowered behind the significantly smaller Chi-Lu, a look of bewilderment etched on her face. Chi-Lu, noticing Aiha's intent, offered a reassuring smile and said, "Do not worry, leave it to me." Without waiting for a response, he bent down swiftly, deftly picking up a long knife that had fallen amidst the chaos. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the dirt that clung to the blade, then rose to his full height, his gaze calm and steady as he focused on the aggressive intruder before him. Source, / In the next instant, the individual who had been fiercely battling Makoto suddenly found a flash of white light at their neck. The brilliance was as swift as lightning, leaving no time for reaction. In a heartbeat, their head was yanked upwards as if by an invisible hand, blood gushing from the severed neck like a crimson fountain, splattering onto the ground around. The severed head bore an expression of disbelief, eyes wide and mouth agape as if attempting to utter something, yet no sound emerged. The headless body, devoid of life, collapsed like a wooden post, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 70. Makoto, after delivering the astonishing blow, Chi-Lu expressionlessly cast aside the knife he had just retrieved, as if it were a trivial matter. Subsequently, he did not even glance back, merely gesturing casually to the few individuals behind him to continue onward. If one were to discern who among the group reacted most swiftly, it would undoubtedly be Mei. Without hesitation, she trotted nimbly across the chaotic, blood-stained ground, trailing closely behind Sheila, with Yearn following suit. Mei-chin, however, first cast a cold glance at the headless corpse on the ground, her eyes betraying a subtle hint of astonishment. She then lifted her gaze, her expression complex as she stared at Sheila's receding figure, as if attempting to peer through him to uncover something deeper. After a brief moment, Mei-chin took a deep breath, steadied herself, and quickened her pace to catch up. Yet, for Sheila, who had just taken the life of another for the first time, his heart was not stirred by tumultuous emotions. Instead, he found himself acutely aware of the distinctive sensation from that decisive strike, markedly different from the rigid feel of chopping wood. It is also noteworthy that the technique he had just executed, the sword slash, was the most fundamental sword drawing technique he had painstakingly studied for an entire year from an ancient scroll. After extensive practice and contemplation, this was the first instance he applied it in actual combat. While it may be deemed basic, that scroll devoted considerable discourse to teaching the foundational sword drawing technique, even more so than the subsequent sword techniques that followed. "Why are you walking so fast?" Mei-chin, having caught up, shot a sidelong glance at the serious-faced Sheila. "This isn't your first encounter with blood, is it? How could that be? What's the big deal about killing someone? I do it all the time. I'm merely hurrying because I want to reach the land of hot springs sooner. Who wouldn't want to experience the renowned hot springs there? Don't you?" Sheila retorted, attempting to feign calmness. Mei-chin's lips curled into a sly smile as she playfully nudged Sheila, adding a hint of provocation. "Then why not take a glance back? You might be in for a surprise." A tightness gripped Sheila's heart, yet he maintained a facade of indifference, urging her, "Cut it out. Let us move quickly. By the way, your parents must have approved of you gallivanting about so freely, right? You're not sneaking out again, are you?" With that, he discreetly cast a glance at Mei-chin, hoping to glean some insight from her expression. Seeing that Sheila steadfastly refused to turn back, Mei-chin remained unfazed, casually placing her hand on his shoulder and pressing down, effectively slowing his hurried pace. "Humph, how could that be? This outing was sanctioned by my father. Not only that, but even Elder Shauna approved." "Elder Shauna?" Sheila cast a casual glance at the hand resting on her shoulder, not giving it much thought. Yet a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. She retorted, "Aren't you all affiliated with Elder Yin? How suddenly have you aligned yourselves with Elder Shauna?" With a slight lift of her chin, she spoke with a hint of pride. "From this day forth, our family has severed ties with Elder Yin. My parents have decided to follow Elder Shauna to the Rain Country." As her words fell, her bright eyes fixed intently on Sheila, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. "Mei-chin, being the sole daughter in her family, was informed with great solemnity by her father just before leaving the village to accompany Chila. He expressed that if Chila were to truly flourish, the clan members who departed from Konoha would ultimately follow Chila, and she would be the first among them. Upon hearing this, Chila could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Pressing further, "Are you saying your father has openly severed ties with Elder Yin? This is no trivial matter. We are all clan members. How can there be talk of severance? It's merely a matter of dissolving the engagement with that guy Fugaku while my parents wish to leave Konoha alongside Elder Shana. It hardly reaches the severity of a rift." Meichin tilted her head slightly, regarding him with a sidelong glance and a faint smile playing at her lips. Just then, her previously light footsteps halted abruptly. As if sensing something amiss, she swiftly turned her head. Her gaze held a hint of surprise as she softly exclaimed, "Oh, you are Uchiha-Q?" Upon hearing this, Chila reacted swiftly, spinning around with a thought racing through his mind. Could Q have followed as well? However, when he turned, what greeted his eyes was not the anticipated Uchiha-Q, but a horrifying sight of crimson blood splattered across the ground and a headless corpse, grotesquely dismembered. In that moment, Chila realized he had been tricked, suddenly understanding why Meichin had gently placed her hand on his shoulder and deliberately slowed her pace. Ugh, ha 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 ha. How about that? Were you scared? You fell for it after all. Thankfully, this clever girl had done her homework beforehand to know exactly who you were close to. Observing Chila's astonishment and discomfort, Meichin burst into triumphant laughter, the success of her prank filling her with delight. All right, having gotten this out of my system, there shouldn't be any issues moving forward. After all, we have a long journey ahead, and such things always have their first time. Ha ha. Mei gazed at Chi Lu, who was continuously retching, his complexion pale and his expression a portrait of anguish. She hurriedly rushed forward, her steps quickening, and gently patted his back in an attempt to alleviate his discomfort. Meanwhile, Yiling did not remain idle. She swiftly retrieved a cup from her backpack. Holding it firmly in her hand, her eyes fixed intently on Chi Lu, ever ready to offer it for rinsing or drinking. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the previously playful and amused Meichin began to realize that her merriment had perhaps gone too far. The carefree smile that adorned her face gradually faded, replaced by an unmistakable look of embarrassment. Instinctively, Meichin raised her right hand to touch her nose. After finally recovering from the earlier violent reaction, Chi Lu, still pale, extended his trembling hand and slowly accepted the cup that Yiling offered. He first took a small sip of water, seemingly attempting to soothe his tumultuous stomach that felt as if it were in turmoil. He lifted his head and cast his gaze upon Makoto, who stood awkwardly to the side. With a faint sigh, he remarked, "I can comprehend the exhilarating thrill you must feel after departing from Konoha. Yet, no matter how joyful you are, could you perhaps temper your exuberance a little?" Despite his words, deep within, he harbored little resentment towards Makoto. He was acutely aware that confronting the gruesome reality was an ordeal he would inevitably have to face. Evading or procrastinating would only exacerbate the issue at hand. As the saying goes, it is better to act promptly than to delay. Now, under the fortuitous mischief of Makoto, he had managed to overcome the last remnants of his hesitation. Chapter 71. The youth must learn to adapt in the dead of night. Silence enveloped the village of Konoha, occasionally disrupted by the fleeting shadow of a black cat darting through the darkness, the only sign of life in the tranquil night. At that moment, a shadow slipped into the residence of Uchiha Shana, illuminated by the moonlight. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone table surrounded by several stone stools, where Uchiha Shana sat quietly on one of the stools, his eyes closed, seemingly cultivating his energy and calming his mind. Beside him, as always, stood his loyal servant, Matsushita Hikari. "Shana-sama, Makoto has been accepted, and young Lord Kiari has successfully shed blood." The shadow that had just entered the courtyard knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting the latest news regarding Kiari to Uchiha Shana. The words drifted into Shana's ears like a gentle breeze. Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, a faint glimmer of discernment flashing within. Where are they now? How much longer will it take? The visitor pondered momentarily before responding uncertainly. "Elder, they are still within the borders of the Land of Fire. Young Lord Kiari likely intends to take a ship from the Land of Hot Water to the Land of Water. At their current pace, it may take at least a week to reach the Land of Hot Water, not to mention that the boat journey will take about 10 days. The sluggish speed of Kiari's group made it challenging to estimate the timeline accurately. 10 days? Shana furrowed his brow, the tone of his voice betraying his contemplation. After a brief silence, he fixed his gaze and declared, "Since they have already shed blood, take this 10-day interval to clear the potential weeds they may encounter along the way. However, upon hearing this, the visitor's face reflected a hint of difficulty, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, "But the clan leader has repeatedly emphasized that no one is to assist young Lord Kiari in reaching the land of water. He must rely on himself." Shauna could not help but shake his head, speaking with earnest gravity. "Namayuki, look at the younger generation of our clan. Have they all become rigid in their thinking? Such inflexibility and inability to adapt will surely prevent me from entrusting the future of our family to you." Upon hearing this, Yamayuki experienced a flash of insight and tentatively responded, "As Makoto's elder brother, I am truly concerned for her. So, at this juncture." A smile of relief finally graced Shauna's face. Precisely. Young people must learn to be adaptable, not bound by rules and dogmas. Having comprehended the meaning of the moment, Yenyu spoke once more. "I remain concerned about Meichin's life in the land of water. I intend to pay a visit and confront those unruly individuals there." As soon as his words fell, the elder Shauna's eyes erupted with a glimmer of delight. Indeed, among the younger generation of the clan, there are still those who possess remarkable wisdom. For instance, the astute Uchiha Yenyu before him, who, with but a slight nudge, swiftly grasped the essence of things. Shauna rose, revealing an appreciative smile, and then personally bent down to assist Yenyu, who was kneeling on the ground. Many matters require no extensive explanation. The essence lies in taking action. With us old-timers still holding the fort, what do you young ones have to fear? You must boldly venture forth. Even if mistakes are made or troubles arise, we shall be here to help you rectify the situation. Should even we, the elders, find it challenging, let us not forget the clan leader. Be audacious, be impetuous. Youth should embody the spirit of youth. Thank you, Elder Shauna, for your guidance. I now understand how to proceed. I shall take my leave," Yenyu said, bowing deeply once again before departing under Shauna's watchful gaze. As he observed Yenyu's retreating figure, the previously stern expression on Shauna's face transformed into something rather nuanced. He increasingly realized that these young individuals willing to follow the clan leader were far more deserving of cultivation than those who remained in Konoha. Standing quietly beside them, Matsushita Hikari gazed at the now cheerful Shauna. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped forward. "Master, I have matters to report concerning Elder Yen." However, before Matsushita Hikari could fully articulate his words, Shauna's icy gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced through the air. His eyes seemed capable of penetrating the very soul of a person, instilling an involuntary chill within. He was acutely aware of Shauna's temperament and dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Promptly, he adjusted his tone. Uchiha Yen discreetly dispatched personnel to the Senja clan a little later. Shauna snorted derisively, his voice laden with disdain and resentment. "Humph. The clan leader has yet to lead us completely away from the clan, and that fellow is already eager to align himself with a new master? What a spineless coward." Although Shauna scoffed at Uchiha Yen's actions, he understood perfectly well that Yen's motivation stemmed from a desire to provide a path for those clansmen who chose to remain in Konoha. After all, from this moment onward, these clansmen would lose the protection of their leader. However, despite Shauna's understanding of Uchiha Yen's reasoning, it did not mean he could accept such behavior with equanimity. In his mind, the Uchiha clan should embody pride and resilience, never yielding to anyone, even in the face of desperation or the potential annihilation of their lineage. Surrendering and bowing to any authority was a profound insult to the Uchiha. Yet, as he contemplated these thoughts, his gaze involuntarily lowered slightly. There was no need for further consideration. The clan leader had explicitly stated that from now on, the clansmen remaining here in Konoha would heed his commands. "You shall reassign the personnel responsible for monitoring him to the newly appointed Uchiha Yenyu. I believe this young man holds great potential. With a little guidance, he could become a vital asset in the future. As you command, I shall promptly arrange this matter." Matsushita Hikari nodded resolutely in agreement. Then, with a concerned expression, added, "Master, it is already quite late. You should retire for the evening. There's no rush. Let us wait a moment longer." With that, Shauna instantly resumed his seat upon the frigid stone bench. His gaze swept across the entire courtyard, as if in that moment he truly began to examine this familiar yet strange abode. How had I never noticed before? This courtyard is indeed beautifully constructed, he murmured to himself. A gentle breeze caressed the space, causing the branches and leaves to rustle softly. Chapter 72, The Land of Soup. Oh, how delightful. Sheila gradually submerged his entire head into the warm spring water, savoring the gentle and comforting flow that tenderly enveloped his face. As time ticked away, he finally lifted his head from the water, droplets splashing around him, revealing a face slightly flushed from the steam as it emerged from the liquid. He reached out to grasp a pristine, soft towel resting by the pool, first gently wiping away the droplets of water clinging to his face. He then folded the towel slightly and placed it upon his forehead. Perhaps it was due to having held his breath underwater for an extended period. But his breathing remained somewhat labored. It may also be the innate, combative genes of the Uchiha clan subtly asserting themselves, as just a few days had passed. Yet the vivid recollection of that bloody scene no longer stirred any discomfort within him. At that moment, a sudden exclamation from next door broke the silence. Wow. Yeah. It can float on the water's surface. This is simply marvelous. Let me study it closely. As the words faded, a jubilant uproar of splashing echoed around. Chi-Lu, listening intently to the delightful sounds of admiration and astonishment, along with the exuberant laughter emanating from next door, couldn't help but smile faintly. This reminded him of Saratobi Hiruzen. If that fellow were to hear such commotion, he might struggle to maintain his composure. Amused by the thought, he chuckled softly to himself. Gradually, he turned his gaze towards a platter of neatly sliced fruits laid out beside the pool. He gently reached out to grasp one of the stones, pausing momentarily as if to summon his resolve, before abruptly hurling it into the pool, creating a small splash of water. Having completed this action, he rose without hesitation, departing from the warm and comforting hot spring. After several days of travel, he had scarcely attended to his training. Now that he had settled, he contemplated the necessity of diligently making up for the missed lesson. Perhaps it was a long-standing habit. But the absence of training over the past few days had left him feeling unsettled even during the night, as if something essential was amiss. It could also be attributed to the discomfort of sleeping outdoors. The inn they have chosen for their stay is quite expansive, boasting an array of comprehensive amenities. Not only does it feature a spacious indoor hot spring, but for those willing to pay a substantial fee, it even offers the luxury of a private courtyard for personal use. At this moment, autumn is gently settling in, and the weather has begun to turn cooler. Just emerging from the steaming hot spring, Chila is clad only in a thin garment, yet he feels no chill whatsoever. He takes a deep breath, gradually adjusting his posture as his body sinks into a stance of stillness. Time slips away unnoticed as he immerses himself in this meditative practice. When a melodious voice interrupts him, "Are you really still practicing standing meditation?" Chila opens his eyes and turns to see not only the speaker, Mei-chin, but also Mei and Yang, who have joined her in the courtyard, all adorned in elegant kimonos. It is undeniable that the two younger girls, in the bloom of their teenage years, present a captivating sight. As for Mei-chin, the tomboy of similar age to Chila, even in her exquisite kimono, her inherent vivacity and untamed spirit remain unmistakable. Perhaps dissatisfied with the lack of response, Mei-chin presses on, "I'm asking you a question. You're still standing there?" Faced with her relentless inquiries, Chila finally replies, "Standing meditation is fundamental. Haven't your parents taught you this?" Upon hearing this, Mei-chin can't help but curl her lips, her expression betraying a hint of skepticism. She mutters, "I find standing meditation dreadfully tedious. It would be far more practical to invest time in honing my swordsmanship instead. How about this? Let us have a sparring match." It is well known among her acquaintances that Chila possesses remarkable talent, and the incident in which he successfully dispatched an assailant seeking to ambush him serves as ample testament to his formidable prowess, arguably surpassing hers. Yet, despite this, Mei-chin cannot suppress her eagerness to validate her abilities through direct confrontation. Regrettably, Chila appears entirely unfazed by her challenge, maintaining his stance with unwavering composure, not even casting a glance in her direction, merely stating, "You are not my opponent." Upon hearing these words, Mei-chin erupts like a firecracker, her brows furrowing and her eyes widening in indignation as she points an accusatory finger at Chila, exclaiming, "Don't assume that your talent is unmatched. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I am no less capable. Are you afraid of losing to me and embarrassing yourself?" However, Chila remains remarkably composed in the face of Mei-chin's spirited outburst. He glances at her with an impassive expression, saying, "I am merely stating a fact. If my words upset you, then you may consider yourself the victor. In any case, I have no interest in sparring with you." Chila's unwavering demeanor is the result of deeper reasons. The mischievous little girl recently played a trick on herself, so at this very moment, how could Chila easily acquiesce to Mei-chin's wishes? Observing that her provocation had failed to elicit a response, Mei-chin quickly shifted her strategy. She approached Chila with swift steps, lifting her face to propose, "How about this? If you can defeat me in the upcoming match, I shall willingly train alongside you from now on. I have heard that you have always trained with Uchiha Kagami. Firstly, I have no desire to spar with you, and secondly, why should I wager something that is advantageous to you?" Sheila retorted, not casting even a fleeting glance in her direction as he turned to Yearn and instructed. Bring me the wooden sword. It is time to practice my strikes. Faced with Sheila's dismissive attitude, Mei-chin felt somewhat helpless. However, she was not one to easily concede. With a glimmer of cunning in her eyes, she proposed, if you truly spar with me, regardless of the outcome, I will present you with a scroll of illusionary techniques. What do you say? Surely that must pique your interest? Initially, Sheila had paid little heed to Mei-chin's words, but upon hearing the mention of illusions, he perked up instantly. Over the past year, he had learned and encountered various ninjutsu, yet he had never truly engaged with illusion techniques. It is worth noting that Madara's fighting style was a blend of physical and ninjutsu, while illusions were merely a flourish among his many skills. Sheila had learned much from Senju Tobarama regarding countering illusion techniques, yet his understanding of the application of illusions themselves remained scant. Seeing that she finally caught his attention, Mei-chin further enticed him. Moreover, this illusion is related to crows. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, where a crimson crow stood silently perched. Hand it over, now, Sheila demanded, regarding Mei-chin with a hint of concern over her capricious nature. Upon hearing his words, Mei-chin let out a huff, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction as she muttered, You do not trust me. Just wait. I shall fetch it for you. With that, she turned and headed towards the inn's room. Before long, Mei-chin and Yearn emerged from the inn almost simultaneously. Mei-chin hastily approached Sheila, her face reflecting displeasure as she irritably handed him the scroll, saying, Here, take it. I did not deceive you. Hurry and check it. Once you have done so, we shall commence our sparring immediately. Sheila, however, did not rise but remained firmly planted in his horse stance. He extended a hand, leisurely accepting the scroll that Makoto offered him, gently unfurling it as his gaze swiftly traversed the contents inscribed within. After a thorough examination, Sheila discerned that this so-called illusion technique bore a resemblance to the commonly known body duplication jutsu, albeit with a distinct variation. Its most notable feature lay in the fact that when the duplicates vanished, they transformed into a flock of crows that scattered into the air, thereby serving to distract the enemy's attention. In Sheila's eyes, the effectiveness of this ninjutsu in bewildering foes might be somewhat limited, yet it undeniably possessed an air of flair. A faint smile curved Sheila's lips as he deftly rolled up the scroll in his hand, then with a graceful flourish of his arm, tossed it to the side to Mei. Subsequently, he extended his right hand forward, accepting the wooden sword that Yearn offered him. Grasping the wooden blade, Sheila's wrist deftly pivoted, instantly conjuring a dazzling flourish of the sword. Come on. On the other side, Makoto, witnessing this display, was equally unwilling to be outdone. Raising an eyebrow, she unhesitatingly reached for her waist. However, in the next moment, an unexpected incident transpired. I'm sorry, please wait for me a moment. I left my blade pouch in the room while I was soaking in the hot springs, Makoto said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she waved her hands apologetically. Observing this dramatic scene, Sheila couldn't help but feel a sense of speechlessness. Even imagining a dark crow flapping its wings above his head, he instinctively glanced up at the blood raven perched on the branch of the cherry blossom tree nearby, which had been silently following him. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Mei-chin hurriedly positioned herself opposite Sheila, gripping a blunt kunai tightly, readying herself for battle. Observing this, Sheila slowly returned his wooden sword to his left side, using his left hand as a makeshift sheath, then crouched slightly, leaning forward, adopting a poised stance. Come on, I am prepared. The moment Mei-chin's words fell, a flash of cold light surged forth, the tip of the blade firmly pressing against her throat. This sudden turn of events made her pupils constrict sharply, her heart filled with astonishment. She had anticipated the possibility of defeat in this contest, yet she never expected it to be so swift and decisive. Faced with this fierce assault, she found herself without even the slightest opportunity to retaliate. Forced to watch helplessly as the chilling blade drew near her vulnerable spot, Sheila expressionlessly retracted his wooden sword, his gaze calm as water, as if what had just transpired was merely an inconsequential trifling. This is the essence of foundational strength, he remarked, his voice soft yet distinctly audible to Mei-chin. It cannot be equated merely by the relentless pursuit of new ninjutsu or sword techniques. With that, he did not cast another glance at Mei-chin, turning instead to walk away. Upon reaching the center of the courtyard, Sheila halted, gripping the wooden sword tightly, raising it high above his head, and began to swing it. As his arms moved, the wooden sword traced elegant and fierce arcs through the air, stirring the winds around him. In truth, Sheila harbored little expectation from Mei-chin. Regardless of how rebellious and unrestrained she appeared at that moment, he knew well that her true nature was that of a gentle and yielding woman. From the descriptions in the original text, Meichin's delicate disposition and her harmonious demeanor with her partner were her authentic traits. Perhaps it was precisely due to these characteristics that, no matter how extraordinary her talents, she would struggle to become a true formidable force. "I shall return to my room," Meichin murmured softly. Her head bowed and her expression somber, before silently turning away, leaving behind a somewhat forlorn silhouette. Witnessing Meichin's despondence, Mei, who shared a similarly spirited nature, felt a pang of concern and hurriedly approached Chila, who was still wielding his longsword. "Young master, has Meichin been deeply affected by you?" Chila's swinging motion paused momentarily as he pondered, then replied, "There is certainly some impact, but in my view, the most likely reason is that she misses home." With that, he resumed his graceful motions, the blade carving arcs in the air. "Misses home?" Mei felt a sense of perplexity as she listened to Chila's words, her large eyes blinking in contemplation. "Consider this," she mused. "It has been nearly a week since we departed from the village. Initially, I was filled with a sense of wonder and a yearning to explore the world beyond. However, as the days have passed, that sense of novelty has gradually waned. It is during such times that one often begins to long for home, to miss the affectionate embrace of their parents." After processing Chila's analysis, Mei nodded understandingly, her head tilted in deep thought. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her gaze and cautiously inquired, "Do you miss home, sir?" She pondered. "While Meichin longs for her parents, whom do I miss? The chieftain who mercilessly reprimands me? Or perhaps the perpetually aloof white-haired figure? Yet, I must admit, Aunt Mito does evoke a certain nostalgia." Chila chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Yayo, please assist me in retrieving the scroll that Taonzo sent my way. I intend to study it this evening. Mei, I need you to venture into the marketplace and procure a genuine sword. We are about to set sail for the land of water, and I fear the journey across the sea may not be smooth sailing." He paused momentarily before continuing. "And once you return with the sword, could you kindly go and comfort Meichin for me? The road ahead is still long." Chapter 74. Comfort. Having concluded his training, Chila, weary yet resolute, once again immersed himself in the soothing waters of the hot spring, casually retrieving the scroll that Yayoi had found for him. He extended his finger, gently pinching one end of the scroll, and then slowly unfurled it. Before the scroll was fully opened, a prominent line of text caught his eye: "Shadow Clone Technique." The moment he laid eyes on those 4 characters, Chi Li's eyes widened in disbelief. The Shadow Clone Technique had always been one of his most coveted ninjutsu, arguably second only to the Flying Thunder God technique. Although classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, its potential value is boundless. It is known that the clones created through this technique not only share the same consciousness as the original but, more importantly, can relay their experiences and encounters back to the original in their entirety. Such a powerful and practical ability undoubtedly elevated this seemingly ordinary B-rank ninjutsu to an extraordinary level. Possessing this technique meant that he could experiment with ninjutsu countless times without truly endangering himself. Furthermore, Chilu was aware that, as of now, this ninjutsu had not been widely disseminated throughout the entirety of Konoha village. Only individuals like Danzo and those whom Tobarama fully trusted could learn this technique. However, what left Chi-Lu utterly astonished was that this precious ninjutsu scroll had been delivered to him through Danzo's hands. He found himself pondering whether this was an idea concocted in secrecy by Danzo and his associates, or if they had received covert approval from Tobarama. Filled with uncertainty and confusion, he gazed at the scroll in his hands, his eyes gradually settling on the characters inscribed upon it. If memory served him right, there was no doubt that these characters were penned by Danzo himself. Yet, the handwriting appeared rather hasty, suggesting that after Mirai had conveyed the news of his departure to them, Danzo had hurriedly jotted down these words under pressing circumstances. Nevertheless, faced with such an important ninjutsu, he did not rush to begin his training immediately. Instead, after briefly scanning the entirety of the scroll's contents, he gently refolded it and carefully set it aside. He then casually picked up the scroll that Makoto had just handed to him. He was not in haste to master the technique of the shadow clone. The moment he laid eyes on this jutsu, a clear plan had already formed in his mind. He resolved to commence his formal study of this ninjutsu only after reaching the hidden mist village and settling in properly. With the shadow clone at his disposal, he found himself plunged into profound contemplation as he gazed upon the illusionary technique, akin to a raven's clone, gifted to him by Makoto. He pondered the possibility of merging these two techniques to create an entirely new art form. At that very moment, not far away, Mei stealthily entered Meichin's room, having acquired a blade, moving as quietly as a nimble kitten. Upon crossing the threshold, she spotted Meichin clutching a photograph, her eyes reddened, tears welling at the corners and cascading down her cheeks, while her other hand tenderly caressed the image. As Qilu had previously articulated, the initial thrill Meichin felt upon departing the village gradually subsided, replaced by an overwhelming tide of longing for her parents, an emotion she could not suppress. Meichin, are you all right? Young Master Qilu is worried about you and sent me to check on you. Mei inquired softly, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of disturbing her. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Meichin became flustered, swiftly shoving the photograph into her clothing and hastily wiping her face in an attempt to conceal her emotions. It was only then that Meichin scoffed and retorted, "Umph. He would send you here? Such kindness? I don't believe it." In response to Meichin's skepticism, Mei earnestly explained, "Oh, how can you say that? Young Master Qilu is truly a good person. If you spend more time with him, you will understand." Despite Mei's usual air of confusion, she became remarkably clear-headed when it came to defending Qilu, allowing no disparagement of him in her presence. Nevertheless, Meichin appeared unconvinced by Mei's assertions. Fortunately, Mei's interruption slightly alleviated the deep yearning Meichin felt for her parents. After a moment, as if recalling something, Meichin's gaze flickered uncertainly as she asked Mei, "Has that fellow always had such a rigorous training regimen?" Without a moment's hesitation, Mei shook her head and replied, "Of course. Besides what you saw today. Young Master Qilu practices hand seals each morning. During the day, he also trains with Saratobi Hiruzen and the others." Mei enumerated his training, counting off on her fingers. After absorbing Mei's response, Meichin fell silent for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh and interrupting, "That's enough. No need to elaborate further." Just then, Yang entered Meichin's room like a gentle breeze, and upon seeing Meichin, Mei joyfully exclaimed, "Sister Yang, what brings you here?" Yang smiled faintly, her expression as gentle and captivating as flowers blossoming in the spring. She softly replied, "I worry that your confusion may lead to a lack of clarity in your words, and I hope no misunderstandings arise." As her voice trailed off, she paused momentarily before continuing with eloquence, "Ever since departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, a heavy burden has relentlessly weighed upon young Master Qilu, like an unyielding mountain. He not only needs to assume responsibility for the safety and future of the three of us, but must also seek a path for all the clansmen who will one day leave Konoha, bearing the consequences of their choices. Yet, he remains merely a child, tasked with bearing such immense burdens alone, which will accompany him until he can either gracefully accept this heavy mantle or meet his end." As she finished speaking, each of the three women harbored their own thoughts, and none dared to utter another word. Chapter 75. Arrogance in the Hidden Mist Village. Dusk settled in, shrouding the world in a thick veil of mist that obscured visibility. The guards at the village gates, initially standing listlessly, occasionally glanced around, their expressions betraying their boredom. Just as the stillness began to feel suffocating, several indistinct silhouettes emerged from the fog, instantly capturing the attention of the vigilant guards. "Damn this salty sea air and this oppressive mist, it's driving me mad," grumbled a raspy voice. Who could disagree? "Hey, Injetsu, it seems we've arrived," another voice chimed in. The newcomer was Uchiha Injetsu, who squinted slightly, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Since we've arrived, let us greet them with a little surprise. Fire style, great fireball technique." With a sharp command, a massive inferno coalesced instantaneously, hurtling towards the gates of the Hidden Mist Village at an astonishing speed. The guards, already aware of their presence, stood frozen in shock as the fiery projectile approached, their faces etched with disbelief. Is someone truly audacious enough to launch an open attack on the Hidden Mist Village? Fortunately, Injetsu had no intention of causing complete devastation. Just as the fireball was about to collide with the gate, it suddenly lost its vigor, dissipating into thin air, leaving only wisps of pale smoke curling upwards. "Listen well. Bring forth your so-called Mizukage to face me." With this provocative declaration, a tall figure gradually emerged from the thick fog. It was Injetsu, followed closely by a formidable group of Uchiha clansmen. The guard, initially tense and focused on identifying the provocateur, was struck by disbelief upon recognizing the clan insignia embroidered on the attire of Injetsu and his companions, the unmistakable emblem of the Uchiha clan. In an instant, his mind was engulfed by a tempest of turmoil. Was the Hidden Leaf Village intending to launch an assault on the Hidden Mist Village? At this thought, he involuntarily drew a sharp breath, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Uchiha, are you from the Hidden Leaf Village attempting to undermine the alliance between our fire and water nations? Upon hearing this inquiry, the figure of Yenyu, who had just emerged from the thick fog and stood firmly, revealed a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, embodying a disdainful sneer. He responded with an air of utmost arrogance, Humph, listen to your words. What do you mean by the two nations of water and fire? Since time immemorial, water and fire have been inherently incompatible. However, do not be overly anxious. Summon your esteemed Mizukage for me, for you lack the qualifications to engage in conversation with me. Having spoken thus, he did not even deign to cast a glance at the speaker, treating him as if he were merely a wisp of air. In the face of such brazen arrogance from Yenyu, the guards exchanged glances filled with meaning. Subsequently, one of them gritted his teeth, steeling himself to venture into the depths of the Hidden Mist Village. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly caught sight of a group of figures swiftly approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the leader was none other than the Water Shadow himself, flanked by numerous formidable ninjas from his village. Water Shadow, the Uchiha are attacking. The man cried out in a state of sheer panic, yet his words were abruptly cut short by a gentle nod from Bai Lian. In a flash, Bai Lian maneuvered past him and made her way directly to the entrance. His expression was as calm as water, yet his gaze exuded a chilling intensity. He spoke slowly. I am the Water Shadow, Bai Lian. Esteemed guests, what brings you to our Hidden Mist Village? Are you perhaps here on behalf of the Hokage or Madara, with matters to discuss? Just as Bai Lian finished his statement, Yenyu suddenly sensed a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, he realized they had been encircled by a group of mist ninjas. Each of these warriors bore a serious demeanor, suggesting that any misstep could prompt an immediate attack against their party. In the face of such a tense situation, Yenyu displayed no sign of panic. On the contrary, a slight smile of disdain crept onto his lips. He leisurely raised his hand, gently smoothing his somewhat disheveled hair. He then directed his gaze towards the encircling ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Yet it resonated clearly in every ear. We have not come here under the orders of the Hokage. Our clan leader has no involvement in this matter. We have merely heard that your esteemed nation will be sending an individual to your Hidden Mist Village for study, one who carries the blood of the Uchiha clan. As is well known, the Uchiha clan places immense importance on the safety of its members. Thus, I have come to issue a warning. Should our clan members suffer even the slightest harm during their stay in the Hidden Mist, the consequences are best left unspoken. At that time, not only will your Hidden Mist Village face dire repercussions, but the entire land of water may cease to exist. I hope all present will take this to heart and act accordingly. He surveyed his surroundings, casting a grave warning to the mist ninjas encircling him, before raising his hand with purpose. Behind him, the various clansmen narrowed their eyes and swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. In the next moment, several fire dragons circled ominously above the Hidden Mist Village. Having completed this, Injetsu locked his gaze on the Water Shadow, Hakuren, and commanded, Let us depart. The surrounding mist ninjas, witnessing the audacity of Uchiha Injetsu, prepared to impede their exit. However, after taking several deep breaths, Hakuren signaled with a gesture that none should move. We, the mist, understand your intentions. Naturally, we will dispatch someone to Konoha to inquire with Lord Hokage. Is this the manner in which Konoha intends to conduct its affairs henceforth? Uncertain whether his actions reflected those of Hashirama or Madara, Hakuren hesitated to take a risk. While eliminating Injetsu and his companions would not pose a challenge, the true dilemma lay in the formidable allies that stood behind him. Weighing the pros and cons, Hakuren, despite harboring a deep-seated frustration, found himself begrudgingly swallowing his anger. To Konoha, do as you please. Remember my words. The Uchiha have always operated in this manner. With that, Injetsu turned away with flair, leaving not even a shred of dignity for Hakuren. Just as Injetsu pivoted, a furious voice erupted, Damnable Uchiha brat. Let me test whether your bones are as tough as your tongue. A sharply pointed bone shot forth like lightning from the enveloping mist, aiming directly for Injetsu's vital spot. Kagaya clan leader, cease at once. Hakuren exclaimed in alarm. Huanyu, intervene. Chapter 76, Frustration Water Release, Water Barrier. In that critical moment, a wall of water appeared as if conjured from thin air, standing before Injetsu. With a soft splash, the menacing bone spike embedded itself in the water barrier. Water Shadow, what do you truly mean by this? They have brazenly provoked us. Are we to simply endure? Accompanied by a furious roar, The enraged figure of the Kagaya clan leader slowly emerged from the surrounding mist. His face was flushed with crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes widened like brass bells, clutching a bone knife in his hand. However, the assailant, Yen, observed the unfolding scene not with a hint of terror, but rather with an unmistakable glimmer of delight. In that moment, he recalled the current state of his family, which had begun to fracture. If he were to be attacked and met with an untimely demise, the family would surely unite in vengeance, halting their internal discord. At that moment, the family would be whole once more, while Wuyin village would likely become a mere branch of Konoha. As the catalyst of such events, he would undoubtedly be etched into the memories of both his clan and Konoha. In an instant, he gripped the long knife tightly, his gaze fixed upon its blade, as a morbid impulse to take his own life began to stir within him. Yet, before he could act on this dark thought, Billion decisively issued a command. Huan Yu, escort the head of the Hui Yi clan to safety. Upon hearing the Mizuki's directive, the head of the Hui Yi clan turned sharply, a face marred by indignation. And without hesitation, he stepped away, exclaiming, at such a time of disgrace, how could my Hui Yi clan linger here any longer? All Hui Yi members, return to the clan with me. Billion, too, was filled with frustration and helplessness, yet, faced with the presence of Hashirama and Madara, Wuyin village had no choice but to balance submission. We sincerely apologize for our inadequate hospitality. We hope you can forgive us. Please, feel free to leave, Billion said, inclining slightly, a forced smile upon his face, though his eyes flickered with turmoil, his fingers almost drawing blood from their grip. Observing Billion's compliance, Yen furrowed his brow and pursed his lips. Make sure to send more people to the ports of your water country in the coming days. He will bring 3 maidens. Do not mistake them for anyone else. And remember to tidy up the waters as well. After uttering these words, he displayed a hint of disinterest before slowly turning away and striding forth. Once Yen departed, the previously composed Billion appeared to be drained of all strength, his body trembling uncontrollably before collapsing like a puddle of mud upon the ground. Mizuki, witnessing this, those surrounding Billion were taken aback, rushing to encircle him. You all must remember this day. This is not only a disgrace for Wuyin village, but also my humiliation, and each of yours. Billion's voice trembled, laden with boundless fury and resentment. At these words, a cold glimmer flickered in the eyes of a figure among the crowd, Zuki Mangitsu, who lowered his voice and suggested, Mizuki, allow me to lead a team. He made a slicing gesture mid-sentence. That Uchiha Madara is notoriously tyrannical. As Billion spoke, she struggled to rise to her feet with the assistance of those around her. If those individuals failed to return on time, regardless of whether we were involved in this matter, he would undoubtedly hold us accountable for it. Therefore, we must not only refrain from intercepting them on the way, but also ensure their safe passage. Gue Ding Huan Yu furrowed his brow slightly and then inquired, Lord Shui-Ing, how do you intend to address the impending arrival of that little ghost? As a devoted follower of the first generation of Shui-Ing, he was also a formidable contender for the position of the second generation Shui-Ing, perhaps even the most formidable. After Uchiha Madara had sought him out, he reported the matter in detail to Mizuki Billion. Billion first cast a contemplative glance at Ghost Lantern Hanwei. Had T news already arrived from the capital? Since those nobles had publicly acknowledged that child as a relative of the daimyo, he must be one of our people from the land of water. All of you must treat him with the utmost respect and care, without the slightest hint of neglect. For it is known that regardless of whether the Uchiha clan possesses pure blood, they are all capable of awakening the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Ghost Lantern Hanyue's face. Are you suggesting that, however, just as he began to speak, he abruptly halted, seemingly uncertain whether his thoughts were indeed correct? With so many ninja clans in our hidden mist village, perhaps adding another Uchiha clan member in the future would not be such a bad thing. Everyone, quickly return to your families and see if there are any suitable young women. We must make several preparations. Bai Lian's gaze flickered incessantly, as if devising some intricate plan in his mind. At this moment, a young man resembling a guard stepped forward, drawing the attention of the crowd. This youth had long, dark hair adorned with exquisite ornaments. With narrowed eyes, he spoke thoughtfully. Mizuki, what about the situation in Konoha? Bai Lian swiftly turned to this individual, pondering for a moment before issuing his directive without hesitation. Qing Lu, you must immediately seek out Master Yuan. Lead a team to Konoha village and inquire about the Hokage's stance on this matter. Upon receiving the order, the young man named Qing Lu wasted no time. Kneeling on one knee with an expression of utmost seriousness, responding, Mizuki Qing Lu obeys your command. Very well, now everyone except Hanwei may disperse, Bai Lian stated. waving his hand wearily to signal the crowd to leave. Ghost Lantern Hanwei supported by Lien, and together they slowly made their way towards the Mizukage Tower. Along the way, Lien appeared particularly frail, each step seemingly requiring immense effort. Finally, he paused to catch his breath, turning to Ghost Lantern Hanwei. Hanwei, I can clearly sense that my time is running out. Therefore, from this moment forth, you must begin to gradually take over the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing this, Ghost Lantern Hanwei was taken aback, a look of surprise on his face as he hurriedly exclaimed, Mizukage, how can this be? You have not yet, however. Before he could finish, Lien interrupted him. Smiling gently, he shook his head. Do not be anxious. I know what you wish to say. Yet, this position is rightfully yours. Both your abilities and your background will earn the support of all. It is merely unfortunate that the current situation in our Hidden Mist Village is exceedingly intricate, with many issues intertwined. I fear I will not be able to resolve all the troubles before you officially take over. He let out a gentle sigh, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and guilt. No, Lord Mizukage, you have already done enough for the Village of Mist. Gue Dinghuanyu replied respectfully. After a moment, Lien seemed to recall something of great importance. He lifted his gaze to Gue Dinghuanyu and said, You also encountered the young man named Wu Yuqing Lu, who is now my bodyguard. Although he may appear somewhat rigid and inflexible, he possesses a commendable disposition and remarkable talent in cultivation. If the opportunity arises, I suggest you keep a close watch on him, and should you find him suitable, consider nurturing his potential. Perhaps in the future, he may become a pillar of strength for our Village of Mist. Yes, Lord Mizukage. I will take note and pay him more attention henceforth. Gue Dinghuanyu promptly nodded in agreement. Chapter 77. Calm waters. Chi Lu sat silently at the bow of the boat, his hands gripping the rail tightly as his vigilant gaze swept across the vast, boundless sea. Since their departure, his heart had been lodged in his throat, perpetually in a state of heightened tension. Even while still in Konoha, Chi Lu had done his homework. He learned that due to poverty and various other factors, the route to the land of water was fraught with peril, teeming with pirates. Even more troublesome, these pirates were no ordinary brigands, but rather ninjas skilled in the art of ninjutsu. They often linger in these waters, specifically targeting passing vessels to procure various supplies necessary for their subsistence. Surprisingly, however, this maritime journey has proven remarkably tranquil. As far as the eye can see, the sea sparkles under the sun, exuding an aura of peace and serenity, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Such a calm and placid scene stands in stark contrast to the preparations and expectations that Sheila had previously harbored, instilling a palpable sense of unease that was difficult to articulate. Beside him, Mei-Chin pouted in discontent, murmuring her grievances. We are on the verge of reaching the Water Kingdom, and you previously claimed that the journey would be fraught with peril. Yet, I have seen no sign of danger along the way. Before boarding, Sheila had meticulously advised Mei-Chin, insisting she change out of clothing that signified their family status to avoid unnecessary complications, and repeatedly cautioned her to exercise discretion in her interactions, refraining from speaking freely and without thought. Initially, Mei-Chin, taken aback by Sheila's seriousness, had become unusually tense, adhering strictly to his admonitions, in stark contrast to her usual vivacious demeanor. Now, as the vessel approached its destination, she finally exhaled, seizing the opportunity to quietly voice her complaints. In response to her musings, Sheila turned to her with an amused expression, a hint of a smirk playing upon his lips, and playfully inquired, Isn't this calm journey rather delightful? Are you truly hoping for some unexpected incident? His words left Mei-Chin momentarily speechless. Her prepared retort suddenly caught in her throat, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. A brief silence enveloped the scene. After a moment, Mei-Chin tossed her head defiantly, choosing not to glance at Sheila any longer. Just then, the captain emerged from the cabin, still bearing traces of tension upon his face. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he addressed the group. Guests, we have now entered the waters governed by the Water Kingdom. Once within this domain, our voyage is essentially secure. For once, they had traversed a journey without encountering piracy. The captain, responsible for their voyage over the past 2 days, was a robust man in his 40s, with dark skin and a perpetually genuine and hearty smile, leaving a favorable first impression. When they were still in the land of soup, Sheila had expressed a desire to board this ship bound for the Water Kingdom, prompting considerable concern and hesitation from the captain. Ultimately, after Sheila's persistent insistence, coupled with their willingness to assume any consequences and an offer the captain could not refuse, they were permitted to board the cargo vessel. Upon hearing the captain's words, the burden that had weighed heavily on Sheila's mind finally lifted. He then posed a question that had been troubling him. Dear sir, did you not previously mention that the supplies aboard your ship were destined for Misty Village? However, given the significance of this matter, why has the Hidden Mist Village not dispatched personnel to escort the shipment? Are they not at all concerned that this vessel may be intercepted en route? The captain's expression darkened slightly, revealing a hint of indecision. Such a delicate topic involving the 5 great ninja villages could lead to severe complications if mishandled. And he dared not speak lightly. Qilu perceptively noticed the captain's apprehension and offered a slight, understanding smile. He then subtly shifted his gaze to the side, where Yiling, comprehending the unspoken cue, deftly produced a heavy pouch of silver. Cradling the pouch in her hands, she approached the captain and said, Captain, our young master intends to remain in the land of water for a while. However, due to our limited understanding of the circumstances here, we kindly request your assistance in sharing a few insights. With that, Yiling smiled warmly as she steadily extended the pouch of silver toward the captain. The captain first scrutinized Qilu once more, then his gaze fell upon the alluring glimmer of the silver in Yiling's hands. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as he pondered the implications. After a brief moment, the captain finally resolved to make a decision. He first slightly lowered his body, closing the distance between himself and Chila. Simultaneously, he swiftly extended his right hand, seizing the silver coins from Yiling's grasp, and in the blink of an eye, tucked them into his pocket. The entire motion was executed with seamless fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. Feeling the weight of the coins in his hand, the captain finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a subtle trace of satisfaction gracing his features. My dear sir, he began, before the establishment of the Mist Village, the pirates that roamed the seas were predominantly controlled by the ninja clans of the water country. However, ever since the founding of the Mist Village, their influence has significantly diminished. Nevertheless, the pirates are still intricately connected to them, as long as the pirates deliver their tributes punctually. The ninjas tend to turn a blind eye. Then why do you persist under such immense pressure to supply them with goods? Could you not simply abandon trade with the water country? The ninja world is vast. There are other avenues for commerce, Chila inquired, his face etched with curiosity. The captain shook his head with a wry smile, a sense of resignation evident in his demeanor. You must understand, we are but humble civilians. We lack the courage and capability to refuse the demands of those esteemed ninja lords. As he spoke, his emotions seemed to swell, as if he had momentarily forgotten the propriety of his words. If we dared to abstain, the consequences would be dire. Earlier this year, a merchant caravan did refuse, and within 3 days, pirates descended upon them, wreaking havoc. Seeing the captain's agitation, Chila seized the opportunity to press further. So, when these goods reach their destination, does the Mist Village pay promptly? Will they deliberately delay or complicate matters for you? Upon hearing this, the captain straightened his posture, a look of determination on his face. When dealing with the esteemed ninja lords, especially those of the Mist Village, transactions are remarkably swift and efficient. Once we deliver the goods, they pay without hesitation. There is no dilly-dallying. However, we often face the peril of being raided by pirates along the way, resulting in many precious items never reaching the water country. With the captain's emphatic words resonating in his mind, Chila found clarity. Merchants had no room to refuse the demands of ninjas, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. Yet, if they pressed on to deliver their goods, they would inevitably confront the multitude of potential troubles, such as pirate attacks. In that fleeting moment, a startling thought struck Chila. Could it be that the marauding pirates of the seas were, in fact, disguised members of the Mist Village? After all, the Mist Village, and indeed the entire water country, had long been a relatively impoverished region. The village had first sent representatives to negotiate with those merchants, urging them to deliver their goods. During the course of transporting goods, clandestine instructions were given to subordinates masquerading as pirates to plunder the precious resources aboard the vessel, leaving the merchants with only the essentials to prevent a future coalition of merchants from resolutely refusing to deliver goods to the water country. With this premise established, the Hidden Mist Village would undoubtedly part with its coin with ease. Consequently, the Hidden Mist Village not only stands to conserve a significant sum in procurement expenses, but also crafts an illusion for the merchants that as long as they deliver their goods to the water country, they will receive their payment without hindrance, thus portraying the Hidden Mist Village as exceptionally trustworthy and reliable. Furthermore, considering that we are currently in the nascent stages of the establishment of various ninja villages, many rules and regulations remain unrefined and incomplete. The 5 major ninja villages, in their arrogance, may accept payments from nobles for hiring ninjas as bodyguards, yet they often disdain the notion of dispatching their own ninjas to act as guardians for merchants. For the smaller ninja villages and factions, although they may be willing to undertake the task of protecting merchant caravans, they find themselves constrained by their limited capabilities. They are likely to dispatch individuals who cannot contend with that group of pirates possessing a unique background. Alas, the port finally comes into view, this time. The supplies are sure to fetch a handsome price. Why are there so many personnel here to receive the cargo today? The captain mused to himself, filled with suspicion. Yet soon dismissed the thought, for the successful completion of this voyage brought him immense joy. He slightly nodded towards Chila, indicating, "Young master. I shall take my leave first to arrange for the ship's docking. Please excuse my absence." After the captain had taken a few steps away, as if suddenly recalling something, he turned back, approached Chila, and bowed deeply, his face adorned with ingratiating gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for your generous reward." As a seasoned merchant accustomed to the sea, it was impossible for him to be as simple and honest as he appeared. He had already surmised that Chila must be of noble birth, and the gathering of ninjas at the port only confirmed his suspicions. Once he departed, the ever-attentive Yearn's expression darkened. She swiftly leaned closer to Chila, lowering her voice to a hushed whisper. "Young master, the group waiting by the shore seems rather suspicious. Their appearance and attire suggest they are fog ninjas. And as the captain mentioned, it is unlikely that such a large number would be needed for mere cargo reception." Chila narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating in silence for a moment before responding, "It should be fine. We arrived on a merchant ship, and today, no one should know of our arrival. Once the ship docks, we shall leave immediately. It would be best if nothing occurs, but you must remain vigilant. If you truly sense anything amiss, you must leave first." Concern etched on Yearn's face. "Rest assured, I am well aware. Since Lord Ban has assured me that everything has been arranged, there should be no unforeseen circumstances. If anything were to befall me, it would serve him no purpose, would it not?" Chila replied, rising leisurely, stretching his arms, and muttering, "After these few days on the ship, my head feels somewhat dazed from the swaying." At that moment, Aiha, leaning against the ship's railing, appeared pale as a ghost, her demeanor one of utter exhaustion. Weakly, she lamented, "You seem fine, but I am in dire straits. The experience on this ship has been nothing short of torturous. If I do not disembark soon, I fear I may be sick." As she spoke, a sudden wave of nausea surged within her, compelling her to retch. Having eaten nothing since boarding, her stomach was entirely empty, leaving her only able to expel a few bitter bile. Observing Meia's distress, Yearn sighed and hurriedly approached her, speaking softly with concern. "Did I not advise you to stay at the stern? It is relatively steadier there, which would offer you some comfort." Mei, pale as a sheet, covered her mouth with one hand while weakly supporting Yearn with the other. She felt so nauseous that her words tumbled out clumsily. "I was just so bored over there that I wanted to see what this water country looks like." Before she could finish, another wave of overwhelming nausea hit her, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Despite her suffering, Mei stubbornly stretched her neck, striving to catch a glimpse of the scenery of the water country. Standing beside her, Chila wore an expression of helplessness. He shook his head and sighed. "All right, Mei. Perhaps you should stop looking. This water country won't simply vanish. It will remain here steadily. Once we disembark, you'll have plenty of time to observe it." Though Mei was already around 10 years of age, there was an inexplicable impression that she seemed much younger than Chila. Typically, she appeared dazed and bewildered, neglecting her training and having no understanding of ninjutsu, let alone any schemes or strategies. She truly resembled an innocent little scatterbrain. "Ugh, master." Mei managed to squeeze out a few words, her voice sounding feeble. All right, just take it easy for a moment. It's as if I'm the one causing your discomfort." Chila waved his hand in exasperation. "That's not what I mean, master. You're the best." Mei continued to retch while attempting to explain herself. Chapter 79. "Doubt, are you certain you are here to pick me up? How can you be so sure it is me?" Chila gazed suspiciously at the group before him. He never anticipated that the individuals he had just seen on the boat were indeed there to find him. In his original thoughts, even if someone were to come for him, it would likely only happen after he had reached the capital. However, now, having just stepped off the ship, someone approached him claiming to be there specifically for his arrival, which surprised him immensely. "Lord Shueying sent us. He said you would be bringing 3 maidens with you. Furthermore, your age and appearance perfectly align with the information we received, so without a doubt, you are the one we are here to escort. Are you not the nephew of the esteemed lord?" Chila noticed the speaker bore a long scar on his face, stretching from the corner of his eye down to his jaw, giving him a rather fearsome look. Fortunately, his neatly combed hair concealed part of the scar, allowing him to present himself as a rather handsome middle-aged gentleman. Just then, Meichin suddenly awoke from her reverie, exclaiming loudly, "What 3 maidens? When did I become your maiden? I should be a guard instead." All right, you are a guard, you are a guard," Sheila replied casually, continuing to inquire, "So where are we heading now?" "Of course, back to Mist Hidden Village. Regarding the specifics, once we meet Lord Shueying, he shall personally convey the details to you. May I inquire about your name?" The individual paused momentarily before introducing himself. "I am Mist Island Ao, a newly appointed jonin from the Hidden Mist Village." He then turned to introduce those accompanying him. "This is Mizuno Yuki Rin, one of my subordinates, and this is Aburazuki Hikari, along with." At the mention of these names, Sheila's interest was instantly piqued, diverting his attention from the leading Mist Island Ao to the one named Mizuno Yuki Rin. It must be noted that members of the Mizuno Yuki clan possess remarkably delicate and striking features. Whether it is the present Mizuno Yuki Rin or the future Mizuno Yuki orphan, Haku, they stand out with an exquisite beauty. However, unlike the Uchiha clan, renowned for their abundance of handsome individuals, the Mizuno Yuki's beauty is exceptionally refined, to the extent that it becomes challenging to distinguish between the genders. Gazing at Mizuno Yuki Rin, his skin exuded a warm luster akin to that of fine jade, and his elongated, radiant eyes mirrored the depths of a tranquil lake. Beneath a prominent nose, his lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of an elusive smile. Curiously, Sheila inquired, "I have heard that your Mizuno Yuki clan possesses a unique bloodline limit, ice release. Might I ask if you have awakened it yet?" In response to Sheila's question, a trace of embarrassment crossed Mizuno Yuki Rin's face. After a brief hesitation, he softly replied, "Unfortunately, I have yet to awaken it. In our clan, not everyone is able to successfully awaken their bloodline limit. Perhaps my talent is insufficient, which explains why I have not yet mastered this power." Hearing Mizuno Yuki Rin's gentle and somewhat bashful response only deepened Sheila's confusion. This individual was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but his voice was also melodious and delicate. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it too much. Sheila's gaze swept over the group before him, and he pressed further. "Why, then, have so many of you come to receive me? Is there another pressing matter at hand?" At that moment, Mizuno Yuki Rin instinctively glanced at the captain standing beside him, only to see Mist Island Ao part his lips, seemingly prepared to take over the conversation. However, before Ao could speak, Sheila abruptly raised a hand and declared, "I'm asking him, not you." A flush of embarrassment instantly graced Mizuno Yuki Rin's face as he awkwardly turned to his captain, his eyes reflecting a plea for assistance. Fortunately, after a slight nod of approval from Mist Island Ao, Mizuno Yuki Rin slowly continued, "In truth, it is not merely to welcome you, primarily. It is due to the rampant piracy at sea lately. They have been plundering passing vessels, causing significant harm and tarnishing the reputation of our hidden mist village. Therefore, this time, in addition to welcoming you, we aim to address these pirates as well." Upon hearing this, Mist Island Ao, who had just been interrupted by Sheila, suddenly realized that Sheila harbored doubts about them. Thus, he promptly stepped forward and sincerely explained, "Please rest assured. Upon first encountering you, I have already dispatched personnel back to the village to report the situation. This port is not far from the village. It should take no more than half a day. And I anticipate that someone from the village will come to escort you soon." "Well, that is considerate. Let us wait then." Sheila expressed his skepticism unabashedly. In unfamiliar territory, there was no need to complicate his survival. Therefore, until he encountered those he was familiar with or the renowned mist ninjas from the ninja world, he would not easily follow anyone away from this place unless someone forcibly abducted him. Having discerned Sheila's thoughts, Mizushima so no longer mentioned an immediate return to the hidden mist village. Instead, he shifted the conversation to introduce the port they had just arrived at. "We are currently at the largest port in the entire ninja world. What do you think?" Mizushima so said with an air of pride. However, Sheila raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of doubt. "As far as I know, the largest port in the ninja world should be in the land of whirlpools. I have come across relevant records and books." Upon hearing this, Mizushima so reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, immediately refuting. "How could that be? The port in the land of whirlpools was merely constructed later, but in terms of scale, it absolutely cannot compare to ours. I can say this with 100% certainty." In light of Mizushima So's unwavering stance, Sheila followed up with another question. "If this is indeed the largest port, does that mean the number of merchant ships docking here exceeds that of the land of whirlpools?" As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward the port, which scarcely harbored any large merchant vessels, clearly showing no intention of sparing Mizushima So's pride. For a moment, The once self-assured Mizashima so found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to Chila. The land of whirlpools merely benefits from proximity to the land of fire. Just as Mizashima so was at a loss for words. A loud voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mizashima so and the others expressed surprise and quickly approached to greet him. Meanwhile, Chila regarded the newcomer, noting his small mustache, and murmured with intrigue, "Now, this is a significant figure." Chapter 80, Ghost Lantern Hanue. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the current leader of the Ghost Lantern clan, Hanue. A Jonin of the Hidden Mist Village, Ghost Lantern Hanue said with a smile, arms crossed, as he slowly presented himself. His elongated figure leaned slightly forward. His long golden hair flowing gracefully with the wind, a distinctive small mustache gracing his lips, exuding a complex aura that was both irreverent and serious. Chi Li's gaze was fixed intently upon Ghost Lantern Huanyu, his heart secretly astonished. The man before him was a legendary figure capable of leading the Mist Village to its zenith, possessing not only exceptional strength but also remarkable audacity and decisiveness. The very fact that he dared to take the second Tsuchikage along to meet the Sage of Six Paths while occupying such a high position was indeed awe-inspiring. Greetings. I am Uchiha Chi-Lo. A pleasure to meet you. Hello. I wonder, during your travels to the Land of Fire, have you noticed any differences between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire? Ghost Lantern Huanyu's gaze flickered slightly, seemingly laden with deeper significance. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chi-Lo paused momentarily, then candidly responded, "The distinctions between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire are quite apparent. The Land of Fire is abundant in resources, and its populace enjoys relative prosperity. In contrast, the Land of Water is decidedly more barren. Moreover, Konoha is brimming with talent and possesses formidable strength. Comparatively, the Mist Village appears somewhat weaker. As for the Hokage, their renown echoes throughout the entire ninja world, with only one who could rival them. As for the Mizukage, I must frankly state that it is indeed difficult to draw a comparison." At this, the atmosphere thickened, becoming more oppressive and awkward than the surrounding mist. Those around cast unfriendly glances. Even the previously polite members from the Mist Island, such as Tsang, wore grave expressions. Meanwhile, as Chi Li's words hung in the air, Yiling instinctively shifted her body closer to him, while Mei remained blissfully oblivious to the tense situation. In contrast, Mei Yin's response was far more astute. Her right hand discreetly moved toward her weapon pouch, prepared to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Just as the tension reached its peak, Ghost Lantern Huanyu suddenly erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha. Indeed, one must venture out more often. His laughter resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the area, drawing the attention of everyone in the harbor. This mirth persisted for an extended period, during which he laughed so heartily that he nearly doubled over, struggling to maintain his composure. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, Gazai Huanyue gradually ceased his laughter. He casually wiped away the tears that had formed at the corners of his eyes from the joyous outburst and, with both hands resting on his abdomen, slowly straightened his posture. Although the smile on his face had subsided, he spoke with a measured tone. "If what you say is true, does that not imply that our water country and the Hidden Mist Village have no future at all?" "No, precisely because of this. Our water country and Hidden Mist Village are destined for a brighter future." Chi Lu gently shook his head, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the sea, as if he could penetrate the dense fog to glimpse a horizon brimming with hope. The Fire Country has undeniably reached its zenith. Sustaining such prosperity is no simple feat. However, our Hidden Mist Village stands in stark contrast, flourishing in a phase of vigorous growth. Thus, the true contest we face is not in the present, but in the boundless possibilities of the future. Do you not agree, Chief Gazai? As Chi Li's words fell, Gazai Huanyue, who had previously exhibited a casual demeanor, suddenly transformed, his expression turning gravely serious. Indeed, what we are contending for is the future. Yet, unexpectedly, Gazai Huanyue's countenance shifted once more, reverting to his earlier nonchalant demeanor. Though his words brimmed with enthusiasm, "Oh dear, Lord Mizukage is still awaiting us. Shall we converse as we walk?" Without hesitation, Chi Lu nodded in agreement. Certainly. The next Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village had personally sent someone to greet him. There was no reason for him to remain skeptical. From the moment Gazai Huanyue appeared, the journey from Konoha to the Hidden Mist Village had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Initially, he had anticipated a treacherous path fraught with difficulties and unexpected challenges. However, the reality had far exceeded his expectations. Aside from the encounter with a band of robbers shortly after leaving Konoha, the remainder of the journey unfolded with astonishing ease, devoid of any further incidents. Perplexed, he could not help but internally reflect. It seems that Lord Madara truly is reliable. At that moment, Gazai Huanyue spoke with an enigmatic tone. Life in the capital may differ somewhat from that in our hidden mist village. I hope you won't find it disagreeable. Rest assured, I am easily pleased. As long as I have food, water, and a place to stay, I shall be content. Seeing Qilu respond so readily, Gazai Huanyue nodded in satisfaction and immediately declared, Haha, splendid. We have several vacant houses in our family. If you wish, you may choose whichever one you prefer. Ah, Lord Hongguang, may I have a moment to speak? With a surge of courage, Mizuki Rin conveyed a message entrusted to him by the clan leader, revealing that there were indeed some vacant houses available within the Mizuki family. Upon uttering these words, he felt an overwhelming wave of attention converge upon him, akin to the intense focus of spotlights. At that moment, Mizuki Rin's cheeks flushed with warmth, as though they had been kissed by flames, and his already fair complexion blushed a delicate shade of crimson from embarrassment. Unable to meet the gazes of those around him, he instinctively lowered his head, resembling a timid child. As he spoke, voices began to rise around him. The Kumquat family has vacancies too. The Combe family does as well. Are you implying that only your clans have available homes? What about our Kambaki clan? The atmosphere grew lively with a cacophony of voices. Unfazed by the commotion, Sheila observed the surroundings thoughtfully, yet he failed to spot the clan he most wished to see. Enough. Let us leave the arrangements to Mizuki. There is no need for such a ruckus. It shows a lack of composure befitting a ninja clan, admonished Ghost Lantern Hongguang, feeling a headache from the chaos. Chapter 81. The first Mizuki, Billion in the company of Ghost Lantern Hongguang. Chila and his three companions slowly entered the Mizuki's office. For Chila, even during his time in Konoha, he had never had the opportunity to step foot in the Hokage's office, leaving him entirely unfamiliar with its decor. However, he was acutely aware that, due to the presence of Tobarama, the Hokage's office would undoubtedly exude a sense of solemnity. To his astonishment, the Mizuki's office was far from majestic. In fact, it could be described as rather shabby. The room contained only a rudimentary desk and a chair designated for the Mizuki. Piled high upon the desk were mountains of documents, silently narrating the heavy burdens and pressures faced by this newly established village. Welcome to the Hidden Mist Village. I am Mizuki Balian. I trust that the esteemed lord has been well of late. Balian greeted, his words perplexing Chila, momentarily leaving him in a state of confusion. He did not believe his true identity could remain concealed from this founder of the Hidden Mist Village, Balian. Moreover, the earlier declarations from the ninja clans about available housing were clearly not mere attempts to flatter the so-called lord, but rather aimed at currying favor with the formidable figure known as the Shura of the ninja world. Chila understood the underlying motives all too well, causing him to feel a sense of bewilderment regarding Balian's words, making it difficult to discern the true intentions lurking in Balian's mind. He has never even visited the capital of the Land of Water, so how could he possibly be aware of the current situation concerning that lord? After a moment of silence, he reluctantly followed Bai Lian's lead and replied, All is well. Upon hearing this response, Bai Lian smiled and inquired further, So, regarding the situation with the lord, are there any special directives or arrangements for the Mist-Hidden Village? There were no directives, nor any arrangements. Sheila quietly gazed at Bai Lian, who sat behind the table, his hair and beard already turning gray, and one eye clouded by blindness. At this moment, he emanated an air of twilight, the vicissitudes of time deeply etched upon him. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Bai Lian slowly rose from his seat, a symbol of the authority of the water shadow, and leisurely approached Qilu. In that case, starting tomorrow, you shall attend our newly established ninja school in the Mist-Hidden Village as one of the first batch of students. Given your unique status, you should lead by example. Attend school. Qi Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bai Lian, filled with confusion. What on earth was Bai Lian scheming? He felt utterly bewildered, unable to discern the underlying intentions behind this proposition. However, upon further reflection, the prospect of attending school did not seem entirely unfavorable. Firstly, he had indeed reached the age where he should be in school. Secondly, it appeared that within the school environment, he could better plan for his future. With this in mind, Sheila nodded. All right. He then pointed towards Mei Qin. She will accompany me as well. Bai Lian paused for a moment, but immediately replied without hesitation. No problem. I will arrange for someone to escort you both to school tomorrow morning. Yet, Mei Qin, initially intending to argue against the decision made without her consent, found herself intimidated as both their gazes shifted towards her. I have no objections. Seeing this, Bai Lian redirected the conversation to the matter of accommodation, stating earnestly, since your schooling is confirmed, we must consider where you will reside. Most of the inhabitants of our village are members of various ninja clans, leaving very few ordinary civilians. Therefore, only houses adjacent to the various families will be available. What are your thoughts on this? Throughout the conversation, Bai Lian's courteous demeanor was decidedly unusual, leaving even Qi Lu feeling somewhat perplexed. Logically, even if he feared the elder Madara, such politeness was unwarranted. As for the living arrangements, I would prefer to choose a location close to the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan? Bai Lian was genuinely astonished by his choice. Not only had he not anticipated Qi Lu making such a decision, but even the silently observing Gue Deng, Huan Yu wore a look of utter astonishment. Neither of them could have imagined that someone would voluntarily choose to reside near that reckless and uncouth group. It was akin to jesting with one's own safety. However, in the face of their astonished gazes, Qi Lu remained composed, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. It was merely an intrigue about how they wielded bones as weapons. Thus, he thought, if he could draw closer to them and foster a deeper connection, it would facilitate more opportunities for interaction in the future. I must clarify this in advance, he remarked. The members of the Hui clan, to put it charitably, are headstrong, to phrase it less favorably. They are virtually unmanageable and resistant to authority. The mischief they might conjure is something even I, as the water shadow, cannot guarantee to control. Bai Lian furrowed her brow and, after a brief pause, spoke candidly. Just as Qi Lu struggled to fathom Bai Lian's thoughts, she too found it difficult to understand his. Qi Lu, however, appeared unperturbed, merely smiling gently as he replied in a soothing tone. Then it is settled. May I now take a look at the residence I shall inhabit henceforth? After all, I will soon be a part of the hidden mist village, will I not, Lord Water Shadow? Indeed, you are correct, Bai Lian nodded repeatedly, a smile spreading across her face. She then cast a quick glance at the figure of the standing ghost lantern, Hongguang. Hongguang, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly interjected, Lord Water Shadow, I shall take care of the matter regarding the house. With the affirmation, Hongguang maintained his expression but reiterated, thank you for your assistance. However, do not forget to inform the clan leader of Hui about this. He must know that this esteemed individual is the nephew of Daimyo and will be settling near their family from now on. Yes, Lord Water Shadow, I shall convey the message. Hongguang responded, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. He was deeply ambivalent about the Hui clan. Their combat prowess was indisputable and formidable. They embraced death in battle, even yearning for a glorious demise. Yet, their temperament was exceedingly unpredictable, rendering them a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm not only upon others, but also upon themselves. Even now, as he had confirmed his ascent to the position of the second-generation Water Shadow, he had not yet devised a strategy regarding the Hui clan. If he were to rise, it was likely that he would face opposition from the brash warriors, a thought that made him weary. Chapter 82. The Residence. Qi Lu frowned, his gaze fixed on the seemingly antiquated house before him. Slowly, he turned to Hongguang, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Is this truly the new house you spoke of? Gue Ding Huan Yu scratched his head and hurriedly explained, well, as you are aware, our hidden mist village has only recently been established, and we are severely lacking in various resources. Our economic conditions are indeed quite dire. Moreover, the funds allocated to us by the feudal lord are painfully meager. However, you need not worry. While the exterior of the house may appear somewhat antiquated, it is, in fact, intact inside. With just a little tidying up, it will certainly be habitable. Qi Lu rolled his eyes in exasperation, fully aware of the impoverished state of Hidden Mist Village. After all, the Land of Water can be likened to an isolated island, with its development relatively lagging behind, which is quite understandable. Additionally, the perpetual fog and proximity to the coast lend a certain credibility to the somewhat weathered appearance of the village's houses. He took a deep breath and extended his hand to push open the concealed gate. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he was immediately greeted by an expanse of emptiness. The entire yard lay barren, save for the patches of unidentifiable weeds that thrived beneath his feet. Due to the unique climate and geographical conditions of the Water Nation, these weeds had not spread wildly as they would elsewhere. Instead, they were sparsely scattered across the ground, forming a delicate layer of grass that possessed a certain charm. Coupled with the surrounding mist, the interplay of light and shadow created an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. It was not only he who perceived this. Even the usually dazed Mei, upon witnessing the courtyard, could not help but display a hint of surprise and exclaimed, "Wow. Young master, this place looks rather lovely. We could." However, before she could finish her sentence, Yang shot her a warning glance, halting her words. At that moment, Guiding Huanyue threw back his head in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! This young lady certainly has an eye for beauty." Nevertheless, Qila paid little heed to Guiding Huanyue's boisterous laughter and instead strode directly toward the house. As Qilu gently pushed open the door, a potent scent of musty wood assailed him, causing him to cough involuntarily. He quickly raised his other hand to fan the air in front of him, attempting to dispel the pungent odor. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. Perhaps the sound of the door opening had disturbed the original inhabitants of the house. For suddenly, several cats darted out from within like arrows released from a bow. Who goes there? This unexpected scene startled everyone present, particularly Guiding Huanyue, who reacted swiftly, transforming his right hand into the shape of a pistol and unhesitatingly firing a bubble. Fortunately, in that instant, he realized they were merely cats. He quickly raised his finger a few inches, allowing the cats to escape unscathed. Otherwise, the house would have been stained with blood before Qilu even moved in. Not only him, but even Yang and Mei, who stood nearby, instantly became alert. Without hesitation, they reached for their blades at their waists, prepared to confront any potential danger. However, upon realizing that it was merely a few cats, the tension in their hearts began to ease. Only Mei, startled, let out a scream and instinctively moved closer to Qilu. Witnessing this, Qilu felt a twinge of helplessness. He shook his head slightly and then strode purposefully into the house. Just as Guiding had previously mentioned, the interior of the house did not appear as antiquated as the outside suggested. On the contrary, all indications pointed to the fact that it seemed to bear no traces of having ever been inhabited. The layout of the rooms within was spacious and well-organized. The residence boasts a total of 5 bedrooms, a spacious and luminous interior hall, a relatively expansive exterior hall, and a fully equipped kitchen, making it undeniably generous in size. After enthusiastically exploring each room, Qilu decisively nodded and remarked, "Chief Guiding, this house is indeed quite splendid. I have made my decision to reside here. Your approval is greatly appreciated. In that case, let us proceed to my Guiding clan's dwelling tonight. I have already arranged for the rooms, and this evening, I shall send personnel to tidy the place and ensure that all necessary furnishings are provided." Upon witnessing Qi Li's satisfaction with the abode, Guiding Huanyu could not help but feel a sense of relief. After all, in the village of Mist Hidden, the majority of residences did not even come close to this standard. Had Qi Lu been displeased, he would have found himself at a loss on how to respond. "Very well, we shall impose upon you." Qi Lu did not object. Given the size of the house, it would be a daunting task for just the 4 of them to clean it in a single night. At that moment, Yiling took a few steps closer to Qi Lu and, lowering her voice, suggested, "Shall I come over to assist tonight?" Qi Lu turned to her, his gaze briefly drifting to the indifferent expression of Guiding Huanyu, before gently shaking his head. "There is no need for such trouble. Since Chief Guiding has assured us that everything will be arranged, what further concerns could we possibly have? We can rest easy." He could hardly believe that Gazai Huanyue would attempt to deceive him over such trivial matters within this house. Before long, several individuals emerged from the residence. Upon coming to a halt, Qila narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying his surroundings as if searching for something elusive. Gazai Huanyue gestured towards a particular direction, and through the mist, a cluster of buildings became faintly discernible. "The Hui clan resides yonder." Following Gazai Huanyue's indication, Chila's gaze flickered with uncertainty, as if he were engaged in some internal contemplation. "The location where you reside is conveniently situated adjacent to the entrance of their family, making future encounters inevitable. Oh, by the way, Lord Shueying has also requested that I pay a visit to the head of the Hui clan. What do you think? Shall we pay a visit together? Perhaps to exchange greetings? After all, you will soon be neighbors." Chila's eyes suddenly brightened, but he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No. There will be ample opportunities in the future. He needs to wait for a most opportune moment. One that allows him to enter the Kagaya clan on his own merit, rather than under someone else's guidance." "Very well. Then I shall refrain from going today and instead escort you back to our Kurihari family. Tomorrow, I will seek an appropriate time to visit the Kagaya clan leader." Suki Man Gitsa said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 83. Days of school in the early morning, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire world was draped in a mystical veil. In such an atmosphere, even if individuals stood merely 3 meters apart outdoors, they could only perceive a vague and indistinct presence of one another. Sheila had completed his daily sealing practice early and now sat serenely in the center of the courtyard. His gaze fixed intently on the vast expanse of white fog before him, his form resembling that of a statue, utterly still. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps disrupted the tranquility. An outer garment gently landed on Sheila's shoulders, pulling him from his reverie. Turning his head, he discovered it was Aiha standing behind him. A gentle smile graced her face. "Do you have something on your mind?" Upon hearing this, Sheila was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. After a brief pause, he slowly shook his head and murmured, "I have always felt that I do not harbor much affection for Lord Madara. Yet, unexpectedly, after this morning's training, a powerful surge of longing? It's quite peculiar." Aiha listened thoughtfully and nodded. "Has the clan leader mentioned when he might come to visit you?" In response to this inquiry, Sheila simply shook his head. He then took a deep breath, as if attempting to compose his emotions, and asked, "Have the two of them not yet awakened?" "No. There has been no sign of movement. It seems the journey has left them quite tense, and now that they can relax, they have naturally overslept. Would you like me to wake them?" Yaya's voice carried a hint of amusement. "No need. Let them sleep a while longer. After all, it is still early." Sheila gently shook his head in refusal. Thus, a brief silence fell between the two. This tranquility was soon shattered by a soft knock at the courtyard door. They exchanged a glance, and Aiha promptly said, "I will go open the door." With that, she walked briskly to the entrance and slowly opened it. As the door creaked open, 2 figures appeared, Mizashima S. and Minazuki Ren, both of whom Sheila had met previously at the port. Before either could speak, Sheila stood up, smiling as he approached them. After all, they would all be living in the same village from now on, and it would be beneficial to foster a good relationship with S, who was a Jainin. "Lord Sheila, we have come to Mizashima S," began to explain their purpose. But before he could finish, Sheila interrupted him with a smile. "No need for such formalities, Jainin Mizashima. In the future, I shall reside in the Hidden Mist Village. So there is truly no need to regard me as the nephew of some renowned figure. Simply addressing me as Sheila will suffice." "Very well, Sheila. Our purpose for this visit is specifically to escort you to school. Here are 2 enrollment forms that require completion by both of you." In response to Sheila's request, Mizashima so readily acquiesced, for it is indeed quite awkward and uncomfortable to address a child so much younger than oneself with formal titles. Sheila smiled and nodded, extending his hand to receive the 2 forms. Upon closer inspection, he found the design of the forms to be quite straightforward, merely requiring the individual's name, family affiliations, and age. For such forms, Sheila deemed it reasonable. After all, there exists a multitude of ninja families within the Hidden Mist Village, making it essential for teachers to be aware of the backgrounds of their students. The 2 forms were completed in no time, and after a thorough review, Sheila returned them to Mizashima South. Mizashima so quickly glanced over the contents of the forms before inquiring, "Since they are filled out, can we set off now?" However, Sheila gently shook his head, replying, "Not just yet. We need to wait for a brief moment." With that, he smiled and gestured for the 2 to take a seat. Observing this gesture, Mizashima so exchanged a glance with Mizuki Rin, filled with confusion, but they complied and sat down slowly. As time passed, it was soon noon. Mizashima so sat there, casting furtive glances at Mizuki Rin and frequently signaling him. Yet, Mizuki Rin maintained a look of bewilderment, completely unaware of what his captain was trying to convey. This situation left Mizashima so internally lamenting and seeing that his hints were futile. He ultimately sighed deeply and asked directly, "Excuse me, but may I inquire how much longer we must wait? Please do not misunderstand. We certainly do not wish to rush. Merely curious." Just as he finished speaking, Makoto emerged from the house, yawning and moving languidly, appearing as though she had not yet fully awakened. Upon witnessing this, Sheila swiftly stood up, exclaiming, "All right, we can leave now." Hearing this, Makoto looked perplexed, blinking in confusion as she retorted, "Huh? Where are we going?" Noticing her confusion, Aiha quickly stepped forward to patiently explain, "To school, of course. The young master has been waiting for you for quite some time, nearly the entire morning." Makoto slapped her forehead, instantly recollecting, and expressed her annoyance. "Oh no, I completely forgot that I was supposed to go to school today. Why didn't anyone wake me up sooner? It is nearly noon, and I am certain to be late. To be tardy on the very first day of school, what a predicament. My classmates and teachers will undoubtedly form a rather unfavorable first impression of me." At that moment, Sheila stood at the door, observing Mei Chin, who was anxiously pacing. Since you are already aware of your lateness, there is no point in dawdling. Let us hasten. Yang, please assist her by taking 2 eggs to eat on the way. You and Mai will be moving to our new home shortly. We shall return there directly this evening. Yang emerged from the house with 2 eggs, just as she handed them to Mei Qin. Do you not need me to accompany you to school? Rest assured. I want to enter. I shall wait outside for you. There is no need for that. Why would you wait outside and be bored? You should learn from Mai and embrace a bit more freedom. The times have changed, and there is no reason to remain bound by outdated constraints, Sheila replied without hesitation, waving her hand dismissively. Chapter 84. The ninja school. Is this truly the school of our village? Sheila gazed incredulously at the 2 dilapidated buildings before her, her brow furrowing in disbelief. The structures appeared woefully inadequate. Observing her reaction, Kagaya quickly interjected, Please do not misunderstand. Our village's school is yet to be constructed. These are merely temporary facilities for teaching. Hearing this, Sheila felt a slight relief wash over her. I thought as much. No matter how impoverished the village may be, it cannot subject its children to such dismal learning conditions. After all, as the saying goes, one must never let education be compromised, nor should children suffer unduly. However, to be frank, the geographical location of these shabby buildings was rather advantageous, situated conveniently in the heart of Wuyin village. Yet, a new question arose in Sheila's mind. Since these 2 structures currently serve as a makeshift school in such a suitable location, why was there no visible sign of construction in the surrounding area? Had the new school yet to break ground? Contemplating this, Sheila boldly inquired, Do you know where the new school is to be located? Surely, there is no place more fitting than this? Upon her utterance, Kagaya's expression shifted dramatically, revealing an unexpected awkwardness. The funding from the daimyo has not yet arrived. Taken aback, Sheila soon realized, now it makes sense. I wondered why the Mizukage was so eager for me to commence my studies. It appears they intend to use me to exert pressure on the daimyo. If her suspicions were correct, then the various matters discussed in the Mizukage's office would all fall into place, regardless of whether she was truly the daimyo's niece. If the daimyo acknowledged this connection, he would surely be compelled to take action. As the esteemed lord of the land of water, how could he idly watch his so-called niece receive an education in such derelict buildings? Once having comprehended the intricacies of the situation, Sheila nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, displaying little concern. After all, he would soon be a resident of the hidden mist village. Utilizing his identity to procure some benefits for the village was hardly a transgression. I surmise that the news of my enrollment has likely reached the daimyo's desk by now. However, in response to Sheila's inquiry, Tobarama, with a wry smile, absent-mindedly wiped away the imaginary sweat from his brow. Well, to be honest, I am rather uncertain about that. A person of my humble standing has no privilege to engage in discussions reserved for the upper echelons. Suddenly, a crisp knock echoed through the classroom, interrupting the lecture. Come in. The door creaked open, revealing a tall man with a somewhat stern demeanor, who entered the sight of Sheila and his companions. Tobarama? What brings you to the school unexpectedly? The man at the podium, upon recognizing Tobarama, displayed a look of genuine surprise. I came to deliver the enrollment forms for the new students, he replied, gesturing behind him for Sheila and his companion to step forward. It was evident that Tobarama shared a close rapport with this teacher, as he introduced him with familiarity. This is Yendo, your class instructor from now on. New students, huh? Haha, splendid. Welcome. Yendo exclaimed, extending his hand to accept the forms from Tobarama, preparing to review them. Just then, Tobarama took a slight step forward, lowering his voice intentionally as he spoke to Yendo. These 2 youngsters have received a personal audience with Lord Mizukage. Moreover, their backgrounds are exceedingly special, so you must tread carefully. Yendo's movement to examine the enrollment form came to an abrupt halt. He lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting evident incredulity as they bore into Tobarama, seemingly seeking confirmation of the startling information he had just received. Noticing Yendo's scrutinizing look, Tobarama maintained his stoic expression, merely nodding in affirmation. Witnessing this exchange, Yendo promptly placed the enrollment form gently on the desk and hastily welcomed Sheila and Mei Qin into the classroom. Observing his friend's actions, Tobarama offered him a slight nod of acknowledgement, and then spoke softly. Well, since I have entrusted them to you, we shall not intrude upon your teaching any further. We shall take our leave for now, and when time permits, he said, raising an eyebrow slightly at Yongdo. Just as Karushima turned to depart, the typically silent Mizuki Rin, standing like a wooden post, unexpectedly waved gently at Chi-Lu, evidently bidding him farewell. Once the 2 had exited and the classroom door had closed again, Yongdo, Chi-Lu, and Mei-chan remained at the podium. First, allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Yang Do, and I am the homeroom teacher of Class A. Now, it is time for our two new students to introduce themselves. Would you prefer to introduce yourselves directly to the class, or would you like me to present you based on the information from your enrollment forms? However, the classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, with neither student responding to Yang Do's inquiry. Observing this situation, Yang Do cleared his throat gently, shattering the awkward stillness, and then casually picked up the two enrollment forms resting on the podium, preparing to introduce them based on the information provided. All right. Let us begin with the first male student. This new student hails from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan? Upon seeing this surname, Yang Do froze momentarily. Abruptly turning to Chila beside him, his eyes filled with incredulity. He never anticipated that a student from the Uchiha clan would join his class. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he hastily flipped through the next form, only to confirm his suspicions, another child from the Uchiha family. In that moment, Yang Do was utterly astonished. He was to serve as the homeroom teacher for two Uchiha children? Was he truly still in the Hidden Mist village? It was simply beyond belief. At that instant, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, unable to grasp the reality unfolding before his eyes. Hello, esteemed teacher, and fellow classmates. I am Uchiha Chila, he announced. Beside me is Uchiha Mei-chan. From this day forth, we shall be classmates. I hope to receive your kind guidance. After delivering this introduction, Chila politely bowed, acknowledging everyone present. Once the introductions were made, time seemed to freeze, and the classroom fell into a brief silence. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Do remained ensnared by the overwhelming shock of the information he had just received, unable to regain his composure. Observing Yang Do's dazed expression, Chila felt a twinge of exasperation. He gently shook his head and raised his voice, inquiring, "Teacher, where should we sit?" At the sound of Chila's call, Yang Do, who had been lost in thought, seemed to awaken abruptly, his body jolting in response. He swiftly composed himself, restoring his usual serious demeanor. After clearing his throat, he responded, "Well, there are still plenty of empty seats in the classroom. You may choose any spot you prefer and take a seat. Our school does not impose strict regulations regarding seating arrangements." Chapter 85, Provocation. Wow. The new male student is simply stunning. Indeed, he is extraordinarily handsome. From today onward, I shall strive to become his girlfriend. It should obviously be me who becomes his girlfriend. Hey, do you see that? Is that person a girl or a boy? I can't help but think they look more like a boy. Yes, I feel the same way. As the two settled into their newly found seats, the previously quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, discussing the newly arrived faces, with all topics invariably revolving around these two individuals. Perhaps noticing the unusual smile gracing Chi Li's lips, which was a stark contrast to his usual expression, Mei-chan couldn't help but curl her lip disdainfully, murmuring, "It's just a few compliments. Look at how smug you are. It's as if you've never encountered praise before, and your smile is almost breaking." In response to Mei-chan's somewhat sarcastic remark, Chi Lu appeared unfazed and leisurely replied, "What's wrong? Are you feeling envious? You know, you are actually quite beautiful. But it's a pity that those boys seem rather blind, unable to perceive your charm." Initially intending to retort back at Mei-chan, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words upon receiving this unexpected compliment. A delicate blush instantly graced her cheeks. At that moment, Yang Do, who had been striving to maintain a commendable teacher's image before the new students, could no longer bear the raucous scene unfolding before him. Furrowing his brows, he could no longer contain his frustration and abruptly raised his voice, exclaiming, "Silence! It is class time, and anyone who dares utter another trivial word shall not escape my wrath." Undoubtedly, Yang Do had accumulated considerable authority over time. At the sound of his booming reprimand, the classroom fell into a profound silence, as if enchanted by a spell. Observing the now tranquil environment, Yang Do felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. He then gently tapped the blackboard twice with his pointer, producing a crisp sound that successfully captured the attention of all the students. He cleared his throat and began, "Next, let us delve into the purposes and methods of trap-making. The saying goes that traps." Chi Lu, seated in the audience, gazed vacantly at Yang Do, who was passionately lecturing from the podium. Memories of the knowledge he had previously encountered regarding traps during his studies within the clan involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. At that moment, a faint whisper drifted into Chi Li's ears. It was Mei-chan, Murmuring softly, "We have already covered these topics in our clan. It's truly uninteresting." Chi-Lu refrained from agreeing, for despite the clan having taught similar lessons, the content Yang Do was expounding upon bore considerable differences. It is essential to note that due to the unique geographical location of Mist-Hidden Village, situated near the sea, its inhabitants often exploit the abundant water resources and pervasive fog as natural aids when setting traps. In contrast, the emphasis within the clan has been predominantly on the intricate and elaborate mechanisms that can be cleverly arranged within traps. As for which method is superior, Sheila found himself unable to make a definitive judgment. Nevertheless, it is certain that each approach possesses its own distinct advantages and applicable scenarios. Moreover, the techniques and strategies imparted within the Uchiha clan primarily focus on confrontation. Even when setting traps, it is merely a temporary measure employed to buy time when one's physical strength is depleted or chakra is severely lacking. In the fleeting moments of the class, time seemed to evaporate. Sheila felt as if he had just settled into his seat when suddenly, a crisp sound reverberated through the air. Accompanying this sound, he perceptibly noticed the surrounding children beginning to stir with restlessness. Undoubtedly, that sound signified the bell announcing the end of class. As expected, Yang Do, standing at the podium, calmly grasped the water jug resting on the desk, took a hearty sip, and directly proclaimed, "This morning's lesson concludes here. We shall reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon. Everyone must be punctual at the outdoor assembly point. Class dismissed." As his words fell, the once silent classroom seemed to be activated by an invisible switch, instantly flooded with a cacophony of chatter. Yang Do, who had nearly reached the classroom door, suddenly recalled something of importance and resolutely turned back towards the podium. Once more standing before the class, his expression bore a seriousness that brooked no dissent, his gaze sweeping over each student. He then raised his voice slightly and declared, "Listen carefully, no one is permitted to bully the new students. Should I discover anyone engaging in such behavior, you should be well aware of the consequences. It is crucial to understand that for children, their world is remarkably simple and straightforward. Before establishing an intimate rapport, newcomers often evoke pronounced feelings of aversion. Even the young girls who, moments ago, were animatedly expressing their excitement at seeing Sheila in class, exclaiming about his handsome appearance and clamoring to be his girlfriend, merely gazed from a distance, with none daring to approach him. Sheila sat quietly in his seat, surveying his surroundings, and noted that his classmates were busily retrieving their lunchboxes from their desks, preparing to indulge in their midday meal. Beside him, Mei-chin exchanged a somewhat awkward glance with him, clearly unaware that the school did not provide meals at lunchtime. As Sheila pondered over how to address his lunch predicament, even contemplating whether to venture outside for food, a harsh voice suddenly erupted in the classroom. "Hey, you little brat from the Uchiha clan." Taken aback, Sheila realized that since his reincarnation into the Uchiha family, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, not to mention invoking the Uchiha name. Perhaps noticing his delayed response, the brash voice rang out again, this time even louder. "Hey, you little Uchiha brat. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Chapter 86. A Life or Death Gamble. Sheila extended his hand to calm the increasingly agitated Mei-chin beside him. Her brow furrowed in anger, she seemed on the verge of storming out. In contrast, Sheila remained remarkably composed. He gently patted Mei-chin's shoulder before slowly turning to face the audacious speaker. When he finally discerned the speaker's features, a faint chuckle escaped him. The two vivid red marks on the boy's forehead clearly indicated his Kagaya lineage. Thus, it was no surprise that he exhibited such arrogant behavior. At that moment, a sharp, youthful voice interjected, "Kagaya Chubone, did you not hear what Teacher Yang Do just said? No one is allowed to bully the new student." Turning to see who had spoken up on his behalf, Sheila noticed a boy with silvery hair, the most striking aspect being his pointed teeth, which lent him an inexplicable charm. Yet, Kagaya Chubone remained unfazed by this intervention on Sheila's behalf. He crossed his arms, wearing an expression of disdain, and coldly retorted, "Kuyu Ryujetsu, what right do you have to meddle here? Do you wish to join him in receiving my wrath?" With that, he provocatively stepped forward, poised as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. "Will you make your move or not? If you choose not to, then allow me," he declared, for the one who had just insulted our Uchiha clan. Mei-chin's tone was exceptionally grave, her eyes fiercely fixed on Kagaya Chuko before her, as if she were ready to charge at any moment. In stark contrast to Mei-chin's agitation, Sheila, standing beside her, appeared remarkably calm and composed. He faced Kagaya Tsubaki's provocation with an impassive expression, gently placing his hands on Makoto's shoulders. with a subtle yet firm pressure. He gradually eased the agitated Mikoto back into her seat. After completing this, Chila slowly lifted his gaze, directing it towards Kagaya Tsubaki, and inquired nonchalantly, "So, are you suggesting a duel?" Kagaya Tsubaki, initially brimming with bravado, found himself momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Chila's direct response to his taunt. "Indeed, a duel it is. Today, I shall ensure you understand that our Kagaya clan is the foremost power in the shinobi world." "Oh, is that so? However, I have never been particularly fond of engaging in futile endeavors that squander time and energy. Since you were so adamant about this duel, why not enhance the stakes?" Chila's gaze swept across his classmates in the classroom as it drifted past Kagaya Tsubaki. Noticing this, Kagaya Tsubaki instinctively licked his lips. What did he mean? "Are you suggesting we raise the stakes?" A faint smile graced Chila's lips as he replied, "Indeed. It is fortuitous that our classmates are present to bear witness." Without a trace of hesitation, Kagaya Tsubaki agreed. "All right, I'm in. What do you propose we wager?" With an enigmatic smile still adorning his face, Chila began to speak. "I have heard that your Kagaya clan is renowned for its bravery, undaunted by death. If that is the case, let us wager our lives. The loser shall surrender their life to the victor." The once confident Kagaya Tsubaki found himself momentarily stunned by this proposition, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. He could never have anticipated that Chila would actually gamble with his life. His decision to instigate conflict with Chila was entirely influenced by the Patriarch's counsel. The Patriarch had previously engaged him in conversation, instructing that should a child bearing the Uchiha surname join their class, a challenge must be issued, ensuring that the newcomer comprehended the formidable strength of the Kagaya clan. However, the Patriarch had also repeatedly emphasized that under no circumstances should the life of the Uchiha child be endangered. Consequently, when faced with Chila's life or death wager, Kagaya Tsubaki found himself in a state of hesitation. This was not born of fear of failure or death, for deep within, he had never entertained the notion of defeat. His sole concern lay in the potential repercussions from the Patriarch should he indeed eliminate the Uchiha named Chila. Yet, at that moment, Chila's voice, laced with disdain, drifted towards him. "What is the matter? Are you afraid? If you kneel and apologize to the Uchiha, I might consider forgiving you." The remnants of Tsubaki's rationality evaporated upon hearing these words, igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. He widened his eyes, his face flushed with anger as he shouted at Chila. "You are talking nonsense. Who is afraid? Come outside. How dare you humiliate me? I shall definitely take you down today." Upon realizing the effect of his provocation, Chila nonchalantly turned his head away and silently strode towards the door. Witnessing this, Huixiang did not hesitate to follow closely behind, fearing that he might fall behind in terms of momentum. As for the other children, they surged towards the entrance like a swarm, for who does not enjoy a spectacle? Yang Do, who had already returned to his office and was leisurely sipping tea, suddenly became aware of a commotion outside. Curiosity piqued. He could not help but peek out, only to be astonished to find that all his students were gathered outside. He hurriedly rushed to the window, raising his voice to shout, "Hey, what on earth are all of you doing gathered here?" As he shouted, he was not idle with his feet, hastily making his way toward the door. Just as he stepped outside, a student hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Teacher Yongdo, Hikariya's show is about to duel with the new student. Moreover, the stakes are their very lives." Upon hearing this, Yongdo felt a buzzing in his head, leaving him momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he rushed forward, scolding angrily, "This is sheer nonsense. You too. Come with me to the office immediately." However, the student, Chila, showed no intention of yielding. With a tense expression and seriousness etched on his face, he raised his head, staring directly at Yongdo. "No, I just insulted Uchiha. If I do not kneel and apologize, only blood can cleanse this affront. Teacher Yongdo, if you insist on stopping me now, does that mean you wish to hinder my family's quest for dignity?" Yongdo, momentarily at a loss for words, shifted his gaze to Hikariya's show. Yet, upon seeing Hikariya's steadfast demeanor, he ultimately refrained from saying anything. After a brief silence, he rubbed his forehead in frustration, declaring, "You all stop this at once. I will seek out Lord Mizukage. This afternoon happens to be the practical lesson. Everything will be decided by Lord Mizukage." How does that sound? Chapter 87. The reaction Lord Head of the Family. "Something terrible has happened," Guizeng Lue exclaimed, panic-stricken as he rushed in, not even bothering to knock before bursting through the tightly shut door of the family head's residence. Inside, A delicate aroma of tea wafted through the air as Guizhong Huanyue sat serenely at the table, engrossed in brewing a fine pot of tea. However, the sudden commotion shattered this tranquility like a clap of thunder. Caught off guard, Guizhong Huanyue trembled, his hand involuntarily shaking, causing the exquisite teaware he was holding to lose balance and crash to the floor in a cacophony of shattering pieces. Gazing at the chaos around him, particularly at the beloved teacup now reduced to fragments, Guizhong Huanyue's expression shifted, a wave of indescribable sorrow washing over him. This fine set of teaware had cost him a fortune and was procured with great effort from the outside world. Realizing this, he abruptly turned his head to glare at the intruding Guizhong Luiyue, gritting his teeth and hissing, "Luiyue, if you fail to deliver something of utmost importance, I shall turn you into a teacup." Feeling the intensity of the family head's gaze, Guizhong Luiyue shivered involuntarily but mustered the courage to stammer a response. "Lord head of the family, please calm down. I truly have something of great significance to report to you." He cautiously glanced at the shattered cup strewn across the floor. "Hadn't you instructed me to keep an eye on that member of the Uchiha clan?" "Indeed. Today he was supposed to report in, wasn't he?" As he spoke, Ghost Lantern Huanyu bent down to collect the fragments of the cups that had fallen and broken into several pieces. "I shall take these to the artisans within the clan to see if they can be repaired." "Exactly. Today marks the first day of his schooling. Who could have anticipated that, due to a few words exchanged by Kagaya and Tsubaki, those two would resort to a duel on the spot?" Ghost Lantern Lu Yu rapidly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Ghost Lantern Huan Yu appeared remarkably calm, not even furrowing his brow. He leisurely remarked, "It is likely that the young lad was incited by their clan leader, attempting to seize the opportunity to intimidate Uchiha Chila. Such trivial squabbles are hardly worth alarm. There is no need for panic. In my youth, I encountered countless similar situations." As Ghost Lantern Huan Yu continued to reminisce about his own youthful escapades, Ghost Lantern Lu Yu could no longer contain himself. "Clan leader, the stakes of their duel are their very lives." The once composed and loquacious Ghost Lantern Huan Yu suddenly froze, as if struck by a spell, remaining motionless. After a considerable pause, he abruptly stood upright, eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to Ghost Lantern Lu Yu, exclaiming, "What did you just say? Their lives? How could life be the wager? This is no trivial matter." The fragments of the teacup he had just picked up clattered to the ground once more. Indeed, had it not been for teacher Yongdo's intervention, they would have already commenced their duel. Ghost Lantern Lu Yu glanced down at the teacup that had fallen again. As he retracted his gaze from the shards, he was about to inquire what he should do next, only to find that Ghost Lantern Huan Yu had vanished from sight. Clan leader. In the office of the Water Shadow, the situation unfolded as follows. "I have arranged for other teachers to oversee the two, and I have reported the entirety of the circumstances to Yongdo, the Water Shadow." He swiftly wiped away the fine beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead. "There is no need for alarm. I have dispatched personnel to seek out clan leader Kagaya." Bai Lian's tone was as steady as water, exhibiting no hint of panic. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks abruptly shattered the previously tense atmosphere within the room. "Water Shadow-sama, it is your subordinate, Ghost Lantern Huan Yu. With an urgent matter that requires your attention." Bai Lian's expression sharpened, her eyes gleaming with intensity as she commanded, "Enter." As Bai Lian's command echoed, Ghost Lantern Huan Yu, in a state of palpable anxiety, flung open the door and hurriedly stepped inside. However, upon catching sight of Yongdo within the office, he momentarily halted, then quickly inquired, "You are already aware?" "Indeed. Yongdo has informed me," he replied. Bai Lian gently nodded, her expression tranquil as water, choosing not to utter another word. Upon hearing that Shui Ying was already aware of the situation, Gue Ding Huan Yu, initially fraught with anxiety, discreetly observed Bai Lian several times. Only after sensing her calm demeanor did his troubled heart gradually settle back into place, in stark contrast to the decorum typically adhered to by Gue Ding Huan Yu. The leader of the Hui Yi clan strode in with great haste, neglecting to even knock before forcefully pushing the door open and entering. With an impatient look upon her face, she demanded, "Shui Ying, why the abrupt summons?" Before Bai Lian could respond to the leader's disrespectful attitude, Gue Ding Huan Yu interjected, "Hui Yu Gu, one ought to treat Lord Shui Ying with greater humility and respect." It was evident to all that his words bore a heavy warning. Hui Yu Gu merely cast a cold glance at Gue Ding Huan Yu, disdainfully snorting, "Umph." She then shifted her attention back to Shui Ying, inquiring, "So, Shui Ying, what is the matter at hand?" You must know that your clan's Chuangu has gotten into a conflict with a nephew of a prominent family. They have even agreed to a life and death duel. Pray tell, how should this situation be handled? Lian regarded her counterpart with an impassive expression. Seemingly unfazed by the earlier display of disrespect, calmly articulating the current predicament. However, Hui Yugu appeared indifferent, responding with a hint of excitement. It's merely a trivial squabble among the younger generation. Even if it involves life and death, it was a pact they established long ago. What more can we elders say? Lian did not immediately reply, but instead turned her gaze toward Yang Do, who stood awkwardly to the side. You shall return and inform the two of them that this afternoon, during the practical class, I will be bringing people to witness the event. Understood, Lord Shui-ing. Esteemed elders, I shall take my leave, Yang Do said, hastily exiting the Hokage's office. Once he had departed, Lian slowly rose and approached Hui Yugu. Though her pace was measured, it inadvertently instilled a profound sense of pressure within Hui Yugu, prompting her to swallow hard. How could someone capable of uniting various clans and establishing the hidden mist village lack strength? Upon reaching Hui Yugu's side, Lian halted, slightly turning her head. If, in the end, Uchiha Chi-Lu were to tragically perish, could you bear the consequences? Do not forget, he bears the Uchiha surname. Do you truly believe that family would engage in rational discourse and let this matter rest? I hereby command you to immediately inform Hui Yi Chuangu that he must not win this duel under any circumstances. Should he injure Uchiha Chi-Lu, I shall lead the entirety of the Hidden Mist Village to launch a full-scale assault against your Hui Yi clan. Fortunately, when that moment of reckoning arrives in the future, the Hidden Mist Village may preserve some embers of hope. Therefore, at once, go forth and execute my command. Chapter 88. Scheming. Sheila gazed intently at the figure of Kagaya Tsubaki, who stood before her, lost in thought, as if her very soul had become detached. He comprehended that his scheme had indeed succeeded. Sheila slowly turned his head towards the oblique rear, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of high-ranking individuals gathered atop the platform. Subsequently, his eyes settled upon Yang Do, who was assuming the role of an arbiter. After a brief pause, he withdrew his gaze. Was he not filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment? It was unfathomable that he had been so effortlessly cast aside, especially given that he was merely executing the family's orders. Upon hearing these words, Hui Tsubaki, whose expression already bore a vacant and lifeless quality, slightly stirred. Raising his eyes to Chi-Lu, yet he did not respond with the fervent indignation he had exhibited at the outset. Indeed, as Chi-Lu had articulated, he was presently engulfed in confusion and bewilderment, unable to fathom why the family would prohibit him from taking action, even resorting to such extreme measures as to detain his mother for fear he might defy their commands. Noticing Hui Tsubaki's silence, Chi-Lu pressed on. Since death is inevitable, why not embrace the opportunity to fight with fervor, engaging in a grand battle that would at least render his demise spectacular? Nevertheless, in the face of Chi-Li's relentless barrage of provocations, Hui Tsubaki remained unresponsive, simply standing still, devoid of any reaction. After a considerable interval, Chi-Lu found himself still awaiting a response from the other party, which incited an unusual sensation within him. It was known that, based on his understanding of the Hui Yi clan, a mere hint of provocation would unleash them like enraged beasts, fiercely charging forth to fight to the death. Yet, the Hui Tsubaki before him, after hearing his words, remained as silent as the grave, showing no signs of resistance. Gently raising his head, Hui Tsubaki murmured in a tone bordering on despair, "Just kill me." His voice trembled, and his hands shook incessantly, betraying the turmoil within his heart. Witnessing this scene, Sheila could not help but furrow his brow, sensing that some unforeseen events had transpired. As the judge of this life and death duel, Yang Do silently observed everything unfolding in the arena. He could distinctly hear every exchange between Sheila and Huizhou Chuangu. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards the prominent figures on the platform, who observed with detached indifference. Their faces betrayed not the slightest change in expression, and their eyes shimmered with a chilling indifference, as if the unfolding events were utterly irrelevant to them. He could distinctly feel the oppressive gaze of the water shadow sweeping over him incessantly. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he slowly raised his right hand above his head, signaling readiness for battle. With a resounding shout, that elevated hand descended like a heavy hammer. In that fleeting moment, the expressions of the distinguished figures seated atop the high platform finally exhibited subtle shifts. Their brows furrowed, and their eyes fixated intently on the two individuals on stage, Sheila and Chugu. However, contrary to expectations, even though the battle had been declared, Chila and Chugu did not immediately engage in fierce combat. Instead, they stood silently, showing no intention to strike. Kagaya Chugu, who had long since closed his eyes in despair, awaiting the arrival of death, felt no chilling blade against his neck after what seemed like an eternity. Confused and bewildered, he gradually opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards Chila. We harbor no enmity, and I am not one who revels in bloodshed. If you sincerely apologize to the Uchiha clan while kneeling, I may spare your life today. Useless. They took my mother. If I do not perish here, then my mother will. Oh, I did not anticipate such filial piety from you. A slight smile graced Chila's lips, realizing that his plans had not gone awry. In that case, let us make a deal. Apologize to the Uchiha, and not only will I spare your life, but I will also ensure your mother's rescue. How does that sound? This bargain should be quite advantageous for you. Do you truly possess the means to do so? Kagaya Chugu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chila. Of course, Chila replied, maintaining his composure as he approached Kagaya Chugu with measured steps. When the distance between them was sufficiently close, he lowered his voice to a whisper that only they could hear. Isn't your current predicament also a result of my careful planning? If you follow my instructions and sincerely apologize to the Uchiha, I assure you I have every confidence in ensuring your mother's safety. These words struck Kagaya Chugu's heart like a thunderclap. He fixed his gaze upon Chila, his eyes brimming with a tumultuous blend of emotions, suspicion, anticipation, and a trace of barely perceptible fear. Yet, in the fleeting moment that followed, Kagaya Tsubaki resolved to act. Drawing a deep breath, he knelt before Chila, bowing his head in submission. As long as it ensures my mother's safety, I would not hesitate to apologize to you, Uchiha. Nor would I utter a single word of complaint, even if it cost me my life. Kagaya Tsubaki declared through gritted teeth, enunciating each word with conviction. Indeed, I, Kagaya Tsubaki, extend my apologies to the Uchiha clan. I hope they can forgive my ignorance. As he spoke, Chila turned his gaze towards the distinguished figures seated in the stands. The Uchiha accept your apology. Now take me to your Kagaya clan to meet your patriarch. In the stands, Mizukage remarked, this situation has deviated entirely from your initial expectations. He questioned, glancing at Getsu Mangetsu, who was observing Balian's expression. Balian remained statuesque, his eyes fixated on the two departing figures, as if the world had dwindled to their presence alone. In that moment, he comprehended that perhaps it was this very precocious maturity that emboldened Uchiha Madara to send him, alone, to the village hidden in the mist. Originally, Balian had intended to sacrifice a child from the Kagaya clan to render Chila's existence in the village hidden in the mist arduous, thereby compelling his departure. However, it had become evident that the unfolding events had spiraled beyond his control. From this day forth, this village hidden in the mist, Balian slowly shook his head, exhaling a soft sigh. This enigmatic utterance reverberated through the air, leaving others puzzled, yet sensing an underlying profundity. As his words faded, Balian disregarded the gazes of those around him and gradually departed. His silhouette was elongated in the fading light of the setting sun, evoking a sense of solitude and desolation. Chapter 89, The Kagaya Clan. As Chila traversed the path, his gaze continuously swept across the surrounding environment. The village of Hidden Mist was renowned for its pervasive fog, and as a consequence, its vegetation was relatively sparse. However, upon entering the territory of the Kagaya clan, the situation grew increasingly dire. Chila was astonished to find that he could not discern a single tree. All that met his eyes was a barren landscape. Moreover, the buildings flanking the streets mirrored this desolation. The houses appeared exceedingly rudimentary and crude, as though constructed without any thoughtful planning or design, exuding an air of carelessness and hastiness. At that moment, a piercing voice of mockery abruptly reached Chila's ears. Oh, isn't that the illegitimate child? Why didn't you attend that utterly repugnant ninja school today? With the emergence of this voice, a chorus of laughter and derision from other children ensued. Following the sound, Chila observed a group of youngsters, clad in the typical garb of the Kagaya clan, encircling and mockingly ridiculing Kagaya Tsubaki. Beside him, Tsubaki, upon hearing these taunts, instinctively lowered his head further, his body tensing as he hastily departed with Chila. It was evident that he had grown accustomed to such scorn from others and had chosen to cope by retreating. Seeing Tsubaki's timid demeanor, Chila spoke with a hint of understanding. So you are merely an uncherished half-blood. No wonder you have been cast aside by your clan. Perhaps due to a sense of inferiority regarding his lineage, or perhaps from enduring relentless mockery and bullying from his kin. Tsubaki habitually bowed his head in response to these harsh words, as if that might allow him to evade the humiliation and pain. Lift your head. Do you presume that your self-deprecation will incite pity from others? Respect must always be earned through one's own efforts. The notion of purity is merely an excuse for them to exploit you. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Tsubaki abruptly halted his steps, slowly raising his head to meet Chila's gaze. I heard you're also of mixed blood from the Uchiha clan. Aren't you subject to discrimination? Tsubaki asked timidly, his earlier bravado nowhere to be found. Firstly, the Uchiha clan does not entertain the concept of mixed blood. The Uchiha uphold the theory of a single drop of blood. Even if you possess just a drop of Uchiha blood, you are recognized as one of them. Should you happen to awaken the Sharingan, the Uchiha will readily allocate resources to nurture you. At that point, who would care whether you are of pure blood or not? To families that uphold the theory of pure blood, Chila has always held a profound disdain, as if purity could bestow strength upon one. It is essential to recognize that the two most formidable clans in the ninja world, the Uchiha and the Senju, have never championed the doctrine of pure blood. However, it must be noted that unless absolutely necessary, neither clan would actively seek intermarriage with outsiders. Essentially, they maintain a stance that is neither supportive nor opposing. By the way, where does your clan leader reside? We have been walking for quite some time, Chila inquired with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Tsubaki, who had been momentarily lost in thought, quickly took a few steps forward and responded, "It's just ahead. Our clan leader prefers solitude and shuns noisy environments. Hence their residence is quite secluded. To be honest, I also feel somewhat uncertain. I wonder if bringing you back to the clan without prior notice might displease the leader." Seeing her apprehension, Chila placed a reassuring hand firmly on Kagaya Tsubaki's shoulder and said, "Do not worry. After today, while I cannot guarantee everything, I assure you that no one will dare to bully you again." Despite Chila's comforting words, the worry etched on Kagaya Tsubaki's face did not diminish. In fact, it seemed to deepen. Chila continued to follow Kagaya Tsubaki, pondering the intricate history of the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan is often depicted by outsiders as a group of reckless brutes, driven by sheer courage yet devoid of strategy. However, upon reflection, their complexity is far from superficial. For instance, when Obito covertly manipulated the third Mizukage, Yagura, plunging the entire Kirigakure into chaos, it was the Kagaya clan that resolutely initiated what appeared to be a one-sided coup. Although this coup ultimately failed, it serves as a testament that the Kagaya clan is far from being devoid of intellect. Their timing was impeccably chosen, as at that moment, the Hidden Mist village had long suffered under the oppressive rule of the fourth Mizukage, with a significant number of talents defecting. Furthermore, they successfully breached the Mizukage tower with little obstruction. This indicates that many within the Hidden Mist village were merely spectators, if not secretly hoping for the success of the Kagaya clan's rebellion. After all, the situation in the Hidden Mist village was already tumultuous. What difference would a bit more chaos make? Should the Kagaya clan triumph, they would be hailed not as rebels, but as saviors of the village. Even in failure, those who remained indifferent would not be affected. They could simply maintain the status quo, muttering a few curses at the Kagaya clan before moving on. Alas, they ultimately faltered, having overestimated their own clan's strength while grossly underestimating the prowess of the fourth Mizukage, Keiki Shirari. It was then that Kagaya Tsubaki's words jolted Kiera back to reality. He gazed at the house before him, clearly aged, with walls that were weathered and worn, and even the roof tiles appeared quite dilapidated. Huiyi Tsubaki exhaled deeply, as if expelling all the tension and anxiety from within his heart along with that breath. He then slowly approached the tightly shut door, lightly rapping on it a few times. Moments later, the door emitted a dull thud before beginning to open slowly, accompanied by the creaking of the hinges. An imposing figure emerged before them. This individual was remarkably tall and robust, standing there like a towering fortress, exuding an undeniable air of intimidation. "Clan leader, it is I." Huiyi Tsubaki barely managed to utter a few words before being abruptly interrupted by Huiyi Yugo, who stepped out from within the house. With a swift motion, Huiyi Yugo raised his right hand and struck him across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Did I not instruct you to withdraw? Why have you returned? What became of that Uchiha brat?" Huiyi Yugo's voice was low and laced with fury, reminiscent of a beast ready to unleash its wrath. "I am Uchiha Karara. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Uchiha Karara spoke with an air of calm confidence that belied his youth. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Huiyi Yugo turned, his brow furrowing in confusion as he regarded the fallen Huiyi Tsubaki. "What is the meaning of this?" "You need not blame him. It was I who requested he bring me here, Uchiha Karara stated, stepping forward and fixing his gaze directly upon Huiyi Yugo. I wish to discuss matters concerning the future of the Huiyi clan. I wonder if you might be inclined to entertain this conversation? Chapter 90. Scheming Part 1. I have no interest. Leave the clan grounds at once. Delay any further, and I cannot guarantee what will transpire next. Huiyi Yugo's expression darkened, as if shadows themselves could ooze from his countenance, glaring fiercely at Karara. However, in the face of Huiyi Yugo's hostility, Karara remained unfazed. A slight smirk gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of pity. Ah, what a pity. Your courage truly does not match your ambition. Having initially turned away to return indoors, Huiyi Yugo abruptly halted, as if ensnared by an unseen force. Slowly he turned back, casting a frigid and piercing gaze upon Karara once more. What nonsense are you spouting? Oh, are you not aware of what I am implying? Karara maintained his smile, though it bore an enigmatic quality that was difficult to decipher. You harbor aspirations of becoming the Mizukage, seeking to control the entirety of the hidden mist village. Alas, you possess ambition in abundance, yet your cowardice prevents you from acting upon it. Impudent. Such outrageous claims. Huiyi Yugo roared, his fury palpable. The Huiyi clan is steadfastly loyal to Lord Byakuren, without a trace of disloyalty. Do not speak such baseless accusations here. His voice was deafening, resonating through the air relentlessly. However, his exaggerated reaction fell precisely into Chila's scheme. At that moment, Chila inquired once more now. Do you have any interest in conversing with me, esteemed chief of the Huya clan? In response to Chila's probing, Huya Yugu's eyes, seemingly ablaze with fury, fixed intently upon him. Yet, surprisingly, this time Huya Yugu did not categorically refuse as he had moments ago. Instead, he descended into an unusual silence. Meanwhile, Chila maintained an air of composure. He bent down to assist the fallen Huya Tsubaki to his feet and leisurely remarked, the wager we established before our duel. With our very lives as stakes. Regardless of the reasons, he has been defeated. Thus, according to the rules, should his life not be entrusted to my discretion? You intend to kill him? However, Chila gently waved his hand and smiled in response. No, if I truly desired his life, why would I wait until now? To be candid, I am not well acquainted with many matters or individuals in the mist-hidden village and urgently require someone intimately familiar with it. Huya Tsubaki is the most fitting candidate. What are your thoughts, Chief Huya? A faint smile lingered on his face, as if he had everything under control. Since the chieftain of the Huey clan showed no interest in what I wished to convey, I deemed it inappropriate to continue my intrusion. I felt that the chieftain of the Mizuki clan might find my words rather intriguing. At the very least, he would likely listen patiently to my discourse, wouldn't he? With this in mind, Chila unceremoniously extended his hand, embracing the still somewhat bewildered Chubone, and prepared to turn away. Just as he pivoted, the previously composed voice of Huey Yugu echoed, regardless of the circumstances, you are still a guest. If we allow you to depart in such a manner, word may spread, and we could be criticized for our lack of hospitality and decorum. Having already turned, Chila paused at these words. Moments later, a subtle smile graced his lips. In truth, he had been wagering from the outset, betting that this chieftain of Huey Yugu was not as simple-minded and ignorant as the outside world purported. It now appeared that his gamble had indeed paid off. Thus, in high spirits, Chila firmly grasped the still bewildered Chubone and strode confidently into the abode of the Huey chieftain. The interior of the house contrasted starkly with Chila's expectations. He had anticipated a chaotic scene, yet the reality was quite the opposite. The space was exceptionally clean and orderly. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the decor was strikingly minimalist, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. This straightforward design imparted an impression of decisiveness about the house's owner. Moreover, not a single maid or servant was in sight. Typically, a family of such stature would employ numerous attendants to facilitate daily operations. Yet the Huey clan seemed to defy this norm. Chila gazed thoughtfully at his surroundings and remarked, indeed, the external perception of the Huey clan is not entirely accurate. In response to Chila's observation, Huey Yugu, who had been closely following, offered a slight smile and replied, those are merely trifling rumors. Our Huey clan has never paid them any heed. Furthermore, sometimes these rumors can, in fact, serve to protect us to a certain extent, don't you think? As the rumors suggest, the Uchiha clan members are all cold-blooded beings, seemingly devoid of emotion. When Kagaya Tsutsuki uttered these words, he shed his previous reckless and impulsive demeanor, evoking an air of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Sheila nodded slightly, signaling his agreement with the perspective presented. However, since their entrance into this room, neither had broached the sensitive matter that Sheila had mentioned outside. The two seemed to tacitly avoid that delicate topic, instead engaging in seemingly trivial discussions about unrelated matters. At this moment, Kagaya Tsutsuki sat leisurely on a stool, his gaze aligning almost perfectly with Sheila's at the same level. A child had intruded upon the unestablished Mist village so brazenly. Were you not afraid? Yet, Sheila merely shrugged lightly, responding with an air of nonchalance. The notion of being conspicuous presupposes one possesses a sufficiently sharp edge. Deliberately concealing one's strength does not enhance my power. On the contrary, if I were constantly lurking in the shadows, timid and hesitant, I would likely forfeit numerous opportunities for growth. Furthermore, it is imperative that certain individuals remain aware of my existence to recognize me as someone with immense potential. Only in this way can I ensure that I am not overlooked. Upon hearing Sheila's words, Kagaya Tsutsuki took a deep breath and slowly nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, he reflected with a sense of gravity. Indeed, ultimately, everything boils down to the desire to survive well. Chapter 91. Scheming, Part 2. Speak your mind, Kagaya Tsutsuki said solemnly, eager to discern what Sheila would articulate. Upon hearing this, Sheila lifted his gaze, meeting Kagaya's eyes directly, and countered, "First, I need to know, do you aspire to become the Mizukage?" For a brief moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, enveloping the two in a fleeting silence. After a while, Kagaya nodded slightly and remarked, "In this world, who wouldn't desire to occupy the highest position?" However, Sheila remained unfazed by his words, promptly probing further. "Do you believe you can compete with Aoigiri Mangetsu?" Faced with this pointed inquiry, Kagaya once again chose silence. After an extended pause, he gently shook his head and sighed in resignation. "I cannot compete. He has the support of Byakuren, who can assist him wholeheartedly. In such circumstances, no one can rival him." Upon hearing this, Sheila suddenly smiled, glancing around to find not a single stool available, and promptly settled cross-legged on the ground. "In that case, you are gravely mistaken. His formidable strength, coupled with his prestigious lineage, allows him to communicate effectively with your clan. Furthermore, his ideologies resonate profoundly with those of the White Lotus. It is only when these prerequisites are met that the White Lotus would unhesitatingly choose to ally with him. Thus, the sequence of these conditions must not be misconstrued. Are we of the Kagaya clan destined to remain in perpetual obscurity? Is your visit merely to mock me?" "Patience." Esteemed leader of the Kagaya clan, Shi Lu responded with a serene smile, gently gesturing as if all that transpired was well within his control. The current fade of peace in the ninja world, devoid of war, can be attributed to the looming presence of two formidable titans above all. However, you must comprehend that both of these powerhouses have surpassed the age of 40, nearing 50, even if they manage to prolong their existence in harmony. How much longer can they endure? A decade? Perhaps two? They are human, not divine, and inevitably, they will succumb to time. At these words, Kagaya Yugo's heart raced, sensing a critical revelation, yet hesitating to fully embrace it. Once these two are no longer of this world, chaos and conflict will undoubtedly engulf the ninja realm. The situation will transform dramatically, will it not? As his words hung in the air, Kagaya Yugo's eyes narrowed sharply, filled with a penetrating depth. "Tsubaki, step outside and wait. Should anything arise, I will call for you." Tsubaki, already bewildered by the current predicament, hesitated momentarily upon hearing the leader's command. He cast a questioning glance at Shi Lu before turning away and exiting the room. "Even if war were to reignite, how can you be so certain that the likes of Ghost Lantern Mangetsu will face misfortune? And even if you were to meet an unfortunate fate, how can you assist me in ascending to the position of Mizukage?" Kagaya Yugo pressed, anxiety lacing his tone. "To assume the role of Mizukage? Forgive my candor, but you stand no chance of attaining such a position." Shi Lu replied with an expressionless demeanor, his words resolute and unwavering. This statement struck Kagaya Yugo like a sharp blade, igniting a fire of fury within him in an instant. He suddenly leaped from his seat, his eyes wide with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Sheila and bellowing, "Uchiha brat, have you been toying with me all this time? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life?" In the face of Kagaya Otsutsuki's wrath, Sheila remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of agitation. He waved his hand nonchalantly, signaling the other to calm down, and spoke in a measured tone, "Leader Kagaya, please refrain from anger and allow me to elucidate my thoughts. First and foremost, we must address your clan, The Otsutsuki. Historically, your esteemed family has never engaged in any form of cooperation with the other clans of the Hidden Mist, and there exists no semblance of camaraderie between you. Consequently, when you vie for the position of Mizukiage, how could those clans willingly support you? It would be a miracle if they do not sabotage your efforts. Furthermore, the current situation within the Hidden Mist village is exceedingly intricate and convoluted, far beyond your capacity to manage. Upon hearing these words, Kagaya Otsutsuki furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt and uncertainty crossing his eyes as he slowly replied, I believe I understand your intentions. You aspire to become the Mizukiage. Indeed, my ambitions are quite clear, to become the Mizukiage, the third generation of this esteemed position. However, as you rightly pointed out, I possess no roots within the Hidden Mist village. Thus, after careful consideration, I have chosen your Otsutsuki clan as my foundation. Sheila stood tall, his gaze unwavering and resolute as he openly expressed his aspirations to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yet, upon hearing this declaration, Kagaya was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter, as though he had heard the most absurd joke in existence. Ha 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 ha. I once thought you were quite clever, but it appears you are utterly foolish. A complete imbecile. Now, vanish from my sight at once. With that, Kagaya waved his hand dismissively, signaling Chila to leave. In response to Kagaya's rude dismissal, Chila did not display anger or offense. He was acutely aware that mere words would hardly sway the other party. Please, don't be so hasty in dismissing me, Chief Kagaya. In truth, I possess a profound understanding of the current situation and the plight of your esteemed Kagaya clan. The overall environment of the Hidden Mist village is not particularly conducive to your clan's growth. However, I happen to know of a place that would serve as the ideal sanctuary for you. At this juncture, Chila deliberately paused, piquing Kagaya Yugo's curiosity. The crux of this negotiation lay in the exchange of benefits. By now, Kagaya Yugo was growing impatient with Chila. He furrowed his brow and asked curtly, Where? The Land of Waves. From what I gather, the Land of Waves is also an island nation, but unlike others, it is devoid of ninjas. This would allow your Kagaya clan to thrive there effortlessly. Chapter 92, Scheming Part 2, The Land of Waves? Kagaya Yugo murmured, his brow slightly furrowed as he contemplated the implications and value hidden within that name. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. You must be aware that the Land of Waves is a vassal of the Land of Whirlpools. Moreover, the Land of Whirlpools shares a long-standing relationship with your Konoha, intertwined with countless connections. Given this intricate relationship, I trust you can discern the potential benefits and pitfalls. Standing before Kagaya Yugo, Chila took a deep breath and spoke at a measured pace. What of Konoha? From the moment I stepped into the Hidden Mist village, my fate has been irrevocably linked to it. I am now an integral part of the Hidden Mist. As a denizen of the mist, my mission is to find ways to undermine Konoha's strength. Seizing the Land of Waves is a crucial step toward achieving this objective. Coincidentally, your Kagaya clan is in dire need of a territory fully under your control, one where you can act freely. Meanwhile, I require the influence of your clan within the Hidden Mist to solidify my position, thus allowing me to vie for the title of Mizukiage. Chila's words flowed like a gentle stream, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Kagaya Yugo. As seconds ticked by, the two men maintained a tense silence, their eyes locked in an intense gaze. Eventually, Kagaya Yugo broke the silence, yet he continued to shake his head gently as he replied. It is undeniable that the Land of Waves is indeed alluring. However, how can I place my trust in your solitary word that you possess the capability to ascend to the position of Mizukiage? Even if you were to become Mizukiage in the future, how can you guarantee that you would launch an attack on the Land of Waves and relinquish it to our Kagaya clan? There are far too many uncertainties and variables at play. Such substantial risks are simply not worth the gamble of our entire clan's resources. Upon hearing this, Chila's lips curled slightly, a barely perceptible smile emerging. Everything was now in place. It was time to reveal his trump card and instill a measure of confidence in the Kagaya clan leader before him. The Uchiha clan had now fragmented into two factions. One faction, led by Uchiha, represented the Doves, choosing to remain in the Hidden Leaf village, while the other, spearheaded by Uchiha Shana, belonged to the Hawks, who would soon depart from the Leaf to journey to the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain? The Uchiha clan had indeed split? Kagaya Yuki's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of confusion. He found it utterly perplexing how the internal schism within the Uchiha clan could be linked to that nation of Rain. Nevertheless, the very notion of the Uchiha division was, without a doubt, unprecedented news to him. Just then, a sudden epiphany flashed through Kagaya's mind. as if an essential clue was on the verge of being grasped. Eagerly, he was about to articulate his conjecture. However, before he could utter a word, Chila's voice resonated once more. In truth, Uchiha Shana is not the true hawkish leader. He merely acts as a temporary substitute for me in exercising command. This unexpected revelation detonated in Kagaya's heart like a bombshell, leaving him utterly astounded. What about that individual's choice? Kagaya fixated on Chila, his tone urgent as he pressed on. My uncle, Uchiha Madara? What do you think? Chila refrained from providing a direct answer. Kagaya felt as if a cataclysmic thunderbolt had suddenly surged through his mind, rendering him momentarily dazed, to the extent that he could scarcely believe the words he had just heard. Uchiha Madara was indeed the uncle of this young imp? I require your Kagaya clan to serve as the foundation for my current endeavors, and in return, you shall eventually receive a territory that wholly belongs to you. Chila seemed unfazed by Kagaya's look of astonishment, calmly inquiring once more. As time ticked away, Kagaya remained like a statue, his gaze fixed intently upon Chila, as though he sought to penetrate the very depths of his soul. After a prolonged silence, he gradually closed his eyes, reminiscent of the fleeting calm before a tempest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of resolve and avarice intertwining within them. This is far from sufficient. How could I confidently acquiesce based solely on the nature of this relationship? Unbeknownst to him, Chila had lowered his head, yet when he raised it again, Kagaya was taken aback. What if we were to add my eyes to the equation? After slowly emerging from the Kagaya clan's grounds, Chila came to a halt, standing quietly in place. He slightly tilted his head, casting his gaze towards the sky. Yet all that met his eyes was an expanse of white mist, thoroughly obscuring the entire firmament and making it arduous to catch even a glimpse of daylight. Chila inhaled deeply, then exhaled forcefully, as if attempting to expel the long-suppressed gloom that weighed upon his heart. At that moment, a crisp and somewhat astonished voice suddenly rang in his ear. Hey, you actually followed that fellow to their family? Turning towards the source of the voice, Chi Lu beheld Mikoto, who had emerged from an unknown corner, her expression tinged with skepticism as she scrutinized him intently. Before Chila could respond, Mikoto pressed on with her inquiry. Are you all right? Chila gently shook his head. You didn't tell me and Noya, did you? Observing his demeanor, Mikoto furrowed her brow. Concern etched across her face as she examined him from head to toe, muttering, this place is unfamiliar. Even if I told them, they probably wouldn't be able to devise a good plan to help. So, I simply chose not to mention it. She circled around Chilo, attempting to ascertain from every angle whether he bore any injuries or peculiarities. Hearing Mikoto's caring words, Chi Li's lips curved upward, revealing a faint smile. He shifted his neck, which had grown tense from prolonged stress, and softly reassured, rest assured, everything is fine now. From this day forward, we are utterly safe in this misty hidden village. No one will trouble us again, nor will anyone target us. However, after hearing these words, Mikoto was left utterly perplexed, failing to comprehend what Chila truly meant. She blinked her bright, expressive eyes and inquired with confusion, wait, what do you mean by that? Why are we suddenly safe? I'm absolutely famished. I haven't eaten a single bite since noon, and look at the time. It's almost evening. We should hurry home. Perhaps Yaling and Miho have already prepared dinner and are waiting for us. Chila did not respond, but instead clutched his stomach and briskly headed towards his house. Hey, wait up, Mikoto exclaimed, hastily quickening her pace to catch up, grumbling, how unfair. I've been waiting for you out here all afternoon. Hearing her complaints, Chila did not look back but waved his hand dismissively, urging her to keep up. Otherwise, when we get home, I might lock the door and you won't be able to come in. You wouldn't dare. Watch me get home before you. Haraha. Chapter 93. The wind rises, behold my move. A melodious voice echoed, and a striking girl with long hair caught the eye. She wielded a shimmering long knife. Her form as graceful as a swallow, leaping into the air. With a swift motion, she struck forward, her fierce energy seemingly tearing through the very air. Opposite her stood a boy with a fair complexion, although a hint of youth still lingered in his features. His delicate countenance and deep-set eyes revealed an undeniable handsomeness that belied his age. In his hand, he held an ordinary wooden sword. Yet he exuded a calm and unruffled demeanor. Faced with the girl's ferocious assault, he displayed no sign of panic. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips as he silently observed her approach. In the blink of an eye, the girl's long knife descended upon him like a tempest. The boy merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the wooden sword moved like a serpent striking from its lair, swiftly swiping towards the girl's weapon. In an instant, a sharp clatter resonated as the girl's long knife fell to the ground, powerless against the boy's deft maneuver. Makoto, I've told you before, the fundamentals are the foundation of everything. While daily practice may seem tedious and monotonous, it is essential for your growth. Look at you now. You can't even hold the knife steadily, the boy said earnestly to the girl as he put away the wooden sword. Humph. Mei-chin pouted playfully, her nose as delicate as white jade crinkling in mock annoyance. She bent her slender waist to pick up the blade that had fallen to the ground. Pouting her lips slightly, she mumbled, It's been 7 years, and you still don't let me win. It's really no fun. I'm not practicing anymore. No matter how hard I try, I can never defeat you. Upon hearing this, Chila smiled gently and handed the wooden sword he held to Meiha, who stood nearby. He lifted his gaze towards the distant sky, a hint of nostalgia evident in his expression as he murmured to himself, Indeed. It has been a full 7 years since I unwittingly arrived at the Hidden Mist Village. Time has flown by since the day he successfully forged an alliance with the Kagaya clan. In these 7 years, the world of shinobi has been tumultuous and unpredictable, filled with countless events. Among the most notable is the once mighty Uchiha clan. Now, nearly half of the Uchiha members have departed from Konoha, migrating to the Land of Rain, where they have begun to wholeheartedly support a young man named Hanzo of the Salamander. This young man, despite his tender years, has exhibited remarkable audacity. And with the backing of the Uchiha clan, the formerly fragmented Land of Rain has begun to show signs of consolidation into a unified nation. Meanwhile, the first Mizukage, Byakuren, has grown increasingly frail with age, his vitality waning to the extent that he can no longer manage the heavy burdens of governance. Reluctantly, he has entrusted all administrative matters of the Hidden Mist Village to the capable hands of the enigmatic Kahaku. However, Kahaku has never been particularly fond of the intricate and tedious nature of bureaucratic duties, often finding them quite burdensome. Thus, he promptly delegated all these affairs to the assistant whom Byakuren had originally designated to aid him. This decision led to a dramatic transformation in the assistant's standing. Initially, he merely played a role akin to that of a secretary, yet as time passed and he demonstrated exceptional acumen in handling governmental affairs, he gradually amassed considerable prestige. Over time, the name Yuan sure began to resonate within the Hidden Mist Village, subtly eclipsing that of Kahaku. Moreover, under Yuanshi's guidance, the Kagaya clan has also begun to actively engage with other families within the Hidden Mist Village, fostering robust relations among the shinobi clans. This shift not only elevated the Kagaya clan's status within the village, but also indirectly allowed Kirai to connect with a broader array of shinobi. Regrettably, however, since his arrival at the Hidden Mist Village 7 years ago, he has felt as though he has been entirely forgotten. The village's demeanor towards him has always been lukewarm, never proactively offending him, nor has it assigned him any tasks. He has been treated merely as a talisman, left to exist in a state of neglect. Simultaneously, Madara has not made a single appearance during these 7 long years. During his time in the Hidden Mist Village, the only tidbit he has gleaned about Madara is that the Hidden Cloud Village had once attempted to seize control of the Nine Tails through forceful means. And just as they were on the verge of success, Madara intervened to rescue the beast. It is said that the ensuing confrontation between man and beast nearly reduced the newly established Hidden Cloud Village to rubble. However, regarding this matter, Yunrin's faction has steadfastly denied any involvement. Despite their assertions, they have stationed troops at various strategic points to guard against potential incursions from other nations. Furthermore, the monumental battle at the Valley of the End between Madara and Hashirama remains unrealized. Alas, we practice diligently at home every day, and I feel as though I am on the verge of boredom. Beside me, Makoto grumbled while gently placing her sword on the rack. Her expression clouded with melancholy as she plopped down on a stone bench in the courtyard. Hearing Makoto's complaints, Mei, who followed behind Chila holding a wooden sword, immediately raised her head in protest. What is wrong with being here? Each day is filled with joy and carefree moments. We need not worry about anything. How many people would yearn for such a life, yet find it unattainable? Wouldn't you agree, young master? At this moment, Mei had blossomed into a graceful young woman, yet her personality stood in stark contrast to that of Aiha, who, though similarly grown, had become increasingly gentle and understanding. As Chila matured day by day, Mei's dependence on him deepened. At times, even Chila could not help but wonder if Mei's character had forever remained in childhood, perpetually bewildered and innocent. Chila, our clan leader has said there is something important. Do you have time now? Suddenly, An anxious voice called from outside. Before the words had fully faded, a figure rushed into the courtyard like a gust of wind. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Kagaya Tsubaki, whom Chila had saved years ago. Back then, after establishing a cooperative relationship with Kagaya, his status within the clan had risen significantly. Nowadays, no one dared to bully or mock him. And thanks to his innate talent and connection with Chila, he gradually emerged as a prominent figure, representing the new generation of the Kagaya clan. Chapter 94. The resignation of the Hokage. Stepping once more into the familiar abode of the Kagaya clan leader, I was greeted by the unchanged, unadorned decor. It felt as though time had frozen here, with everything remaining exactly as it had been. Kagaya Yugo wore a grave expression and began to speak slowly. Just a moment ago, all the village's jonin gathered for a meeting, where the Mizukage announced two critically important matters. Pausing slightly, he seemed intent on building anticipation for Chila. The first matter is that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has unexpectedly resigned. His position has been taken over by his younger brother, Senju Tobarama. As soon as the words were uttered, Chi Lu, who had been sitting with dignified composure, suddenly sprang to his feet, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring intently at Kagaya Yuki. Kagaya Yuki was not taken aback by Chi Li's intense reaction, for nearly everyone present had been equally astounded upon hearing the news. He waved his hand, signaling Chila to remain calm, and then spoke slowly. "Stop glaring at me like that. The village has confirmed this information, and it is undoubtedly authentic. The Hokage ceremony for Senju Tobarama has already been completed." Chila furrowed his brows tightly, pondering, but how could the Hokage suddenly resign without reason? Surely, there must be a reasonable explanation. Health issues? Do you believe that? I do not. However, it is of no consequence. Whether it be the intelligence relayed by spies or the declaration from Konoha, this is the reason given. Health issues, Chila softly echoed. Now? Please tell me about the second matter. Kagaya Otsutsuki inhaled deeply, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes, and whispered. The hidden sand village in the Land of Wind has amassed troops at the border. It is crucial to note that for a long time, the entire shinobi world has been overshadowed by the formidable presence of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Their strength is so formidable that other factions are compelled to compromise in silence. However, Uchiha Madara has not made an appearance for many years, and Senju Hashirama has announced his abdication due to health issues. This sudden turn of events is akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that cascade into tumultuous waves. The already volatile state of the shinobi world, resembling a colossal powder keg, requires merely a spark to ignite a cataclysmic explosion. Kagaya Otsutsuki clenches her fist, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. I have waited a full 7 years. The war is finally on the brink of eruption. Is it not time for our plans to be set in motion? Raku listens quietly to Kagaya's words, remaining silent. He was well aware that the other party did not fear war. On the contrary, Kagaya Otsutsuki harbored a sense of anticipation and yearning for this great conflict that could potentially alter the entire landscape of the ninja world. After a considerable pause, Chila slowly inquired, "What, then, is the village's stance on this matter?" His tone exuded a profound composure, evidently deep in contemplation. Initially, Gue Ding Huanyu was poised and eager to initiate a comprehensive mobilization. However, Shuang intervened, clearly asserting a stance of restraint, opting to remain inactive and patiently observe the unfolding situation. He believes that we should wait until the flames of war truly ignite before we seize the opportunity to intervene. Regardless, we must never be the ones to initiate this conflict. Kagaya Otsutsuki clearly harbors reservations regarding Mizukage Hakuren's decision, and merely reiterating his words now seems to irk him somewhat. Why is Sunagake so impatient? Are they not fearful of Senju Hashirama? Or have they abdicated simply out of weariness from tedious affairs? The normally accommodating Wind Shadow has surprisingly acted with such decisiveness this time. Chila, perplexed, inquired. Kagaya Otsutsuki gently shook his head, dismissively responding, "In my view, their actions are not aimed at invading the Land of Fire, at most. They intend to assault the Land of River to seize some provisions." Chila crossed his arms contemplatively, murmuring to himself, "Is it truly just a matter of merely seizing some food?" An ominous premonition lingered in his heart, making him feel that this situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared, especially considering Sunagaku's historical modus operandi and the current tense circumstances. This military expedition would undoubtedly not conclude as easily as Kagaya Otsutsuki suggested. The onset of war is akin to Pandora's box being opened. How could one side's desires be easily satisfied? Such desires are like an abyss, forever insatiable. Moreover, the land of River has pledged allegiance to the land of Fire. Every year, they offer half of their grain and wealth to the land of Fire. This is no trifling sum. It is a staggering fortune that leaves one astounded. If the land of River were to fall prey to an invasion from Sunagakure, the repercussions would not solely affect the land of River itself. Furthermore, although Senju Hashirama has abdicated, he is still very much alive. With his support behind them, how could Sunagakure dare to act recklessly? Therefore, from any analytical perspective, Sunagakure would certainly not entertain any ambitions against the land of River. They not only dare not covet the land of River, but would also not have the audacity to cross over it to attack the more resource-rich land of Fire. But if they cannot target the land of River and the land of Fire, it implies that Sunagakure's true objective lies with the land of Rain. Currently, the land of Rain appears to be under the control of Hanzo the Salamander. Yet the entire ninja world is well aware that the true power within the land of Rain rests with the group of Uchiha who have departed from Konoha. It is worth noting that the land of Rain's resources are not lacking, and it possesses the fresh water that Sunagakure desperately needs. In Chi Li's mind, thoughts raced at lightning speed, swiftly unraveling the intricate web of relationships involved, to ponder why Sunagakure dared to provoke the land of Rain. One cannot overlook the insidious scheming and instigation from Konoha lurking in the shadows. However, the true reason Sunagakure felt emboldened and entirely unafraid of potential retribution from Uchiha Madara lay elsewhere. Even without deep contemplation, the answer was evident. It was undoubtedly that malevolent white-haired figure orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Surely, this white-haired individual had informed the people of Sunagakure that should Uchiha Madara dare to retaliate against them, Senju Hashirama would undoubtedly intervene to thwart his actions. Nevertheless, Chi Li believed that the unfolding of reality would prove to be astonishingly contrary to expectations, if it were indeed Sunagakure that initiated the conflict. Regardless of the tempting promises made by the white-haired figure, Hashirama most likely would not choose to confront Madara directly. At most, he might reveal himself after Madara's retaliatory actions reached a certain threshold, intervening just enough to prevent the complete annihilation of Sunagakure. After all, based on his understanding of Senju Tobarama, that man could not possibly be oblivious. Once Hashirama and Madara departed from this world, the Ninja World War would inevitably commence. Thus, instigating Sunagakure to target the Uchiha, while simultaneously weakening a future adversary was a deal that could only yield favorable results. Indeed, that wicked white-haired fiend. Chapter 95. The message with a clear understanding of Sunagakure's true intentions, Chi Li did not hesitate for a moment, decisively inquiring, "Does your clan possess anything akin to carrier pigeons for swift message delivery?" Upon hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki was momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to grasp the meaning behind Chi Li's words, and in utter bewilderment, she responded, "Carrier pigeons? What are carrier pigeons?" Seeing Kagaya's confused expression only heightened Chi Li's urgency, prompting him to clarify. The ultimate goal of Sunagakure cannot possibly be as simple as targeting the land of rivers. Their true ambition lies in the land of rain. We must urgently send a message to the land of rain so that they can prepare in advance. The thought of his kin in the land of rain ignited a fire of anxiety within Chi Li. Those relatives were to be his foundation for the future, and under no circumstances would he allow anyone to dare to harm them. Huh? The land of rain? Isn't that the very nation controlled by your clansmen? How audacious of Sunagakure. Do they not fear retribution from that esteemed individual? At this point, even Kagaya, who typically feared nothing, could not help but admire the audacity of the Kazekage. No wonder he managed to attain such a position. Such boldness. Truly, he dared to dream and act. As for whether Chi Li had misjudged the situation, Kagaya had not even considered it. After all, for the past 7 years, the Otsutsuki clan had followed Chi Li's various suggestions and flourished remarkably, truly rising to prominence. In contemporary times, the Kagaya family has remarkably transformed itself into the foremost clan, second only to the illustrious Otsutsuki clan. However, the Otsutsuki family's apparent supremacy is largely attributed to the impending ascension of Otsutsuki Kagaya, who is set to assume the pivotal role of the second Mizukage. Yet, when considering the overall strength of the clans, if one were to exclude the formidable prowess of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the Kagaya family would undoubtedly possess the confidence to proclaim, We are unequivocally the preeminent clan of the hidden mist village. Perhaps it is this alluring prospect that ensnares Kagaya Yuki, drawing him into a labyrinth of obsession, rendering his expressions increasingly distorted and grotesque. His gradually unraveling expression was keenly observed by the anxious Chila beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chila raised his hand and forcefully struck the table before him, producing a resounding bang that startled Kagaya Yuki, who had been lost in reverie, nearly causing her to leap from her seat. "You seem so pleased to hear that my kin are about to be attacked? Oh dear, a misunderstanding. I certainly did not mean that. My thoughts merely wandered elsewhere. The homing pigeons you require do indeed exist within our clan. But the issue lies in the fact that these pigeons have never set foot upon the land of the Rain Country. Even if we were to release them, it is likely that the Rain Country would not receive the message. How about this? I shall arrange for the swiftest members of my clan to run an errand to convey the information," Kagaya Yuki explained, wiping the corner of her mouth as she spoke. "Run an errand?" Upon hearing this, Chila furrowed his brow in contemplation. If someone were truly to undertake this journey, it seemed that sending anyone else would not be as effective as going himself. The situation was dire. Even the slightest misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. "You will be responsible for drafting the letter. I shall find someone immediately. Rest assured, it will take no more than 7 days. No, it will only require 5 days to ensure that the letter reaches the Rain Country." Observing Chila's indecision, Kagaya Yuki hastened to reassure him. After a struggle within himself, Chila ultimately shook his head in resignation, deciding to abandon the notion of personally undertaking the journey. In the late hours of the night, Chila finally emerged from the Kagaya clan. The message had been delivered. He had informed Shana in the letter to make every effort to avoid a war with Sunagakure. Even if a conflict were to erupt, they must ensure that the Fire Country was drawn into it. However, just as he stepped through his front door, an unexpected event occurred. The blood crow that had followed him from Konoha to Kirigakure suddenly descended without warning from the rooftop, landing steadily upon his shoulder. This unforeseen turn of events caused Chila to halt abruptly, his body tensing instantaneously. He instinctively turned his gaze towards the blood raven perched upon his shoulder, his eyes filled with confusion and vigilance. It was at that moment that he suddenly became aware of the enveloping darkness within the room, devoid of any glimmer of light. It is worth noting that, regardless of how late he returned home, the lights in the hall had always remained steadfastly illuminated, a gesture from Yi Ling and the others to ensure his return was met with a semblance of comfort. As this realization dawned upon him, a sense of foreboding tightened within Chilu's heart, an ominous premonition surging forth. His footsteps shifted subtly as he silently approached the knife rack beside him. The rack held the blades that Mei-Chin typically utilized during her training, their sharp edges glimmering with a faint, cold light in the darkness. Chila grasped the hilt, slowly drawing the knife from its resting place. As the cool sensation enveloped his palm, he felt a slight sense of calm settle within him. Following this, he bent down, stealthily moving closer to the window, and with the most delicate of motions, gently pushed it open. He pressed his ear closely against the wall of the window, fully engrossed in listening for any faint sound that might emanate from within the room. However, to his dismay, the entire house was eerily silent, devoid of even the slightest whisper. This outcome sent a wave of despair through him, as the anxieties that lay dormant within his heart surged forth like a tide, amplifying and spreading relentlessly. Moments later, he swiftly formed a hand sign with his fingers. In the next instant, he deftly leapt through the window, landing silently within the room. No sooner had his feet touched the ground than he keenly detected an exceedingly faint rustle emanating from the direction of the hall. He immediately bent down, cautiously feeling his way along the wall. At last, he beheld a figure seated in the hall. In an instant, his pupils constricted sharply, for this silhouette was unmistakably not one of the trio, Yaya, Mika, or Riku. A chill surged up his spine, prompting him to instinctively narrow his eyes while subtly repositioning the long knife he held tightly to his waist. Source, slash. A blade of unparalleled sharpness suddenly illuminated the darkness, slicing through the air towards the enigmatic figure. Chapter 96. Explosion. The gleam shot through the abyss like a meteor, propelled by an intense momentum towards the individual before him. Yet, the outcome was entirely contrary to Chi Li's expectations. He had anticipated the gruesome sound of flesh being severed by the blade, but in reality, at the very moment the edge was about to make contact, the person effortlessly tilted their head aside with astonishing speed, evading the lethal strike with ease. Before Chi Lu could comprehend the situation, 3 glinting shurikens were hurled from the stranger's hand like lightning, whistling through the air towards him. Caught in the inertia of his previous advance, he had no time to evade. In a critical moment, he decisively utilized his forward momentum to crash through the tightly shut door of the room, rolling inside. "Miho, are you there? Makoto, Yaya?" Upon bursting into the room, Sheila dashed behind the wall to take cover, frantically calling out. Yet, the only response he received was an oppressive silence. The room was eerily quiet, as if even the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. The absence of any reply intensified Chi Li's already anxious feelings, which erupted within him like a volcano, magnifying his desperation to unfathomable heights. His heartbeat quickened, and his breaths became increasingly frantic, with beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. From the recent encounter, Chi Lu was acutely aware that he was far from a match for the enigmatic figure. It was evident that this person had remained seated throughout, never once rising to engage in combat. At that moment, the most prudent course of action was undoubtedly to devise a means of escape. As the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, a torrent of excuses and justifications flooded his consciousness, urging him to depart with ease. Yet, when he thought of the gentle Wei Ling, the bewildered Mei He, and the resolute Mei Qin, who had followed him away from Konoha, his legs felt as though they had been ensnared by an immobilizing spell, rendering him unable to move an inch. Just as he wavered in indecision, a profound sense of danger surged within him. Almost instinctively, he darted to the side and rolled swiftly to the ground. In that instant, a deafening crash echoed as the wall he had been leaning against was violently breached, leaving a gaping hole. This sudden turn of events sent a jolt of fear through Chi Lu, causing cold sweat to pour down his brow. However, after a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure, cautiously peering through the opening. To his astonishment, the individuals who had been seated in the hall had vanished without a trace. This revelation sent his heart, which had already been racing, into a frenzied turmoil once more. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his long blade backward like a flash of lightning. Yet, before he could turn around to assess the situation, a sharp pain shot through his right wrist, as it was firmly seized by someone. A heavy foot ruthlessly pressed down upon his back, the immense weight akin to a mountain, immobilizing him entirely. After 2 futile attempts to free himself, he realized that extricating his right hand from the iron grip of that person was nothing short of a pipe dream. As excruciating pain surged through his right arm, he clenched his teeth, a resolute determination welling up within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted himself with such force that he dislocated his right arm. Though this act caused him excruciating pain, nearly rendering him unconscious, it also granted him the precious opportunity to turn. Seizing this fleeting moment, he swiftly extracted a lit explosive talisman with his left hand and affixed it with incredible speed to his opponent's body. The individual, taken completely off guard by Chi Li's unexpected decisiveness and ruthlessness, momentarily stood in shock. As the explosive talisman was on the verge of detonation, the person regained his senses. Releasing his grip on Chi Li's right hand and hastily attempting to tear away the imminent threat from his own body. At that moment, Chi Li had no time to discern the features of this person. He could only endure the relentless agony radiating from his injured arm, using his one free hand to support it while employing a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, another burning, explosive talisman floated down to the ground like a falling leaf. Just as the individual succeeded in tearing the explosive talisman from himself, a subtle smirk played upon his lips, hinting at a touch of mockery. He gazed with keen interest at the direction in which Sheila had departed, carelessly discarding the still smoldering explosive talisman from his hand, preparing to employ the technique of instantaneous movement to leave. However, just as he was about to take action, a shadow emerged from the darkness and lunged directly at him. Before he could react, the shadow had firmly grasped him, rendering him utterly immobile. This unforeseen turn of events caused the slight upward curve of his lips to widen considerably. How audacious to use one's own body as bait. This is somewhat perilous. Yet, it is a rather clever idea. 2 resounding explosions erupted, deafeningly loud. Sheila, having successfully escaped to the center of the courtyard, felt his body tremble violently, involuntarily releasing a muffled groan from his throat. It is essential to note that the shadow clone technique conjures duplicates that possess independent cognitive abilities and all the skills, invaluable experiences, and personal sensations they acquire are transmitted back to the original without reservation. Naturally, the pain and trauma resulting from the attacks would also be relayed to the original upon the dissipation of the clones. After regaining his composure, Sheila exhaled a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous energy surging within him, and made his way back towards the room. for he had just received information relayed from his clone, revealing that the individual had been ensnared by his duplicate and had plunged into the aforementioned explosive chaos. Enduring the brunt of 2 explosive talismans was no feat for an ordinary person. He pondered deeply, determined to ascertain the true identity of that individual while simultaneously wishing to understand the situation of the 3 women at home. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the grand door and stepped into the spacious hall. However, the moment he entered, a figure caught his eye remarkably. That person was seated precisely in the same spot as before. In an instant, a chill raced up his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. If he had already escaped, he should not have returned. Chapter 97. Identity. Upon hearing the voice tinged with a hint of seriousness, Chi-Lu, who had been prepared for a desperate struggle, felt the tension in his heart ease, and he exhaled a long, heavy sigh. Ah, Madara, why could you not have informed me of your arrival beforehand, even with a simple greeting? Must you create such a grand spectacle to frighten me? Chi-Lu complained with irritation. The identity of the visitor was revealed to be none other than Uchiha Madara, whom Chi-Lu had not seen for 7 long years. As Chi-Lu finished speaking, the lights in the hall suddenly brightened. Yaya, Miho, and Makoto hurriedly rushed out from a nearby room. They quickly approached Chi-Lu, assisting him to a stool. Yaya, with her rudimentary knowledge of healing, wasted no time and promptly examined Chi-Li's dislocated right arm. Meanwhile, Miho, the little scatterbrain, was in tears, frantically trying to help. Makoto stood behind Chi-Lu, her demeanor serious, resembling a vigilant guard. Well, it appears that you have not neglected your fundamentals over the past 7 years. That is indeed commendable. Madara acknowledged with a slight nod after listening to Chi-Li's grievances. Did you just activate Susanoo? To be honest, I am quite curious. I am particularly eager to know whether, upon successfully awakening your Sharingan, you naturally acquired the unique ocular techniques in Susanoo. By the way, what is your ocular technique? As he spoke, Chi-Lu's gaze drifted toward the wall that had been pierced, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Time had swiftly passed. It had been a full 7 years since their last encounter. Now, upon their reunion, Chi-Lu felt no longer the dread he once harbored for this formidable figure. Instead, as time went on and their encounters became infrequent, he found himself more at ease. Yet, when faced with Chi-Li's inquiries, Madara opted for silence. However, he soon shifted the conversation with genuine interest, asking, I previously heard from Yaya that you successfully allied with the Kagaya clan? Upon hearing this, Chi-Lu quickly waved his hands, eagerly clarifying, No. It was not an alliance. To be precise, it should be described as a collaboration. One must exercise caution in their words. Should these sentiments inadvertently reach the ears of the Kagaya clan, our collaborative relationship could shatter instantaneously, resulting in a grave loss. While it is true that the members of the Kagaya clan sometimes act with reckless impulsivity, it cannot be denied that their combat prowess is remarkably formidable. If we can harness their capabilities judiciously, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous for your future endeavors. Having expressed this, Madara did not intend to delve deeper into the specifics of the collaboration with the Kagaya clan. He merely acknowledged its potential. After all, he had cast Kira into this hidden mist village alone, and that had been a protracted 7 years. During this time, although he occasionally observed Kira's circumstances from the shadows, he had not provided any substantial assistance. Therefore, he believed that Kira's ability to thrive in the hidden mist village was entirely due to her own efforts and talents. Others had no right to judge, not even himself. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the dwelling, shattering the atmosphere of their reunion. The noise surged and ebbed, creating a tumultuous and chaotic soundscape. Are you present? Kira inquired. Devise a suitable excuse for yourself and meet me at the beach by the dock tomorrow. There are vital matters that require my direct communication with you. Before his words could fully dissipate, a resounding thud echoed, and Madara transformed instantaneously into a cloud of white smoke. It was but a mere shadow clone. Kira smirked. He then turned to the still weeping Mei, addressing her in a light-hearted tone. All right, he has departed. Do not stand there like a statue. Relax a little. I've never seen you this serious. His gaze then fell upon Mei, who continued to wipe away her tears. He gently raised his hand and gave a slight wave towards Mei, signaling her to crouch down. Don't cry. I'm perfectly fine, he reassured her. It's merely a dislocation. Nothing to be overly concerned about. He slowly extended his hand, gently wiping away the tears that clung to Mei's cheek. However, it was the dead of night, and the sudden, thunderous explosion resonated with such intensity that it triggered heightened alertness throughout the hidden mist village. In merely a few fleeting minutes, the vicinity of the Chila family was besieged by a throng of people, tightly packed and impenetrable. Each individual bore a grave expression, yet none dared to recklessly approach and force open the door. Within the entire hidden mist village, the truth of Chila's identity had long since become common knowledge. The crowd remained in a stalemate, hesitant and indecisive, plunging the scene into an awkward silence. Just as everyone felt caught in a quandary, a faint sound of footsteps approached, growing ever nearer. Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Yuan Shi walked side by side, swiftly making their way toward the scene. Their arrival seemed to shatter the deadlock, slightly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Kagaya Otsutsuki paused at the entrance of the Chila residence, exchanging a glance with Yuan Shi before preparing to step inside. Yet, just as he made a move, a figure darted past. Kagaya Tsukuyami had taken the lead, unhesitatingly crashing into the door with force, resulting in a resounding bang as it was flung open. Who did this? Kagaya Tsukuyami, return and relay my command to gather everyone. If anything befalls Chila, our Kagaya clan will not let this matter rest. Kagaya Otsutsuki's fury erupted, his roar resonating like thunder throughout the assembly, causing the ears of those present to buzz. At that moment, the expressions on each face were complex and nuanced. They understood well the profound connection between the recent upheaval within the Kagaya clan and Uchiha Chila, a bond that was inextricable. Yet, no one anticipated that the Kagaya clan would so openly and unabashedly declare their deep ties to him. Just as silence enveloped the scene, Yuan Shi's voice, though not loud, was remarkably clear. Otsutsuki, temper your impatience. Let us assess the situation before drawing conclusions. Close your mouth. Who do you think you are? Do you even realize your own standing to address me so casually? Kagaya Otsutsuki dismissed him with contempt, having tasted the sweetness of power. Yuan Shi, stung by such disrespect, refrained from responding, though a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. At that moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki finally interjected, Otsutsuki, that is rather excessive. Chapter 98, Confrontation. Kagaya Otsutsuki gazed at Yuan Shi, who now stood nearly at the same level of authority as himself, his dissatisfaction brimming within. It is worth noting that he had willingly relinquished those cumbersome political duties. However, it appears that within the entire village, there is a prevailing trend of knowing only Yuan Shi, while being oblivious to the existence of Gue Deng Huanyu. Despite the turmoil raging within, Gue Deng Huanyu restrained himself from outwardly expressing his dissatisfaction. He understood all too well that an impulsive outburst would not only tarnish his own image, but also potentially incite further unnecessary troubles. Thus, he could only silently harbor his grievances, awaiting a propitious moment to devise his plans. At that juncture, Kagaya Yugu heard his words. Unlike her usual self, who would immediately leap to contradict, she merely snorted disdainfully and ceased her intense scrutiny of Yuan Shi, retracting her previously furious demeanor. This action rekindled in Gue Deng Huanyu the feeling of being the rightful successor to the position of Mizukage. In that moment, he found himself regarding Kagaya Yugu, whom he had previously held in little esteem, with newfound appreciation. In truth, all of this was a strategy prearranged by Chila with Kagaya Yugu, regardless of the circumstances. Whenever Yuan Shi spoke, Kagaya Yugu was to unhesitatingly position herself in opposition, demonstrating strong disapproval. Conversely, when Gue Deng Huanyu expressed his viewpoints, she was to maintain an ambiguous stance, neither showing support nor outright dissent. Consequently, Gue Deng Huanyu would naturally perceive Kagaya Yugu as an ally through this contrast. No one wishes to relinquish the power they hold, especially to someone who poses a significant threat to their status. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Chila remarked, hastily emerging from the room with a look of contrition etched upon his face. Lowering his head in apology, he continued, I was in the midst of testing a new type of explosive talisman, and I inadvertently caused quite a commotion. Upon seeing Chila, Kagaya Yugu hurriedly approached him, lowering her voice with concern, Are you certain you are unscathed? As she spoke, her gaze darted swiftly to the room, which had been utterly ravaged by the explosion. Such a magnitude of detonation could evidently not be attributed solely to a routine test. Others shared the sentiment. At the very least, both Gue Deng Huanyu and Yuan Shi harbored similar thoughts. Yuan Shi furrowed his brow slightly and remarked in a measured tone, You must exercise greater caution in your endeavors henceforth. This is not the capital. Many items here are unique and irreplaceable. Should any unforeseen accidents lead to their destruction, It would undoubtedly inflict considerable losses upon the village. His words, seemingly delivered with tact, nonetheless concealed an unmistakable implication, a subtle insinuation that he was not a resident of the hidden mist village. "I apologize, but I truly do not know who you are," he said, piercing through the heart of Master Yuan like a sharp blade, causing his previously composed demeanor to spiral into disarray. This struck a profound chord within him. Despite his considerable reputation within the village, he held no official position. Most regarded him merely out of courtesy, addressing him as Lord in passing. As these words hung in the air, Kagaya Otsutsuki, standing nearby, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I truly apologize. I have always had an exceptionally low threshold for humor." Observing this, Ghost Lantern Huan Yue stifled his amusement and clarified, "This is Master Yuan, who assists me with administrative matters. He predominantly handles affairs within the office. It is quite normal that you do not recognize him." At this moment, Chila appeared to have an epiphany, nodding in understanding before redirecting his gaze toward Master Yuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. As he watched, a series of clicking sounds escaped his lips, revealing a blend of curiosity and disdain towards Yuan Shi. "Oh, I see. So that's your secretary. I had assumed otherwise. Well, since you have no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. You can attend to this place at your own pace, and should you require assistance, you should know whom to approach." Gue Dang Huanyu genuinely feared that if he lingered any longer, he would burst into laughter. "Thank you," Chi Lu responded with a smile, gently nodding to acknowledge the goodwill extended towards him. As Gue Dang Huanyu's figure faded into the distance, others who had arrived also stepped forward to exchange brief greetings before promptly departing without hesitation. At that moment, Yuan Shi found himself in a particularly awkward predicament amidst the desolate scene. His discomfort intensified as he observed the indifferent demeanor of those around him, stirring a tumult of emotions within. It was evident to all present that, despite Yuan Shi's exceptional capabilities in managing the village's affairs, he remained merely a secretary tasked with assisting in administrative duties. In stark contrast, the individual who would ultimately wield true decision-making power and authority was undoubtedly Gue Dang Huanyu. Furthermore, the events of the day had unfolded in a manner that was anything but fortuitous. The veiled remarks exchanged between Kagaya Yuki and Chi Lu, coupled with Gue Dang Huanyu's apparent lack of intent to defend him, compounded the perception that he had long since fallen out of favor in the eyes of Gue Dang Huanyu. Once all had taken their leave, Chi Lu slowly turned his head, slightly inclining towards Kagaya Yuki, who stood nearby. "When we return, arrange for personnel to contact the ninja clans that Yuan Shi has managed to sway. Pay particular attention to the Mizuki clan and the Terumi clan. Inform them that I require capable guardians. I trust they will comprehend my intentions. Are you planning to formally commence the scheme?" Kagaya Yuki could scarcely contain the excitement bubbling within, her voice trembling ever so slightly. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on Chila before him, as if he sought to extract further insights from the other's expression. "Regardless of whether the plan commences or not, we must not allow Yuan Master to ascend as the third figure in Wuyin Village. Such an outcome would yield no advantage for us. He is well aware of the longevity of Yuan Shi, a fact that is quite alarming. Should he ever seize power, he would undoubtedly refuse to relinquish it. Thus, it is imperative that he is not granted any authority from the outset. By the way, tomorrow morning, accompany me to the dock. I shall introduce you to someone. Also, do not forget to bring the Chuangu along." Upon hearing this, Hui Yugu furrowed his brow and inquired, filled with curiosity, "Who are we meeting? Why the air of mystery?" In response to his barrage of questions, Chila merely waved his hand, smiling as he said, "Patience. Tomorrow, all will be revealed. However, it is getting late. You should return home. But do not forget the task I entrusted to you. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Upon my return, I will dispatch someone to the Mizuki family and the Kanemitsu family. If they dare to voice any objections, they must not blame me for being uncharitable." Chapter 99. "The doc, who exactly are you taking me to meet?" Hui Yugu questioned anxiously, hurrying after Chi Lo. He had posed this question countless times along their journey, only to receive the same response. "You will know soon enough." Hui Yugu, naturally impatient, was now even more restless. Moreover, for reasons unknown, a rather improbable yet exhilarating conjecture began to take shape in his mind. This speculation clawed at his heart like a mischievous kitten, intensifying his desire to uncover the truth without delay. However, Chila, walking ahead, seemed utterly unfazed, showing no intention of satisfying his curiosity. "As for the tasks I assigned you last night, You need not worry. Upon my return, I promptly organized the personnel and instructed them to follow your directives concerning those families. I estimate it will not take long before they take action, and undoubtedly, they will provide us with a satisfactory outcome. I hope they can discern who between Yuan Shi and myself can offer them greater benefits. Yet, these matters were not the focal point of Hui Yiyugu's thoughts. His mind was consumed with the identity of the individual he was about to encounter at the dock. Could it truly be the person he had been envisioning? If that were the case, with this thought, Hui Yiyugu gazed at Qi Lu, who was proceeding leisurely, wishing he could simply seize him and fly directly to the dock to confirm his surmise. After my discussions with them, I shall consult with Gui Denghuanyu or Shueying. It is indeed time for me to ascend into the upper echelons of Mist Hidden. You ought to have done this long ago. Years ago, I repeatedly urged you to consider this, yet you always replied that the time was not ripe. Hui Yiyugu fervently expressed his strong support for Qi Li's decision. Before long, the group arrived at the dock. Qi Li gazed quietly at the familiar yet unfamiliar dock before him, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within his heart. It was here, 7 years ago, that he first set foot in the hidden village of Mist. At this moment, Kagaya Yugu was anxiously scanning the crowd at the dock, remarking on the many people present and questioning their next move. Unbeknownst to them, a cat had silently appeared before them, leisurely grooming its fur as if the world around it were of no concern. This prompted several of them to shift their attention to the feline. Your name is Uchiha Qi Lu, is it not? Before Qi Lu or Kagaya Yugu could respond, Kagaya Chuku, trailing behind them, exclaimed in shock, the cat. The cat spoke. Embarrassed by the naivety of his junior, Kagaya Yugu raised his hand and delivered a light smack, admonishing, Are you not aware that many beasts in the ninja world can speak? Speak less, and save us the shame. Follow me. The ninja cat rolled its eyes in a rather human-like manner and turned to lead the way. Qi Lu observed the ninja cat as it strode ahead. Its fur, interwoven with shades of yellow and white, resembled a diminutive tiger more than a mere cat. As Qi Lu fixated on the ninja cat, Kagaya Yugu appeared to recall something, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Unlike other ninja beasts, ninja cats were rarely inclined to enter into contracts as summoning beasts. Instead, they preferred to establish an equitable partnership with humans. Their strength lay not in combat, but in intelligence gathering, which is why their primary activities in the ninja world often revolved around trading precious information. This unique mode of existence rendered them somewhat aloof, with few ninja clans or individuals willing to engage in deep interactions with them. Most people simply chose to spend a bit of money occasionally to procure the information they required. However, exceptions abound, and the sole exception was the Uchiha clan. Perhaps it was due to a shared innate arrogance that a remarkable and unexpected rapport had developed between the ninja cats and the Uchiha. As the group followed the ninja cat, they eventually arrived at the seaside, where they beheld Uchiha Madara standing quietly by the shore. Before Qi Lu could utter a greeting, Kagaya Yugu, like an arrow released from a bow, dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before Uchiha Madara, bowing deeply at a respectful 90-degree angle, and declared, I am Kagaya Yugu, the current head of the Kagaya clan. It is with immense joy that I have the honor of meeting you today. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing like cold lightning as it fixed upon Kagaya Yugu. I have heard that you harbor some dissatisfaction and dissent regarding our Uchiha clan. Is this true? Faced with such inquiries from Uchiha Madara, Kagaya Tsutsuki did not exhibit the slightest hesitation and promptly responded with resolute conviction. Such an occurrence is absolutely impossible. It must be someone deliberately framing me. If I uncover who has spread these rumors, I will not let them go unpunished. However, before she could finish her statement, Uchiha Madara interrupted her curtly. Enough. There is no need for further words. Your support for Hikaru has been commendable. You may regard all of his actions within the Hidden Mist Village as my directive. Therefore, everything he says to you will receive my full endorsement. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Tsutsuki was instantly engulfed by a wave of joy. This undoubtedly provided Hikaru with a layer of assurance regarding their collaboration. At that moment, Hikaru adeptly seized the opportunity to interject. This is Kagaya Tsubaki, and in the Hidden Mist Village, he can be considered my friend. Madara nodded slightly in acknowledgement, quickly casting a glance at Tsubaki before producing a scroll. This scroll contained an S-rank water-style ninjutsu, which would be exceedingly beneficial if one could learn and master it. Should it prove too challenging, it could be exchanged with others for advantageous items. Madara spoke calmly, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly waved his arm. sending the precious scroll flying toward Kagaya Tsubaki. At that moment, Tsubaki was utterly astonished by the unfolding events, standing frozen in place, even forgetting to reach out to catch the scroll. Observing this, Kagaya Tsutsuki hastily placed a hand on Tsubaki's head, pressing down firmly as he deeply bowed with Tsubaki, respectfully stating, "Thank you for your generous gift. Having said that, we will not impose any further." With that, Kagaya Tsutsuki swiftly lifted the still-dazed Tsubaki and turned to depart with purposeful strides. The benefits had been secured, and the assurances regarding the family's future interests were in place. Remaining here any longer might seem rather ungracious. Chapter 100, Conversation. I heard you rescued the Ninetales from the Cloud Shinobi? Hikaru blinked, his face brimming with curiosity as he gazed at Madara, filled with skepticism regarding the truth of this rumor. Not quite. If he could not even break through the encirclement of the Cloud Shinobi. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, but his words trailed off abruptly, the implication unmistakable. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Hikaru's eyes, but was swiftly replaced by new anticipation. "So, it's true that you nearly annihilated the Cloud Shinobi in collaboration. Can you take me to meet him?" Madara merely cast a fleeting glance at him and replied slowly, "Perhaps at a later time. It is not yet the right moment." With that, he turned his gaze back to the tranquil horizon. Noting this, Hikaru shrugged in disinterest. "So, what significant matter did you wish to convey by summoning me here?" At this moment, Ban's expression turned unusually grave as he turned to gaze at Chila. "Are you prepared to officially take charge of the affairs concerning that segment of our kin?" His transient temperament and disposition suggested that he might manage the situation as a leader in the short term. However, with the passage of time, the weight of responsibility would inevitably lead to chaos. Upon hearing these words, Chila's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he hurriedly responded, "Then let them come to Wuin village without delay. Rest assured, I shall arrange everything meticulously. Yet, you must understand that the price for commanding them will be extraordinarily high, perhaps even beyond your capacity to bear." Upon hearing this, Chila furrowed his brow, a hint of bewilderment crossing his visage as he murmured, "A price? I don't seem to have anything to fear, do I?" "Nothing to fear?" Ban cast him a sidelong glance, perhaps unaware of the gravity of the situation. "You may not yet realize the implications. Do not worry. I can endure it. Just let them come," Chila replied with unwavering confidence. Observing Chila's demeanor, Ban's gaze became somewhat complex. He then turned away from Chila, stating, "In that case, I shall relay the message to them. However, do not rejoice too soon. Until you find suitable positions for them in Wuin village, not all will come, only a portion at most. That's all right, as long as some of our people come to assist. It's sufficient. After these years, I have finally come to deeply appreciate what you once told me. Having our own is what truly provides reassurance." As he spoke, a profound sentiment gleamed in Chila's eyes. "There is one more matter. In due time, I plan to return to Konoha." Ban's words carried a hint of inquiry. Upon hearing this, Chila felt a sudden jolt within him, a foreboding sense of dread arising in his heart upon noting Ban's tone. Could it be? In truth, not everything necessitates a conclusive end. Sometimes, it is a commendable choice to let go, do you not agree? Chila quickly interjected with counsel. "Let go?" Ban softly reiterated the term, then gently shook his head. "Many matters cannot simply be cast aside. Moreover, I must personally verify certain truths. Then, after your departure, will you return to Wuin village?" Chila knew well the potential outcomes Ben might face, but could not restrain himself from asking. "Haha." Ben slowly shook his head, a faint smile gracing his features. "Of course. You must understand, Wuin village is a sanctuary I specifically selected for our kin. Do you genuinely believe that I would entrust them to you so easily and feel completely at ease?" After a prolonged silence, Chila finally spoke. "In that case, I can only wish you a safe journey. This is no concern of yours. You may return," Ben said expressionlessly. "Huh? Is that it? Just this little matter? Was it necessary for me to come all this way to be told this?" Chila exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief and frustration. He had initially harbored some anticipation of witnessing the Ninetales in person, yet he was unexpectedly dismissed with such ease. However, his grievances did not prompt Madara to speak again. "Then, farewell." Chila scratched his head, casting one last glance at Madara's back before turning to leave. During this visit, he refrained from disclosing the potential assault by Sunagakure on the Land of Rain. It is worth noting that just as Senju Tobarama consistently focused his attention on the Uchiha clan, every action taken by Senju Tobarama was also well understood by Madara. The reason he decided to send someone to the Land of Rain to convey a message was rooted in his concern that Madara might be swayed by Kagaya's dark influence, leading him to recklessly abandon a portion of the Uchiha clan. However, upon their meeting, it was surprisingly evident that Madara's character had not undergone significant transformation over the past 7 years. Perhaps the only discernible change was that he was no longer as cold and merciless as he had been. Just as Chila was about to depart, a figure gradually approached. This individual walked with a steady and powerful gait, draped in a somewhat loose black robe, with his head slightly bowed, obscuring his features. Upon reaching Madara's side, he respectfully bowed and spoke, "Chieftain, I have conveyed the orders to her. She will know what to do." Hearing these words, Madara slowly turned around, letting out a faint sigh. If this plan were to truly succeed, it might cost you your life. Yet, in the face of Madara's sigh, the individual exhibited no fear. He slightly raised his head to reveal a cold, indifferent expression, revealing himself to be Uchiha Shana. In his eyes, deep and profound like a tranquil pool, a sudden burst of fervent flames seemed to ignite. If he could truly realize his aspirations, then not only would my mere existence be expendable, but even if several more lives were to be sacrificed, what would it matter? Slowly, he extended his hand and rested it upon Shana's shoulder. Subsequently, he applied a touch more pressure and patted twice. Should he successfully transcend this challenge, it would serve as ample testament to his capability and courage to shoulder the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the family. At that point, he would gradually dispatch the clan members to Hidden Mist Village. Rest assured, I am well aware of what must be done. Chapter 101. The Guardians, Part 1. Chila leisurely strolled back from the dock, and from afar, he discerned several figures standing at the entrance of his home. As he focused his gaze, a familiar visage instantly came into view, none other than Mizuki Rin, who had once personally brought him to the Hidden Mist Village. "Rin, my brother. It has been far too long. I wonder how Shinobi Karashima has been faring of late?" A warm smile blossomed upon Chila's face as he spoke. Quickening his pace to approach him, he gazed at the unfamiliar faces before him, aside from the familiar Shiyu Rin, and surmised that these individuals were sent by their respective families to curry favor with him. Since his arrival in the Hidden Mist Village, everything that Chi Lu had achieved was, in essence, a consequence of the formidable reputation of Uchiha Madara. Should the moment arrive when the legendary battle at the Valley of the End between Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama had concluded, and Madara was publicly declared deceased, the respect he currently enjoyed in the Hidden Mist Village would likely dissipate into thin air, leaving no trace behind. It was precisely for this reason that Chi Lu felt compelled to seize the fleeting moments while Uchiha Madara still existed, striving to accomplish those matters of utmost importance to him. Upon hearing Chi Lu mention the name of Wuin Song, the initially subtle smile on Shiyu Rin's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a grave expression. Witnessing this transformation, the once cheerful countenance of Chi Lu was abruptly swept away, as if by an unexpected gust of chilling wind, leaving behind a visage marked by confusion and uncertainty. Could it be that the esteemed Jonin Wuin Song had tragically fallen? Shiyu Rin's demeanor stiffened slightly at this remark, clearly taken aback by Chi Li's unexpected misunderstanding. He hurriedly waved his hands, attempting to elucidate. No, it is not as you perceive. The captain has merely entered into matrimony. Moreover, it is of paramount importance that his wife is now with child. Consequently, he has personally requested a lengthy leave of absence from Lord Mizuki for the entirety of the upcoming year. With nothing else to occupy my time, I have been dispatched here under the orders of my family. However, before Mizuki Rin could finish his statement, Kiyoshi could not restrain himself from interjecting, his tone laden with incredulity. "What? It is merely a marriage, yet you adopt such a grave demeanor? It is quite perplexing. One might think you were referring to a shinobi of the Kirigakure." At that moment, a thought abruptly flickered through Kiyoshi's mind. The characters from the original work, Bai and Zabuza, seemed to. He recalled the details he had previously observed, the desolate gaze of Mizuki Rin, and his excessive reaction to the marriage of Kurama. In an instant, Chila seemed to grasp something. His eyes fixated on Mizuki Rin, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into a slightly teasing smile as he slowly remarked, "Ah, Rin, could it be? What?" Mizuki Rin stared at Chila in confusion, acutely aware that there was a double meaning in Chila's words. Yet he could not quite comprehend it. Setting aside the convoluted love-hate entanglement between Mizuki Rin and Kurama, Chila, noticing the awkward expressions on the faces of the remaining three, spoke directly. "All right, stop standing there in a daze. Come in with me." With that, He took the lead and stepped through the courtyard gate. As soon as he entered the yard, Sheila raised his voice and called out to the interior, "Miho, hurry and bring some tea. We have guests." A crisp reply echoed from within, "Yes, young master. Please wait a moment." While waiting for the tea, Sheila turned his gaze towards the other three individuals, his eyes sweeping over them. After a brief silence, the only woman among them took a small step forward and introduced herself with poise. "I am Yuzukyo, skilled in water ninjutsu, currently a chunin." As she spoke, Sheila scrutinized her. She was of average height, with long black hair, and though not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a certain elegance. "I am Terumi Mei, a chunin, specializing in earth ninjutsu." Following Yuzukyo's introduction, one of the remaining two, a man with a center-parted hairstyle and an unremarkable visage yet exuding a sense of reliability, stepped forward and spoke softly. At this moment, Sheila's gaze shifted to the last individual at the rear of the group, a man with a shark-like face. He too introduced himself. "I am Kankashi Yagura, also a chunin. And I am a water ninjutsu user." Upon hearing this, Sheila felt a stir within him. Reflecting on the fact that this individual must indeed be a member of the same clan as the future Kisame Hashigaki, perhaps due to his preconceived notions of Kisame, Sheila inexplicably felt that this man named Kankashi Yagura was surely a loyal person. Regardless, the arrival of these individuals today was a significant gain. Whether or not their clans genuinely sought to ally with Sheila, at the very least, they were showing him goodwill, and that sufficed. Furthermore, even if the strength of these individuals appeared somewhat lacking, it should be noted that their clans would eventually nurture even more formidable talents. Most notably among them were Terumi Mei and Yuzukyo. With this in mind, Sheila eagerly inquired, "Yuzukyo, might there be someone named Yuzu Yagura in your esteemed clan?" "Yagura?" Upon hearing the name Kagutsu Yachiyo, a surge of vigilance welled up within Yoru, for Yachiyo was a prodigious talent rarely seen in their clan, representing the very future of their lineage. Even in the presence of Uchiha Karara, it was utterly inconceivable for the clan to assign Yachiyo to the role of a guard. After all, Yachiyo had always been regarded as the unequivocal choice for the future clan leader, a testament to his esteemed standing within the family. To consider dispatching him as a mere protector would imply that Karara had the potential to evolve into an exceptional individual, beyond merely basking in the illustrious surname of Uchiha. Moreover, although Yachiyo was indeed a genius, he was still exceedingly young. Before Yura could respond, Karara discerned her thoughts, realizing that his inquiry might have caused her unease. "Do not be apprehensive. I merely asked out of curiosity, having heard the name from others," he assured her. Although Yura's inner caution had not entirely dissipated, she nevertheless felt a slight easing of her tension and slowly replied, "Yes, there is indeed someone named Kagutsu Yachiyo. However, he has long been taken in as an adopted son by our clan leader." "I see." Karara nodded thoughtfully, grasping the implication of Yura's words. This was clearly a subtle suggestion for him to relinquish any unrealistic notions regarding Kagutsu Yachiyo. Subsequently, Karara shifted his focus to Terumi Mei and inquired, "Is there a girl in your clan named Mei?" Upon hearing this question, Terumi Mei furrowed her brow slightly, mentally sifting through her recollections of family members. However, despite her best efforts, she could not recall any girl by the name of Mei within the clan. "I apologize, but I have never heard of anyone by that name in our family." Karara nodded in response, contemplating the possibility that Terumi Mei might not yet have been born, or perhaps she was still too young to have garnered the clan's attention. Since there was no sign of Terumi Mei, it was likely that a younger individual, like Kisame, would also remain undiscovered. Just as Karara was about to abandon his line of questioning, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the nearby Kisame. He keenly sensed that Kisame had been awaiting an opportunity for him to pose a question. Despite being aware of the answer, Karara adhered to a principle of fairness and decided to ask Kisame directly, "Might there be a member of your clan named Kisame?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kisame replied without hesitation, "Absolutely not." His response was crisp and decisive, as if the answer had been meticulously prepared in advance. Immediately, sensing that Sheila might harbor doubts about his reply, Ganshur Yalu quickly added an explanation. "To be frank, our Ganshur clan has always been sparse in numbers, far less flourishing than those grand families with their sprawling branches. Therefore, I am acutely aware of who comprises our clan." After uttering these words, he gazed sincerely at Sheila, his eyes brimming with earnestness and candor. "Ah, I see now. Thank you for enlightening me." Sheila nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. After a brief pause, with a smile gracing his lips, he earnestly expressed, "Here, I wish to once again extend my heartfelt gratitude. I am deeply appreciative of your willingness to serve as my protectors. This bond of friendship will forever be etched in my heart. However, as he spoke these words, he keenly noticed a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of Kurumi's mouth. Though it was an exceedingly subtle gesture, it did not escape Chila's keen observation. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it and continued to smile, saying, regardless of whether your hearts truly wish to be here, since you now stand before me, I shall graciously accept your presence. Haha. Upon your return, please convey to your clan leader that I, Uchiha Chila, am profoundly honored to receive the support of your esteemed family. Furthermore, in the coming days, I shall personally visit to express my gratitude in person. Shall we commence our role as your protectors now? Gonshir Yalu inquired, appearing somewhat hesitant, his voice laced with uncertainty, just as Chila was pondering how to respond. A clear and melodious voice chimed in. Young master, the tea is ready. Accompanied by this exclamation, Mia emerged gracefully from within the room, delicately carrying a set of exquisite tea utensils. No need for formalities. Let us sit down and enjoy a cup of tea first, Chila smiled, gesturing for the others to take their seats. The group exchanged glances and, prompted by Chila's invitation, settled down. Chila skillfully poured tea for each cup before him, then slightly leaned forward, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the tea, and could not help but exclaim, Mia, I never anticipated your tea brewing skills have improved so remarkably. Your level has truly ascended to new heights. Upon hearing Chila's praise, Mia lifted her chin with a hint of pride and replied, Of course. I've put in considerable effort to practice. Chila took a small sip of the steaming tea, set down his cup, and then leisurely spoke. Everyone, you should return to your clan for now. After I visit each clan and discuss matters with your leader, we can make further arrangements, shall we? Chila, being someone who rarely ventured beyond his doorstep, was hardly in any danger of leaving the village. With the care of Mei and Yiling by his side, he found himself in no need of any guards whatsoever. The reason he sought a guard was singular. He wished to ascertain whether the families that had pledged allegiance to Yuan Shi were truly willing to be bound together with him, as if they were all but grasshoppers on the same string. From the current perspective, it can only be said that Chi Lu has achieved what he desired. Having articulated his thoughts so unequivocally, the others exchanged glances and, in unison, nodded in agreement with his proposal. Subsequently, they merely sampled a cup of fragrant tea before rising to inform their respective clan leaders of the developments. Given this, I shall not hold you any longer. I kindly ask that you convey my regards to the leaders of your families. Oh, and hold on, Lin. We have yet to fully explore the poignant and tumultuous love-hate saga between you and Wu Dao Zhangshang, have we not? Chi Lu abruptly rose, waving farewell to those about to depart, while deftly reaching out to firmly grasp the flustered Mizuki Lin, who was hastily attempting to leave. Ultimately, Mizuki Lin, with a flushed face, hurriedly escaped, leaving Chila standing alone, unabashedly laughing heartily. After a while, perhaps having laughed enough, Chila gradually tempered his mirth. He slightly turned his head, his gaze falling upon Mei, who stood quietly nearby, and inquired, Where are Mei Qin and Yang? I haven't seen them today. What are they up to? Upon hearing Chila's question, Mei gently pressed her lips together and replied softly. Mei Qin mentioned she was going to the village to find a carpenter. As for Sister Yang, she said she wasn't feeling well, so she is currently resting in her room. Yang isn't feeling well? Is she all right? Is it serious? Chila's expression, which had been relaxed, instantly transformed into one of concern. As he spoke, he rose swiftly to head towards the room. Just then, Mei hurriedly called out, Wait, your stomach. Chila, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head, mused. Mei Qin must be looking for the carpenter to repair the house that was damaged last night, right? Indeed, sir. Mei nodded in agreement with Chila's speculation, then playfully pouted, her eyes gesturing towards the teapot on the table, which was only half full. Sir, look. There is still quite a bit of tea left in this pot. Pour it out. I shall drink it, Chila responded with a smile upon noticing. Chapter 103. The Crimson Night. A piercing female scream shattered the tranquility of the deep night, like a sharp blade piercing the veil of darkness. Chila, who had already succumbed to slumber, was jolted awake by the sudden outcry. He sat up abruptly, as if electrified, tilting his head in an attempt to discern the source of the sound. At that moment, a faint yet distinct odor wafted into Chila's nostrils. Initially, he assumed it to be merely the scent of rust, but as his sense of smell sharpened, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. It was not the scent of rust, but unmistakably the aroma of blood. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. Without hesitation, He threw off the covers and quickly donned the thin robe hanging by the bedside, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Chilla cautiously pushed open the door and stepped out. The night seemed denser than usual, thick as ink, obscuring the path ahead. Strangely, while the hall was typically illuminated by several bright candles, tonight there was not a flicker of light, leaving the entire hall shrouded in darkness. Standing in the center of the hall, Chilla paused, inhaling deeply to discern the scent in the air. Indeed, that acrid metallic smell was emanating from the direction of Mei's room. His heart instantly leapt to his throat, and his footsteps grew remarkably light, as if he feared disturbing some dreadful entity. With measured caution, he approached Mei's room, taking one step, then another, until he finally stood before the partially ajar door. Gazing at the gently swaying door panel, Chilla hesitated for a moment, refraining from immediately pushing the door open. He raised his hand and gently rapped twice on the door, the sound reverberating through the stillness, starkly out of place in the oppressive silence. After a brief pause, the room remained eerily quiet, devoid of any response from Mei. A wave of unease surged within him, compelling him to forcefully push open the door. Inside Mei's chamber, a solitary candle flickered, illuminating the scene before him. There lay Mei, tranquil yet lifeless upon the bed, a long, glistening blade protruding ominously from her abdomen. The sharp edge had plunged deep, and blood flowed ceaselessly, saturating the bed in a shocking crimson hue. Chi Li's gaze abruptly narrowed, as if struck by an unseen force. He rushed to the bedside in a flurry, bending down to anxiously and intently observe the motionless form of Mei. His mind was a complete blank, utterly at a loss on how to confront the sudden predicament. After a considerable pause, he gradually emerged from his stupor, hurriedly picking up the blanket that had fallen to the ground, attempting to cover Mei's wound on her abdomen. In the meantime, he called out with all his might, yelling, "Come quickly!" Yet, no matter how desperately he shouted, his voice echoed back to him, with no response from Yieling. Moreover, even Mei Qin, who resided in the adjacent room, remained eerily silent. In that moment, Chilla's heart plummeted as though it had plunged into an icy abyss, leaving him feeling profoundly chilled. He was eager to discern the circumstances of the other two individuals. Yet when his gaze fell once more upon Maya, pale and faint upon the bed, his legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, rendering him incapable of taking a single step. At that moment, a voice, weak to the point of being nearly inaudible, emerged from Maya's lips. "Young master." "It hurts so much." Chilla's voice trembled slightly as he responded. "Maya, how do you feel? Do not fret. I shall seek assistance immediately. Please wait for me." Upon departing Maya's room, he briefly surveyed the quarters of Yieling and Maya, only to find the two women inexplicably absent. Without the luxury of further contemplation, he dashed out of the house. Once outside, he was met with the entirety of Wuyin village enveloped in dense fog. The pallid mist loomed like a vast and enigmatic curtain, concealing all within its grasp. The streets lay desolate, devoid of any human presence. And as Chilla stood amidst this impenetrable haze, he was suddenly beset by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. However, this feeling did not linger for long. Chilla took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and endeavored to regulate his chaotic breathing and racing heart. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, and those once ordinary orbs now shimmered with a crimson glow. As the Sharingan activated, Chilla's emotions gradually stabilized. He was acutely aware of the urgency of time and could afford no further delay. Without a moment's hesitation, he set forth, sprinting towards the direction of the Water Shadow Office. He was acutely aware that due to Bailian's physical condition, the Shueying building was perpetually staffed with a team of professional medical personnel on standby. Given his status, it was reasonable to assume that should he voice a request, even the esteemed Balian would grant him some measure of respect. Thus, amid the current pressing circumstances, the only viable course of action he could conceive was to seek assistance within the Shueying building. The guards stationed at the Shueying building were intently observing their surroundings when they suddenly discerned a figure emerging from the mist, hurtling towards them like an arrow released from a bow. "Who goes there?" the guard barked. "Is the Shueying present?" Before a response could be registered, Chilla burst forth from the fog. "Lord Chilla, your eyes." However, Chilla, already frantic as an ant on a hot pan, had no time for pleasantries and shouted urgently, "I ask you, is the Shueying here or not?" The spinning three-tipped jade, alluring yet perilous, sent a shiver through the guard, who instinctively swallowed hard and stammered, "Yes. He is indeed here. In fact, tonight the Shueying is in excellent spirits and has yet to depart." Before the guard could finish, Chilla abruptly thrust him aside, and the guard was caught off guard, toppled to the ground by an overwhelming force. Without hesitation, Sheila dashed toward the Shueying building. Lord Sheila, please wait. Even you. Without the Shueying's directive, are not permitted to invade the Shueying building so recklessly. Kindly hold for a moment. I shall go inform him right away. Yet, before the guard's desperate plea could dissipate into the air, Sheila cast a cold glance back at him. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, the guard's movements abruptly halted. And he stood frozen like a statue, his expression entirely blank, his eyes devoid of life. Chapter 104, The Blood-Red Night 2. During this period, your actions have indeed been somewhat excessive. Do you recall when you first assumed your duties? I solemnly warned you not to extend your reach too far, as such behavior would be of no benefit to you. Do you truly believe that your clandestine efforts to cultivate those familial ties have gone unnoticed by either myself or the illusion moon? Balian spoke with a grave demeanor, his tone heavy with admonition. At this moment, Yuan Shi, who stood quietly before him, was seething with anger and dissatisfaction. Just this afternoon, he had learned that the family he had painstakingly endeavored to win over had been effortlessly swayed away by that newcomer, Sheila. How could he not be consumed by rage? Thus, he seized the opportunity of tonight's gathering at the Water Shadow Tower, intending to cast aspersions upon Sheila and create obstacles for him. However, Bai Lian displayed a demeanor of indifference regarding his remarks about Sheila's intentions to win over certain families. Leaning on his cane, Bai Lian slowly rose from his seat and continued, as for what you mentioned, the notion that the young lad seeks to court some families is of little consequence. Long before his arrival, I had issued orders for each family to select suitable young girls. The purpose of this initiative is merely to bind him firmly to our mist-hidden village. Standing behind Bai Lian, Wu Yueqing Lu, perpetually with his eyes half closed, quickly advanced a step forward upon witnessing Bai Lian's rise, extending his hand to offer support. However, Bai Lian abruptly waved his arm, signaling him to halt. His gaze was as frigid as frost, and he asserted, my orders were unequivocal, to forge bonds between those girls and the young lad. At this point, he slightly furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat disenchanted, shaking his head gently as he sighed, perhaps I have grown too old. For it seems no one is willing to heed my commands. 7 long years have passed, and not a single family has voluntarily undertaken this task. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi, standing nearby, changed countenance, hastily taking 2 large steps forward, his mouth agape, evidently wishing to offer some words of comfort or explanation. Yet, before he could utter a sound, Bai Lian mercilessly interrupted him. Regarding the temperament of Huan Yu, I trust you are more aware than anyone. As for that young lad, after years of observation, we have a fair understanding of his character traits. Therefore, there are matters you must not dare to touch, nor entertain even the thought of attempting. Otherwise, should any severe consequences arise, I believe you are well aware of what could transpire. That child was not born in our mist-hidden village and harbors little sentiment towards us. Yet now, he is inclined to befriend the ninja clans, indicating his desire to forge alliances while seeking a stable existence. This alone is sufficient for us to turn a blind eye. Moreover, should he truly manage to unify all the ninja clans of Mist hidden under his command, not only you, but even I must express our gratitude for his consolidation of our village into a formidable entity. Faced with Bai Lian's unprecedented assertiveness over the years, beads of perspiration began to form on Yuan Shi's forehead. However, Water Shadow, if we merely stand by and watch those families gradually align themselves with Sheila, it will create an extremely unfavorable situation for our mist-hidden village. As you said, he is not born of our mist-hidden, he is a Leaf Village native. The voice of the master trembled slightly, his hands clenched in fists as he spoke with a hint of resentment. Observing the master, who appeared to be in a trance-like state, Bai Lian felt as if she were encountering him for the first time. And she could not help but let out a deep sigh. Ah, power. I shall say this once more. That child has belonged to our mist-hidden village from the very moment he set foot in it. After speaking, he shook his head gently. A look of regret etched across his face, and fell silent. No one could discern whether he was lamenting the master's corruption by power or expressing sorrow over the families within the village gravitating toward Uchiha. At that moment, a somewhat youthful voice suddenly echoed from downstairs. In an instant, Bai Lian, the master, and even the half-squinting Wu Yueqing Lu swiftly recognized the voice belonged to the focal point of their earlier discussion, Uchiha. Bai Lian furrowed her brow slightly, and then turned her gaze towards Wu Yueqing Lu behind her. Lord Madara, I shall check it out, he responded promptly, understanding Bai Lian's unspoken cue. However, Just as he opened the door to the Mizuki's office, he was taken aback to find Chila standing at the entrance. Dressed in loose robes and barefoot, appearing rather disheveled. "Lord Chila," he began, but hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. Chila directly inquired, "Where is the Mizuki? I am here. Please, come in. This is your first visit here, isn't it? I wonder what pressing matter brings you to me at such a late hour. Is there something you require of me?" Bai Lian's warm voice resonated from behind Wu Yue Qilu. Upon hearing her words, Wu Yue Qilu quickly stepped aside to allow Chila to enter the office smoothly. As Chila stepped inside, he raised his head, his gaze fixed directly on Bai Lian. "I need your medical team, Mizuki. There has been a crisis at home, and the situation is extremely urgent." Chila stated his purpose forthrightly, without any hesitation. "What exactly has happened? Is it serious?" Bai Lian asked with concern, simultaneously gesturing for Wu Yue Qinglu to hasten and notify the medical team. However, just as Bai Lian was about to press further, his gaze suddenly lingered on Chila's eyes, and he exclaimed, "3 Tomo? When did you awaken your eyes?" Curiosity and astonishment filled his tone as he could not help but inquire further. "Ah, Qilu, did you not notice that Chila is still barefoot? Quickly, fetch a chair for him to sit down. And you, master, do not just stand there. Hurry and find him a warm garment to wear. We must ensure he does not catch a chill," Bai Lian commanded with urgency. Wu Yue Qilu, who was about to exit the Mizuki's office to notify the medical team, turned back at Bai Lian's words, hastily preparing to bring a chair for Chila. "No, I will take the medical team with me. The rest can be discussed later." The voice of Chila trembled with urgency. Yes, Qilu, do not move the stool. I did not ask you to notify the medical team. Tell them to head to Chila's home immediately. And Yuan, do not search for clothes. You must inform Huan Yue right away. We shall all accompany Chila." As Bai Lian spoke, she rose swiftly, taking a few steps, only to pause, turn back, and grasp the cane leaning against the chair, before shakily making her way outside. Chapter 105. Blood Red Night 3. The group exited the Shuing office in haste, their destination set firmly on Chila's residence. Along the way, silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts. Soon, they arrived at the threshold of Chila's home. As the door swung open, Chila seized the nearest medical ninja, racing straight towards Meiha's room. Upon entering, Chila barely had time to catch his breath before he urgently pulled the medical ninja to Meiha's bedside. Meiha lay there, her complexion pale as parchment, her breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Sensing someone had entered, she struggled to slightly open her eyes. Upon seeing Chila's anxious face, she attempted to speak, but only managed a few weak groans. "Do not speak, do not speak. Meiha, hold on, you will be fine." Chila endeavored to sound calm, yet his trembling hands betrayed his true feelings. The medical ninja, forcibly brought by Chila, swiftly assessed Meiha's condition. Upon noticing the deep blade embedded in her abdomen and the copious blood seeping around it, his expression grew grave. He silently turned to Bai Lian, standing at the doorway, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, before he gently shook his head. Bai Lian, who had been closely monitoring the situation, swiftly approached, placing a hand on Chila's shoulder, and softly said, "Chila, let us step outside. Remaining here will only hinder their efforts to save her." Hearing this, Chila slowly bent down, leaning close to Meia's ear, and spoke in an exceedingly gentle tone. "Did you not always murmur about wanting to visit the capital of the Land of Water? Do not worry. Once you recover, I will surely take you there." After uttering these words, he reached out, tenderly smoothing her disheveled hair. As he stepped out of Meiha's room, glancing back repeatedly, he found himself frozen in place, as though caught in a spell. He simply could not fathom why someone would target Mei, a mere ordinary person who lacked even the skills of a ninja. If the intention was to harm him, it would have made more sense to direct the attack at him directly. Since their arrival in the hidden mist village, Mei had indeed been quite playful in his presence. Yet during the day, she rarely ventured outside, dedicating herself entirely to his care. Furthermore, what left Chila perplexed was the mysterious disappearance of Mikoto and Yayoi. It was as though they had vanished from existence. Contemplating this, Chila felt as if a colossal weight had been placed upon his heart, rendering him breathless. "Chila, I have arranged for Qinglu to inquire with the village's guardians. We must wait a little longer. However, I must forewarn you, the girl's injuries are exceedingly grave. In my opinion, it would be wise to prepare for the worst." Byron spoke softly, cautious of the potential blow her words might deliver to Chila. "What?" Chila appeared bewildered, his expression one of shock as he absorbed Byron's meaning. At that moment, the medical ninja who had been treating Mei emerged slowly from the room. Upon seeing this, Chila quickly approached, But the grave and solemn expression on the ninja's face caused his heart to plummet. He recalled Byron's earlier warnings, and suddenly, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged through him like a tidal wave, spreading rapidly throughout his body. The intensity of this feeling was so profound that his vision began to blur. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Chila forcefully pushed past the medical ninja, stumbling slightly as he entered the room and firmly shut the door behind him. After taking a deep breath, he slowly walked towards Mei, who lay on the bed, her complexion noticeably more vibrant than before. The knife that had once pierced her abdomen had been successfully removed, and the bleeding had ceased. She leaned slightly against the pillow, her gaze fixed on Chila as he approached. Upon seeing him by her bedside, a familiar smile blossomed on her face. She struggled to lift a hand towards him. Chila's heart tightened at the sight, and he hurriedly closed the distance, enveloping her in his embrace. "How are you feeling now? Does it still hurt?" Perhaps due to the urgency of his movements, he inadvertently jostled her wounds. Her countenance instantly turned pale, her brows furrowed, and the anguish she felt was palpable. After a considerable pause, she gradually relaxed her brow, yet the smile she managed to muster appeared painfully forced. Mei gently shook her head, her voice so faint it seemed it might dissolve into the air at any moment. "Master, I fear I shall no longer be able to accompany you from this day forth. Please forgive me. I am truly very sorry." Chi-Lu gazed upon her tear-streaked face, his heart wrenched in agony, and his throat felt as though it were constricted by an unseen force. He longed to utter words of comfort, but those sentiments remained lodged in his throat, refusing to be expressed. His eyes had long since become moist, tears uncontrollably streaming forth, blurring his vision. Miwa, with great difficulty, raised her arm in an attempt to wipe away the tears from the corners of Chila's eyes, but her frail body prevented her from succeeding after several earnest attempts. Ultimately, she had no choice but to relinquish this endeavor, gently nuzzling her head into Chila's embrace instead. Chila held Miwa quietly, fearful of causing her pain or further discomfort. Time passed slowly, and before they realized it, the sky gradually lightened with the first hints of dawn, the soft light filtering through the window and casting a gentle glow upon them. When Chila became aware that morning was approaching, he carefully released his hold, gently laying Miwa back onto the bed and tenderly smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. The room was enveloped in a heart-wrenching silence. He rose slowly to his feet, appearing as if he had been peacefully slumbering. Wiping away the traces of tears from his face, he cast a final glance at Mia before turning to exit the room. Outside, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered, and at this moment, rather than dispersing, their ranks swelled further, just as Chila stepped beyond the threshold. A multitude of gazes surged toward him like a tidal wave, enveloping him entirely. Chila steadied himself, raising his head with composure, and surveyed the entire assembly in the hall with a poised glance. The expressions of the onlookers varied. Some wore looks of confusion and disbelief, while others betrayed concern and anxiety. The atmosphere in the hall was palpably tense. In the midst of this silence, Bai Lian was the first to break the suffocating stillness. The duty officers report that late last night, someone indeed ventured out without permission. And they did so under your name. His voice was not loud, yet in this serene environment, it resonated clearly, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. All eyes drawn to Chila. Chapter 106. The Crimson Knight, for Chila stood there, head bowed like a volcano on the brink of eruption, motionless and silent. The oppressive aura that emanated from him seemed poised to explode at any moment. Every individual present could distinctly sense the simmering anger that appeared to be on the verge of eruption. At last, Chi-Lu slowly lifted his head, narrowing his eyes slightly as he cast his gaze upon the surrounding crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to lend me your ears. I trust you are all aware that I have been accompanied by 3 companions. However, one of them has met with misfortune, unexpectedly. The other 2 have also vanished without explanation." At this juncture, Chi-Lu paused momentarily, inhaling deeply before continuing. "Thus, I beseech you all for assistance today. If it pleases you, I kindly ask the families present to aid me in locating them. Should anyone uncover any trace of their whereabouts and communicate it to me, I, Uchiha Chi-Lu, shall forever hold this kindness in my heart. However, I must firmly declare that absolutely no harm must come to them. You need only relay their whereabouts to me." As his words fell into silence, the depths of his once tranquil eyes transformed inexplicably. His pupils had transformed into 3 tomo, coldly gazing at the crowd before him. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the room, and everyone could not help but draw a sharp breath. They were acutely aware of what those 3 tomo Sharingan signified. When one who possesses the three Tomo Sharingan acknowledges a debt of gratitude, it transcends mere personal obligation. It signifies that, to some extent, the entire Uchiha clan holds you in deep appreciation. It is crucial to recognize that, in moments of life and death significance, this favor could potentially safeguard your entire family from peril. At this moment, every individual present yearned to immediately pledge their support, yet, with Bai Lian still present, they exercised considerable restraint and refrained from rushing forward to make promises. Understanding this sentiment, Bai Lian slowly approached, gently patting Qi Lu's shoulder, and sighed deeply, saying, "Qi Lu, the village will certainly assist you in this matter. I shall return immediately and send out a search party." With that, he turned to leave. Supported by Wu Yuqing Lu, following Bai Lian's initiative, the other representatives of the ninja clans in the room eagerly expressed their intent to return home, report to their clan leaders, and promptly dispatch personnel to seek pertinent information. Their actions were remarkably swift, arriving in haste and departing even more so. Until in the blink of an eye, only Gue Deng Huanyu remained in the room. He stood quietly in place, and after a moment of silence, he gently inquired, "Thus, regarding the funeral arrangements, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to speak. Our clan, the Gue Deng, will do our utmost to aid you." He was acutely aware that successfully tracking down the whereabouts of those two women would be an exceptional outcome. However, with the involvement of Shui Bai Lian, such gratitude was destined to belong solely to the village of Wuyin, rather than any individual family claiming it for themselves. Upon realizing this, he sought an alternative means to express his sentiments by offering his assistance at the funeral. Qi raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the man's face, and gently shook his head, speaking slowly. "She has always preferred tranquility. For her, the clamor pales in comparison to the allure of the sea. Thus, I shall lay her to rest by the seaside, allowing her to be accompanied by the ocean each day, embracing that serenity and vastness. I fully comprehend the immense sorrow this situation brings you, but regardless, you must find the strength to persevere. Now, since our conversation has reached this point, I shall take my leave. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me at the Gue Deng family." With that, Gue Deng Huanyu offered a slight nod to Qi Lu before turning to depart. Once the crowd had dispersed, he slowly turned and stepped into Mei He's room. Mei lay on the bed, remarkably serene, as if merely in a temporary slumber. He treaded softly to the bedside, bending down with utmost care to gently embrace Mei. In the ensuing tranquility, he held her close, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty room that bore witness to the recent events. "Which direction did those two girls go?" Bai Lian inquired with a grave expression. "The personnel reported it was towards the east." Qing Lu replied without hesitation. "Good. Immediately lead a team to search the eastern part of the village. Remember, it is imperative to ascertain the whereabouts of those two girls, but do not act recklessly. Should you discover anything, you must return to the village at once to report to me. Do you understand?" Bai Lian sat upright in the Mizuki's office, her tone commanding as she issued the orders. "Understood, Lord Mizuki." Qing Lu knelt on one knee, respectfully accepting the command. Moments later, Bai Lian, left alone in the Mizuki's office, cast aside the frail facade she usually displayed before others. She straightened her back, her eyes sparkling with intensity, and murmured softly, "Three Tomo. Coupled with the innocent deaths of those around me, what conspiracy lies beneath this?" Before long, a group of ninjas surged forth from the Mizuki building, led by Qing Lu, racing towards the outskirts of the village. The entire Kirigakure became abuzz with activity due to this unforeseen incident, as various ninja clans responded by dispatching elite teams to join the search efforts. In no time, the streets, rooftops, and treetops were filled with darting figures. At this moment, Qi Lu stood quietly atop a cliff overlooking the vast ocean, his gaze fixed upon the far-off, endless coastline. The rising sun, akin to a brilliant pearl, ascended gradually from the tumultuous sea, painting the surrounding sky in a splendid array of orange and red hues, unfurling a breathtaking canvas before his eyes. Qi Li's once pristine hands were now stained with earth. Not far from him lay a small mound of freshly turned soil. "Mei," Qi Li whispered softly, his voice as gentle as a breeze caressing the ocean's surface. He remained transfixed on the gradually ascending sun, proclaiming, "The sun has risen." Chapter 107. The Crimson Knight 5. Qing Lu stood at the door, his gaze firmly fixed on the ajar entrance. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice and called out, "Lord Qi Lu, are you at home? Lord Mizuki has sent me to deliver a message." Yet, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Save for the occasional whisper of the breeze and the rustling leaves. Qing Lu waited patiently, seconds turning into minutes, but no response met his summons. After a considerable period, he gently extended his hand and slowly pushed the door open. As he stepped into the center of the hall, he paused once more, surveying the area before calling out loudly, "Lord Qilu? I have been commanded by Lord Madara to deliver a message." At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Wu Yue Qilu swiftly turned her gaze, only to see Chila hastily emerging from one of the rooms. To her astonishment, Chila was holding a cloth in his hand. He suddenly realized that, if his memory served him correctly, this room was indeed the very place where the unfortunate girl had resided until her untimely demise the previous night. "Is there any new information?" Chila's voice was barely audible, tinged with a hint of fatigue and hoarseness. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon hearing this question, Wu Yue Qilu felt an unsettling dryness in his throat, prompting him to involuntarily swallow. "Yes, indeed. I have just received news that to the east of our village, near the area known as the Rock of Chaos." Wu Yue, Qinglu promptly replied. "The Rock of Chaos?" Chila furrowed his brow slightly, softly repeating the name, as he had not previously heard of such a place. Observing his reaction, Wu Yue Qinglu quickly interjected, "Precisely, the Rock of Chaos. It is said that this area was once traversed by the sea. Over the years, the relentless erosion by the waves has left behind a multitude of stones of various shapes and sizes, leading to its current name." Chila nodded thoughtfully, setting aside the cloth he had been holding, folding it meticulously twice before gently placing it on a nearby shelf. "Then, please lead the way ahead." "Yearn, did you not inform me that Chila had matters for us to attend to? Why then have you brought me to such a place?" Mei Qin questioned, her gaze fixed skeptically on the hurriedly moving Yearn, her brows furrowed in suspicion. For reasons unknown, ever since last night, Mei Qin had sensed that Yearn had transformed, exuding an unsettling aura that sent chills down her spine. Confronted with Yearn's silence, Mei Qin's unease intensified. She quickened her pace, darting alongside Yearn, unhesitatingly seizing her arm, which was focused solely on the path ahead. "It is already bright outside. If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall return to seek Chila and demand clarity." A discernible irritation colored Mei Qin's fair visage. Upon hearing this, Yearn, who had remained taciturn until now, finally halted her steps, yet did not respond to Mei Qin's inquiry immediately. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her expression a mixture of confusion and a hint of anticipation as she softly asked, "Mei Qin, do you believe Chila prefers me, or is it Maya who captures his affections more?" Mei Qin was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question, rendered speechless for a moment. She widened her eyes, staring at Yearn. "Once, I was the sole presence by his side. However, ever since that incident, everything has altered. The family dispatched Meiha to be near him. When we ultimately chose to depart from that place, you quietly joined our small group. As time passed, I gradually noticed that the attention he once bestowed upon me had dwindled, replaced by a greater concern and interest in both of you." Ignoring Makoto's puzzled expression, Yaya continued to speak to herself. Unbeknownst to her, Makoto gradually loosened her grip on Yaya's hand, even taking an involuntary step back. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Makoto's voice trembled slightly, betraying an unmistakable tension. At the same time, she instinctively placed her right hand gently at her lower back, where her weapon was concealed. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of urgency surged within her. Without a moment's thought, she disregarded the sharp stones littering the ground beneath her feet and rolled swiftly to the side. Only then did she realize that, at some point, another figure had silently appeared behind her, another Yaya. However, unlike the Yaya before her, this new figure was drenched in shocking blood. "Oh, you've caught on? Not bad." The blood-soaked Yaya paused momentarily before launching another attack at the recently rolled Makoto, while the original Yaya also hurled several shurikens towards her. Caught off guard, Makoto felt a powerful impact strike her abdomen. In an instant, searing pain coursed through her, eliciting a pained gasp. "Haha, just as Chiva said. You haven't even mastered the most basic techniques," Yaya smirked, a hint of contempt playing at the corners of her mouth. Clutching her abdomen, her face contorted in pain. Makoto was astonished to witness the Yaya who had been walking ahead suddenly explode with a resounding bang, vanishing into thin air like smoke. A shadow clone. Makoto's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the spot where Yaya had stood moments before. "Chila actually imparted this ninjutsu to you?" "Humph," Yaya scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "Everything she has is entrusted to me. What is a mere shadow clone to me? Yet, why did you attack me? And what of those bloodstains? Mikoto grit her teeth against the pain as she inquired. Upon hearing Mikoto's question, Yaya slowly lowered her gaze to the dried, dark red stains on her own body. Her eyes flickered momentarily, but quickly regained their coldness and disdain. This blood? Naturally, it belongs to Mei. As for attacking you, who asked you to be so bothersome? But fret not, I shall accompany Chila on your behalf. With that, Yaya raised her head once more, fixating her gaze on Mikoto, her eyes revealing a chilling aura. However, just as her words lingered in the air, she suddenly halted. A trace of barely perceptible concern flickered across her otherwise frosty visage. Yet her lips uttered, "It is time to send you to accompany Mei." As the long blade was raised inch by inch, an invisible pressure began to permeate the air. When the sword was lifted above her head, she swung her arm with force, the razor-sharp edge slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, descending with lethal intent. Just as this deadly strike was about to land, a thunderous roar erupted. Halt! In that fleeting moment, the blade in Yiling's hand did not waver in the slightest. Rather, it moved with the swiftness of a tempest, accelerating with alarming ferocity. In the blink of an eye, a resounding clash echoed, as a glimmering long knife suddenly materialized, forcefully blocking Yiling's downward blow. Witnessing this scene, Yiling wasted no time, retreating swiftly. However, her previously exquisite visage now twisted into a ghastly grimace, her eyes betraying an almost frenzied glint. If only you had arrived, even a moment later. If I could vanquish her here, I would unhesitatingly return to your side, forever remaining with you. Standing opposite her, Chilu furrowed his brow. Yiling, enough. Yet, Yiling seemed deaf to his admonition, continuing her hysterical cries. Not enough. Far from enough. I shall annihilate them all, leaving not a single one alive. In an instant, Yiling appeared to snap back from her frenzied state, her expression gradually calming to a tranquil demeanor, though the slight curl of her lips instilled a chilling dread. In a tone both sinister and haunting, she slowly articulated, "What if I were to sever your limbs? Then eradicate her as well, and whisk you away to a place where no one could trace our whereabouts. From that moment forth, you would have only me by your side, Master Chilu." Before she could finish her sentence, Yiling surged forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, abandoning all defense to unleash a ferocious onslaught. Yet, how could she easily strike at Chilu, who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan? After several futile attempts, she realized that Chilu had no intention of attacking her. In this realization, during another failed provocation, she seized the moment Chilu sidestepped, ruthlessly unleashing a fierce downward slash towards Mei Qin, who had been closely guarded behind him. In an instant, a muffled sound echoed, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Yiling cast her gaze downwards at the sharp blade deeply embedded in her abdomen, then lifted her head, her eyes slowly shifting towards the pallid face of Chila. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as if resolved to a certain fate. She relinquished her grip on the long knife and resolutely charged forward. The blade, already lodged in her body, pierced through her entire form with her movement. Yet, she did not halt. Instead, she abruptly retreated, blood surging forth from the grotesque wound in her abdomen like a flood breaking through a dam, splattering directly onto Chila's face. Chila stared in astonishment at Yiling, momentarily rendered completely at a loss. He stood there in a daze, feeling the warmth on his cheeks and the intense, acrid scent of blood saturating the air. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. He was utterly frozen, his mind a blank slate, struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos before him. Yeong swayed unsteadily, her steps faltering as if she might collapse at any moment. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, dampening her hair. At last, she could no longer bear the weight of her own body. Glancing down at her abdomen, which was seeping blood, vivid crimson flowed from the wound, staining the earth beneath her. Enduring excruciating pain, she leaned against a nearby boulder, and like a marionette severed from its strings, she slowly descended, ultimately collapsing onto the icy ground. In that instant, she bore no resemblance to the frenzied figure she had been moments ago. Her frail form trembled slightly, each breath a laborious struggle, as if an invisible hand were constricting her throat. It was only then that Chila, who had remained transfixed at the side, jolted back to reality. His face was a mask of terror and guilt as he rushed toward Yeong, repeatedly murmuring, "I'm sorry, Yeong. His voice quivered, laden with profound remorse and dread. Yet, in response to his anguish, Yeong surprisingly managed to summon a gentle smile, reminiscent of the warmth she often wore. "It's all right, young master. This was my duty all along. Alas, it seems I have failed. Her voice grew fainter, more fragile, as if a flickering candle in the wind was on the verge of extinguishing. Sheila, in a frenzy, widened his eyes, trembling hands pressing against her bleeding abdomen in a desperate attempt to staunch the flow. But no matter how hard he tried, the blood continued to pour forth, staining his hands a deep red. Don't speak. Hold on. You will be all right, he shouted, scanning the surroundings for a means to aid Yearn. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wuyue Qinglu. Wuyue Qinglu. Where are your people? Hurry, save her. Call the medical ninjas. However, before Sheila could finish his plea, Yearn gently grasped the corner of his garment. Have you forgotten? I am a medical ninja myself, she said, lifting her head slightly. Her once beautiful visage now appeared strikingly pallid. Yet she managed to force a smile. If only I could speak with you a little longer. Hearing her words, Sheila's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. He shook his head vigorously, muttering to himself, No, no, no. I have already thought of it. How could it possibly be like this? Yayoi, please do not give up, he implored, hastily extending his hands in an attempt to staunch the relentless flow of blood pouring from her wounds. At that moment, Sheila was in a state of frantic desperation, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, mingling with the crimson blood that seeped from Yayoi's injury, creating a heart-wrenching tableau. Yayoi lay quietly on the ground, her gentle smile unwavering, yet her bright eyes were already submerged in tears. She slowly turned her head, her gaze landing on the injured Mikoto not far away. A flicker of guilt passed through her eyes as she softly spoke. Mikoto, I am truly sorry. None of this was my intention. Please forgive me. I have always envied the way you and Miho interact with the young master, but alas, that opportunity has slipped away. It was only then that Yayoi took a deep breath and looked towards Sheila. Young Master Sheila, I must go find Miho to apologize. That little scatterbrain has always been afraid of pain, yet I am truly sorry. These 8 years with you have brought me immense joy. Rest assured, I will watch over you together with Miho from now on. Chapter 109. Thunder Erosion as Yayoi's life force dwindled. The oppressive low pressure that had lingered around Sheila began to solidify, becoming increasingly heavy and palpably real. The land of water, usually shrouded in mist, today revealed the sun. Yet at this moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in tumult, as if to engulf the entire world in darkness. In an instant, a brilliant flash of lightning split the heavens, descending with cataclysmic force towards Sheila's position. The fierce light illuminated the surroundings, rendering it impossible to behold. Observing this, Matsukirya's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly pulled the injured Mikoto back. With their retreat, the successive strikes of lightning fell upon Sheila's location like a torrential rain, each bolt brimming with immeasurable power. The thunderous roars echoed incessantly, and the once unyielding rocks surrounding Sheila shattered into countless fragments under the ferocious strikes, scattering in all directions. This terrifying spectacle persisted for a considerable duration, until at last, the celestial thunder gradually subsided. Once calm returned, those present beheld that Sheila's garments had been reduced to ashes, dissipating into nothingness. Upon his bare chest, a faint blue light flickered at the heart's location, pulsating subtly as if alive. Yet, what went unnoticed by the onlookers was the dramatic transformation of his once three-tomo Sharingan, now altered beyond recognition. The scara had turned to shocking crimson, while at the center of the scarlet pupil, an intricate pattern of 3 intertwining black lightning bolts slowly rotated, exuding an unsettling aura. Blood tears streamed uncontrollably from his left eye, trailing down his pale cheek like a mournful river. Shortly thereafter, he emitted a low, anguished groan, trembling as he pressed his hand against his left eye. Simultaneously, his body began to sway precariously before ultimately collapsing. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock, staring at the unconscious figure of Sheila, none daring to approach. Only Mikoto, despite her own injuries with blood seeping from her abdomen, exerted herself to reach him, disregarding her own pain. At the seaside, Uchiha Madara stood silently, his gaze fixed upon the ominous clouds that had abruptly gathered in the sky, casting shadows over the entire world in that moment. His expression was complex as he slowly turned his attention toward the distant horizon, where lightning continuously streaked across the sky. Though his plans might have come to fruition, a profound sense of joy eluded him deep within. He understood that with the awakening of Sheila's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the once vibrant Sheila would likely depart forever. As the bearer of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he was acutely aware of the immense price concealed behind those eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Shana hurriedly approached, his face alight with excitement and fervor, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming exhilaration. "Great clan leader, have we succeeded?" His voice trembled with an undeniable anticipation. Uchiha Madara turned his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh as he replied, "Perhaps." His tone bore a certain heaviness, as his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the painful memories of the past. In those days, he witnessed his kin falling one by one beneath the enemy's blades, including his revered father. At that moment, an overwhelming tide of sorrow and fury surged within him, ultimately compelling him to awaken the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Since then, that bone-deep hatred has lingered in his heart, vividly etched in his memory. Yet at this moment, he found himself ruthlessly forcing a mere 10-year-old child to mature far beyond his years. All of this was merely in pursuit of a dream that seemed distant and somewhat impractical. In this instant, he could not help but engage in self-reflection, his inner self incessantly questioning, "Is this truly worth it?" Just then, a still trembling voice broke through. "Lord Clan Leader, I shall return to the Land of Rain to arrange the necessary matters. Rest assured, if he truly comes, I shall know how to respond." In response to this declaration, Madara remained silent, not even lifting his head. As Sharknado had once articulated, every action and measure they took was solely aimed at enabling Izuna to awaken his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. So long as this outcome could be achieved, any price paid or sacrifices made would be entirely justifiable. After Sharknado had distanced himself, Madara subtly turned his head and softly uttered, "Sharknado, the glory of the Uchiha shall endure forever." Hearing these words, Sharknado turned in surprise. Instantly realizing this was Madara bidding him farewell, he solemnly knelt, bowing deeply before Madara, proclaiming with fervor, "The glory of the Uchiha shall endure forever." In the bustling, clamorous gambling den, the retired Hashirama Senju found himself amidst the chaos. He stood before the gambling table, his hands tightly gripping a thick stack of banknotes, fervently waving them in the air while exclaiming excitedly. Suddenly, he felt an unusual presence, causing his body to tremble violently. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the direction of the Water Nation with piercing intensity. The aura emanating from that direction inexplicably stirred a long-buried sensation of palpitations within him. Yet when he attempted to sense it again, he found nothing. "Congratulations, Lord Hashirama." The onlookers, noticing his somewhat dazed expression, mistakenly believed he was taken aback by finally winning a game that day and flocked to him to offer their congratulations. However, Hashirama paid no heed to their words, as his thoughts were solely consumed by the peculiar disturbance that had just arisen from the Water Nation. He disregarded the wealth laid out upon the table, rudely pushing aside the throng that had gathered around him, and strode purposefully out of the gambling den. As he stepped through the threshold, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, only to find that the once clear sky had been shrouded by a dense layer of ominous clouds, casting a somber pall over the world. At that moment, he turned his head to the side and beheld Fei Jian, who approached him with a grave expression, evidently aware of the unusual circumstances. After exchanging a glance, the two vanished from sight. Chapter 110, Awakening in a Serene Hospital Room, seemingly isolated from the world. A comatose youth lay upon the bed, his complexion fluctuating between a ghostly pallor and an abnormal flush of crimson. Beside him sat a young woman of exquisite beauty and gentle demeanor. Resting her chin upon her hands, her enchanting eyes were fixed intently on the boy, radiating profound concern and worry, as if he were the sole occupant of her universe. Without warning, the boy, who had remained in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly sat upright, gasping for air as though startled by an immense fright. Witnessing this unexpected occurrence, the young woman's eyes sparkled with hope. However, as she attempted to approach him, she involuntarily trembled, her delicate brows knitting together in distress. It was only then that she noticed the thick bandage wrapped around her abdomen, a clear indication of a prior injury. The abrupt movement had agitated her wound, compelling her to pause and catch her breath before finally making her way to his side. Softly inquiring, "Chi-Lu, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" The youth who had awakened from his stupor was indeed Chi-Lu, as he gradually regained consciousness. His first sight was of the pale visage and concerned gaze of Mei Qing. Gazing at her, memories of the preceding events surged through his mind like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression grew anxious as he urgently questioned Mei Qing. "Where is Yi Ling? Where is she?" "She has already departed. Her body has been taken to the lowest level of this hospital." Mei Qing's voice was heavy with sorrow. Without hesitation, Chi-Lu leapt from the bed, foregoing even his shoes, and hurried barefoot toward the door of the ward. "Take me to see her." Startled by his impulsive actions, Mei-Ching instinctively pressed her left hand against her abdomen, where a dull pain throbbed. Yet, disregarding her own discomfort, she quickly stepped forward, grasping his arm with urgency, imploring, "You have only just awakened. Your body is still weak. Rushing out like this will be too much for you. Please, rest for a moment before you go. Is that all right? Do not be so hasty." The door to the hospital room swung open, revealing a man clad in a white coat, adorned with spectacles. His attire unmistakably marked him as a physician. As he entered, his gaze fell upon Shi-Lu, who surprisingly had risen from his bed and was preparing to step outside. The doctor's expression soured instantaneously, and he promptly admonished, "You children, why are you all so disobedient? Patients require ample rest. Return to your bed at once." However, before he could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly cut short. Shi-Lu lifted his head and cast a cold glance in his direction. That single look plunged the doctor into an icy silence. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something further, but found his throat seemingly obstructed by a mass of cotton, rendering him utterly speechless. He could only stand there in a daze, his legs weakening, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Mikan, perceptive as ever, keenly sensed the abrupt shift in the atmosphere. Although she was perplexed as to why this doctor was so terrified merely by a glance from Chila, her kind heart compelled her to softly call out, attempting to assist the seemingly benign doctor in extricating himself from his current predicament. However, as Mikan's gentle voice resonated through the air, Chila swiftly turned around like a flash of lightning. In that fleeting moment, their gazes collided. It was then that Mikan finally comprehended the source of the doctor's profound fear. Chila's eyes no longer bore the familiar appearance of the Sharingan. Instead, they exhibited a bizarre and enigmatic lightning-like intensity. From those eyes emanated an overwhelming force, a relentless pressure that surged forth from the depths of his very bloodline, assailing her with an almost suffocating might. Faced with this oppressive sensation, Mikan felt her legs weaken, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel upon the ground. This intense aura of dominance was something she had only previously experienced from the head of her clan. "Chila, your eyes." Mikan gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Chila before her voice trembling slightly with shock. It was only now that Chila began to awaken to the peculiarities of his surroundings. He could discern every detail around him, from the intricate patterns etched into the walls to the motes of dust dancing in the air and the branches swaying outside in the wind, all vividly portrayed within his sight. Furthermore, just moments ago, when the doctor had obstructed him, a surge of fury had welled within him, inciting a desire to commit violence. Yet, astonishingly, a refreshing coolness emanated from his eyes, washing over him like a gentle stream, soothing the turmoil and rage within his heart. Simultaneously, that familiar sensation surged once more. His chakra seemed to respond to some mysterious summons, flowing ceaselessly toward his eyes with increasing intensity and clarity. In truth, this sensation had subtly returned to him even before he departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, following the evolution of his three-tomo Sharingan, albeit in an unstable manner. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the door to the hospital room unexpectedly swung open without warning. Then, a voice, wild and resonant, thundered into his ears, "Chila, you're awake." Upon hearing this voice, Chila, having regained his composure, swiftly concealed his kaleidoscope Sharingan before slowly turning his head to regard the figure at the doorway. "Just look at you. Our Kagaya clan resides right next to your home, yet you failed to send word to us. Had I not gone to the Mizukage's office today for a meeting, I would have remained oblivious to such a significant occurrence." Kagaya Yuki expressed her irritation. Just moments ago, the doctor, noticing the lack of attention from others, was preparing to make a discreet exit. However, in a swift motion, Chila apprehended the doctor firmly. Subsequently, Chila turned her gaze towards Kagaya Yuki and solemnly requested, "Leader Kagaya, could you kindly assist in finding a few trustworthy individuals to aid me shortly with certain matters?" Though her words were not fully articulated, the implication was unmistakable. Kagaya Yuki, already well acquainted with the unfolding events, certainly grasped Chila's intent. "I have already instructed Chunga to wait downstairs. I shall notify them immediately." Chapter 111. The Farewell of the Tides after Kagaya Yuki exited. Chila gradually turned her attention back to the doctor she had firmly grasped. In his eyes, the kaleidoscopic patterns reemerged, and a sudden flash of crimson light surged forth. In that fleeting moment, his expression turned vacant, as if he had lost all self-awareness. Mechanically, he pivoted, his steps somewhat rigid as he moved towards the doorway of the hospital room. Witnessing the entire scene, Mei-Chin could not help but widen her eyes. her face etched with anxiety. Unable to contain herself, she inquired of Chila. Chila, did you just use an illusion on him? Chila nodded slightly, swiftly concealing the crimson glow in his eyes, while the eerie and enigmatic kaleidoscopic patterns gradually faded, returning to the appearance of normal pupils. After a brief silence, Chila took a deep breath and softly replied, my eyes must not be exposed to outsiders at this moment. Now, please lead me to Yailing. The sorrow within Chila surged like a tide, nearly engulfing Mei-chin entirely. She hesitated for but a moment before ultimately sighing in resignation and gently nodding her head. They arrived at the place where Yailing's body was laid to rest, draped beneath a white shroud. Chila approached her lifeless form with tentative steps, his body trembling involuntarily. He extended his hands, yearning to unveil the white cloth that obscured Yailing's face. At that moment, Mei-chin suddenly intervened, halting Chila's movement with a gentle grasp. Her voice quavered slightly, tinged with sorrow. Chila, I believe she wouldn't wish for you to witness her in this state. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from looking. Chila softly lifted his arm, hastily wiping away the shimmering traces of tears from the corners of his eyes. Memories surged within him like a relentless tide, transporting him back to the morning of his second day in this realm, when he first encountered her. Throughout their time together, Yailing had always been the gentlest soul. Ever considerate of his needs, it was she who had taught him to read and write. Though he shared more playful interactions with Meiha, the endearing little scatterbrain, it was Yailing to whom he instinctively turned when he needed to confide his innermost secrets and foster trust. Reflecting on the night of Meia's passing, many truths gradually crystallized in his heart. He had deduced that it was Yang who had taken action, and her motive was merely to force him to awaken the Rinnegan. Eagerly, he wished to convey his understanding of the entire situation, hoping to persuade her to cease her actions. Yet, ultimately, this resulted in the tragic events that unfolded. Now, Chi Li's heart was burdened with two urgent tasks. First, he sought to personally lay Yang to rest beside Mei-he, ensuring they could accompany one another in another realm. Second, he needed to confront Uchiha Madara and demand clarity. Why could he not have been granted a little more time? He had diligently trained and sought alliances. How had matters come to this dire conclusion? Standing quietly nearby, Mei-chin gently tugged at his sleeve, pulling him from his reverie. It was unclear when it had begun, but Kagaya Tsukabane had arrived with several clan members, hastily carrying a stretcher. Chilu, are you all right? Please accept my condolences. Kagaya Tsukabane said gravely, having mentally rehearsed his comforting words on the way. Chilu remained with his head bowed, silent, merely taking a small step back. Observing this, Kagaya Tsukabane subtly gestured to the individuals behind him. They promptly stepped forward, placing Yang upon the stretcher. Chilu, do not worry. I will fetch you some shoes. Mei-chin exclaimed, having noticed that Chi Lu was still barefoot, and she hurriedly dashed towards the infirmary. At that moment, Chi Lu glanced down at his own bare feet, then cast a look at Tsukabane and the stretcher bearing Yang. Please, wait a moment. Witnessing this scene, Tsukabane quickly waved his hand and said, we shall wait here. Upon returning to the infirmary, Chi Lu observed Mei-chin struggling to crouch while clutching her abdomen. He approached her slowly, saying, I can manage on my own, thank you. Perhaps entirely unprepared for Chi Li's unexpected return, Mei-chin visibly flinched at his sudden voice, wanting to turn swiftly to see who had spoken. This entire situation was not only difficult for Chi Lu to accept, but it also left her feeling profoundly insecure. However, in her haste, she inadvertently aggravated the still healing wound on her abdomen, causing a sharp pain that escaped her lips as a faint gasp. Seeing this, Chi Lu swiftly reached out to steady her, saying, do not panic. From this day forth, I shall ensure your safety. Among the three companions who once departed from the Hidden Leaf Village with him, two have now left him for the sake of the unique pair of eyes he possesses, leaving only Mikoto behind. Kira, Mikoto said, slightly tilting her head, her eyes revealing a hint of unmasked astonishment as she gazed intently at the youth before her. I hope you can forgive Aiha. What she did was not truly her intention. Upon hearing this, Mikoto pursed her lips and nodded to indicate her understanding. During the time Kira lay in a coma, her idle thoughts ebbed and flowed like the tide, images flashing and intertwining in her mind. She recalled Aiha's fierce and resolute demeanor. Had the latter truly intended to harm her, she knew she would not have emerged unscathed. As Aiha took her final breath, she distinctly saw those eyes fixed upon her, imbued with profound meaning, as if they bore countless words yearning to be spoken, akin to a final bequest. She endeavored to decipher that gaze, yet could never fully grasp its significance. But now, looking at the youth before her, it seemed she began to understand. Concurrently, Kira's feelings towards both Mei and Aiha left her utterly astonished. After all, those two were merely handmaidens. Yet, judging by the heartache Kira displayed, this affection transcended the bounds typically adhered to between master and servant. Let us see Aiha off. She intended to apologize to Mei. All right. Chapter 112. Interrogation in the Water Shadow's office. Are you certain you witnessed his Sharingan change? By Lien, visibly taken aback, stood from his seat, leaning forward in disbelief as he urgently questioned the individual before him. The one being interrogated, Wu Yueqi Lu, appeared somewhat uneasy, lowering his head, unable to meet Bai Lian's gaze. In a hushed, cautious voice, he replied, I am not entirely sure myself. The situation was quite chaotic. I merely caught a glimpse when he suddenly collapsed into unconsciousness. It seemed different from usual, but I could not discern precisely how. Nevertheless, it certainly felt exceedingly perilous. As he spoke, his brow furrowed, clearly straining to recall the details. The entire Water Shadow office fell into an oppressive silence, as if the very air had solidified. Everyone held their breath, neither of the two daring to disrupt the stifling quiet. Moments ticked by, and the weight of this silence grew heavier, nearly suffocating Wu Yueqi. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and a figure burst into the office. Lord Water Shadow. Lord Kira has awakened, and they are now heading towards the outskirts of the village. It appears that preparations are underway for the burial of the departed woman. Do you have any instructions regarding this matter? The speaker, while conversing, discreetly wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead. Upon receiving this news, Bai Lian's previously taut expression softened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively commanded, Are they from the Kagaya clan? Continue your covert surveillance, and ensure you closely follow Uchiha Chila. He must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Mei Qian, I must attend to some matters at the dock. Will you accompany Tsubaki to the Mizuki family and wait for me there? Chila placed the exquisite, yet unnamed flower in his hand before two gently mounded graves. Upon hearing the mention of the Mizuki family, Mei Qian's brow furrowed with confusion as she inquired, The Mizuki family? Why must we go there? Can I wait for you at home instead? Chila reassured her. Do not worry. You will learn in due course. But for now, please trust me. With a slight nod towards Mei Qian, he then shifted his gaze to Tsubaki, who stood silently beside him, as upright as a wooden post. Sensing Chila's gaze, Tsubaki stepped forward and said, Leave it to me. For reasons unknown. Tsubaki felt an inexplicable difference in Chila's demeanor compared to before. Although he could not articulate the specifics, he experienced a chilling sensation, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, whenever Chila's eyes swept over him. Noticing Tsubaki's reaction, Chila nodded and softly remarked, I appreciate your help. He gently nudged Mei Qian's shoulder, indicating that she should promptly follow Tsubaki. Once all had distanced themselves until their figures faded from view, Chila did not immediately depart. Instead, he remained standing still, his gaze fixed upon the vast, undulating expanse of the sea in the distance. The autumn wind had turned brisk, sending a shiver through him. Thus, he stood motionless for quite a while, lost in his thoughts. After a considerable time, he first cast a downward glance, then in a flash, vanished from his spot. Chila ambled slowly towards the location where he had sought Madara a few days prior. As he approached, he discerned a solitary figure standing there, evidently awaiting his arrival. As he drew nearer, he recognized it to be Madara. Taking a deep breath, he hastened forward, though his voice trembled with restrained emotion as he implored, Why can't you grant me a little more time? Beneath a facade of tranquility, his tone betrayed an indescribable sense of oppression, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Though its momentum was momentarily restrained, the magma within churned and seethed. In response to Chila's inquiry, Ban's demeanor was remarkably cold and resolute. His voice, as always, was deep and steady as he slowly turned to face Chila, his expression devoid of emotion, and stated, I can no longer afford to wait. Upon hearing this, Chila's emotions surged, his eyes widening and face flushing crimson as he shouted hoarsely, Then why must they be condemned to death? Is there truly no alternative? In that moment, he was oblivious to his own composure, resembling a person driven to madness, utterly stripped of his usual calm and restraint. Yet, Ban appeared unmoved by Chila's fury, his emotional state remaining remarkably stable. He coldly retorted, Their existence serves that very purpose. It is the sole reason our family has brought them back from the outside, allowing them to survive until today. Now that their mission is complete, it is only natural for them to exit. Chila fixed his gaze intently upon Ban's familiar yet alien visage and his indifferent, callous demeanor towards life. In an instant, an overwhelming rage surged from deep within, spreading rapidly like wildfire. He could no longer restrain his actions. With a furious roar, he charged forward, raising his fist to strike fiercely at Ban's cheek. Perhaps Ban had lowered his guard, or perhaps he was simply unprepared for such an assault. Regardless, that forceful punch landed squarely on his face. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it felt interminably prolonged. At last, Ben slowly raised his hand, delicately wiping away the trickle of blood that had seeped from the corner of his mouth. For now, let this be considered a momentary lapse on your part. But remember, such an incident shall not occur again. Ban's voice was as cold as frost, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Chila gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently as though he had just emerged from a life-or-death battle. He fixed a fierce glare upon Ban and, through gritted teeth, demanded, "Is this some cunning trick devised by that old man Shauna?" "Not quite. This has always been a tradition within our clan. Though you are the only one to have succeeded. Where is he?" "In the land of rain. He awaits your arrival." Chapter 113. Mizuki Chila could no longer continue the conversation with Ban, for he understood that any further words at this moment would be utterly futile. He arrived, brimming with unbridled fury, and departed like a raging inferno. The anger within his chest roared like a ferocious beast, unrestrained and wild. Watching Chila retreat until he vanished from sight, Ben's expressionless visage resembled that of a cold, unyielding statue. He merely closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly back. An indescribable atmosphere of sorrow enveloped him like a thick fog. After a moment, Ben slowly opened his eyes and let out a deep sigh, a sound laden with the weight of countless burdens, infused with boundless helplessness. With that sigh, he seemed to drift into a surreal state, as if he might be swept away by the wind, yet leaving behind an impression of having never truly departed from this place. Amidst this haze, an unexpected figure suddenly materialized before Ben. Upon closer inspection, it was the very individual who had just reported Chila's whereabouts to the Mizukichi. The man appeared visibly distressed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his body trembling slightly. He could hardly fathom how, in the blink of an eye, he had been captured. Was it an order from that scoundrel, Balian? Ban's voice remained as calm as a placid lake, devoid of any discernible emotional fluctuation. Originally, this man was solely tasked with tracking Chila's movements. However, driven by curiosity upon noticing Chila engaged in conversation, he had sought to discern the identity of the individual conversing with him. Thus, after Chila turned to leave, he cautiously made his way toward Ban's position. Yet, what he presumed to be a stealthy maneuver was laughably transparent to Ban, akin to a thief covering his ears while attempting to steal a bell. Although he had no inkling that the imposing figure before him was the legendary Uchiha Madara, the powerful aura emanating from Ban alone instilled a profound sense of